In his previous life, during an era of constant hunger, Wei Yong sold his wife just to curry favor with the most beautiful girl in the village. Yet, that village beauty turned around and married someone else right after. In this life, Wei Yong has obtained the food is heaven system. He swears he will never again be a simp, someone who excessively caters to others, especially out of unrequited affection. In this famine-stricken era, every morning his wife wakes up and says just one thing: "I can't go on like this. I need to lose weight." Chapter 1. Reborn once more. The person Wei Yong felt most sorry for in his life was his wife, Wei. There had been a huge misunderstanding between him and Wei. Wei had been pregnant before marrying him, and Wei Yong had always thought he was a cuckold, someone raising another man's child. But it wasn't until his death that he found out the child in Wei's belly was actually his. It all started when Wei Yong's mother had brought Wei to their home, saying she had found a wife for him. Wei was very beautiful, but unfortunately, Wei Yong's heart only belonged to Wang Xiaoling, the most beautiful girl in their village. Even though Wei was as lovely as a flower, Wei Yong had no interest in her. Later, Wei Yong's mother passed away, leaving only the two of them in the house. Within 2 months, however, Wei Yong noticed Wei's belly was slightly rounded. She was pregnant. Calculating by the months, she must have been pregnant before marrying him. Wei Yong flew into a rage. Even though his family was poor, and they were in the middle of a famine with no food to eat, he couldn't stand being a cuckold and raising another man's son. From that point on, Wei Yong would beat and kick Wei from time to time. To marry Wang Xiaoling, he sold Wei to the son of the deputy director of the township grain office. The desperate look in Wei's eyes when she was dragged away was something he would never forget for the rest of his life. After selling Wei Yong got his wish and married Wang Xiaoling. But their happiness didn't last long. After marrying him, Wang Xiaoling refused to do any work and still demanded to eat well and dress warmly. In those years, there was a severe drought in northeast China. The fields produced no grain, and every family survived on wild vegetables and grass roots. Where could Wei Yong get enough food for her? Left with no choice, Wei Yong risked his life to go into the mountains to forage. In the end, he was mauled by a black bear, which bit off both his legs. Wei Yong was confined to bed, reduced to a helpless invalid. After squeezing every last bit of value out of him, Wang Xiaoling took all the food and usable items from the house, rolled up her bedding, and left. She left Wei Yong lying at home, waiting to die. The agony of waiting for death was unbearable. Before he died, scenes from his life flashed through Wei Yong's mind. The most unforgettable one was the desperate look in Wei's eyes the day he sold her. He had heard that after Wei was bought, her buyer forced her to have an abortion, and in the end, both she and the child died. She met a tragic end. As he lay on the verge of death, Wei Yong's mind seemed to clear. Many things he had forgotten before appeared before him, like scenes from a movie. He remembered that 1 month before his mother's death, a wedding had been held in the neighboring village. He had gone to the feast, gotten dead drunk, and finally stumbled into the Qin family's house. There was a girl lying on the Qin family's kong, a traditional heated brick bed. She was delicate and beautiful, and Wei Yong, in his drunken stupor, had climbed into her bed. Wei Yong suddenly recalled everything. No wonder Wei had taken the initiative to marry him, a notorious scoundrel. It turned out that he was the one who had climbed into her bed that night. The child in Wei's belly was really his. In the past, when Wei Yong had beaten her, Wei had also said the child was his, but Wei Yong had never believed her. The more she said it, the harder he beat her. Later, Wei had stopped daring to speak. Every time she was beaten, she would just hug her head and remain silent. At that moment, Wei Yong's heart was filled with nothing but endless remorse. Every time Wei was beaten, the desperate look in her eyes felt like a sharp arrow piercing his heart. If only he could have another chance. When Wei Yong opened his eyes again, he sat up abruptly, shocked. The adobe house in front of him was both familiar and unfamiliar. The warm calm beneath him also felt incredibly real. This shabby, poverty-stricken house actually looked just as it had years ago. Wei Yong had been reborn. Realizing he had been reborn, Wei Yong quickly looked at the calendar. A wave of wild joy surged in his heart. He had been sent back 10 years. It was exactly the day he had sold his wife. There had been a severe drought for 15 consecutive months, and the fields had produced no grain. In those days, grain was hard currency. He clearly remembered that he had sold Wei in exchange for 2 bags of millet. To trade such a beautiful wife, one who was even carrying his child, for just 2 bags of millet. He had been a complete bastard in his previous life. But unexpectedly, heaven had given him a chance to be reborn. His wish had come true. His wife hadn't been sold yet. there was still time to make amends. Wei Yong quickly pushed open the door. Wife. He was overjoyed. Heaven had given him a second chance at life, and he was determined to make up for all he had done to Qin Wei. He would never let her suffer from cold or hunger again, nor would he hit her. He would let Qin Wei and the child in her belly live a good life. Recalling the desperate look in Qin Wei's eyes in his previous life, Wei Yong felt intense pain in his heart. He pushed open the door of the east room and walked into the west room. There, he saw Qin Wei huddled in the corner, holding a chopper, a look of terror on her face. When Qin Wei had married him, she had still been very delicate and pretty. In her parents' home, although life had been hard, she had at least had enough to eat. But after marrying him, she hadn't had a proper meal of grain in a long time. Every day, she survived on a mixture of wild vegetables and cornmeal, which left her pale and skinny. Even so, Qin Wei's eyes were still as bright as water, and her skin was still as fair as snow. Aside from her tattered clothes, she was still a delicate beauty. He had been blind in his previous life, giving up such a good wife to marry Wang Xiaoling, that two-faced hypocrite. Wei Yong, don't come over here. If you take one more step, I'll fight you to the death. Qin Wei held the knife in both hands, looking like a frightened little rabbit, pitiful and delicate. Every look in her eyes felt like a knife, gouging into Wei Yong's heart. This scene had also happened in his previous life. Back then, even though Qin Wei had resisted, she was still a woman who had been starving for a long time. How could she have stood a chance against Wei Yong? Wei Yong walked step by step toward Qin Wei and said, Wife, I was wrong. I won't sell you anymore. Hit me if you want. Qin Wei froze, unable to believe her ears. Wei Yong had beaten her just the night before. Her eyes were still black and blue. How could he have changed overnight? Qin Wei knew she was no match for Wei Yong. Suddenly, she knelt down in front of Wei Yong, tears streaming down her face. Wei Yong, please. Don't sell me. I'll work for you like an ox or a horse. I'll give you all my food. I'll live as a member of the Wei family and die as a ghost of the Wei family. Please. As she spoke, Qin Wei began kowtowing to Wei Yong. Tears welled up in Wei Yong's eyes too. He also knelt down in front of Qin Wei and slapped himself hard across the face. Wife, I was a bastard before. I wronged you. From now on, I, Wei Yong, swear that I will let you live the good life. Seeing Wei Yong's sincere expression, Qin Wei's pupils trembled slightly. She had once hoped that Wei Yong would turn over a new leaf, but every time she had hoped, she had been met with even more brutal beatings. Gradually, she had stopped hoping for his redemption. She had only wished that when he beat her, he would be gentler, so as not to hurt the child in her belly. But today, Wei Yong's attitude made her feel as if she were dreaming. Could this man have really changed for the better? Just then, a rough man's voice from outside the door pulled her back to reality. Wei Yong, I'm here to pick up your wife. I've got the 2 bags of millet ready. Hurry up and bring her out. Chapter 2, The System of Food is Heaven. Upon hearing that voice, Qin Wei's expression darkened once more. The blade was pressed directly against her throat. Wei Yong, if you sell me to him, I will take my own life right before your eyes. Qin Wei's hand trembled as she grasped the knife. It was too heavy for her to wield, and hunger gnawed at her, making it difficult to hold on. Wei Yong snatched the knife from her grasp, unafraid of her striking him, for he knew she could not bring herself to harm him. With the blade forcibly taken from her, Qin Wei collapsed to the ground, weeping inconsolably. Wei Yong, I beg you, the child in my womb truly belongs to you. This was a confession she had never dared to utter before. Each time she had tried, Wei Yong had struck her mercilessly. After a few explanations met with his disbelief, she chose silence. It was that fateful night when he drunkenly crawled into her bed that she became pregnant. Had it not been for the pregnancy, she would never have consented to marry Wei Yong. Yet, to her dismay, life had become this unbearable after their union. Wei Yong helped her to her feet, declaring, My dear wife, I understand. I will take good care of both you and our child, and I shall be a devoted husband and a responsible father. Qin Wei lifted her gaze, scarcely able to believe her ears. If Wei Yong truly could turn over a new leaf, she would willingly sacrifice 20 years of her own life. Just then, the voice from outside grew increasingly urgent. Wei Yong, hurry up. Is it that you cannot handle your wife? Open the door and let me in, I will deal with her. Panic seized Qin Wei. What should they do? Shui Yan was coming for her. They could not afford to offend him. Shui Yan was the son of Shui Fugue, the deputy director of the local grain depot. In recent years, famine had swept across the province, leaving many places barren and people starving, with the government distributing relief grain monthly. Naturally, It was they who held the reins over this precious resource. Thus, Shui Yan was someone they could not afford to cross. If he decided not to provide relief grain, even the village head's pleas would be in vain. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Wei Yong's mind. Binding food as heaven system. Rewarding the host with 1 cubic meter of space, 1 mu of experimental farmland. Binding object, Qin Wei, satiety level 2. Increasing the satiety level of the target will yield additional rewards. Wei Yong stood there, dumbfounded, his mind a blank slate. As he absorbed the chaotic information swirling within, a wave of euphoria washed over him. With this system, he would no longer have to worry about food. His wife would no longer suffer alongside him. Upon realizing that Qin Wei's satiety level stood at a mere 2, his heart ached for her. She managed all the household chores alone, and on top of being pregnant, she had to care for Wei Yong. Yet, despite her relentless toil, she was perpetually hungry. How miserable her life must be. In this life, he vowed not to let Qin Wei down. The knocking at the door grew more insistent, as if threatening to break through their wooden barrier. Wei Yong regained his composure and stepped outside, wielding the knife. Through the fence that stood a little over a meter high, he glared at the somewhat portly figure of a man before him, coldly remarking, "What are you shouting for, calling for spirits?" It hadn't rained since the new year, and the fields were parched beyond belief. Every household had no grain to eat, yet Shui Yan still appeared fat and well-fed, clearly benefiting from his father's lucrative position. Shui Yan was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Wei Yong dared to speak to him in such a manner. It seemed he had no intention of accepting the 2 bags of millet. However, considering his beautiful wife, Shui Yan suppressed his anger for the moment. Just thinking of Qin Wei made Shui Yan's heart race. Among all the women in Xiaodong village, Wei Yong's wife was the most alluring. With a slender waist and ample hips, an ideal figure for bearing children, Shui Yan had long harbored lustful thoughts for her. He had attempted to force her compliance with grain offerings, but Qin Wei was resilient. She would rather eat tree bark than accept his millet. Fortunately, Wei Yong was a scoundrel who was willing to sell Qin Wei to marry Wang Xiaoling. This gave Shui Yan his opportunity. Suppressing his fury, he responded with a feigned smile, "De Yong, where is your wife? Why hasn't she come out yet?" Wei Yong replied, "She isn't coming out. I'm not selling my wife, so you can go back." Shui Yan's expression froze. "De Yong, are you jesting with me? I brought the millet. Don't go back on your word. Are you not marrying Wang Xiaoling anymore?" Shui Yan held 2 bags of millet, weighing at least 40 pounds. With that much grain, a family could survive the winter by mixing wild vegetables with millet and rationing it out. However, Wei Yong was not the least bit interested at that moment. "Not marrying her. I have a wife. Why would I want another?" Shui Yan's expression darkened completely. "Wei Yong, are you toying with me? Let me remind you. Relief grain will be distributed in 3 days, and I will be the one delivering it to your village. Do you not want any grain?" Hearing this, Wei Yong struck the fence gate with his knife. Fortunately, Shui Yan reacted quickly and pulled his hand back just in time. Otherwise, Wei Yong's blow would have severed his hand. "You, Shui, listen here. I will not sell my wife, nor will I part with a single grain of food. If you dare to short me even a little, I will sever your hand." Wei Yong was tall and robust, having consumed most of the household-esque grain himself. Thus, he remained quite strong. When he got riled up, Shui Yan felt a flicker of genuine fear. In these times, those with nothing to lose are not afraid of those who have something. Wei Yong, who could barely afford a meal, posed no threat to Shui Yan, the privileged son of a leader. Shui Yan's face turned ashen. "Fine, Wei Yong, I will remember this. You will regret it." With that, Shui Yan stormed off, clutching the millet in anger. It was clear that in 3 days, when the relief grain was distributed, Shui Yan would find a way to make things difficult for Wei Yong. Had this been the previous incarnation of Wei Yong, he might have endured it, perhaps even venting his frustration on Qin Wei. However, having been reborn and equipped with a system, he would not allow a petty scoundrel like Shui Yan to bully him. Wei Yong hurried back into the house, where Qin Wei still sat clutching the knife, curled up in a corner. "My dear wife, I drove Shui Yan away." She had overheard the entire exchange. Wei Yong was still the same reckless man, but this time, it was to protect her. Qin Wei looked at Wei Yong with a complex expression, uncertain whether he had truly changed for the better. Wei Yong offered no further explanation. Mere words would not convince Qin Wei of his sincerity. In time, she would come to realize that he had genuinely turned over a new leaf. At that moment, Wei Yong's mind was consumed by the food as heaven system. Whenever he closed his eyes, a vision of a vast space appeared in his mind. A plot of black earth larger than a basketball court. Outside, the land lay parched and cracked, unable to yield crops. Yet within his space, the soil was not only black but also moist, indicating it was fertile ground. If he could cultivate something to eat there, they would have food. Not to mention, it would ensure that Wei could eat her fill and safely deliver their child. With this system, he was confident he could provide Wei with a life of abundance and warmth. My dear wife, do we still have potatoes at home? Wei instinctively nodded. There were still some in the cellar. However, as soon as she spoke, she immediately regretted it. Almost all the grain had been taken by Wei Yong to curry favor with Wang Xiaoling. Those potatoes were meant for their winter survival. If he gave those away as well, she would be left with no means to live. Wei Yong, you cannot touch those potatoes. Chapter 3. You are not worth 2 bags of millet. Before Wei could finish her sentence, Wei Yong had already dashed out in excitement. Their home was practically bare, devoid of any seeds. The only crop that could be cultivated was the potato. However, Wei misconstrued this, believing that he intended to present them to Wang Xiaoling as an act of appeasement. The potatoes represented the sole sustenance for their household. If rationed wisely, they might endure the winter. Currently, there were some wild vegetables and roots available on the mountain to tide them over, but once winter set in, with nothing left to forage, they would be left solely with potatoes. If those were depleted, it was likely they would starve. As Wei Yong retrieved the potatoes from the cellar, Wei suddenly knelt before him, pleading earnestly, Wei Yong, I implore you, do not give the potatoes to Wang Xiaoling. If you do, we shall surely starve through the winter. Wei Yong, with a resigned smile, realized that his wife had misunderstood him. The potatoes were the only crop he could currently plant, and he intended to sow them in the experimental field. Should his efforts succeed, they would not only avoid hunger during winter, but might even have enough to eat at every meal. He gently lifted Wei to her feet, reassuring her, My dear, you have misunderstood. I am not giving the potatoes to Wang Xiaoling. I merely wish to inspect the field. The potatoes in the cellar have sprouted, and I intend to plant them. Wei was taken aback. When had he ever worked the fields? According to her mother-in-law, even in times of plenty, she was the only one laboring in the fields, while Wei Yong either fawned over Wang Xiaoling or idled away his time. After her mother-in-law's passing, all agricultural responsibilities fell upon Wei, and now, amidst famine, he suddenly wished to till the land. It was all rather unusual. Wei Yong, do not deceive me. Those potatoes are my lifeline. With them, I need not worry about our child starving. Wei Yong replied, Rest assured, my love, I shall do this in your presence. He carefully selected the potatoes, choosing only those with longer sprouts while returning the smaller or unsprouted ones to the cellar. He sliced the sprouted potatoes into small pieces, ensuring each had a sprout, thus increasing their chances of survival. Seeing Wei Yong truly engaged in the task eased Wei's worries a bit. Do not waste your effort. The soil is parched, and planting them will only lead to failure. Wei Yong replied, It is fine. If necessary, I shall fetch water to irrigate them. Whatever survives is a blessing. At this, Wei fell silent. Some industrious families indeed transported water to irrigate their fields, but the effort was immense, often yielding minimal results, which deterred many from attempting it. Most tended to cultivate only a small patch of land for their meager sustenance. Wei, unable to carry water, had allowed the fields to languish. Wei Yong, usually lethargic, surprisingly undertook the task with determination. He did not take too many potatoes, mindful of his wife's concerns, and set off to the fields with a basket and a hoe. Upon reaching the parched earth, he planted a potato. He quickly checked the system and indeed, a small mound appeared in the experimental field. He was overjoyed. The experimental field was genuine. As long as he sowed seeds outside, the results would mirror those within. The external crops relied on the whims of nature, while his experimental field was immune to droughts and floods, ensuring a successful harvest. Furthermore, it might even mature faster. They would undoubtedly not suffer from hunger come winter. In the harsh winters of northeast China, survival posed a significant challenge. Without ample provisions, starvation was a grim reality. Last winter, nearly half the village perished. Although there were government relief supplies this year, they were insufficient, and self-reliance was paramount. After planting all the potatoes, Wei Yong returned home, only to encounter the village widow, Chu, nearing 30, possessed a pleasing visage, though not quite as striking as Wei's. Yet, she was certainly remarkable. Notably, her ample bosom was quite eye-catching, a sight that could easily tempt anyone in these times of scarcity. "Oh, Wei Yong, you've taken to the fields? Did you not beat your wife today?" Wei Yong chuckled, aware that the village was well aware of his reputation for domestic disputes. He responded, "Sister Chu, I was merely tending to some work in the fields. Until we meet again." Chu paused, taken aback by his unusually civil demeanor. He typically filled his conversations with crude banter. The prospect of him working the fields seemed unprecedented. Arriving home, he found Qin Wei just stepping inside. Wei Yong smiled ruefully. Suspecting that she had followed him out of fear, he might give the potatoes to Wang Xiaoling. Having been granted a second chance at life, he was determined not to repeat the mistakes of his past. In his previous life, he had discerned Wang Xiaoling's true nature. She sought a compliant servant to satiate her needs, draining him dry before moving on to her next victim. Wei Yong had once been foolish enough to cause Qin Wei's demise for her sake. Just as he was about to enter the house, a melodious voice called out from behind Wei Yong. Turning, he saw the enchanting figure of Wang Xiaoling, the village belle, who was more adept at adornment than naturally beautiful. In her striking red attire, she would have appeared far more captivating had it been worn by Qin Wei. Wei Yong coolly replied, "What is it?" Wang Xiaoling, momentarily taken aback by his indifferent demeanor, wondered what had changed. Typically, he would beam at her arrival, eager to engage. Today, however, he seemed aloof. She nervously played with her braid, feigning shyness as she asked, "Didn't you say you would bring 2 bags of millet to marry me? How is that progressing?" With her doe-like eyes, she covertly studied Wei Yong, aware that his marriage to Qin Wei was less than enthusiastic. In their rural setting, there was no formal marriage process. If Wei Yong were to sell Qin Wei for 2 bags of millet, marrying Wang Xiaoling would be a favorable option. After all, he was obedient. Whatever she commanded, he would comply. In his previous life, Wei Yong had fallen prey to her beguiling gaze, becoming her devoted admirer. Yet, in this new life, everything had transformed. Looking at this calculating woman, Wei Yong replied with a nonchalant smile, "I had considered it, but I have suddenly changed my mind." Wang Xiaoling furrowed her brow. "Why is that?" In his previous life, Wei Yong had brought back 2 bags of millet, yet Wang Xiaoling had not readily accepted, instead draining their meager potato supply before agreeing to wed him. To her, it was always her way or the highway, with Wei Yong never daring to oppose her. Yet today, he seemed like a different man, and her request for 2 bags of millet being met with his refusal bewildered her. Wei Yong, maintaining his calm demeanor, stated, "Because I believe you are not worth 2 bags of millet. You do not deserve it." As his words hung in the air, Wang Xiaoling was left utterly speechless, caught off guard by his unexpected declaration. After a few seconds of stunned silence, her face flushed with indignation. "Wei Yong, what do you mean?" Unfortunately for her, in those precious moments of surprise, Wei Yong had already retreated into the courtyard. Wang Xiaoling's eyes welled with tears, a mix of frustration and sorrow overwhelming her. Wei Yong was usually utterly compliant to her whims. Although the term simp had yet to be coined, Wang Xiaoling felt she had him tightly under her control. What had transpired today? Wang Xiaoling stamped her foot in frustration. This time, Wei Yong had truly irked her, without a substantial offering of sugar. He could forget about placating her. Wiping away her tears, she stormed homeward. Meanwhile, Qin Wei sat inside, having witnessed the entire scene. Wei Yong's disregard for Wang Xiaoling brought her great delight. As long as he refrained from squandering food on Wang Xiaoling, coupled with the government-provided rations, they would surely survive the winter. Upon returning home, Wei Yong was greeted by Qin Wei, who promptly stood up. "Da Yong, you must be hungry. Let me steam a potato for you." In their household, there was always food for Wei Yong, even if Qin Wei herself was starving. She would prepare proper meals for him, rather than foraging wild vegetables. Wei Yong shook his head. "Wife, you should eat the potato. You haven't had a proper meal in days." Currently, Qin Wei's satiety level was a mere 2, and with a child growing within her, it was imperative she eat first. Qin Wei was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Wei Yong would defer to her. In the past, he had always prioritized his own hunger, often resorting to violence if he felt unsatisfied. Seeing his current demeanor made Qin Wei's heart swell with emotion. "Da Yong, I'm not hungry if I eat. I'll just end up throwing it up. That would be wasteful." Hearing her words, Wei Yong felt a pang of guilt. How could Qin Wei not be hungry? It was simply that their food supplies were so scant that she could not bear to eat. This was unacceptable, firstly. Qin Wei was pregnant and could not endure a diet of wild greens indefinitely. Secondly, her dangerously low satiety level meant the system could not dispense rewards. Although he had a trial field, it would be impossible to reap a harvest overnight. Thus, he needed to address the immediate crisis. Fortunately, his memories from a previous life provided him with insight. Their small village backed onto several mountains rich with resources. In his past life, after marrying Wang Shaoling, he had traversed the mountains multiple times in search of delicacies for her. He distinctly remembered several wild chicken nests on the northern slope, and retrieving a few eggs shouldn't pose a problem. With a stroke of luck, he might even catch a wild chicken for a more substantial meal. During the day, wild chickens would be foraging outside, so he planned to venture out after dusk. Noticing Wei Yong's refusal of the potato, Qin Wei was slightly surprised. She tucked it away. Winter was approaching, and every bit saved counted. For now, she could manage with some wild vegetable porridge, saving the potatoes for the colder months. That night, Wei Yong retired early, while Qin Wei lay beside him, maintaining a respectful distance. In the past, Wei Yong had often shown disdain towards Qin Wei. There were times when she merely sought warmth at the head of the bed and had faced his wrath. Thus, she dared not draw near, content to endure the chill of the night. Just as she closed her eyes, Wei Yong called out, "Wife, come here, it's warmer over here." Qin Wei hesitated, shaking her head vigorously. "No need, I'm fine here." "Wife, come quickly, or I shall be displeased," he insisted in a commanding tone, causing her to feel a flutter of fear. Biting her lip, she slowly inched closer, turning her back to him as she slipped beneath the covers. Wei Yong pulled back the quilt and enveloped her in his embrace, cocooning her snugly. The warmth of the bed instantly relaxed her tense body. "So warm," she sighed. Wei Yong held her tightly, guilt washing over him. "Wife, I remember that day I got drunk and crawled into your quilt. I know this child is mine. From now on, I will make amends for both you and our child." Qin Wei remained silent, tears streaming down her cheeks, as if she were releasing a torrent of pent-up grievances. After a while, Wei Yong leaned in and asked softly, "Wife, are you asleep?" Qin Wei shook her head. "I can't. I'm afraid that if I fall asleep, you will revert to your former self." Wei Yong chuckled sadly, his heart aching. "Rest assured, I will never become that scoundrel again. You should sleep. I must go to the mountains soon." Qin Wei sat up abruptly. "What are you going to do in the mountains?" "I'm going hunting to see if I can find something to eat." Concern creased Qin Wei's brow. "It's too late. The mountains are dangerous. What if something happens to you? I can't bear the thought of losing you." Wei Yong gently ruffled her hair. "Don't worry, your husband is quite capable. I'll see if I can find some wild chicken eggs or bird eggs for you." Qin Wei nodded. "All right. Just come back soon." After all, their pantry was nearly bare, and they had no choice but to rely on the mountain's bounty. Qin Wei dared not venture deep into the woods and could only forage for wild vegetables at the foot of the mountain. She had subsisted on them for several days, her stomach churning with acidity. This could not continue without affecting the baby. Wei Yong departed around 11 o'clock. The Wei family had a long lineage of hunters, their skills passed down through generations. However, recent famines had drawn inexperienced individuals into the mountains, leading to many tragic fatalities, leaving Qin Wei with a lingering fear. Nonetheless, Wei Yong was not one to be overly concerned. Though he had not hunted frequently, he had accompanied his father on a few occasions, and there was still a hunting rifle hanging in their cellar. Therefore, ascending the mountain was not a daunting task for him. The moon shone brightly tonight, illuminating the path and preventing him from losing his way. Relying on his memories from his previous life, Wei Yong reached the northern slope. In a hollow of a tree, he indeed discovered a wild chicken nest containing 4 gleaming eggs. Elated, he hastily collected the eggs, and with a thought, they vanished into his space. Gazing at the 4 eggs nestled quietly within, Wei Yong felt an overwhelming joy. This space was extraordinarily convenient. If he were to encounter a wild boar or similar creature, he could simply stow it away. Of course, this was merely a whimsical notion. He hadn't even brought a gun, and if he did stumble upon a wild boar, his only option would be to run. Having secured the 4 wild chicken eggs, Wei Yong pressed on. He could recall 5 or 6 wild chicken nests in this area. Although he had arrived earlier than in his past life, it was still possible there were more to be found. After searching 6 locations, he found only 2 nests, but fortunately, both had a generous number of eggs. Now, he had a total of 13 wild chicken eggs in his space. He could cook them for Qin Wei. which would greatly enhance her nutrition. The sole regret of the night was his failure to catch a chicken, with her satiety level so low. Qin Wei's face had turned pale. If he didn't procure some meat soon, it would be challenging to replenish her strength. Alas, fortune had not favored him today. He resolved to return in a few days. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard rustling behind him. Wei Yong froze in place. The sound was unmistakably not human, and whatever it was certainly larger than a rabbit. Could it be a large beast? Wei Yong felt little fear. If it were a bear or tiger, he would have smelled its musk from afar. Slowly, he turned his head, and his eyes widened in surprise at the sight of a creature over a meter tall. A roe deer. In the past, it was often said that one could effortlessly catch hares and scoop fish, with wild chickens flying straight into the pot. During times of bounteous weather, such claims were not exaggerated. However, in this year of calamity, many have perished from hunger, not to mention the plight of animals. In his previous life, Wei Yong had traversed the mountains numerous times, yet he had never encountered a roe deer. The only one in the village to have hunted such a creature was Zhao Fifan, the son of the village chief. Others had never even laid eyes on one. This single roe deer would yield far more meat than any wild chicken. Though the roe deer may be simple-minded, capturing it by hand was an impossibility for Wei Yong. Fortunately, these creatures are not aggressive, allowing him a chance to engage with it. This roe deer could undoubtedly provide a hearty meal for his wife. Chapter 5. Wei Yong is indeed a scoundrel. The roe deer gazed at Wei Yong with its large, curious eyes, a spark of intelligence illuminating its expression. It could be said that the roe deer was the easiest prey to hunt on these mountains. The challenge lay in the mere act of encountering one. Perhaps due to the fortuitous turn of events following his rebirth, he stumbled upon it tonight. Standing still, his mind raced as he formulated a plan. Not far from the northern mountain, there lay a trap set by Zhao Fifan. The trap was simple, a pit with a snare at the bottom. If he could lure the roe deer there, it would be captured. For other creatures, this method might not guarantee success, but for the roe deer, the odds were significantly in his favor. Wei Yong ascended the slope inch by inch, whistling softly. The roe deer pranced over, stopping about 10 meters away to scrutinize him. Such was the nature of the roe deer, curiosity often got the better of it. If startled, its instinct was to flee, only to return and investigate what had transpired. Wei Yong skillfully guided the roe deer to the trap's location. By the light of the moon, he discerned the trap, marked clearly to prevent villagers from accidentally falling in. The pit was covered with branches and dry leaves, concealing the sharp snare below. Carefully, he lured the roe deer closer to the pit, holding his breath as he prepared for the final step. The deer maintained a distance of about 10 meters, making it unlikely to step into the trap on its own. Wei Yong found a suitable angle, locked eyes with the deer, and suddenly sprinted towards it. Startled, the roe deer turned and fled, instinctively darting in the opposite direction to escape. With a thud, it tumbled into the pit. Success! Wei Yong's heart soared as he rushed over. The meat of a roe deer rivals that of a stag. This one weighed at least 50 to 60 pounds, yielding a minimum of 30 pounds of meat, sure to satiate his wife's hunger. Just then, a voice echoed from the base of the mountain. "Father, something has been caught." "Fifan, hurry and take a look. Deliver a couple of stabs." Wei Yong's expression shifted drastically. He hadn't anticipated that the village chief, Zhao Long, and his son Zhao Fifan would also venture into the mountains. The sound of the deer falling into the pit was loud enough for both to hear. If they caught sight of him, he would likely lose the deer. By conventional reasoning, the deer was his catch, merely utilizing the chief's trap. Sharing a leg of it would be a gesture of goodwill. Yet, in these desperate times, families struggled to find sustenance, and for a morsel of meat, they would readily turn against one another. Anyone would want to stake a claim to this roe deer, since it fell into a trap set by another. Wei Yong's argument would hold little weight. Fortunately, with the assistance of his system space, he quickly jumped into the pit, determined to retrieve the deer. However, upon attempting to do so, he discovered that it was impossible to store a living creature. Realizing the deer still had breath in it, he wasted no time and drew his machete, striking the creature's head with force. After a few decisive blows, the roe deer succumbed. Meanwhile, the footsteps of Zhao Long and Zhao Fifan drew nearer. "Father, there really is something that fell. First, give it a stab." The Zhao father and son were seasoned hunters. While the snare was potent, it typically wouldn't be lethal. If a wolf or wild dog had fallen in, they risked a dangerous retaliation. Just as Zhao Fifan was about to raise his blade, Wei Yong shouted, "Brother Zhao, don't strike." "It's me." Zhao Fifan paused, squinting in disbelief, only to be filled with profound disappointment. "Wei Yong? What brings you here at this late hour?" Wei Yong feigned innocence. "I was merely feeling famished, out searching for mushrooms." The village chief rolled his eyes, exasperated. "Are you foolish? It hasn't rained. Where would mushrooms come from? You must have fallen in yourself." Wei Yong was notorious in the village for being a rogue, and the chief was certainly not inclined to show him any kindness. With a smile, Wei Yong reassured them. "It's nothing, just a bit of blood. No bones were caught." He climbed out of the pit, feigning a limp as he prepared to descend the mountain. Suddenly, Zhao Long furrowed his brow and said, "Wait." He jumped into the pit, feeling the soil beneath his hands, discovering traces of blood and bringing it to his nose. "This is the blood of a beast." Zhao Fifan's expression darkened, his tone turning serious. "Wei Yong, you wouldn't be deceiving us, would you? Are you certain nothing fell here?" Wei Yong narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean? Can't you see if there's a beast or not?" Zhao Fifan brandished his knife, gesturing towards Wei Yong. "Let me search you. I want to see if you're hiding something." Wei Yong drew his machete and struck against Zhao Fifan's blade. "Search me? Who do you think you are? Try that again and you'll regret it." Wei Yong was not one to be trifled with. Aside from Wang Shaoling, few in the village dared to provoke him. His scoundrel reputation preceded him, and calling Zhao Fifan Brother Zhao was merely a concession to the village chief's status. Otherwise, he would refer to him as Zhao the Useless. Though the Zhao family held considerable esteem in the village, Wei Yong cared little for their influence. If provoked, he would not hesitate to take down even the village chief. Wei Yong's blow had caused Zhao Fifan to wince, nearly dropping his weapon. This rogue possessed immense strength. Engaging him would surely yield no benefit. Zhao Long interjected. "Enough. It's merely a misunderstanding. Wei Yong, it's late. You should head down the mountain." With a huff, Wei Yong sheathed his blade and strode down the mountain confidently. Zhao Fifan's expression was dark, his heart simmering with frustration, having been intimidated by Wei Yong, the scoundrel. Noticing his son's discontent, Zhao Long placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "He is a scoundrel, but you cannot stoop to his level. There was indeed blood from a beast down there, yet he has no place to conceal a large catch, perhaps just a wild chicken or a hare at most." Zhao Fifan frowned. "Father, I distinctly heard a loud noise. It sounded as large as a deer." Zhao Long sighed. "You're simply desperate for meat. If it were a deer, how could Wei Yong hide it so quickly? Is he a deity?" Zhao Fifan, feeling defeated, acknowledged his father's reasoning, unable to refute it. However, he remained unconvinced, adamant that what he had heard was not the sound of a rabbit or wild chicken. He tirelessly searched the area, convinced that Wei Yong had hidden something. Wei Yong hurried down the mountain, his heart racing with excitement. Initially, the intention was merely to procure a wild hare. Yet the outcome proved to be remarkably fruitful. Although this affair has resulted in a rift with the Zhao father and son, he remains unperturbed. Should Zhao Long dare to undermine him, Wei Yong would not hesitate to confront him. This substantial roe deer is certain to satiate his wife's hunger. Isn't it? Chapter 6. The Vitality Within the Covers. Qin Wei's hunger level is a mere 2, which speaks volumes about her emptiness. Those who have not experienced it cannot fathom the discomfort of such gnawing hunger. This roe deer could indeed elevate their living standards, marking the first step for Wei Yong in providing a better life for her. With this system in place, even in years of famine, there is no need for fear. As long as he fills his wife's hunger, he believes this system will unveil even more capabilities. Wei Yong stealthily descended the mountain and, upon reaching the foot, unexpectedly spotted 2 figures. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Widow Chu. Earlier that day, when returning from the fields, he had exchanged glances with her. Her figure had even caught his attention twice. Accompanying Widow Chu was another figure, a man in his 30s. Wei Yong found it amusing that Widow Chu was so spirited, sneaking into the woods for a rendezvous at such an hour. Quietly, he approached to discern the man's identity. It turned out to be Li Ping, the son of the grain station director in their village. Li Ping was already married, rumored to have wed the daughter of a high-ranking official from the city, thus securing a prosperous future. Yet, it was surprising to see the usually refined Li Ping entangled with Widow Chu. No wonder, for her alluring gait could captivate any soul. In this era, even a modest offering of grain could win Widow Chu's unwavering devotion. Wei Yong had no intention of eavesdropping on the couple, rather. Their position obstructed his path home, and taking a detour could lead to considerable inconvenience. Moreover, judging by Li Ping's demeanor, he wouldn't have to wait long. Sure enough. Not long after, Li Ping sat down, lit a cigarette, and indulged in post-encounter satisfaction. Widow Chu, donning her attire, nestled against Li Ping and sweetly requested, "When the relief grain is distributed, do ensure I receive a bit more. Winter's approaching, and you wouldn't want me to grow gaunt, would you?" If Widow Chu's voluptuous figure were to wither, any man would surely feel a pang of sympathy. Li Ping chuckled, "Rest assured, with me by your side, you need not worry about sustenance. Tomorrow, I'll bring you some beef jerky." Widow Chu was instantly elated. "Really? Then do bring me plenty. It's delicious and fills one's stomach." After a few more exchanges, they embraced and headed back to the village. Having witnessed this spectacle, Wei Yong thought of his own enchanting wife, feeling a surge of warmth and hastening his steps. Upon reaching the spot where the couple had just rendezvoused, he suddenly noticed a red apron on the ground. He picked it up. It was still warm. Was this Widow Chu's apron? After a moment's contemplation, he decided to stow it away for future use, as it might serve as leverage someday. Arriving at his doorstep, Wei Yong retrieved the roe deer from his spatial storage. Slinging it over his back, he quietly entered the house. Upon hearing the door creak, Qin Wei promptly emerged. She had been restless, unable to sleep, worried about him venturing into the mountains alone. "Heavens, De Yong, what are you carrying?" "A roe deer, my dear. We shall feast shortly." As Qin Wei approached, rubbing her eyes in disbelief, she could hardly comprehend the sight before her. "Where did you acquire such a large roe deer?" Her face radiated uncontainable joy as she eagerly touched the deer, already salivating at the thought of the meal to come. "I encountered it in the mountains and chased it into the village head's trap. Let us keep it low-key, we wouldn't want others to find out." Qin Wei nodded. If the village head learned they had caught a roe deer, he would surely come demanding a share, considering even his household struggled for food in these times, let alone meat. Without delay, Qin Wei kindled a fire to boil water, her exhaustion vanishing in an instant. Wei Yong began to process the deer. His technique was somewhat clumsy, but his strength was considerable, and where he couldn't find the joints, he simply cleaved through. As Qin Wei gazed at the abundance of meat, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Wei Yong, what about this meat?" she hesitated, concerned he might give it all to Wang Xiaoling. However, Wei Yong had not even considered that possibility. "First, we feast, then we'll smoke half into jerky and dry the rest for snacks." Relieved, Qin Wei realized her husband had truly turned over a new leaf. Suddenly, Wei Yong pulled out a long strip of meat from the basin and said, "My dear, you needn't fight me for this. I shall partake of it for nourishment." Qin Wei blinked, confused. "What is this?" "It's meant for procreation, of course. Once I consume this, I shall have vigor in the night." Understanding dawned on her, and her cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple ready to burst with juice. "I won't fight you for it, you enjoy it alone." Since their marriage, she had yet to share a bed with Wei Yong. Aside from the previous night, he had hardly touched her. She was unprepared for such teasing. Qin Wei's bashful demeanor was utterly enchanting. Had she lived in a different era, her beauty would have graced the covers of fashion magazines. In his previous life, how could he have overlooked such a beautiful wife, instead fixating on Wang Xiaoling? Wei Yong carefully skinned the roe deer, while the hide might not serve well as clothing. It would make for sturdy bags, waterproof and durable. As the roe deer simmered, its aroma wafted through the air. Qin Wei could hardly contain her salivation, having forgotten the last time she savored meat. At that moment, Wei Yong suddenly placed several wild chicken eggs into her hands. "My dear, you should boil these wild eggs to enjoy." Seeing the eggs, Qin Wei was overwhelmed with joy. "Wild chicken eggs. Did you gather these?" "Yes. I plan to return in a few days. Perhaps I might catch a wild chicken, and then I'll make you some chicken soup." Holding the wild chicken eggs, her eyes glistened with tears of gratitude. Wei Yong immediately set aside what he was holding and embraced Qin Wei. "What is wrong, my dear? Why are you crying?" "I'm just so happy," Qin Wei replied, tears glistening like rain-soaked puddles. In the past, she had shouldered the burdens of their home alone, enduring Wei Yong's harshness, and the meager provisions she managed to procure were often given to the lavishly dressed Wang Xiaoling. All the suffering she had endured felt indescribable. But now Wei Yong seemed transformed, becoming her steadfast support. She felt an overwhelming sense of hope for the future. "My dear, I will make it up to you for all the hardships you've endured," Wei Yong promised. Qin Wei nodded, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Just then, a melodious voice called from outside, "De Yong, could you step outside for a moment?" Qin Wei's expression shifted as she realized Wang Xiaoling was looking for him. Chapter 7. The meat is for my wife. Who do you think you are? As the saying goes, when a man pursues a woman, mountains may stand in his way. But when a woman pursues a man, a mere veil suffices. In Qin Wei's perspective, the reason Wei Yong abandoned Wang Xiaoling was due to her excessively high demands. However, if Wang Xiaoling were to desire nothing at all, could Wei Yong still endure? After having finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope, Qin Wei began to feel anxious once more. Even the meat that had cooked in the pot failed to entice her appetite. Wei Yong stepped into the yard, gazing at Wang Xiaoling through the fence gate, and inquired, "What is the matter?" His lukewarm demeanor irked Wang Xiaoling immensely. Just moments ago, she had returned home in tears after an encounter with Wei Yong. Her anger swelling as she pondered why he treated her this way. Things had been perfectly fine before. Today, he seemed like an entirely different person. Could it be that he misunderstood her meeting with Shui Yan yesterday? If that were the case, she needed to clarify. Someone as compliant as Wei Yong was not easy to come by. Wang Xiaoling, did you see me talking to Shui Yan yesterday? Don't get the wrong idea. I merely inquired about the upcoming distribution of relief grain, she explained. Wei Yong furrowed his brows, replying indifferently, you can talk to whomever you wish. But let me be clear, I have a wife. Don't keep seeking me out. Aren't you afraid of gossip? I certainly am. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoling's countenance darkened. What did he mean by that? Did he fear being gossiped about while she did not? The entire village was aware of Wei Yong's mistreatment of his wife, and many had even heard rumors of his intention to sell her to marry Wang Xiaoling. What did Wei Yong's words imply? Was he severing ties with her? Having been humiliated twice by Wei Yong today, Wang Xiaoling was incensed. Wei Yong, have you made up your mind? If you say you have, then let us act as if we never knew each other. Don't expect me to speak to you again. Had this been a typical day, her words would have prompted Wei Yong to appease her, eager to present her with whatever food he could find. Yet now, when Wang Xiaoling spoke, Wei Yong seemed utterly indifferent. Qin Wei had been standing by the door, listening to their exchange, and only now did her heart settle. Wei Yong truly had turned a new leaf. Not wishing for them to continue their lengthy discourse, she hastily wiped her tears and pushed the door open, exclaiming, "De Yong, dinner is ready." The moment the door opened, the rich aroma of meat wafted out. Wang Xiaoling, standing at the threshold, was struck by the delightful scent. In these times, even coarse grains were a luxury, let alone meat. The moment she caught a whiff of it, her appetite was instantly piqued. "Wei Yong, have you stewed meat?" she asked, bewildered. "Where did you get the meat?" "I had no idea," she added, her previous bravado dissipating. Wei Yong responded coolly, "Why should I tell you where the meat came from?" Wang Xiaoling bit her lip, suppressing her anger and feigned innocence as she said, "Then serve me a bowl, and I won't be mad at you anymore." Although Wei Yong had indeed been excessively rude today, if he were to prepare a bowl of meat for her, she could easily forgive him. Wei Yong couldn't help but chuckle at Wang Xiaoling's self-importance. "What are you thinking? Do I need your forgiveness? This meat is for my wife to regain her strength. Who do you think you are?" In their previous life, Wang Xiaoling had nearly suffocated Wei Yong with her demands. In this life, if he were to show her any kindness, he would no longer bear the surname Wei. Wang Xiaoling's face flushed with anger. She was seething. She had already softened her tone to offer Wei Yong an opportunity to make amends. All he had to do was serve her a bowl of meat, and she would let today's incident slide. Yet, unexpectedly, Wei Yong's words were so harsh. "Wei Yong, remember this. From now on, we are strangers. If I speak to you again, I'll take your surname." Enraged, Wang Xiaoling stormed off, wiping her face with her sleeve midway, although she likely had been brought to tears once more. Just as Wei Yong was preparing to return indoors to enjoy his meal, a man approached him. "De Yong, is that meat I smell? It smells delicious." This man was Chen Rongmao, notorious in the village for being stingy and lazy, always shirking his farming duties while scheming to take advantage of others. Ironically, he had struck gold in marrying the beautiful Wang Yu, renowned across the region for her stunning looks and ample figure. Yet, despite her desirability, the couple had yet to have children. "What's up, brother Chen?" Wei Yong inquired, maintaining a courteous facade despite knowing Chen Rongmao's true nature. Chen Rongmao, drawn in by the scent of meat, nearly drooled as he asked, "Where did you get that meat?" "I hunted it in the hills." "Really? Could you spare me a bowl? We could keep each other company." Wei Yong considered that hunting was best done in pairs, but Qin Rongmo was clearly a liability, a lazy worker who offered little benefit. However, Wang Yu, his wife, was indeed a valuable asset. She owned a fierce guard dog that no one could tame but her. Additionally, Qin Rongmo possessed a bow, which would undoubtedly increase hunting success. Though Wei Yong had a shotgun, ammunition was scarce, making it wise to conserve resources for when a suitable target presented itself. Brother Qin, if you wish to join me, you need to bring your dog and lend me your bow, Wei Yong proposed. Absolutely. Are we going tonight? Qin Rongmao replied eagerly. Yes. But you wait at home until I'm ready. After discussing the plan, Qin Rongmao reluctantly departed, his desire to taste the meat evident. Yet he couldn't impose himself on Wei Yong without an invitation. Once Qin Rongmao was gone, Wei Yong returned to the room, where the tender venison and wild eggs were already served. Today, Qin Wei had even made millet porridge, a rarity that, though plain, was still a legitimate meal compared to the wild vegetable mush they typically consumed. Qin Wei sat at the table, hesitant to eat until Wei Yong returned. Despite her mouth watering with hunger, she resisted, showcasing how much she valued Wei Yong. Wife, eat up, Wei Yong urged, finally prompting Qin Wei to pick up her chopsticks. Excited, he anticipated how this meal would enhance her satisfaction. Chapter 8. The Charming Wife, Wang Yu. Qin Wei delicately placed a piece of meat into her mouth. Although it lacked seasoning and was devoid of oil or scallions, in an era where everyone was subsisting on roots, a tender piece of venison tasted utterly divine. Her eyes narrowed in delight. It had been ages since she had savored something so delectable. Dear wife, please stop laughing and eat more. You are not allowed to leave the table until it is finished. Wei Yong had prepared at least 3 pounds of meat and 4 wild eggs, determined to fill his wife's stomach. After more than half an hour, the remnants of their meal were swept away like leaves in the wind. Having starved for so long, the couple finally indulged in a hearty feast. Qin Wei gently caressed her stomach, her face radiating joy. She was satiated. Qin Wei's satiety level, 5. Experimental field growth rate, 5. Reward, a map of Mount Bei. Wei Yong was overjoyed. He never anticipated that nourishing his wife would yield a reward. And such a useful one at that. Although the potatoes in the experimental field could grow, they did not alleviate their immediate needs. However, if the growth rate could be accelerated, the situation would be entirely transformed. If Qin Wei's satiety could consistently improve, the growth rate should also rise accordingly. If the potatoes could mature within a month, they would have an endless supply. With potatoes in abundance, they could return to the village to exchange them for other grains, ensuring a comfortable winter. The second reward was even better, the map of Mount Bei. Wei Yong silently wished to use it, and instantly a map unfolded in his mind. This was a comprehensive depiction of Mount Bei, with several moving red dots prominently displayed. Some of these dots were large, others small, but all appeared to be in motion. Presumably, these dots represented potential prey. With this map in hand, hunting in the mountains would become remarkably effortless for Wei Yong. With potatoes to eat and meat to hunt, was this life not one of unparalleled abundance? Overwhelmed with excitement, Wei Yong couldn't help but slap his thigh in delight. After tidying up the dishes and washing up, the couple climbed onto the Kong. In the rural night, entertainment options were scarce. As the saying goes, a full belly breeds desire, and with their bellies full, their thoughts inevitably wandered towards more intimate matters. The image of the flirtatious widow in the woods and Qin Rongmao's plump wife stirred feelings within Wei Yong. Once on the Kang, Qin Wei resumed her previous position. As soon as she lay down, Wei Yong pulled the quilt aside. Come here. Having slept in Wei Yong's embrace the previous night, which was indeed the warmest spot, she felt a mix of warmth and shyness. However, knowing that Wei Yong had just consumed the dearest meat, which he claimed would invigorate him, made her somewhat apprehensive. What if he truly wished to take advantage of her? Qin Wei hesitantly approached, turning her back to Wei Yong. He wrapped her tightly in the quilt. Under the dim light of the night, her face was clearly flushed. Wei Yong's hand slipped beneath her clothing. Qin Wei immediately tensed, questioning, "What are you doing?" Wei Yong replied, "I am merely checking if the baby's pantry is adequately stocked." Qin Wei's face was so red it could almost drip with water. Although she felt bashful, the thought of being close to her husband was also enticing. Wei Yong mused to himself, "My wife possesses an extraordinary gift. Despite appearing thin and pale from hunger, the size of her pantry is quite impressive. If she receives proper nourishment, it may even surpass that of the widow. My dear wife, shall we not indulge in a night of passion?" Qin Wei twisted her waist. No, the first 3 months are perilous. Let us wait a few more days until the 3-month mark, shall we? She couldn't bear to refuse Wei Yong. However, considering the child, the first trimester was indeed critical. She was acutely aware of Wei Yong's vigor, and given the current instability of the fetus, allowing him to engage with her could lead to complications. Wei Yong, feeling helpless, acquiesced. All right, my wife, we shall sleep as we are. Rest well, tonight I will venture into the mountains. Qin Wei frowned. Why would you go? We have more than enough meat for now, it's too dangerous. Do not worry, my dear, this time I will go with Chen Rongmao and his wife. And Yu Jia will bring her dog along. We will have company. Qin Wei climbed out of the warm quilt. Then let me prepare some wild eggs and deer meat for you to take. Wei Yong did not refuse, although Qin Wei had always been kind to him. Her current attentiveness was particularly heartwarming. True affection breeds true affection. As Wei Yong treated her well, Qin Wei naturally felt concern for him. The wild eggs and deer meat were cooked and kept warm in the pot, and Qin Wei snuggled back into the cozy quilt. Wei Yong held her close, lulling her to sleep. As Wei Yong glanced at the time, he decided it was nearly time to rise. The temperature in the room had dropped significantly. This was the nature of burning wood. It was warm in the early hours of the night, but by late night, it became unbearably cold. If winter were to arrive under such conditions, they would need to sleep in padded jackets and trousers. This was unacceptable. The basic standard of a good life was to be well-fed and warmly clothed. Before winter arrived, they must purchase at least half a ton of coal. At present, Wei Yong could not even produce 50 cents from his pocket, thus, accelerating the experimental field's progress was imperative. Despite the substantial meal that night, Qin Wei's satiety level had only increased by 5 points, indicating that mere full meals were insufficient to achieve lasting satisfaction. Given her long history of inadequate nourishment, her body was undoubtedly deprived of essential nutrients. Her satiety would likely improve gradually as her nutrition was restored. Wei Yong, clutching the warm eggs and deer meat, arrived at Chen Rongmao's doorstep. No need to knock. As soon as he reached the entrance, the large black dog began barking loudly, prompting the couple to emerge promptly. Wang Yu was clad in a striking white outfit, appearing conspicuously bright against the night backdrop. Before even seeing her face, Wei Yong's gaze was drawn to the bulging grain sack she carried. Its size was indeed remarkable, stretching her clothing taut. No wonder Wang Yu seldom ventured out. If she were to stroll through the village, the local men would surely flock to witness the sight. Wang Yu's delicate face was also remarkably alluring. Chen Rongmao was indeed fortunate. Sister Yu, Wei Yong greeted. Wang Yu, equally warm, tugged on the large black dog, pointing to Wei Yong. This is one of our own. He won't bite, all right? Tonight, we're following him to get some meat. Hence, the couple's demeanor was notably cordial. However, Wei Yong felt compelled to temper their enthusiasm, stating, Sister Yu, Brother Chen, I must inform you in advance that I will be taking the lead in tonight's hunt. I will bring you both along. But the spoils cannot be equally shared. Should we succeed in hunting, you will receive 2 pounds of meat. If we do not succeed, you will receive 5 wild eggs. I want to let your efforts go unrewarded. He continued, if you agree, we shall set off. If not, now is the time to speak up. Hunting is a skillful endeavor. It is not merely a matter of numbers. Should they venture into the mountains on their own and manage to catch prey, they would not have needed Wei Yong's assistance in the first place. Thus, it was essential to establish the terms of their arrangement beforehand. Wei Yong had recently glimpsed the map, and several large red dots appeared on Mount Bei. Tonight promised to be fruitful. Chapter 9. Are you teasing, sister? Wang Yu had no objections. She understood the rationale. Experience in hunting is paramount. Being able to find prey guarantees a larger share. Chen Rongmao readily agreed, accepting the terms of 2 pounds of meat if they succeeded, or 5 eggs if they did not. Regardless, this trip into the mountains would not be in vain. Let us hurry then. There will be relief supplies distributed in the village tomorrow morning, and we must not miss out, Chen Rongmao urged. After finalizing their plans, the trio ventured into Mount Bei. This time, Wei Yong refrained from collecting wild chicken eggs. Those nests might sporadically yield eggs, and now they were no longer in a hurry to consume meat. Instead, they sought to preserve these wild chicken nests to procure more eggs for their wives to nourish their health. They planned to cook the wild chickens once winter arrived. The location marked by the red dots was on the northern slope of the North Mountain. They needed to traverse the southern slope to reach the summit to find their prey. Upon reaching the halfway point, Wang Yu found himself slightly breathless. After all, those 2 grain sacks were quite hefty. His perspiring form provided Wei Yong with quite the visual delight. Meanwhile, Chen Rongmao appeared even more fatigued, having barely walked a few steps before sitting down, panting heavily. I'm exhausted. How much farther do we have to go? Are there no animals around here? Wei Yong remarked. Everyone frequents this area. Those creatures are quite clever and seldom venture this way. Chen, keep up. We have quite a distance yet to cover. However, Chen Rongmao shook his head repeatedly. I can't go on. I'm done for. Wang Yu shot him a glare. You're useless. Just look at Wei Yong. His face is not flushed, and he isn't gasping for air. Now look at you. Despite Wei Yong's poor reputation in the village, his physique was undeniably impressive. Chen Rongmao was speechless. After all, Wei Yong had just consumed meat that very evening, while he himself had only dined on wild vegetable porridge. De Yong, perhaps I should just return. This round trip will take considerable time, and if I miss out on tomorrow's ration, it would be disastrous. I'll head back and wait for the relief supplies. You two go on. Chen Rongmao was truly at his limit, and since Wei Yong desired the bao and the big black dog, having Wang Yu accompany him would suffice. Wei Yong wouldn't share any of their provisions with an extra person, so why should both spouses suffer together? Wang Yu was incensed by this suggestion. How could Chen Rongmao be so spineless, allowing his wife to venture into the mountains with another man in the dead of night? Wei Yong was indifferent. He had never found Chen Rongmao particularly useful. Very well, if Sister Yu has no objections, I have none either. Wang Yu shot a look at Chen Rongmao. I have no objections. Chen Rongmao stood up, dusted off his backside. All right then, I'll head back. My wife, come back early. He harbored some concerns. In the dead of night, a lone man and a lone woman in the woods, what if something were to happen? Yet, his desire for meat prevailed. And given that the villagers knew Wei Yong harbored feelings for Wang Xiaoling, he presumed she would be safe with him. After Wei Yong departed, Wang Yu felt a slight flush on her cheeks. This was her first time spending the night with another man, and the villagers spoke of Wei Yong as a scoundrel. What if he were to do something untoward? Sister Yu, hand me the bao. When we encounter prey, signal to Dehe to remain silent. Wei Yong, however, was wholly focused on the hunt. Wang Yu felt a blush creeping over her face. Perhaps she had been overthinking it. After receiving the bao, Wei Yong weighed it in his hands, marveling at its quality. It seemed that tonight would yield a fruitful hunt. The map displayed several red dots clustered together, with 2 large red dots and 4 smaller ones, clearly indicating a nest of animals. Presumably, these were wild boars. Yet, he pondered the size of these creatures. If they were too large, a mere bow and arrow would not suffice. Fortunately, Wei Yong possessed a hunting rifle. Albeit one that had not been used in many years, he was uncertain of its efficacy. As they drew closer to the wild boar's den, Wang Yu too began to feel breathless. Being a woman and carrying 2 heavy loads, her endurance was commendable. Sister Yu, you must be tired. Let's take a moment to rest. There should be prey nearby, but we must be patient. All right, I'm indeed fatigued. Wang Yu's calves ached, and a brief reprieve was welcomed. Just as she prepared to sit, an unexpected incident occurred. Her foot landed on a stone, which rolled away beneath her. As she crouched down, she lost her balance. Instinctively, she reached out for something to grasp. Wei Yong reacted swiftly, catching her hand and pulling her into his embrace. Wang Yu found herself firmly seated in Wei Yong's arms. What a sensation! This was Wei Yong's immediate impression. In these harsh times of famine, Wang Yu's physique was astonishing. If she were to receive adequate nutrition, one could only imagine how voluptuous she might become. Wang Yu exclaimed, quickly standing up. De Yong, I'm so sorry. Wei Yong, still savoring the moment, chuckled. No worries. I didn't expect Sister Yu to be quite so well-proportioned. Wang Yu shot him a playful glare. Are you teasing me? If you are, I'll inform your wife. Wei Yong laughed. Although Wang Yu typically stayed indoors, he found her demeanor surprisingly vivacious. I'm not teasing you, I'm merely complimenting you. Clearly, Chen doesn't he provide you with enough good food? Wang Yu huffed him. He barely makes enough millet porridge for himself. He eats it all before thinking of me. Their conversation eased the earlier awkwardness. Just then, a mechanical and cold voice echoed in Wei Yong's mind. Target Wang Yu successfully bound. Bound object, Wang Yu's satiety level at 5. Increasing the bound object's satiety level may yield rewards. Wei Yong paused, initially believing the system could only bind to his wife. He was surprised that it had also bound to Wang Yu. If increasing Wang Yu's satiety level could expedite the maturation of his experimental fields, that would be splendid. As they rested, Wei Yong retrieved a wild chicken egg from his pocket and offered it to Wang Yu. Sister Yu, I brought some food. Replenish your strength. Wang Yu accepted the warm egg, her face displaying astonishment. Da Yong, you're giving this to me? Wild chicken eggs were a rare delicacy. Receiving one for her birthday was considered fortunate. Wei Yong was surprisingly generous. Go ahead and eat. You need energy to hunt with me. Thank you. I want to be polite then. In these times, no one turned down food, and Wang Yu couldn't recall the last time she had eaten a chicken egg. Even if they had eggs at home, they would have gone straight to Chen Rongmao's stomach. Wang Yu devoured the egg quickly, feeling a tad guilty. This egg is truly delicious. Da Yong, I can't accept this without a return. If we fail to catch anything, you can deduct 4 from my share. Wei Yong chuckled. No need to be polite, sister. 1 egg is nothing. Wang Yu's satiety level at 1. Wei Yong frowned. It appeared that 1 egg was insufficient. After all, wild chicken eggs are significantly smaller than domestic ones. One would merely whet the appetite. He reached into his pocket once more. Sister Yu. I also brought a piece of meat. Chapter 10. The Desire to Cuddle. Wei Yong produced a piece of roe deer meat, still warm, and as he unwrapped it, a rich aroma wafted through the air. Wang Yu swallowed hard, gazing at the meat Wei Yong offered. Her expression shifted, and she quickly stood up. Da Yong. Be honest with me, do you have feelings for me? Wang Yu's demeanor was grave. In these times, being offered such valuable food was not indicative of an ordinary relationship. Wang Yu and Wei Yong hardly knew each other. They were merely villagers who had crossed paths a few times. After Chen Rongmao departed tonight, Wei Yong had presented her with such an abundance of delicacies that it inevitably led to a flurry of thoughts in her mind. With a wry smile, Wei Yong acknowledged that although Wang Yu was indeed an attractive figure, his intentions were purely to ensure her satisfaction in terms of nourishment. Sister, please do not misunderstand. I merely fear that you might lack the strength to proceed later. It was only then that Wang Yu settled back down, for the aroma of the meat had already driven her to the brink of irrationality. Her earlier words were motivated by a desire to dispel any notions Wei Yong might harbor regarding her. Though Wei Yong's explanation seemed somewhat strained, Wang Yu chose to accept it, realizing that his inner thoughts were beyond her concern. In the village, there were numerous men who thought of her. Yet mere thoughts held no weight. Who among them had ever brought her food? Those obnoxious men only fixated on her provisions, which was utterly exasperating. Wang Yu took the piece of roe deer meat, swallowing hard. Sister, don't be polite. Eat up. Wei Yong grabbed a chicken egg to replenish his own energy. Noticing that Wei Yong had turned his gaze away from her, Wang Yu began to devour her meal with unrestrained enthusiasm. The earlier egg had merely whetted her appetite. And now, with the meat warming her from within, she felt a surge of happiness. It had been ages since she had tasted such savory fare, and this morsel of meat filled her with joy. Having wolfed it down, she then observed Wei Yong consuming his egg. Da Yong, did you only bring 1 piece of meat for me? I assumed you had more. Wang Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment for neglecting to ask Wei Yong if he wanted some before consuming it all herself, feeling utterly mortified. Wei Yong was elated. This was splendid news. Initially, it was just his wife assisting in hastening the growth of the experimental fields, but now with Wang Yu's help, the progress would be even swifter. He glanced at the experimental fields within his space, where tiny green shoots had already begun to sprout, a pace that was quite unimaginable in the outside world. It's all right, Yujia. I'm not hungry, just an egg suffices. Once we're both nourished, we can continue our journey. With relief at Wei Yong's good spirits, Wang Yu stood up and resumed their trek into the mountains. Ahead lay a steep slope, and with a swift leap, Dahe bounded up. Wei Yong grasped a few small trees and struggled to climb after him. Upon reaching the top, Wang Yu found herself in a bit of a predicament, as women often lacked the strength of men. Wei Yong, standing above, offered his hand. Yujia, let me help you. Wang Yu hesitated for a moment, but then extended her hand. The instant Wei Yong grasped her hand, her cheeks flushed. In that era, men and women exchanging glances too often would draw unwanted speculation, let alone hand-holding. Were it anyone else, Wang Yu would have preferred to claw her way up using the dirt and stones rather than allow another man to touch her hand. However, Wei Yong was different. Having just shared a piece of meat and an egg with him, she felt a certain fondness towards him. As he helped her ascend, Wei Yong was careful not to linger too long and quickly released her hand. Her hand was incredibly soft and warm, akin to silk, a delightful sensation. Yujia, your hands are truly smooth. I can tell Chen Rongmao doesn't he make you do much work, does he? At Wei Yong's teasing, Wang Yu retorted. Are you trying to flirt with me? With Chen Rongmao's disposition, he leaves all the labor to me and my mother-in-law. He is unbearably lazy. Wei Yong chuckled. And the two continued their conversation as they walked. It was undeniable that a man and woman working together made the task feel less burdensome. They had traversed quite a distance along the mountain path, and Wei Yong felt no fatigue in his legs, while Wang Yu, having satisfied her hunger, felt invigorated. As they approached the area near the red dot, they indeed spotted a wild boar. Wang Yu gasped and covered her mouth. "Da Yong, a wild boar." Wei Yong nodded. The boar appeared to weigh at least 400 pounds, its tusks gleaming ominously in the moonlight, presenting a fearsome sight. In these deep mountains, wild boars were exceptionally perilous prey. Even with a hunting rifle, it would be challenging to take down an adult male boar. What should we do, Da Yong? Let us lie low for a moment. Once the two large boars venture out to forage, we can catch the piglets. Once we locate their den, we won't need to rush. We can return prepared with our firearms to deal with the bigger ones. It's crucial to get the smaller ones first to prevent them from being taken by others. The village chief often frequented this area, so it would be unwise to allow them to seize the opportunity first. Wang Yu nodded and, alongside Wei Yong, crouched on the hillside, waiting for the larger boars to emerge. While they waited, Wang Yu began to chat with Wei Yong. "Da Yong, why do the villagers say you are a scoundrel?" Wei Yong replied, "Yu Jia, do I seem like a scoundrel to you?" "Not at all. What gives you that impression?" Wang Yu responded, "If you were truly a scoundrel, would you share such delicious food with others?" Wei Yong quipped, "Perhaps I have my eyes set on you and wish to snuggle up in your warmth?" Wang Yu's face turned crimson as she playfully punched Wei Yong. "Stop teasing me. If you really think that way, I won't accompany you anymore." Wei Yong countered. "But Yu Jia, I'm not the only one with such thoughts. Every time you step out, the men in the village watch you closely." Wang Yu scoffed. "They only have the intent but lack the courage. You, on the other hand, are bold enough to say anything. If my husband were here, would you still dare to jest with me?" Though Wang Yu spoke in jest, her opinion of Wei Yong had shifted considerably. Many men in the village thought of her, yet none were as candid as Wei Yong. Moreover, those other men merely fantasized without taking action. They never offered her any food, only seeking to take advantage. Regardless, she had enjoyed raw deer meat and eggs with Wei Yong, which was certainly better than what those men could provide. Just as they were engaged in light conversation, two wild boars wandered out lazily. Wei Yong whispered, "Sister, the opportunity has arisen. Prepare Dahei." Wang Yu nodded, removing Dahei's collar and stroking its head. "Dahei, get ready." Wei Yong seized his bow and drew it back with great effort. The bow had considerable strength. Fortunately, Wei Yong was robust and well-fed. Otherwise, he might have struggled to pull it. With a swish, the arrow flew, and Wang Yu released her hold on Dahei's head. "Go." Chapter 11. Only you can go alone. Dahei bolted forward like a wild stallion. What an exceptional dog. Even Wei Yong felt a twinge of envy. With this dog, hunting would undoubtedly be far more efficient. But alas, it belonged to someone else. A wicked thought crossed Wei Yong's mind. If he could win over this young woman, would he not gain both her and the dog? With his arrow, Wei Yong struck a piglet, and Dahei dashed forward, swiftly dispatching another. The remaining two piglets fled for their lives. As creatures of instinct, the piglets might have had a chance of escape had they split up. Yet they ran in the same direction. "Yu Jia, send Dahei after them," Wei Yong called out. The dog's tracking ability far surpassed that of a human. If Wei Yong were to sprint after them, he would likely be too exhausted to continue. At Wang Yu's command, Dahei took off in pursuit. Wei Yong and Wang Yu trailed behind the large black boar, their stamina undoubtedly inferior to that of the beast. And it would take no more than 5 minutes for the two little piglets to be caught. For Wang Yu and Wei Yong, it was merely a matter of conserving their strength. At the foot of the mountain, Zhao Fifan heard the commotion and remarked, "Father, I hear sounds from the mountain. Could someone be capturing something?" Zhao Long nodded. "Let us go take a look." The father and son were quite familiar with this area of the northern mountain. The southern slope had little game left, so they ventured to the north slope, hoping for luck. To their surprise, it seemed someone had indeed made a catch. If they hurried, they might even get a taste of the spoils. Following the sounds, the duo swiftly located the wild boar's den, where two small piglets lay gasping for breath, on the brink of death. Zhao Fifan could hardly contain his excitement. "Father, they are piglets, though still young. Each weighed at least 20 pounds. Wild boar meat, after all, was far richer and of much higher quality than that of wild chickens." Zhao Long mused. I wonder who shot them. Who cares? No one wants them now. They're ours. Zhao Fifan's eyes glimmered with greed after days without substantial prey. He felt dizzy from hunger. If he didn't consume something meaty soon, he wouldn't be able to keep up with the mountain trek tomorrow. Despite Zhao Long's reservations, his son had already lifted the two piglets. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged past them. Zhao Long's expression changed dramatically. Be careful. A sharp twang echoed as an arrow whizzed by, narrowly missing Zhao Fifan's head and embedding itself in a tree trunk behind him. The arrow quivered ominously, having pierced a tree as thick as a man's thigh, showcasing its formidable power. Zhao Fifan was drenched in cold sweat, his stomach churning, nearly losing control of himself. Turning around, he saw Wei Yong drawing his bow, aiming directly at Zhao Fifan. Drop the piglets. The look in Wei Yong's eyes sent chills down Zhao Fifan's spine. Without hesitation, he dropped the piglets to the ground. Zhao Long was equally alarmed. De Yong, what are you doing? We're from the same village. Put down the bow. Wei Yong, showing some respect for the village chief, gradually lowered his bow, and soon after, he and Wang Yu emerged, with Wang Yu carrying two additional piglets, clearly from the same litter. Realizing he was in the wrong, Zhao Fifan retaliated. Wei Yong, what do you mean by this? I saw these piglets were still alive and was helping you catch them, yet you shoot at me. Are you trying to kill me? Wei Yong smirked. You know exactly what you're up to. Don't speak too plainly, I'm trying to save you some face. The piglet Zhao Fifan had touched bore and arrow and had dog bite marks, which certainly indicated it was not a stray. In legal terms, Zhao Fifan's actions could be construed as theft, and if pressed, he could easily find himself in jail. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Zhao Long quickly donned a smiling facade. Wei Yong, you are quite fortunate to have found this litter of wild boars, but why are they all piglets? I don't know. I didn't encounter any adults. Even if I had, I wouldn't have been able to take one down, Wei Yong replied. Zhao Long nodded, noticing Wang Yu behind Wei Yong, and furrowed his brow. Why are you two hunting together? Wei Yong explained. Chen Ge, Yu Jia, and I came together. But Chen Ge went back early, fearing he wouldn't make it in time for the morning relief distribution. This needed clarification to prevent rumors from spreading. In these times, gossip could be as ferocious as a beast, and once spread, it would be challenging to rectify. Zhao Long nodded, acknowledging that since Wei Yong had brought someone along, there was little more to say. Eyeing the four piglets, Zhao Long felt a pang of desire. Da Yong, I'd like to discuss something with you. It's been ages since we've had meat at home. Could we perhaps trade for some? Sure, I can exchange fine grains or sugar for meat, Wei Yong replied. That's settled then. I'll come by your house later. The village chief's household surely had a bit more prosperity, with fine grains and sugar on hand. It was convenient for Wei Yong, who had an abundance of meat, to trade for other essentials for his wife's nourishment. Wei Yong and Wang Yu descended the mountain together. Zhao Fifan clenched his fists, seething with resentment, yet feeling powerless to express it. Father, there must be a big wild boar nearby. Let us come back tomorrow to hunt it. Zhao Long nodded in agreement. Let us return tomorrow, bringing more traps. Killing a wild boar would be a formidable task for just the two of them, yet their hunger was overwhelming. Winter was approaching, and hunting would become even more difficult. If they could take down a large boar, they would have meat throughout the winter. Zhao Fifan resolved to return the next day, convinced that the wild boar den, though discovered by Wei Yong, was unclaimed since they hadn't caught the adult boar. Thus, if they arrived early, even if they encountered Wei Yong, it would be a matter of skill. As Wei Yong and Wang Yu walked slowly, they were burdened by their newfound catch of 4 piglets, weighing nearly 100 pounds. Such a slow pace was a sheer waste of energy. Although Wei Yong could have stored the piglets in his space, he refrained from doing so in Wang Yu's presence. Yu Jia, why don't you head back first? I can manage them on my own. Absolutely not. You'll wear yourself out. I'll accompany you, Wang Yu insisted, genuinely kind-hearted. If Wei Yong had to carry them alone, he would surely be exhausted. Having hunted so many wild boars, Wang Yu felt elated. With no other choice, Wei Yong reluctantly walked alongside her at a leisurely pace. Fortunately, Wang Yu was a beauty, and her company alleviated his solitude. Yu Jia, let us stick to our previous agreement. I'll give you 5 eggs, and for these 4 pigs, I'll provide you with 2 pounds of meat from each pig. How does that sound? Wang Yu was thrilled, as she had initially thought Wei Yong would only offer her 2 pounds of meat. But receiving 2 pounds from each pig amounted to 8 pounds, enough for several meals. Sounds perfect. Wei Yong added, Sister, you've been such a great help to me. Besides the agreed compensation, I'd like to thank you further. Please come over for dinner at my place later, and I'll prepare some braised ribs for you. But let us be clear, it should just be you and me, he stipulated. Chapter 12. Qin Wei was scolded to tears. Wang Yu paused, slightly pouting. What do you mean, inviting me to your house for dinner? Am I not allowed to bring my man? Are you planning something nefarious? Wei Yong chuckled softly, sister. Where's your mind wandering? My wife is still at home. What could I possibly do? We need to replenish our energy for tomorrow's hunt. The ribs are my way of rewarding you, unrelated to Chengo. Hearing this, Wang Yu finally agreed. The mention of braised ribs had already whetted her appetite. However, it felt rather ambiguous to dine with Wei Yong without Chen Rongma accompanying them. Yet, with Wei Yong's clarification, it seemed justifiable. After all, his wife was at home. And it was no big deal for her to have dinner. Moreover, Chen Rongma had done nothing to warrant an invitation. After some consideration, Wang Yu decided to accept. Yujia, could you return home and help my wife get the fire started? Once I arrive, we can begin cooking. It's not convenient for her to work while pregnant. All right, I'll head back then. With Wei Yong's assurance, Wang Yu felt no further need to decline and hurried back to assist with the fire. After Wang Yu departed, Wei Yong finally gathered all the piglets into his spatial storage and sought a moment of respite before making his way home. At this time, a horse-drawn cart was stationed at the entrance of the village, surrounded by villagers not to admire the horse, but to behold the sacks of grain piled atop the cart. Today marked the distribution of relief grain. Although the quantity was modest, for the residents of Shaodong-Tun, it was a lifeline. Without it, many would face hunger this winter, just as they had the previous year. The distribution was overseen by the sons of the head and deputy of the local grain office, Li Ping and Shui Yan, both of whom now held formal positions at the grain office, distinctly elevated above the rural populace, a chasm of disparity. 3 tables were set up at the village entrance, one for each of the 2 young men and another for the village chief, Zhao Long. Behind Shui Yan's table stood 2 bicycles, a luxury in that era, costing over $100, often unattainable even for those with wealth. Riding a bicycle was a considerable status symbol. A number of young women in the village whispered amongst themselves, primarily discussing Shui Yan and Li Ping, reveling in the attention. Shui Yan cleared his throat and declared, enough with the commotion. Let us maintain some order. In a moment, line up to register with the village chief, and once registered, come to me for your grain. Each household shall receive 20 jin of millet and 20 jin of cornmeal. Those with more than 3 members may collect 2 portions. Joy illuminated the faces of the villagers as the long-anticipated relief grain finally arrived. 40 jin of grain would suffice to survive the winter. While it might not be enough to stave off hunger entirely, it would prevent starvation. One by one, they queued to receive their provisions, while Zhao Long busily recorded the names. Those who secured their grain departed cheerfully, some even whistling in delight. Qin Wei, naturally, stood among the throng. And after half an hour, it was her turn. The village chief registered her, then approached Shui Yan with the form in hand. Shui, I have come to collect grain. Upon seeing Qin Wei, Shui Yan's eyes sparkled with interest. His purpose in visiting the village was to catch a glimpse of her. He had harbored feelings for her since his time in Shaoxi-Tun, only to find that Wei Yong had gotten there first. Previously, Wei Yong had even offered 2 sacks of millet for her hand, but had ultimately reneged and even threatened him. Today, Shui Yan was prepared to settle the score. With an air of arrogance, he leaned back and proclaimed, "It seems your household does not meet the criteria for receiving relief grain." Qin Wei was taken aback, her anxiety mounting. What do you mean we don't qualify? Shui Yan extended his hand, demanding to see their marriage certificate. Without a marriage certificate, your cohabitation is deemed illegal. I cannot provide you with grain. You may leave. As they neared the village, Wei Yong retrieved the piglets from his spatial storage, securing them with a rope over his shoulder. Upon entering the village, he spotted Wang Yu rushing towards him in a panic. The sight of the grain sacks bouncing about was almost mesmerizing, causing Wei Yong to nearly drool. Is there no limit to the temptation? He mused. However, Wang Yu paid no heed to his gaze, urgently urging him, "Da Yong, you must hurry. Your wife has been scolded to tears by Shui Yan." What? Wei Yong's expression darkened as he cast aside the piglets and sprinted toward the village entrance. At that moment, Qin Wei stood with tears streaming down her face, desperately wiping them away. Shui Yan tapped his fingers on the table, sneering, "I have already stated that without a marriage certificate, you are living in sin. You've only been married for 2 months, and look at your belly. Is this not a case of premarital pregnancy, a disgrace? In the old days, such behavior would have led to severe punishment. And you think you can still receive relief grain? It's a miracle I don't have you paraded through the streets. His words grew increasingly egregious. He had hinted at Qin Wei's situation many times before, yet she remained oblivious. It seemed only by pushing her to the brink could he demonstrate the hardships of life, convincing her of the happiness that awaited should she choose to follow him. The villagers observed the spectacle with cold detachment, each grappling with their own struggles for sustenance, indifferent to the plight of others. Suddenly, a woman stepped forward, exclaiming, "Shui, your words are excessive. In our village, a simple ceremony suffices for marriage. Who goes to obtain a certificate? Ask around, who possesses one? Is it illegal cohabitation if we lack a certificate? Must you always label our women with such derogatory terms?" The speaker was Widow Zhang in her 30s. Possessing a striking beauty that rivaled that of Widow Chu, yet her fiery temper kept suitors at bay. Shui Yan scoffed in recognition, having previously attempted to woo Widow Zhang, only to be rebuffed. "Zhang Yulan, mind your own business. If you persist, your relief grain will be revoked." "So be it. I do not want it. If I am left starving, I shall report you to the county." Widow Zhang retorted defiantly. Shui Yan sneered, "Go ahead, report as you please." Dismissing her, he turned back to Qin Wei. "If you wish for grain, you may accompany me on my bicycle to the county. We can settle the paperwork there." His demeanor was lascivious as he reached out to embrace Qin Wei. Chapter 13. Today, I shall take that grain. It was clear to all present what Shui Yan's intentions were. Should she accompany him to the county, her dignity would be irreparably tarnished. In that moment, a sudden whoosh cut through the air. Shui Yan reacted swiftly, stepping back just in time as an arrow whizzed past his nose, embedding itself in the ground. Wei Yong stood with a bow, his expression thunderous. "Shui Yan, dare to lay a finger on her, and you will regret it." Shui Yan's face drained of color, shaken by the close call. Wei Yong's threat hung heavy in the air. Had he been a moment slower, the arrow would have found its mark. With Wei Yong's arrival, Qin Wei felt a surge of reassurance, standing resolutely beside her man, tears cascading down her cheeks. After regaining his composure, Shui Yan retorted, "Wei Yong, spare me your theatrics. Without proper documentation, you are not a family. I cannot provide you with relief grain. It is a matter of policy. Today, you will leave empty-handed." The villagers observed with detached curiosity, recognizing that in these times of scarcity, each family struggled for their own survival, indifferent to the misfortunes of others. Wei Yong's inability to obtain grain was merely a reflection of his own shortcomings, unrelated to anyone else. With a sardonic smile, Wei Yong suddenly struck the table with his axe, embedding it firmly within the wood. "Shui, mark my words. Today, I shall take that grain." Shui Yan's demeanor hardened. "You think you can just take it? I will see to it that you do not." Anger flared within him. If Wei Yong dared to lay a hand on him in front of this crowd, he would ensure the man faced severe consequences. He could hardly believe the boy had any means to succeed. Li Ping, seated nearby, crossed his arms, observing the unfolding drama with a cold, dispassionate gaze. He had encountered such situations countless times. Shui Yan was just like that, wielding a bit of power and attempting to take advantage of the village's young brides or widows. Li Ping couldn't be bothered to intervene. When Wei Yong had just driven the cleaver into the table, it startled him as well. Lifting his gaze, he noticed a piece of red cloth wrapped around the handle of the cleaver. Upon closer inspection, Li Ping's eyes widened in shock. Wasn't this a belly band? That night, while Li Ping and Widow Chu were in the woods, it was only halfway through that Widow Chu mentioned her belly band had fallen off. And they hurried back to search for it, but to no avail. The fact that someone had picked it up was not the main concern. He was primarily worried about anyone discovering his affair with Widow Chu. Although Li Ping's father held significant authority, his father-in-law was a leader in the city, and the family's rise to prominence was largely due to him. If his wife were to find out about his dalliance with the widow in the village, it would spell his ruin. Upon seeing the belly band, he realized that it must have been Wei Yong who found it that day. Widow Chu also noticed the belly band, her expression shifting uncomfortably as she shot furtive glances at Li Ping. Li Ping quickly stood up and stowed away the cleaver. "Enough. What are you doing? Is this appropriate?" As soon as Li Ping spoke, Shui Yan dared not utter another word. Li Ping cast a meaningful glance at Wei Yong, who maintained a clear-eyed demeanor, revealing nothing. Li Ping remarked, "This young man is correct. The rural context differs from the city. It is commonplace to lack a marriage certificate. And this is not a valid reason to deny relief grain. You may collect your rations. Shui Yan's expression changed abruptly. Pinga. Li Ping's face darkened. Stop with the nonsense. If you make a mistake, don't drag me down with you. Get out of the way. Shui Yan's face soured immediately. After all, Li Ping's father was Shui Yan's direct superior, so Shui Yan naturally dared not provoke him further. After being scolded, he had no choice but to swallow his indignation. However, he was puzzled as to why Li Ping chose to assist Wei Yong, whom he had not known previously. Wei Yong interjected, "My wife is pregnant. So we're a family of 3 and need 2 portions." Shui Yan glared. "Don't push your luck." Li Ping commanded silence. "Give him what he deserves." Clenching his fists in frustration, Shui Yan begrudgingly complied and provided Wei Yong with double rations. Wei Yong accepted the grain and then took 2 additional bags, directly handing them to Widow Zhang. "Sister Zhang, allow me to assist you." Widow Zhang received the grain with a beaming smile. "Thank you, Da Yong." Shui Yan glanced at Li Ping, noticing his expression remained as stoic as ever, and thus refrained from speaking. Behind them, Wang Yu called out, "Da Yong. Hurry and collect your piglets, I can't carry them any longer." Wang Yu was burdened with 4 piglets, struggling to stand upright. At this moment, the villagers noticed Wang Yu carrying 4 little wild boars, their eyes glistening with excitement. "Where did you get those piglets, daughter of the old Qin family?" Wang Yu replied, "These were hunted by Wei Yong. They aren't mine." Wei Yong quickly approached to take the piglets. "Thank you, Yujia." The crowd was astonished. Wei Yong had actually gone hunting? This young man had such skills? Gazing at the piglets, everyone's mouths watered. With the dwindling game in the mountains, securing a meat meal was nearly impossible. Wei Yong lifted one of the piglets and approached Widow Chu, saying, "Sister Chu, I owe you for helping me find this nest of wild boars last time, so this piglet is for you. As a token of gratitude, we are even now." Widow Chu froze momentarily, instinctively glancing at Li Ping. Li Ping nodded, encouraging her to accept. The gesture from Wei Yong was not merely directed at Widow Chu, but was also a strategic move towards Li Ping. By doing this, he was subtly threatening Li Ping to assist him. If he offered nothing in return, it would create a rift between them. Li Ping had no significant ties with him, yet it was advantageous to maintain goodwill. Furthermore, Wei Yong's declaration that they were even served as a message to Li Ping that he would no longer use their relationship against him. Li Ping felt quite satisfied with Wei Yong. The young man was quite adept at navigating social situations. Meanwhile, the others began to feel envious. A piglet weighing over 20 pounds was a considerable gift for merely guiding him to a location. This Wei Yong was indeed generous. Wanting to escape the scrutiny of the crowd, Wei Yong called out to Widow Zhang, "Sister Zhang, please come help me butcher the pig later. I'll save you 2 hams." Widow Zhang beamed, "Of course, I'll tidy up and head over shortly." After this exchange, several individuals carried the grain back home. Observing this scene, many felt a twinge of envy. Had they known earlier, they would have spoken up for Qinwei, as doing so would have cost them nothing. And a few words from Widow Zhang had earned Wei Yong 2 prized hams, the most delectable parts of the pig. Just thinking about it made their mouths water. But alas, they had missed their chance to support Qinwei. Among the group, the one with the most complex expression was undoubtedly Wang Xiaoling. A girl next to her nudged her. "Xiaoling, with so many wild boars, Da Yang will surely come running to deliver some to you. Make sure to save me a bowl of meat to taste, okay?" Chapter 14. Wang Yu cried. Wang Xiaoling's face was a tapestry of conflicting emotions. Wei Yong had indeed hunted a substantial amount of pork, but would he share any with her? The last 2 times she had approached him, he had spoken to her with increasing disdain, almost ready to insult her outright. Though she envied the things Wei Yong possessed, she knew he would never share them with her. Nevertheless, she had to maintain some semblance of pride in front of her best friend, Su Xiaowei. "Oh, he will surely sneakily bring me some," she responded. Su Xiaowei laughed. "That's a given. Just remember to save me a bowl to satisfy my cravings." "We'll see," Wang Xiaoling thought. Just yesterday, Wei Yong had made stew, and when she had asked for a bowl, he had ridiculed her mercilessly. Su Xiaowei wouldn't fare any better. Upon returning home, Wei Yong said, "Wife, please start the fire. I'll have you Jia over for dinner later. We'll be having braised ribs." Qinwei nodded. Agreeing without much thought, she knew her husband was not so capable and was relying on Wang Yu's family's hunting dogs. Thus, hosting Wang Yu was a given. Wang Yu said, "Sister-in-law, you should rest. You're pregnant. Let me handle the fire." While she was tending the fire, Widow Zhang arrived. As soon as she entered, she rolled up her sleeves. Where are the piglets? I'm here to help you prepare them. Widow Zhang's father had been a butcher, so she was quite adept at handling meat, much quicker than Wei Yong. After the piglets were prepped, Wei Yong handed over 2 hams and 5 eggs. Sister Zhang, thank you for standing up for my wife earlier. Widow Zhang beamed. Oh, De Yong, you're too polite. I simply can't stand bullies. Wei Yong placed the items in Widow Zhang's hands, casually brushing against her soft hand. Embarrassed, Widow Zhang declined to stay for dinner and took her things back home. Viewing the abundance of grain at home, Qin Wei's face lit up with joy. Wei Yong gathered all the offal from the piglets into a separate basin and brought it to Dehe, stroking its head. Dehe, eat up. Dehe seemed to understand, burying its head into the basin and feasting heartily. Even beasts possess a spirit, and at home, one cannot indulge in such delicacies. After more than an hour, the meal was finally served. The aroma of the pork ribs surpassed that of venison, and Wang Yu had long been salivating in anticipation. Deong, I feel I've taken too much advantage of you today, indulging in fine food and taking what I can, and I haven't contributed much at all, she remarked. Wei Yong chuckled. Sister Yu, there's no need for formality. It's all thanks to your Dehe. Once we finish our meal, we'll give the bones to Dehe for him to gnaw on. All right, are we still going tonight? Yes, you should head home for a nap to recharge. Then we'll venture out again in the evening. Qin Wei, overhearing this, expressed her concern. Deong, are we really going? Isn't it too dangerous? Wei Yong replied, today, I encountered the village chief up on the mountain. They're aware of the wild boar den too. Even if we don't go tonight, they will. If they manage to take down both boars, they'd weigh around 700 to 800 pounds. Qin Wei was taken aback. So much? Wei Yong affirmed thus. We cannot let this opportunity slip away. The meal was savored by all, particularly Wang Yu, who ended up consuming the last few ribs, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. However, Wei Yong paid no mind. The growth of the experimental field accelerated, with Wei Yong even sensing that the potato sprouts had grown taller. Wang Yu exited Wei Yong's home with 8 pounds of meat and 4 eggs, letting out a satisfied belch, though her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Qin Rongmao, having searched for a while, spotted her leaving Wei Yong's house, wiping her tears, and was immediately alarmed. Wife, what's wrong? Did that rascal Wei Yong bully you? I'll confront him right now. Wang Yu pushed him away. No. Qin Rongmao inquired, then why are you crying? Wang Yu explained, I just had dinner at Wei Yong's, and his wife made ribs for me. Qin Rongmao responded, well, isn't that good? What's the matter? Were you not full? Wang Yu, exasperated, struggled to articulate her feelings. I ate until I was stuffed. You have no idea how humiliating it was. They cooked ribs and there were only 3 pieces left. But I couldn't help myself and devoured all 3. I feel utterly ashamed. Qin Rongmao reassured her, oh, what's the big deal? They invited you for dinner. It's normal to eat well. Tears brimmed in Wang Yu's eyes as she lamented, after all these years of marriage, have you ever treated me to a hearty meal? I felt so undignified eating like that at their place. It wasn't the embarrassment that made her cry, but the years of grievances she had endured. If Qin Rongmao had any ambition, would she have needed to return home after gorging herself at someone else's table? Though Wei Yong and Qin Wei were indifferent, Wang Yu still felt a sense of disgrace. After some coaxing, Qin Rongmao finally managed to get Wang Yu back home. Wife, next time you go to Wei Yong's for dinner, take me along too. It's just a matter of adding another pair of chopsticks, he proposed. Wang Yu shot him a glare. What for? You don't even hunt. Why would you want to eat meat? I already had plenty. I don't have the audacity to bring you along. Qin Rongmao felt a bit embarrassed, but conceded that she had a point. Looking at Wang Yu's delicate lips, he felt a surge of desire and wrapped his arms around her waist, suggesting, Dear, it's been a while since we. How about we enjoy some intimacy tonight after your hearty meal? Wang Yu shoved him away forcefully. Get away from me. I barely slept last night. What do you expect me to do? I could eat so well only because Dehe and I worked hard. What have you done? Just seeing you irritates me. I still need to go with Wei Yong to hunt those wild boars tonight, so don't disturb me. She promptly burrowed into bed, keen on catching up on her sleep. Qin Rongmao, having been scolded, felt no anger. Wife, don't you think Wei Yong is a bit unreasonable? I heard that when others go hunting together, the spoils are split evenly. Wei Yong caught 4 pigs, which must weigh over 100 pounds. Yet he only gave us 8 pounds of meat. And we provided the dog in the bow. Doesn't that seem unfair? Wang Yu frowned and replied, so what? With all that you have, do you think you could catch a wild boar on your own? She felt a sense of disdain for her husband. Wei Yong had already been generous enough, yet he wanted to push for even more, which was shameless. Without Wei Yong's help, Qin Rongmao wouldn't have caught a single wild boar. No, we can't let ourselves be shortchanged. You're supposed to go with Wei Yong to hunt those 2 wild boars tonight. That's several hundred pounds of meat. If he only gives us 2 pounds, that's just too unfair. Go talk to him. We should each get half. Wang Yu is speechless. I'm not going. If you want to, you can go. I don't have the guts. Qin Rongmao, however, did not see the issue, believing that benefits should be fought for. Fine, if you won't go, then I will. Our bow and arrow are still with him. He'll surely agree. Before leaving, Qin Rongmao took a piece of pig skin and rubbed it on his lips, ensuring he would appear well-fed when he stepped outside, eliciting envy from others. He reveled in the attention, though regrettably, he lacked the ability to provide for himself adequately. Upon reaching Wei Yong's home, he shouted a couple of times, prompting Wei Yong to emerge, puzzled. Brother Qin, what brings you here? Qin Rongmao grinned. Dong. I came to discuss something with you. You see, it's customary in our neighborhoods that when hunting, the catch is split evenly. Since our families are hunting together, and both the dog and the bow belong to me, shouldn't we divide the spoils fairly? Upon hearing Qin Rongmao's words, Wei Yong realized his intent. Without a word, he turned and returned to his house. Qin Rongmao, feeling triumphant, thought Wei Yong must have understood and would bring back some pork to compensate for today. However, within a minute, Wei Yong re-emerged, tossing Qin Rongmao's bow and arrows over the fence. Brother Qin, since you feel that way, you should seek others to hunt with. I'll go on my own tonight. If we cross paths, we'll rely on our own skills. With that, Wei Yong turned on his heel and went back inside. Daong. Daong. Qin Rongmao was taken aback, rendered utterly embarrassed. Initially, he had simply wished to negotiate terms with Wei Yong, even if an equal split was off the table. A 70-30 or 80-20 division would suffice. Instead, Wei Yong had returned the bow and arrows without hesitation, leaving him out of the hunt, which felt rather explosive. Upon returning home with the bow and arrows, Wang Yu, exhausted, found it hard to sleep upon hearing that Qin Rongma sought to negotiate terms with Wei Yong. Seeing him return dejectedly, she knew it was not good news. As soon as he stepped inside, Wang Yu glared at him coldly. What did Wei Yong say? Qin Rongma awkwardly scratched his head, realizing that the young man had a rather fiery temperament. All I did was inquire if it were unfeasible. I would have simply let it go. Who could have anticipated that he would hurl the bow and arrow aside and declare that he would not take us along that evening? Wang Yu let out a cold laugh, remarking, serves him right. Look at how generous Wei Yong is. I went there, did nothing but walk the dog around with him. And he gifted me 8 pounds of meat, for eggs, and even treated me to a meal of ribs. Do you still wish to push your luck further? If I were in his shoes, I wouldn't take you either. Not going is just as well. I can rest well tonight, and from now on, you can watch others feast on meat, she added. Don't be unreasonable, my wife. It's merely a few pounds of meat. We'll finish it in 2 days. What are we going to eat during the winter? Qin Rongma lamented, still dreaming of daily meat indulgence. In truth, he reflected, Wei Yong had been rather generous. Hunting was a hit-or-miss endeavor, and for every 5 attempts, 1 success was commendable. Moreover, Wei Yong had promised them 5 eggs should he fail. So even if they could not savor meat, daily eggs would suffice. But now, due to his greed, Wei Yong was upset and refused to take him. What would he rely on for sustenance henceforth? Would he not be reduced to a diet of wild vegetables? Wife, please plead with Wei Yong, after all. You did help him with a tip today, and you still have some influence, he implored. Wang Yu nearly exploded with anger. Qin Rongmao, are you out of your mind? You're the one who stirred the pot, and now you want me to beg him? With a forced smile, Qin Rongmao replied, my dear. Aren't you more esteemed than I? I have no ties with him. And what ties do I have? You're quite trusting. If I were to go and ask him, what if he levies further demands on me? Would you have me agree or refuse? She retorted. Qin Rongma chuckled awkwardly. Oh. Dear wife, you're jesting. Of course, you cannot agree. Besides, just head over to his house. Wei Yong's wife is there. And he wouldn't dare act against you. Wang Yu huffed, fine, I'll go. You know how fiercely Wei Yong used to treat his wife. Do you really think he would fear Qin Wei? Just don't regret it afterward. With that, she strode out the door. At Wei Yong's residence, Qin Wei had prepared the bed, saying, Da Yong, you should rest for a while. You must be exhausted after a sleepless night. She had a tender heart and knew well how weary he must be after bringing back so many piglets. Additionally, he had to hunt that evening. Rest was imperative. Dear wife, I won't sleep just yet. I need to check on the fields, he replied. His experimental plot had sprouted seedlings an inch high, and he was eager to see how the potatoes in his plot were faring. Wei felt a twinge of guilt. De Yong, we have plenty of food now. Don't overexert yourself. Hunting at night and working in the fields by day, even the strongest would be worn out. Wei Yong reassured her, don't worry, my dear. I'm just going for a quick look. It's not hard work. However, he seemed preoccupied, lost in thought. De Yong, what troubles you? Wei asked. Wei Yong recounted the incident with Qin Rongmao. There are 2 large wild boars on the mountain, and it's a bit challenging for me alone. Even with you, Jia, and the dog, it won't be easy. I'd like to find a few people to join me, but everyone in the village is wary, reluctant to share the meat. Wei gently caressed his face, replying, if it's too difficult, then don't go. We have enough food now, and we can manage through the winter. Wei Yong smiled, but said nothing, though they were not lacking in food at the moment. The wild boar den he had discovered was too tempting to let someone else seize the opportunity. Just then, Wang Yu arrived. Little sister, where is De Yong? She asked. He is in the fields, Yu Jia. Is there something you need? Yes, I wanted to discuss the mountain hunt with him. I'll head to your fields to find him, Wang Yu said, feeling more comfortable speaking with Wei Yong than with Wei. Upon reaching the fields, Wei Yong noticed that the potatoes had begun to sprout, albeit shorter than those in his experimental plot, lagging behind by at least a stage. Other villagers' fields had also sprouted. In these times, corn was not a viable crop. Most were planting potatoes, sweet potatoes, and radishes. While the sprouts looked promising, the potatoes, when dug up, were disappointingly small, some no larger than a thumb, hardly bigger than a plum. As Wei Yong unearthed a seedling, his face lit up with surprise. Beneath it hung 5 potatoes, each the size of a grape. It's only been a few days since planting, and they've grown this large. In 2 months, they'll surely be as big as my fist. This year will be bountiful. The land remained as parched as ever, indicating that the weather had not changed but was influenced by the experimental plot. Clearly, more crops were needed. Radishes and sweet potatoes should fill the fields. When harvest time came, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire village. Chapter 16 Sister, I've been craving tofu lately. Wei Yong could even envision the expressions on the faces of the villagers as they unearthed their potatoes only to see his bountiful harvest. As he finished inspecting the fields and was about to leave, he suddenly spotted a graceful figure approaching. From afar, he could see Wang Yu swaying her hips elegantly. A sight to behold. The field was lined with furrows, forcing her to tread carefully, and the more she did, the more pronounced her curves became. Yu Jia, what brings you here? Wei Yong inquired. Wang Yu felt a bit shy. De Yong, I've come to apologize. My husband is a bit out of his mind and insisted on confronting you. Now I regret it and wish to extend my apologies. A playful smirk crept onto Wei Yong's face. You come to apologize with empty hands, Yu Jia? Wang Yu rubbed her hands together. I simply didn't have time to prepare anything. De Yong, tell me what you want, and I will surely bring it to you. After a moment's contemplation, Wei Yong responded, I've been craving tofu. It's driving me mad. Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback. De Yong, it's hard to find soybeans now, let alone tofu, unless you go to the town. Wei Yong replied, no need, Yu Jia, you have some yourself. I do? Wang Yu looked down, and her face turned crimson as she realized Wei Yong was not referring to the white tofu, but rather something else entirely. Blushing, she replied, if you want to eat, go ahead, as long as you dare, I'll let you. In broad daylight, she didn't believe Wei Yong would dare to act against her. Wei Yong shrugged. Forget it. Since you lack sincerity, I'll take my leave. He turned to walk away. Wang Yu grasped his hand. De Yong, don't go just yet. Her soft hand instinctively intertwined with his. It was surprisingly delicate, unlike that of a laborer. Wang Yu's face turned scarlet down to her neck. Yet she didn't pull away, instead swaying gently as if in a playful manner, saying, please don't be angry with me. I'll still accompany you tonight. And I'll ask for nothing after we hunt the wild boar. Wei Yong gently rubbed Wang Yu's hand, wanting to linger a bit longer. But they were in plain sight, and it wouldn't do to be seen. After a few moments, he released her. All right, I'll come find you tonight. Great. I'll be waiting at home for you, Wang Yu replied, elated as she returned, feeling warmth still lingering in her ears. However, as she lifted her head, she saw Qin Rongma standing at the door, staring at her like a stone statue. Wang Yu's expression darkened instantly. What are you staring at? Afraid I'm having an affair with Wei Yong? Qin Rongma chuckled awkwardly. My dear wife, why would you say that? I'm not worried about him. I'm simply concerned about Wei Yong's reputation. Chen Rongmao, you truly have a knack for mischief. It was you who urged me to seek him out. I went. And yet you still fear I might bring shame upon you. From this point onward, do not reach out to me. Enduring hardship with you has lost its appeal. And I shall return to my maternal home tomorrow. With that, Wang Yu stormed into the house, her temper flaring. Chen Rongma quickly donned a smile, pleading, my dear wife. Do not be upset. I meant no offense, for you are the one I trust above all. As Wei Yong approached home, he chanced upon Widow Zhang, who was stepping outside to dispose of water. In the biting cold, she wore merely a knitted top, her ample bosom swaying enticingly, much to the observer's envy. Daong, I have heard that your father-in-law has arrived at the village, seething with anger, seemingly intent on confronting you. You ought to prepare yourself. Wei Yong's father-in-law is Qin Jiangwo from the old Qin family in Xiaoxitan, a man of ill temper and a hunter by trade. He was already displeased at having to marry off his daughter. Now, having heard rumors of the situation in Xiaodongtan, that Wei Yong had been abusive towards Qin Wei and even contemplated selling her, he was determined to confront Wei Yong. Widow Zhang expressed her concern, having heard that Qin Jiangwo was armed. If provoked, Wei Yong could find himself in dire straits. However, upon hearing the news, Wei Yong felt no trepidation. Is that so? I appreciate your warning, Sister Zhang. I must get ready. In the past, Wei Yong had been a scoundrel, harboring nothing but disdain and fear for his father-in-law. Yet today was different. Fate had smiled upon him. His father-in-law's visit was perfectly timed. With his father-in-law leading the charge tonight, the wild boar was practically guaranteed. Upon returning home, Qin Wei asked, Daong, why not take a nap? No time for that. Our father is coming. I must visit the village chief to trade for some supplies. You choose some fatty meat. We shall make dumplings this afternoon. Qin Wei's face lit up with joy. Really? Father is coming? It has been so long since I last saw them. At home, she had a father, a sister, and a paralyzed brother-in-law. It had been nearly 3 months since her marriage, and naturally, she missed her father and sister. Had things been different, when Wei Yong had mistreated her and they struggled to make ends meet, she would have been reluctant to have her father and sister visit. But now, circumstances had changed. Wei Yong treated her well, and their household was sufficiently stocked. She yearned for her father and sister to witness how remarkable her husband truly was. Meanwhile, Qin Jiangwo, armed with a hunting rifle, wore a scowl that seemed ready to drip with anger. Accompanying him was his tall daughter, Qin Xia, who stood at nearly 1.7 meters. Frowning, she cautioned, Father, why do you carry that rifle? Many have seen us on this journey, do not act rashly. Qin Jiangwo retorted coldly. How can I not be incensed? That Wei fellow has never struck me as a good man. Had it not been for Li Matzi from our village, I would have remained oblivious to the dire straits my daughter is in. Qin Xia's expression darkened. Recently, her sister had insisted on marrying Wei Yong from Xiaodongtan. Initially, she believed the two shared genuine affection, but it was now evident that Qin Wei was enduring a miserable existence. The thought of her sister surviving on tree bark and roots weighed heavily on her heart. Back home, though they lacked fine grains, they could still manage porridge made from cornmeal. Arriving at Wei's household, not only was Qin Wei subjected to abuse and neglect, but she was also at risk of being sold off, an affront to the dignity of the Qin family. Yet, concern flickered in Qin Xia's eyes. Father, you haven't loaded that gun with real bullets, have you? Scaring Wei Yong is one thing, but if it is loaded and discharges accidentally, we could be in grave trouble. Qin Jiangwo scoffed, Fear not, the bullets are safely tucked away in my pocket. Despite his fiery temperament, he was not reckless. With his elder son-in-law bedridden, it was uncertain when he might depart this world. He certainly did not want to be the one to put his younger son-in-law to rest and leave his daughter a widow. Upon reaching the village, Qin Jiangwo inquired around until he arrived at Wei Yong's home, kicking the door with force. Wei, get out here. His temper was not to be trifled with. Should Wei Yong provoke him today, he would not hesitate to load his weapon. Qin Wei opened the door, her face beaming with delight. Father, sister, you've come. Seeing her sister's radiant smile filled both with concern. My little daughter, why have you grown so thin? Where's that scoundrel Wei Yong? I must give him a good lesson. Chapter 17, Winning over the father-in-law. Qin Wei paused momentarily, then replied, Father, please do not be agitated. Wei Yong has gone to fetch food and will return shortly. Qin Jiangwo snorted dismissively, fetching food? More like hiding from me. Arriving in a whirlwind, He was clearly tipped off by someone. Qin Wei offered an awkward smile. All right, father, let us not be angry. Please come in for a drink. Qin Xia surveyed the home, noticing it was quite similar to theirs, both rather dilapidated. The corn loft stood empty. Surely last year's corn had perished. She pondered whether her sister truly was subsisting on roots. Qin Jiangwo stormed into the house and was immediately greeted by the savory aroma of meat. The scent caught him off guard. We had pork ribs for breakfast. I'm afraid we didn't save any for you. But Deong said he would make dumplings for you this afternoon. Qin Jiangwo furrowed his brow. My daughter, you aren't deceiving me, are you? Pork ribs for breakfast? In these times, only the wealthy can indulge in such luxuries, especially not in everyday life. Qin Wei laughed. Father, I would never lie to you. Look, we have plenty of grain. Opening the cellar, both Qin Jiangwo and Qin Xia peered inside, their eyes widening in surprise. The grain was one thing. They had received relief supplies and Zioxetin as well. But the meat and eggs in the cellar were astonishing. One might think they belonged to a prosperous household. See, father? I told you I'm living well. Qin Jiangwo's expression shifted to one of confusion as he exchanged glances with Qin Xia, his anger dissipating. This doesn't quite match the rumors. He wondered where all this meat had come from. Deong hunted it himself. At that moment, Qin Jiangwo was taken aback. As a hunter himself, he knew that game had been scarce lately. For Wei Yong to have caught both roe deer and wild boar was no small feat. It required considerable skill. Father, have some water. Wei Yong will return shortly. Wei Yong arrived at Zhao Long's house, carrying 10 pounds of meat. Zhao Fifan, upon seeing Wei Yong, wore a discontented expression, but knowing he was there to deliver meat, he tempered his demeanor and greeted him. Uncle Zhao, I've come to trade for some supplies. Zhao Long's face brightened at the sight of the large piece of meat. Oh my, so much meat. Thank you, Deong. Just tell me what you need, and I'll get it for you. Uncle Zhao, I want to be polite then. I'd like a pound of white sugar, 2 pounds of cooking oil, 5 pounds of flour, a pound of liquor, and some celery and peanuts. While not every household could fulfill such a request, the village chief's family had the means to accommodate it. The most valuable item was the sugar, equivalent in worth to the pork. The others were of lesser value. Wei Yong effectively bartered on a one-to-one basis, ensuring the village chief benefited from the exchange. Zhao Long offered Wei Yong a cigarette, asking, Deong, are you making dumplings? Is there some celebration today? Wei Yong accepted the cigarette, lighting it as he replied. My father-in-law has arrived, and I must entertain him. I remarked, you are quite filial. My boy, allow me to fetch something for you. After I had gathered the items for Wei Yong, I escorted him out. No sooner had Wei Yong departed than Zhao Fifan's expression darkened, and he let out a cold snort. How boastful he can be. Flaunting his gains without a hint of modesty. Zhao Long furrowed his brow, chiding, you should refrain from speaking so harshly. Wei Yong is no simpleton. Just consider how he handled the distribution of relief grain today. Would you possess his skill in a similar situation? Zhao Fifan fell silent, acknowledging that Wei Yong's performance was indeed impressive, garnering attention before the entire village. Nevertheless, he felt disgruntled, having been intimidated by Wei Yong on 2 occasions, leaving him unable to shake off his resentment. Father, have you borrowed your gun? We plan to hunt those 2 wild boars tonight. Zhao Long nodded in affirmation. I have indeed borrowed it. Let us try our luck this evening. And when speaking to Wei Yong, try to be less confrontational. We gained an advantage in the meat exchange today. We must remember to be grateful. Zhao Long, the village chief, exhibited his wisdom. Although Zhao Fifan harbored dissatisfaction, he dared not argue with his father. Upon returning home, Wei Yong entered to find his beautiful sister-in-law and his fierce father-in-law. It was said that this father-in-law resembled a bandit, instilling fear in all who laid eyes upon him. Yet, he had fathered 2 daughters, each more enchanting than the last. His sister-in-law, Qin Xia, was equally as stunning as Qin Wei, and her taller stature endowed her with legs that seemed to surpass even Wei Yong's lifespan. The grain bags were substantial, and her complexion was as pale as snow, likely surpassing the whiteness of the grain itself. Father, sister, you have arrived. Qin Wei exclaimed, promptly taking the items from him. De Yong, what have you brought? She intended to show off a little to her father. Wei Yong chuckled, fully aware of his wife's intentions. After all, the offerings were meant for his father-in-law, and today's goal was to elevate his wife's reputation. I exchanged some white flour and soybean oil with the village chief. Dear wife, please prepare the dough while I chop the filling for dumplings. Father, I also brought a pound of liquor. Let us share a toast later. Wei Yong produced the sugar, dividing it in half and handing one portion to Qin Xia. Sister, take this half-pound of sugar back with you. I shall keep the rest for Wei Wei. This gesture left his father-in-law momentarily speechless. Wasn't he supposed to be the scoundrel? Qin Jiangwo had prepared numerous derogatory remarks during the journey, only to find himself silenced by this unexpected display of kindness. Qin Xia, too, appeared perplexed, holding the sugar and feeling somewhat at a loss. She had previously assumed her sister would suffer after marrying into this family, but now it seemed reality was far different from her expectations. Sister-in-law, allow me, Qin Xia hurriedly offered to assist in the kitchen. The group worked together, and soon enough, a hearty batch of dumplings was ready. Qin Wei's mouth watered at the sight. Even though she had feasted on meat recently, her staple had been coarse grains. Nothing could compare to the delight of dumplings. Typically, dumplings were a luxury reserved for the new year, yet here she was, enjoying them on an ordinary day. With garlic paste, soy sauce, and peanuts all at hand, accompanied by a cup of the village chief's pure grain liquor, the experience was simply exquisite. As Qin Jiangwo savored a dumpling, a couple of peanuts, and a sip of liquor, he felt as if he were dreaming. Everything seemed surreal. Life had taken a turn for the better, to a degree that left him anxious. Second daughter. What I heard before coming here and what I see now are somewhat at odds, he said with a furrowed brow. Although he did not articulate it explicitly. The rumors that reached him painted Wei Yong as a rogue. Yet, the reality appeared to contradict those claims. Wei Yong embraced Qin Wei and said, Father, I admit that I was quite the scoundrel in the past, but I have changed. I promise to treat Wei Wei well from now on, ensuring she does not suffer. Satisfied, Qin Jiangwo nodded. Good. With your word, I am at ease. Let us toast to that. A smile spread across his face. As the weight on his heart finally lifted, Wei Yong took a small sip and added, Father, let us not indulge too much. I wish to discuss something with you later. What is it? Qin Jiangwo inquired. There are 2 large wild boars on the northern mountain. I know their location. Together, they must weigh at least 700 pounds. Tonight, we shall endeavor to hunt them. What? Qin Jiangwo's eyes widened in disbelief. Upon hearing this, the old man set down his cup. Are you serious? 2 large wild boars? Indeed, I saw them with my own eyes. I returned yesterday from the mountain without my gun, but I managed to bring back 4 piglets. The 2 larger ones I dared not tackle alone. And I was contemplating who to ask for help when you arrived. It seems fate has smiled upon us. Tonight, you shall lead the charge. And we will surely fell those wild boars. Qin Jiangwo furrowed his brow. Although he had consumed some alcohol, he was still quite clear-headed. While his father-in-law might lack in other areas, he was undoubtedly skilled in hunting. From what you describe, those wild boars are no trifling matter. Even with firearms, it may not be a straightforward task. Despite the allure of the wild boars, they had to consider their own capabilities. Adult wild boars are thick-skinned and tough. A gunshot might not even incapacitate one, and a charge from a boar could result in severe injury. Qin Jiangwo remained cautious. They were the pillars of their family, and any mishap would leave his daughters without support. Wei Yong reassured him, Father, in addition to us, there's also the old Qin family's daughter-in-law. She has a formidable black dog. Qin Jiangwo's expression softened considerably. That certainly makes things easier. With a dog, we can afford to take some risks. How many bullets do you have? Wei Yong held up a hand. 5. I have 10, that should suffice. When shall we set out? Wei Yong replied. Let us rest for a while to gather our strength, and we will depart at midnight. Very well, let us take a brief nap, Qin Jiangwo agreed. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoling was at home, shedding tears. Her mother, Li Fin, observed the scene with concern for her daughter. Dear daughter, what has gotten into Wei Yong? Why does he treat you this way? You have waited all day. Surely he will not neglect to bring you meat? The entire village had witnessed Wei Yong's family slaughter several piglets. Had he been in his usual character, he would have at least delivered some pork to Wang Xiaoling. Even if Wei Yong were upset with her, it seemed reasonable for him to bring over a couple of hams. Yet, Wei Yong had made no contact whatsoever, leaving Li Fin and Wang Xiaoling waiting at home from morning until afternoon. In frustration, Wang Xiaoling found herself in tears, and Wei Yong's absence was infuriating. Li Fin, while ostensibly concerned for her daughter, was also quite hungry for the pork. Several families were enjoying meat that evening, and the enticing aroma wafting from the homes of Widow Chu and Widow Zhang was almost unbearable. As mealtime approached, Li Fin said, This will not do, daughter. I shall take you to speak with Wei Yong and find out what is going on. Wang Xiaoling was also inclined to go, But the harsh words she had previously spoken to Wei Yong made it difficult for her to swallow her pride. With her mother urging her, she reluctantly exited the courtyard. Li Fin approached Wei Yong's home and knocked firmly on the door. Qin Xia stood up, saying, "I will go answer." Upon reaching the door, she was greeted by two strangers. "Who are you looking for?" she inquired. Li Fin frowned. "We are looking for Wei Yong." "And who might you be?" Qin Xia replied. "Oh, I am Wei Yong's sister-in-law. Please come in." Although Qin Xia did not recognize them, she sensed a foreboding aura from the older woman, causing her to furrow her brow in apprehension. Li Fin shot a fierce glare at Qin Xia, then pulled Wang Xiaoling into Wei Yong's home. As soon as the door swung open, a rich aroma wafted towards her, nearly causing her mouth to water. She glanced at the plump, white dumplings on the table, her eyes nearly bulging out. How splendidly Wei Yong's family dined. While they were reduced to thin porridge, he was indulging in fine grains. The disparity between people was maddening. "Wei Yong, your life is simply too good," she thought with intense envy. Even Wang Xiaoling was swallowing hard at the sight. Previously, when Wei Yong had shown interest in her, she had dismissed him due to his humble background, keeping him at a distance. Had Wang Xiaoling accepted him sooner, he would undoubtedly have married her. Now it was Wang Xiaoling who was feasting on dumplings with Wei Yong. At this moment, she felt a twinge of regret. When had Wei Yong amassed such fortune that she was unaware of it? Wei Yong furrowed his brow, pondering the unexpected arrival of the two women. It was customary to treat guests with a meal upon entering the home, yet today was no ordinary occasion. A dinner of dumplings was not something to be shared lightly. And he certainly could not allow them to stay. Li Fin's eyes sparkled with greed if she were to stay. The entire table of dumplings might not suffice for her appetite. Wei Yong nonchalantly remarked, "Aunt Li, what brings you here?" Li Fin returned her gaze, swallowing her saliva, and replied, "I merely wish to inquire about your intentions toward my daughter. Your demeanor fluctuates between good and bad. Surely you owe us an explanation." Her tone was as assertive as if she were interrogating him. Meanwhile, Qin Wei's expression darkened. Wei Yong scoffed, "Aunt Li, you need to clarify your words. What do you mean by questioning me like this? Have I ever courted your daughter?" Li Fin retorted, "Of course not. But your attitude toward my daughter has changed. You must provide an explanation for that." In modern terms, she was essentially asking Wei Yong why he had ceased to fawn over her daughter. Wei Yong replied, "There's nothing to explain. I have never courted your daughter nor made any commitments to her. Are you expecting me to take responsibility? Moreover, I am a married man. And my father-in-law is right here. If you have something to discuss, it's best to address it with him." At that moment, Qin Jiangwo grasped the situation's intricacies. It seemed this woman had come to undermine him. Upon witnessing the feast, she had become obstinate, dragging her daughter along in hopes of extorting something. Qin Jiangwo set down his chopsticks and declared, "If you have no business here, you should leave. We still have drinks to finish." Li Fin raised her voice. "You're rushing me out before I've even finished speaking? Who do you think you are? He treated my daughter well before, now that he has lost interest. Shouldn't he offer some compensation? I want 10 pounds of pork, and then we can call it even." Wei Yong remained silent, arms crossed, merely observing the unfolding drama. Qin Jiangwo slammed the table, standing up abruptly, and delivered a resounding slap to Li Fin's face. "How dare you? I see you as 10 pounds of pork. Would you like 10 slaps instead?" In his youth, Qin Jiangwo had been far more reckless than Wei Yong. He would never indulge a woman like Li Fin. As Li Fin's face swelled, resembling a steamed bun, she seethed in outrage. "You dare strike me? In broad daylight, is there no law?" Qin Jiangwo pointed outside. "So what if I did? I am from the old Qin family of Shitunten. If you have a grievance, take it up with me. Right now. My son-in-law and I are enjoying our drinks, so be gone." Li Fin trembled with rage. Wang Xiaoling supported her mother, glaring at Wei Yong. "Wei Yong, my mother has been struck. Are you just going to stand by and do nothing?" In the following chapter, Wei Yong paused, taken aback. "Weren't you the one who refused to speak to me? You said I had to change my surname first, didn't you, Wang Xiaoling?" "You." Wang Xiaoling's eyes reddened, hatred for Wei Yong swelling within her. She hurriedly pulled Li Fin away from his home. Once outside, Li Fin wailed, claiming she had been beaten at Wei Yong's house, wishing for the entire village to know. However, Wei Yong was indifferent. After all, his reputation was already tarnished. He could strike his wife, so what was it to him if he hit an old woman? Besides, with this incident, the whole village would learn that Wei Yong no longer fawned over Wang Xiaoling. After Wang Xiaoling departed, Qin Wei clung to Wei Yong's arm, feigning a distressed appearance, as if afraid of losing him. "Don't worry, my dear, she will no longer be allowed to enter our home." Qin Wei nodded obediently. She feared not others, but Wang Xiaoling. Qin Jiangwo snorted in disdain, unrepentant after having struck Li Fin. He had no intention of delving into her background. Who dared to come here to undermine his son-in-law? That would be a fool's errand, even if his son-in-law were a scoundrel. Qin Jiangwo could not swallow such an affront, especially now that Wei Yong was quite admirable. He would not allow anyone to encroach upon his family. "De Yong, you should rest and replenish your strength," Qin Jiangwo advised. Wei Yong and Qin Jiangwo climbed onto the bed for a brief nap. Meanwhile, Qin Wei and Qin Xia busied themselves in the kitchen, tidying up the dishes while engaging in hushed conversation. "Elder sister, today's spectacle wasn't staged just for us, was it?" Qin Xia harbored significant grievances against Wei Yong, for she alone knew the truth of the matter. 3 months prior, Wei Yong had drunkenly stumbled into Qin Wei's bed, only to be dragged out by Qin Xia by his ear. At that moment, she realized Wei Yong was a rogue, yet Qin Wei, deeply traditional, did not wish for her purity to be tarnished, leading her to marry him. Although reluctant, as the elder sister, she felt powerless. The die had been cast. She had anticipated that life would not be overly prosperous after the marriage. But hearing Chen Mozi's comments, she never imagined it would be this dire. Yet upon meeting, she sensed something was amiss. Qin Wei smiled, "Sister, to act. One must possess the means. How many families can afford to fill dumplings with meat nowadays?" Qin Xia fell silent. Indeed, that was true. Even if they were to act, they needed the resources to do so. They could hardly borrow grains from others, let alone white flour and pork. Qin Wei inquired, "Sister, how is brother-in-law faring?" Qin Xia's eyes welled with tears. "Not well. Even in a bountiful year, his disability is life-threatening. Now that his nutrition is lacking, it is even worse. The doctor said he has at most 3 months left." Qin Wei sighed, tenderly stroking her sister's hand. "Sister, if brother-in-law passes, come live with me. We have plenty to eat, and you won't suffer." Qin Xia's expression changed. "What are you saying? Even if I were to live alone, I cannot come stay with you. As long as you are doing well, that is enough. Don't worry about me." "Sister, enough. Let us not speak of it." Wei Yong had slept soundly, unaware of the sisters' conversation. When he awoke, it was already 10 o'clock at night. He roused his father-in-law, and they checked their hunting rifles, preparing to set out. Qin Wei prepared each of them an iron lunchbox filled with dumplings and garlic paste. Tonight would be a grueling battle, and they needed to conserve their strength. As they stepped outside, Wei Yong approached Qin Rongmao's house. Before he could knock, Dahe began barking excitedly. Previously, Dahe had barked at Wei Yong as if in defiance, but this time, its tail wagged like a drumstick, clearly elated. During the day, Wei Yong had generously provided a large bowl of pig offal, a delicacy that Dahe had never tasted before, which naturally made it more affectionate towards Wei Yong. Dogs are remarkably perceptive creatures. If Wei Yong were to continue this generous feeding, it is likely that even the male owner of the household would find himself outshone by Wei Yong. Wang Yu sauntered out, her voluptuous figure as enticing as ever. Recalling how she had playfully flirted with him in the fields earlier that day, Wei Yong felt a stirring in his heart. Had they been in a secluded place, they would surely have indulged in some intimate moments. However, tonight was fraught with complications, as his father-in-law was nearby, and he dared not overstep any boundaries. Wei Yong made the introductions, and Wang Yu promptly greeted Uncle Qin, having heard of Qin Jiangwo's reputation. In the days before famine struck, Qin Jiangwo had been known to take down large game on the mountains, including bears, which at that time were not even a protected species. To possess the prowess to slay a bear speaks volumes of one's vigor. Upon seeing Dahe, Qin Jiangwo's eyes sparkled with admiration as he praised the dog. The trio, accompanied by the dog, ascended the northern mountain. Wei Yong glanced at the map, noting that the 2 red dots were still wandering in the northern region. The map was an invaluable tool. Without it, navigating the vast expanse of the northern mountain to locate them would have been exceedingly difficult. Not long after their ascent, they encountered the village chief and his son at their hideout. The chief was armed with a hunting rifle, indicating that he was prepared for the day's hunt. "Da Yong, it's been a while," Qin Jiangwo greeted the village chief, recognizing him from previous encounters. Despite having recently enjoyed Wei Yong's pork, the chief remained amiable. While Zhao Fifan, the chief's son, did not extend any pleasantries, revealing his competitive nature with his emotions plainly etched on his face. The village chief suggested, De Yong. This game is no easy feat. How about we team up and share the spoils? Wei Yong chuckled lightly. Let us not. We're merely here to test our luck. We may not even hunt wild boars. The chief nodded, understanding that if Wei Yong was unwilling, there was no point in pressing further. Wei Yong was certainly disinclined. With 3 of them, 2 guns and 1 dog, coupled with the precise location of the 2 creatures on his map, he had little incentive to share. If the chief were to join, he would be amenable to offering them 40 or 50 pounds of meat, but an equal split was out of the question. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the 2 parties parted ways. Wei Yong had successfully homed in on the 2 red dots, but to avoid startling his father-in-law, he decided to circle around slowly for a while. Qin Jiangwo diligently searched for tracks and droppings on the ground, gradually closing in on the wild boar. As an experienced hunter, he was adept at sensing their proximity, even without Wei Yong's system map. After a considerable time, Qin Jiangwo perked up. I hear something. Wei Yong, aware that one of the boars was merely 100 or so meters away, nodded in agreement. Let us take a look. If there are 2, we'll shoot together. If it's just 1, we'll wait, Qin Jiangwo advised. Wang Yu blinked in confusion. Why, Uncle Qin? Isn't it easier to hunt a solitary wild boar? Qin Jiangwo explained. Wild boars in the mountains are quite cunning. If we shoot one, the other will sneak up from behind, catching us off guard. Safety first. Wei Yong concurred. While he was untroubled due to his map, his father-in-law's experience was invaluable. It seemed they were in for a significant haul tonight. Chapter 20. Kneel before Wei Yong. Gradually, the trio approached the wild boar. Guided by Wei Yong's deliberate lead and bolstered by his father-in-law's expertise, they soon located one. The boar's tusks glimmered ominously in the moonlight, instilling a sense of dread. Qin Jiangwo knelt, cautioning, hold on, let us wait for the other one. Having hunted all his life, he understood that the essence of a successful hunt lay in prudence. Returning empty-handed was far preferable to losing one's life on the mountain. Unlike his brother-in-law, who spent the latter half of his life bedridden, it would be better to perish than to live such a fate. Wei Yong checked the map and realized his father-in-law's concerns were indeed valid. The other wild boar was nearby, meandering about. If one were to be startled, the other could very well ambush them from behind. No one could withstand the force of a wild boar's charge. Just as the 3 were observing, 2 figures suddenly appeared not far ahead, none other than the village chief and his son. Wei Yong furrowed his brow. Had it been just the 3 of them, they could have easily subdued the 2 wild boars tonight. However, with the chief and his son now present, the situation became precarious. Should they act hastily? It was likely that neither party would secure the boar, and if it escaped the map's range, Wei Yong would lose the ability to track it. The village chief and his son spotted Wei Yong's group, and it was clear that this was not the ideal time for pleasantries, having seen each other. It was now a matter of who could secure the prize first. Zhao Fifan readied his gun, aiming at the wild boar, declaring, Dad, I'm going to shoot first. Not yet, hold on, Zhao Long, possessing some experience, cautioned. Although they had spotted the boar, acting too hastily would be unwise. Wei Yong and his group had also taken notice, remaining still within shooting range for a reason. Yet Zhao Fifan, eager for a quick victory, feared that Wei Yong would snatch the opportunity away. In such moments, it was always advantageous to strike first. If he could land a shot, he would claim a share of the spoils. Bang! However, Zhao Fifan was overly anxious, and the shotgun was no simple weapon to wield. It was not as straightforward as merely pointing and shooting. Many of these guns were old and poorly maintained, leading to diminished accuracy. Zhao Fifan was no sharpshooter, and his first shot went awry. Not good. Qin Jiangwo frowned, inwardly cursing the reckless youth. The wild boar, startled, began to bolt. Zhao Fifan's expression darkened, and the village chief shouted, Quick, chase after it. Now was not the time for blame. The startled boar could flee anywhere, and losing these 2 animals would mean the loss of hundreds of pounds of meat. Zhao Fifan felt a pang of regret. His intentions had been sound, but execution proved far more challenging. Wei Yong's brow furrowed as well. If these creatures escaped the northern mountain, he would lose his map. A quick glance at the map revealed that the 2 red dots had not strayed far but were instead circling around the northern mountain. Wei Yong's frown deepened as he noticed that the 2 wild boars were heading in the same direction, seemingly towards the village chief and his son. Grasping his gun, he charged forward. Qin Jiangwo's expression shifted. Slow down, be careful. At this moment, the wild boars were at their most volatile. One misstep could cost them dearly. In the primal forest, the danger posed by these wild boars was not unlike that of a tiger. Thus, caution was paramount. Better to return empty-handed than to engage in a reckless confrontation. Suddenly, one wild boar charged directly at Zhao Fifan. He raised his arm to fire, but alas. The boar's speed left him little time to react, and his shot went skyward. Zhao Fifan was knocked to the ground, and though it was merely a grazing encounter, the pain was enough to make him wince. Had the boar collided with his abdomen, its tusks would surely have gutted him. Just moments after hitting the ground, an overwhelming sense of danger sent chills down his spine. Zhao Long bellowed, "Son, run quickly." A wild boar came charging from behind him, head down, tusks poised to pierce Zhao Fifan's back. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Fifan's face strained of color, terror rendering him weak-kneed and queasy. He could hardly stand. Just then, Wei Yong leaped forward and, wrapping his arms around Zhao Fifan, rolled to safety, narrowly evading the attack. The wild boar missed its target, but another charged forth. It must be said that wild boars are cunning creatures. The two took turns attacking, leaving no respite for their prey. Zhao Fifan was utterly petrified, feeling the specter of death draw near. At that moment, Wei Yong, lying on the ground, raised his gun. The boar barreled toward him, and the barrel was thrust directly into its mouth. Bang! The gun discharged, causing Wei Yong to lose his grip as the recoil slammed into his shoulder, eliciting a grimace of pain. The boar let out a pained howl and staggered away. Though wild boars are tough-skinned and meaty, Wei Yong's shot had struck true, sealing the creature's fate. Qin Jiangwo clapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Good lad. This son-in-law, I must say, possesses extraordinary courage. He's a true man." Another wild boar charged in, and Qin Jiangwo took aim, firing with precision. The boar grunted twice before turning tail and fleeing. Wang Yu, regaining her composure, patted the big black dog on the head. "Chase it. The boar, having been shot, won't survive long. Let Dahei pursue it. It will surely wear itself out." Wei Yong scrambled to his feet, retrieving his gun and glancing at the wounded boar nearby. With its throat pierced, it had only staggered a few meters before collapsing. As he approached, Wei Yong readied his bow and shot another arrow into it, then moved in to inspect the creature. "Father, it's dead." Qin Jiangwo replied, "Good, bleed it out. I'll take care of the other one." Wei Yong plunged his machete into its neck, allowing the blood to drain while the meat remained fresh. The other boar, struck by his father-in-law's shot and pursued by Dahei, was surely doomed. While Wei Yong bled the first boar, Zhao Long approached, his aged face pale with fear, trembling hands betraying his anxiety. "Da Yong, thank you," Zhao Long said, kneeling before Wei Yong. Taken aback, Wei Yong quickly helped him up. "Uncle Zhao, don't say that. You're the village head. You've always helped me. It's only natural we look out for one another." Hearing this, Zhao Long felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Despite Wei Yong's hardships, he had not offered much assistance. Last time, when the relief grain was distributed and Qin Wei faced difficulties, Zhao Long had remained silent. However, after this incident, he vowed to support Wei Yong in the future. Zhao Fifan, still pale with fright, stammered, "Da Yong, I used to be narrow-minded. I'm so grateful you've set aside past grievances. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to ask. I won't hold back." Wei Yong nodded appreciatively. "Brother Zhao, you're being too polite." Just then, Zhao Long's father-in-law called out, "Da Yong, come help with the bleeding." Wei Yong hurried to the other side. Both wild boars were slain, marking an exceptionally bountiful hunt. Though the village head and his son felt a pang of envy, they were just relieved Zhao Fifan had been saved, thanks to Wei Yong's bravery. Zhao Long remarked, "These wild boars are hefty, let us carry them down together. We'll lend a hand without asking for anything in return." Wei Yong responded, "That won't do. Those who witness should partake. Rest assured, I, Wei Yong, am not stingy. I'll make sure the Zhao family enjoys some of this bounty." With that, Zhao Long and his son exchanged smiles, not refusing the offer. While they hadn't killed the boars, assisting in their transport merited some share. Weighing in at 700 or 800 pounds, the task was daunting for just the 5 of them. Wei Yong suggested that the village head and his son descend to find help while he and Wang Yu stayed behind to guard the catch, promising 2 pounds of pork to each lad who assisted. The village head and his son hurried down the mountain. With both wild boars secured, Wei Yong and Wang Yu kept watch. Qin Jiangwo, feeling restless, declared, "You two stay here. I'll scout for wild chickens or rabbits. Idleness is not to my liking." Wei Yong replied, "Father, it seems there are no large game left here." Qin Jiangwo countered, "Even without large game, there are other opportunities. There are plenty of moths here. And in winter, we might find some silkworm shells, which can be used for medicine and sold to the health clinic for a bit of money. I'll go test my luck for other herbs. The mountains are full of treasures." The seasoned father-in-law imparted much knowledge to Wei Yong during their outing. After Qin Jiangwo departed, only Wang Yu and Wei Yong remained. Wang Yu, eyeing the two hefty wild boars, was filled with joy. "Da Yong, you truly are remarkable. You could feast on these boars throughout winter." Wei Yong chuckled, "Of course, I couldn't possibly eat it all. I'll head back to the village to sell some meat in exchange for other necessities. My wife requires more than just meat for her nourishment. I must procure some seeds as well." Wang Yu refrained from mentioning how much she would receive, knowing Wei Yong would not shortchange her. Reaching into his pocket, Wei Yong produced a lunchbox and handed it to Wang Yu. "Sister Yu, you should regain your strength." Wang Yu protested, "I brought my own corn buns. It feels inappropriate to keep eating yours." Wei Yong opened the lid, insisting, "Don't be shy, eat up, Sister Yu." Upon seeing the lunchbox filled with plump dumplings, the rich aroma of celery and meat wafted toward her, making Wang Yu's mouth water. Even after indulging in meat recently, the sight of these dumplings left her momentarily speechless. However, recalling her embarrassment from the last meal at Wei Yong's home, she hesitated to accept his offering, quickly pushing the lunchbox back toward him. "Da Yong, I can't accept this. It was made by your wife for you. You should eat it. I'll manage with my corn buns." Wei Yong returned the lunchbox. "Sister Yu, there's so much here. Let us share it. You should eat more, and I'll have the leftovers." Their back and forth led to Wei Yong gently touching Wang Yu's small hand. Earlier in the fields, he had not had enough of her delicate touch. Wang Yu, aware of his intentions, blushed yet feigned ignorance, clutching the lunchbox as she said, "Well, I'll just try a couple." "All right, there's garlic and soy sauce inside," Wei Yong added. Wang Yu replied, "I'll skip the garlic. I'm afraid it will leave a taste in my mouth." Wei Yong grinned, "Sister, are you planning to kiss me later? Worried I might mind the garlic breath?" Wang Yu shot him a fierce glare, her expression exuding a myriad of charms. As the conversation unfolded, Wei Yong, emboldened by the absence of her husband, reached for Wang Yu's delicate hand, teasingly suggesting that now was the perfect moment to indulge in a little flirtation. Wang Yu, momentarily startled as if electrified by his touch, hesitated before glancing around to confirm that Qin Jiangwo had not yet returned, allowing her to exhale in relief. Slowly, she withdrew her hand, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. "Will you allow me to have a meal, sister?" Wei Yong inquired with a playful tone. "Hurry and eat, so that I may steal a moment to touch you afterwards." Wang Yu shot him a glare, asserting her independence. "I'll savor my meal at my own pace. And you shan't lay a finger on me, humph." The playful banter had an enticing allure, hinting at a reluctant acceptance of his advances. Her initial reaction to his touch suggested that she was not entirely opposed to it, and her first instinct was to survey their surroundings rather than swiftly retract her hand, indicating there might be hope in winning over this charming lady. As Wang Yu relished her meal, Wei Yong busied himself with the wild boar, expertly slicing it open to extract the entrails, which he tossed to Dahe, who eagerly wagged his tail in delight, first rubbing against Wei Yong's leg before indulging in the treat. Wang Yu observed the dog's affectionate behavior with surprise, noting, "Dahe seems quite fond of you. He has never shown such affection to old Qin." Her observation was not an exaggeration, for when Qin Rongma was at home, Dahe would scarcely tolerate him, let alone exhibit such familiarity. Wei Yong chuckled, "Dahe is perceptive. He knows who the true master of the house is." With a sidelong glance at Wang Yu, her face grew even warmer as she lowered her gaze. "When there are others present, you are exceedingly proper, yet when alone, you abandon all decorum." Wei Yong teased. "Tell me, dear sister, do you prefer the serious version of me, or the playful one?" Wang Yu swiftly retorted, "Pa, who would fancy you?" Her quick response indicated she was not easily ensnared in his playful traps. Having consumed nearly half a box of dumplings, Wang Yu savored the delicious morsels, her taste buds tingling with delight. Although capable of finishing the entire meal, she felt a twinge of shyness. After all, if she polished off all the dumplings, it would be quite an embarrassment. To his pleasant surprise, Wei Yong noted the effectiveness of the dumplings, as they not only accelerated the growth of the experimental field, but also unlocked a treasure-hunting feature. However, he was perplexed about how to utilize this newfound ability, as the map revealed no additional clues. Before he could ponder further, Wang Yu handed him the empty container. "Da Yong, there are a few dumplings left, they're yours." Accepting the box, Wei Yong picked up the chopsticks Wang Yu had used. "Sister, you've already used these chopsticks, why not use the other end?" Wang Yu bit her lip, playfully admonishing him. "What do you think I am?" With a smile, Wei Yong replied, "How could I possibly disdain the essence of your mouth?" He began to eat, and Wang Yu felt her cheeks heat as she watched him. Grateful that she had eaten first, she wouldn't have known how to feel had Wei Yong eaten first and then offered her his chopsticks. After enjoying a few bites, Wei Yong remarked, "Sister, have you ever heard the saying, nothing beats dumplings and nothing is more enjoyable than making them?" Wang Yu's face remained flushed, and she playfully admonished him. "Are you addicted to teasing me, Da Yong? Just wait until I tell your father-in-law." Wei Yong feigned innocence. "What do you mean? I was merely stating a fact." Realizing she had again fallen prey to his playful teasing, Wang Yu playfully punched his chest with her soft hand, a gesture that felt more like an invitation than an affront. Wei Yong, his gaze lingering on her, swallowed hard, imagining how delightful it would be to reciprocate that playful gesture. Their playful exchange was interrupted by the return of Qin Jiangwo, who arrived with 2 wild rabbits, a beaming smile illuminating his face. "What a splendid haul today. These rabbits will do wonders for my daughter's health." Wang Yu praised, "Uncle Qin, you truly are remarkable." Qin Jiangwo beamed with pride, knowing that this bounty would alleviate any concerns for the winter ahead. Shortly after, the village chief and his son returned with a throng of villagers, including Qin Rongmao. They were aware that Wei Yong would share some meat with them. But the distinction between what was given to his wife and what was allocated to him was clear, as they sought to benefit from his generosity. Wang Yu cast a disdainful glance at her husband's lack of ambition, silently judging him. "Wife, you must be exhausted. Tonight, we feast on meat." Qin Rongma suddenly focused on Wang Yu's mouth, observing the traces of grease. "What happened to your lips? They're all oily." Moments later, realization dawned on him. And he whispered, "I see, you've been indulging in my pigskin, haven't you? You often call me vain, but aren't you guilty of the same? This time, when dividing the meat, make sure Wei Yong gives you a piece with the skin. Ours has spoiled." Wang Yu was at a loss for words. The oil on her lips was from the dumplings, while Qin Rongmao's greasy mouth was from the rancid pig skin. Quickly wiping her mouth with her sleeve, she resolved to clean herself next time she indulged in Wei Yong's offerings to avoid detection. As the group of young men approached, the 2 pigs seemed almost weightless, and they made their way down the mountain with a vibrant camaraderie, with Wei Yong trailing behind leisurely. Though he could have concealed the pigs in his spatial compartment, such a feat was impractical with so many eyes upon him. Moreover, with such an abundant catch, it was prudent to be a little ostentatious, allowing Qin Wei to bask in the glory. Upon entering the village, a crowd gathered to witness the spectacle. Many villagers had heard about Wei Yong's hunting success and were eager to partake in the feast. Though the village chief had stipulated that only strong men were to assist, the allure of the boar was irresistible to the women folk, who could only watch enviously. "Da Yong, you've truly become skilled. A pig this size, when will we feast on it?" Wei Yong chuckled, "Fear not, everyone will partake. We'll prepare a pig feast at the village chief's house. Each person will receive a bowl." His declaration sent waves of excitement through the village, as the prospect of a hearty meal was a rare delight. From a distance, Qin Wei and Qin Xia stood at the entrance, marveling at their men approaching with 2 massive pigs, exuding an air of triumph. Qin Wei's face radiated with joy as she exclaimed, "Sister, look how impressive Da Yong is. Why not join us again? We could share a bed just like before. Get lost." It was unclear whether Qin Wei was jesting or sincere, but the faint blush on Qin Xia's cheeks suggested a hint of embarrassment. Upon returning home, they placed the pork in the courtyard and summoned Widow Zhang for assistance in butchering. Despite being a woman, Widow Zhang displayed remarkable skill with the knife, swiftly dismantling the 2 pigs in mere minutes. Wei Yong took a substantial piece of pork and handed it to the village chief. "Uncle Zhao, take this to cook for everyone. I'm treating the village to a pig feast." "Of course. I'll have my wife prepare it right away. We have sauerkraut at home." The village chief departed with the meat, prompting the villagers to follow suit. After all, the meat from Wei Yong's family bore no significance to them. However, the piece the village chief carried was a different matter. They could actually partake in that. Indeed, Wei Yong was remarkably generous. That chunk of meat was so substantial that it could easily provide 4 or 5 slices per person. Once the crowd dispersed, Wei Yong bestowed a large portion of meat upon Widow Zhang, who was elated and pranced away, her ample form swaying enticingly, prompting Wei Yong to steal a few more glances. Yuzia, I owe you a debt of gratitude tonight. Here's a pig's trotter for you. Along with 20 pounds of meat, he declared. Wang Yu was taken aback, exclaiming, "Oh, that's far too much. Just adhere to the previous custom and give me 4 pounds. Please." Flustered by the bounty, Wang Yu felt a twinge of guilt. After all, Wei Yong was genuinely amiable, and it would be ungracious to treat him like a fool. Qin Wei interjected, "Sister Yu, just accept it. You will certainly have more need of my assistance in the future." With such encouragement from Qin Wei, Wang Yu relented. Besides Wang Yu's share, the remaining helpers who carried the pig each received 2 pounds. Noticing Chen Rongmao in the queue, Wang Yu yanked him out. "Do you have no shame? You've already received so much. What more do you want?" Chen Rongmao, unfazed, responded, "You're collecting your share. Why should I not claim mine?" Wei Yong would not begrudge me these 2 pounds. He then returned to the line, continuing to wait. Wang Yu was left speechless, grumbling, "I can't be bothered with you." Compared to Wei Yong, Chen Rongmao truly seemed a pathetic figure. After the villagers collected their meat, Wei Yong asked, "Father, how shall we manage this pig? Should I fetch a cart to bring it back?" Qin Jiangwo shook his head, saying, "You keep this pig, I'll take half." "Father, that is not acceptable. My brother-in-law is ill. We should take more meat to improve his condition." Qin Jiangwo shook his head once more. "I'm merely lending a hand, according to the rules. I can't take a whole pig. Moreover, your younger sister is with child. You should keep some meat to exchange for better goods for her." Qin Jiangwo produced a rolled-up cigarette and handed it to Wei Yong. "Daong, come with me. I need to discuss something with you." As Qin Jiangwo led Wei Yong into the house, Qin Xiao's expression suddenly turned uneasy. Chapter 23, Wei Yong, I am going on a blind date. Once inside, Wei Yong took a couple of puffs from the cigarette. His father-in-law's smoke was quite potent, and after only a few inhalations, he felt slightly lightheaded. "Father, what is it you wish to say?" Qin Jiangwo, furrowing his brow, replied, "Your brother-in-law may not have much time left. The doctor says he has at most 3 months. I fear he may not last the month." Wei Yong paused, recalling his brother-in-law, the honest man who had married his elder sister only days before being attacked by a bear, resulting in a severed leg. Had it not been for his father's timely gunfire, he would have lost his life. Yet, in this era, medical care was woefully inadequate. Improper wound treatment led to frequent infections, leaving little hope for survival. "Father, what can I do to help?" Qin Jiangwo took a drag from his cigarette and asked, "Have you ever heard of forming alliances?" Wei Yong's heart sank. "Father, what do you mean?" Qin Jiangwo explained, "Good fortune should not be squandered on outsiders. Times are tough. Many in my hometown have starved. We are fortunate here, with our crops still yielding something. My eldest daughter suffers. I just want to ensure she has enough to eat and wear. If you don't mind, perhaps she could come live with you. What do you think?" Wei Yong's expression grew complex. He understood the implications. In this era, cannibalism had occurred. Forming alliances was all too common. "Father, I can support them. But will your eldest sister agree?" Qin Jiangwo reassured him, "If you're on board, it will be easier to persuade her. After all, she has little choice left. Once your brother-in-law passes, I will return home to help my younger siblings, who are also on the brink of starvation. I entrust Qin Xia to you." Wei Yong nodded. "As long as your sister is willing, I have no objections." Setting aside Qin Xiao's beauty, she was certainly as attractive as Qin Wei. He could not refuse such a request, especially when considering his father-in-law's sentiments. After reaching an agreement, Qin Jiangwo felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He had initially hoped to keep Wei Yong for a meal of pig stew, but it was clear that leaving Qin Xia alone for too long was unwise. So they hurriedly departed. As they left, Qin Xia glanced back at Wei Yong, her gaze laden with unspoken thoughts, leaving him to wonder what she was contemplating. "Daong, do you think my sister is beautiful?" Qin Wei teased. "She pales in comparison to you," Wei Yong replied. "Stop with your flattery. I saw how you were entranced by my sister's eyes." With a playful motion, Wei Yong lifted Qin Wei into his arms, declaring, "I can be entranced in more ways than just with my eyes." Qin Wei's face flushed crimson, and she urged him to release her, though her murmured words hinted at something more intimate, suggesting their own needs had gone unfulfilled for some time. Excited, Wei Yong kissed Qin Wei before they both made their way to the village chief's home, where a throng of people had gathered outside. The chief's wife was busy stewing meat, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. As Wei Yong approached, Li Fen and Wang Xiaoling suddenly emerged. Li Fen, with a sardonic tone, remarked, Wei Yong, you certainly have become the talk of the town. It seems everyone knows you've hunted 2 wild boars. Wei Yong replied coolly. As I said, I invited the entire village to enjoy the pig stew, including you two. If you wish to partake, simply queue up. Li Fen scoffed. We have no interest in that. I'm taking my daughter to the town for a blind date. They are treating her to 3 flavor noodles. Humph. Her pride was palpable. Wei Yong paused, recalling that in his past life, Wang Xiaoling had ended up marrying Shui Yan. Despite Shui Yan being a notorious womanizer, Wang Xiaoling had compromised due to his favorable circumstances. Now, in this life, without marrying Wang Xiaoling, would it alter her choices and fate? Wang Xiaoling regarded Wei Yong with a frosty demeanor, stating, Wei Yong, I'm going on a blind date. Oh, I wish you success with that, he replied, feeling indifferent. Wang Xiaoling's expression darkened further as she warned, don't regret it. With that, she and her mother sauntered out of the village. Wei Yong shrugged. He would never again make choices he might regret. Upon arriving at the village chief's home, he served each villager a bowl of pig stew, with every bowl containing at least 4 slices of meat, all generously fatty. The villagers were immensely satisfied with their portions. After everyone had their fill, Wei Yong returned home, carrying 2 pig knuckles and 20 pounds of meat, which he presented to the village chief's home. Uncle Zhao, you lent a helping hand in hunting the wild boar, so it's only fair that you share in the spoils. Please accept this. Zhao Long quickly declined, saying, that's not appropriate. We're merely grateful for your life-saving assistance. How can we accept your pork? Uncle Zhao, there's no need for such formality. Had it not been for the 2 of you, we might not have succeeded so smoothly. Wei Yong insisted, leaving no room for their objections as he placed the meat down and walked away. Zhao Fei Fan hurried after him, pressing a box of lotus flowers into Wei Yong's hands. Da Yong, thank you. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. Wei Yong accepted the gift with gratitude and departed. As Zhao Fei Fan returned inside, he gazed longingly at the pork, saliva pooling in his mouth. Father, Wei Yong really knows how to handle things. Even if he hadn't given us this meat, we wouldn't have had any complaints. Zhao Long nodded in agreement. Indeed. I never noticed it before, but now I see he has his father's flair for handling matters, though his temperament leaves much to be desired. Nevertheless, such individuals are worthy of deep friendships. We should offer our support to Qin Wei whenever she requires assistance. Zhao Fei Fan nodded, understanding his father's words. Upon returning home, Wei Yong and Qin Wei laid the pork out on the floor. With so much meat, it would inevitably spoil if left at home. So they decided to sell some in the market. De Yong, how much can we sell this meat for? Qin Wei inquired. In the village market. It's 50 cents per pound, but without a receipt, we can sell it for 60 cents. That's a significant sum. Be careful on your way, she replied. Wei Yong embraced Qin Wei, asking, aren't you supposed to take care of what you promised me first? Qin Wei's face flushed crimson as she whispered, then be gentle. Chapter 24 Yu Jia, shall we find an inn to rest for a while? Wei Yong asked as he carried his wife onto the bed and snuggled under the covers, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Da Yong, blow out the candle, she murmured. That won't do. Last time, I didn't get a proper look at you. This time, I must admire you thoroughly, Wei Yong insisted. Qin Wei covered her face with her hands, mortified. I won't let you see. How annoying. With his wife pregnant, Wei Yong refrained from any vigorous activities, simply holding her close as they drifted off to sleep. Taking advantage of her slumber, he stored the meat in his spatial storage to prevent spoilage. Although the weather permitted leaving it outside overnight, nothing compared to the preservation offered by the system's space. While Wei Yong enjoyed his peaceful night, Chen Rongmao was facing a different plight. After having a spat with Wang Yu, he had yet to win her back. And today he shamelessly requested 2 pounds of meat, infuriating Wang Yu to the point of gnashing her teeth. Tonight, the Chen household was finally having meat. Chen Rongmao's mother, Shen Guifang, sat at the head of the bed, beaming with joy. My son has made something of himself. We're having meat tonight. Wang Yu rolled her eyes, thinking, what has he achieved? If it weren't for me, they'd be eating nothing. Chen Rongmao presented 2 boiled eggs, offering one to Wang Yu and keeping one for himself. Wife, we have 4 eggs at home, you each have 1. And I'll fry the other 2 to go with the meat. He prepared himself a plate of scrambled eggs, poured a glass of wine, and stewed a pot of meat, relishing the comforts of life. Wang Yu suddenly felt a pang of bitterness. Wei Yong had given her a large portion of dumplings. And when they first went up the mountain, he had shared his eggs and meat. Yet her own husband hoarded 2 of the 4 eggs for himself, showing less care than Wei Yong did. Wang Yu sometimes lamented her fate, married into such a family, and if it weren't for Wei Yong, she would likely still be foraging for wild vegetables and roots. She set her chopsticks down, declaring, "You all eat, I'm not hungry." With that, she retreated to her own room. Chen Rongmao was taken aback, pondering why she was upset again. He had only given her 1 less egg. And they had meat tonight. He had thought she wouldn't mind. Shen Guifeng huffed, "It's because you spoil her. She was fine when they had nothing to eat. But now that we have meat, she's throwing tantrums. If she doesn't want to eat, let her go without. I'll have a little more." Chen Rongmao forced a smile, thinking he would appease her later. First, he would enjoy this meal. Wang Yu lay in her room, gazing at the moon outside, recalling the sensation of Wei Yong holding her hand that evening, causing her cheeks to flush and her heart to race. Wei Yong had once been enamored with Wang Xiaoling. Now, with his sudden kindness towards her, did he harbor any feelings? Or was it merely friendship? Yet, she noticed he was not as generous with other women in the village. Just as she was lost in thought, Chen Rongmao entered. "Wife, are you angry?" he asked as he climbed into bed, his hands wandering inappropriately. Wang Yu kicked him away. "Get lost, your breath stinks of alcohol." Chen Rongmao, with a woeful expression, pleaded, "Don't be upset. Next time, I'll make sure you get all the eggs." Wang Yu remained silent. She wasn't truly angry about the eggs. After all, she had devoured a huge portion of dumplings from Wei Yong and wasn't hungry at all. Her irritation stemmed from the fact that her husband showed less concern for her than an outsider did. Seeing his wife's silence, Chen Rongmao shifted topics. "With all this meat, we certainly can't finish it all. Do you think we should sell some in the village?" Wang Yu furrowed her brows. "Are you out of your mind? I've heard they are cracking down on speculation. Aren't you afraid of being caught?" Chen Rongmao replied, "These days, people can hardly afford food. Who would bother with catching speculators? Besides, think about it, Wei Yong has so much meat, he can't possibly store it all in the cellar. It would spoil before winter. When he goes to sell, why not ask him to sell some of yours too?" Wang Yu was at a loss for words. "So that's your plan? You want to give Wei Yong's meat back to him so he can help you exchange it for money? Why not just get the money directly from him? You're the one taking the risk, why not go yourself?" Chen Rongmao exclaimed, "Wife, what are you talking about? Even without us, he would be selling it. What's wrong with him helping us out a little?" Wang Yu frowned and replied, "If Wei Yong goes to the village to sell, I'll go with him. If anything happens, we'll share the burden." Chen Rongmao quickly responded, "No. That's out of the question. What if you really get caught? What about Wei Yong? Isn't he afraid of getting caught? I don't care. If we're selling meat, I'm going too. No one in our family is staying behind." After a moment of silence, Chen Rongmao said, "Wife, you should go. You have more leverage with Wei Yong. Be smart, sell everything through him, and if anything goes wrong, just say you were accompanying him. Understand?" Wang Yu scoffed. "Chen Rongmao, you're something else, asking your wife to go with another man to the village. Aren't you afraid we might not come back at night?" "Wife, don't say that. I trust you. Why wouldn't I trust him? Get away from me, I'm going to sleep." The next morning, Wang Yu rose early, carrying the meat from home to Wei Yong's store. Just as she arrived, Wei Yong was in the yard and quickly opened the door. "Sister Yu, you've come." Wang Yu said, "De Yong, you probably can't eat all the meat at home. Are you going to the village to sell it?" "I'll go with you." Wei Yong remarked, "All right, I was just about to head to the countryside. I'll tidy up shortly." He exchanged a brief greeting with his wife and took away all the meat from their home. Naturally, he couldn't carry it all, it was too heavy. So he took over 10 pounds and stored the rest in the system space. Wang Yu noticed that Wei Yong did not take much meat, but she thought little of it. How much he chose to sell was of no concern to her. The two set off towards the countryside. The path to the village was relatively smooth, albeit somewhat distant. It was a pity they didn't have a bicycle, for that would have hastened their journey. Reaching the village on foot would take at least an hour and a half. "Yujia, does Chen Ge really trust you to go to the countryside with me? I've heard there are quite a few inns out there. Shall we take a break if we get tired?" Wei Yong said with a mischievous grin, feeling compelled to tease the charming woman accompanying him. Wang Yu scoffed, "Then you can open one. I've heard that staying at an inn costs several dollars a day. If you open one, I'll stay with you." Wei Yong chuckled ruefully, realizing he truly lacked the funds to run an inn. But selling the pork would soon remedy that. "Yujia, you said it. Don't regret it later. I keep my word if you dare to open one. I'll dare to stay. As they crossed a small river, Wei Yong stepped on the stones in front and, noticing Wang Yu swaying unsteadily, reached out his hand. Yujia, let me hold on to you. Wang Yu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately offered her hand. They crossed the small stream, and once over. Wei Yong didn't release her hand, holding onto Wang Yu's delicate hand as if they were a couple. Wang Yu felt her cheeks flush, glancing around before saying, De Yong, we crossed the river, can you let go now? Chapter 25, The Treasure-Seeking Function. Wei Yong replied, Sister, the path is not easy. Let me hold you to prevent you from falling. Wang Yu stifled a laugh, finding his excuse rather flimsy. The road is so flat, how could I possibly fall? Yujia, your center of gravity is unstable. It truly is easy to fall. Wang Yu, caught off guard, looked down at her ample figure and soon realized she had once again been teased by Wei Yong. You rascal, I'm done talking to you. She tugged at his hand twice, but couldn't free herself and resigned to let him lead. With each step, Wang Yu's heart raced, fearing they might encounter someone familiar. Fortunately, during such desperate times, most people were too starved to venture out, so the road remained deserted. As they neared the village, Wang Yu pulled her hand away. All right. Have you had your fill of touching? Wei Yong, still yearning for more, rubbed his hands together, remarking on how soft her hands were. Upon entering the village, they decided to explore the black market. In those days, agricultural products had to be processed through production teams. Selling privately would earn one the label of a capitalist. The black market, known as Beiji in the northeast, was a place where anything could be traded without tickets. Those with money came to buy, while those in need exchanged items for cash. However, during daylight, the market was quiet, buzzing only in the evening around 5 or 6 o'clock. Wang Yu said, De Yong, I have a sister in the village. I'll go visit her and we'll find you later. All right. With nothing else to do, and with Wang Yu by his side, Wei Yong found it challenging to sell the meat from his space, so parting ways was convenient. Although good items could be sold in the black market, Wei Yong anticipated having more grain soon. The potatoes in his space had already sprouted tall shoots, and if all went well, he could harvest within a month. At that time, selling hundreds of pounds of potatoes in the black market would not be feasible. Thus, Wei Yong sought alternative sales channels. In the village, the best outlet was naturally state-owned enterprises. These entities always needed to feed their workers, and if Wei Yong could establish a connection with the canteen of a state-owned enterprise, he would no longer worry about selling his grain. In their Date township, the largest state-owned enterprise was the Date coal mine. With thousands of workers consuming vast quantities of food daily, Wei Yong hoped to make contact, but lacked the connections. While Wei Yong was at a loss, he suddenly noticed a middle-aged man entering the black market, leading a sickly yellow cow and setting up shop. Selling a cow, low price, the man called out, attracting considerable attention. However, in those times, a cow was a substantial asset, costing around 200, making it unaffordable for many. Still, the rarity of selling a cow drew a crowd. Wei Yong joined the throng, and as he approached, a series of beeping sounds echoed in his mind. Startled, he glanced around, but nothing appeared to be making the noise, and the people around him remained unresponsive. Was this the sound of the system? He took a few steps forward, and the beeping intensified. It became clear to him that the sound originated from the system. What could it mean? He reached the stall, and the beeping grew more urgent. His heart raced. Could this be the system's treasure-seeking function? He had unlocked this feature by feeding Wang Yu dumplings, yet had not understood how to utilize it until now. It dawned on him that proximity to treasure activated the sound, akin to a metal detector. The closer he got, the louder it became. Squatting down, he touched the sickly yellow cow, and the beeping reached a frenzied pitch. He was now certain that the treasure was indeed this cow. Yet, this ailing creature hardly seemed like a treasure. Please, have pity on me. This cow is my lifeblood. I'll sell it for 50. Someone with a kind heart. Please take it away. $50 for a cow wasn't exorbitant, but it was evident that this cow was on the brink of death. It was likely that it was being sold because it could not be healed. Buying this cow would mean that, within days, it would perish. And the meat of a sick cow was inedible. Wouldn't that be a waste? Thus, the crowd merely observed, without anyone stepping forward to engage. Wei Yong, however, found himself intrigued. Brother, why are you selling this cow? The middle-aged man's eyes glistened with emotion. To be honest, the cow is sick. And I can't afford treatment. I can't feed my family, so I have no choice but to sell it cheaply. If you can nurse it back to health, You could easily earn at least 150. Wei Yong nodded. The man was honest, not misrepresenting the sick cow as healthy. What is the lowest price you can offer? Nearby, others chimed in, urging, young man, that cow can't be saved. It will die as soon as you get it home. You can't eat sick cattle, don't be fooled. Wei Yong chuckled, expressing gratitude for the warning. I'm just inquiring. The middle-aged man thought for a moment, raised 3 fingers. 35, that's my bottom line. Wei Yong countered, I'll take it for 30. If that doesn't work, I'll look elsewhere. The man bit his lip, all right, 30 it is. He seemed to be in agony, knowing he was selling a cow for such a low price. The onlookers shook their heads, pitying Wei Yong, who looked clever but seemed to be a fool. Spending $30 on a sick cow was sheer folly. As the crowd dispersed, the middle-aged man extended his hand. Brother, $30. The cow is yours. Wei Yong grinned. Brother, I don't have the money at the moment. Are you kidding me? The man exclaimed in disbelief. Do not be hasty, I may lack funds. Yet I possess goods. I have several hundred pounds of wild boar meat, and once I sell it, won't I have money? The man paused, looking at him with a face full of confusion. Several hundred pounds of wild boar meat? Is that for real? Of course it's true. Do you know anyone who could help? Wei Yong rarely visited Beiji, but the locals often frequented this place, surely familiar with some influential figures. The man pondered for a moment and replied, I actually have a connection, but if I assist you in selling this meat, you must give me $5. Wei Yong responded, all right, you shall not go unrewarded, but it must be through legitimate channels. Rest assured, my brother-in-law is a regular worker at the Dake coal mine. He can connect you with their procurement department. I assure you, they can handle not just hundreds, but even thousands of pounds of meat. Upon hearing this, Wei Yong sensed a glimmer of hope and promptly offered him a cigarette. What is your surname? I am Liu, you may call me Tai Chung, he said. Tai Chung. If this matter comes to fruition, I will ensure you receive your due reward. Liu Tai Chung nodded, you can count on me, follow me. Chapter 26. Extortion will not work on me. Liu Tai Chung had come this time to exchange money. Wei Yong not only intended to purchase his ailing cow, but also to pay him a $5 finder's fee. This transaction was certainly to be made. The two arrived at the entrance of the Dake coal mine, waiting outside a massive iron gate adorned with 2 red couplets, come to work joyfully, return home safely. This banner stood out prominently at the mine's entrance, emphasizing the paramount importance of safety in this establishment. The workers here earned significantly high wages, a source of envy for the rural populace. However, the dangers were equally immense, with countless fatalities occurring within the mine each year. Yet for the allure of hefty salaries, many were willing to risk it all to gain entry. The two waited for quite some time until after 4 o'clock, when workers began to trickle out. A middle-aged man, covered in soot and wearing a hard hat, emerged. Liu Taicheng immediately called out, brother-in-law. The brother-in-law approached, visibly surprised. Taicheng, what brings you here? Brother-in-law. I'd like to introduce you to a friend, Wei Yong from Xiaodongtan. Hai Fei shook Wei Yong's hand and accepted the cigarette Wei Yong offered. Brother, what brings you to me? Wei Yong explained his purpose, and Hai Fei looked taken aback. Several hundred pounds of pork? Did you strike a wild boar's nest? Indeed. Fortune smiled upon me. Brother Gao, please assist me. I won't let you work for nothing. Hai Fei's eyes glimmered as he considered, I can help with that. You bring the pork and I will deliver it to the coal mine. I will take 1/3 of the sale. Wei Yong frowned, his displeasure evident. Brother Gao, that price is rather steep, isn't it? I have no issue giving you a finder's fee. $10 or $8 would be acceptable. But 1/3 is simply excessive. The coal mine would likely purchase the pork at market price, perhaps even lower. 50 cents per pound would be the ceiling. With 400 pounds of meat selling for $200, he would only receive a little over 60. This condition was unacceptable to Wei Yong. Hai Fei replied, if you refuse, then so be it. Let me tell you, aside from the workers, no one else can enter this mine. If I do not take you, you will never step foot in the cafeteria. If you think it's fair, bring the pork and I will take my cut. If not, you should leave promptly. Hai Fei's greed was insatiable. He sought to extort Wei Yong heavily, leveraging his position as a miner. Unfortunately for him, Wei Yong was not one to tolerate such demands. While he was amenable to a finder's fee, he would not acquiesce to such blatant extortion. No need for that, I will find another way. With that, Wei Yong turned to leave. Liu Taicheng hurried after him, saying, Brother, I apologize. This matter is quite tricky. Wei Yong replied, This is between you and me. Taicheng, I will think of another solution. Once I sell this meat, I will definitely acquire that cow. The treasure-seeking prompt echoed in his mind. There must be something valuable within that cow's belly, but Wei Yong needed to secure the funds first. At that moment, a familiar figure emerged from the coal mine. Wei Yong quickly greeted leaderly. Li Ping paused, surprised to see Wei Yong here. He had a favorable impression of him. During the recent distribution of relief grain in the village, although Wei Yong had threatened him with a belly pouch, he later gifted a piglet to the widow Chu, which had delighted her immensely. Widow Chu understood that Wei Yong had given her the piglet out of respect for Li Ping. Thus, she was particularly diligent in serving Li Ping that evening, her loyalty to him unwavering. Li Ping, far from vexed, felt a sense of admiration for Wei Yong. Wei Yong, what brings you here? Leaderly, I came to the coal mine to conduct some business, but it did not come to fruition. Do not call me leader. Just call me Li Ge. What do you wish to accomplish? The mine manager is my friend. Wei Yong explained, a few days ago, I caught 2 wild boars. And I have several hundred pounds of meat. I wanted to arrange for some funds, but I cannot enter the mine. Li Ping smiled, this is excellent news. It is mutually beneficial. The cafeteria at the coal mine is in dire need of supplies. Come with me, and I will introduce you to the mine manager. Thank you. Li Ge. Although Li Ping was currently just an ordinary employee at the Grain Bureau, his father held a high-ranking position, and his father-in-law was a county leader, giving Li Ping considerable influence in Day Township. Following Li Ping, Wei Yong encountered a burly man in his 40s, exuding an intimidating presence. Clearly not someone to be trifled with. This is Manager Zhao. Simply hand your meat over to him. With Li Ping's introduction, Manager Zhao was quite straightforward, offering Wei Yong 55 cents per pound. Wei Yong found an excuse to push a small cart through the mine, taking a stroll before retrieving the meat from his spatial storage. Upon re-encountering Manager Zhao, he presented over 400 pounds, and Manager Zhao handed him $270. Xiao Wei, will you have a consistent supply of meat? Wei Yong replied, yes, I will have a steady supply. My father-in-law is an old hunter from the Qin family in Xiaoxitan. Moreover, not only meat, but in a while, I will also have several hundred pounds of potatoes. Manager Zhao's eyes sparkled. Currently, resources were scarce. The mine had money but lacked supplies. Upon hearing that Wei Yong had hundreds of pounds of potatoes, he immediately expressed interest. In a moment, I will provide you with a pass. In the future, whenever you have goods, come directly to find me. No one will dare to stop you. That sounds excellent. Thank you, Manager Zhao. After receiving the money and the pass, Wei Yong was about to depart when suddenly his mind registered a couple of beeping sounds. Wei Yong paused, noticing a pile of rubble, and inquired, Manager Zhao, what are these stones for? Manager Zhao chuckled. These are the coal gang produced during mining, essentially useless. We will haul tons of it away to construction sites. If you need some for building in the countryside, come to me. You can take as many trucks as you want, free of charge. Coal gang is pure waste material. It lacks the strength for building tall structures and can only be used minimally for low-rise constructions, making it very inexpensive. Wei Yong nodded, taking note. Though coal gang is deemed waste, the system's treasure-seeking function had signaled, indicating that there might be treasures hidden within. However, this treasure hunting feature was yet to be tested by Wei Yong. He had not yet discerned what lay within the belly of this yellow cow. Thus, he could not place too much faith in the system just yet. The heap of coal gang could be addressed later. Engaging in a hand-to-hand transaction, Wei Yong departed from the coal mine. He had not found the opportunity to express his gratitude to Li Ping, but he surmised that Li Ping would hardly miss the trifling sum Wei Yong owed him. He resolved to deliver some fine goods to the widow Chu as a gesture of reciprocity. Upon exiting the coal mine, he found El Taiching still waiting for him at the entrance. Brother, how did it go? Wei Yong smiled and replied, it's done. He produced 35 yuan and handed it to El Taiching, stating, Brother Taiching, I sold the meat, and this cow is now mine. Chapter 27, A Chance Encounter at the Noodle Shop. Upon seeing the 35 yuan in his hand, El Taiching quickly returned 5 yuan. Brother, this one do. I said I'd help you, but I didn't manage to, so I can't accept this 5 yuan. El Taiching's brother-in-law was rather demanding, and even he could not bear to accept this amount. Brother Taiching, please keep it. If it weren't for you bringing me here, I wouldn't have had the chance to enter the Date coal mine. You deserve it. El Taiching bashfully accepted the money, declaring, you've proven yourself a true friend. Generous and capable. Should you need anything, come find me at Shanggong Tun. All right, Wei Yong replied, leading the cow away from the date coal mine. Upon returning to Beiji, he spotted Wang Yu waiting by the roadside. Sister Yu, he greeted. Wang Yu, surprised, asked, De Yong, why did you buy a cow? It's famine season. There's nothing growing in the fields. What use do you have for a cow? Wei Yong explained, it's a sick cow. I bought it for 30 yuan. Wang Yu frowned, a sick cow? 30 yuan isn't worth it. Even dogs wouldn't eat that meat. De Yong, you've been deceived. Wei Yong chuckled. It's all right, I'll take it home and see if I can nurse it back to health. Wang Yu shook her head in resignation. Thinking Wei Yong was frivolously spending money, buying that cow had resulted in a loss of 30 yuan. Sister, I sold the meat. And I've got in touch with Dade Coal Mine to collect the meat from my home. They'll come by to pick it up. Let us sell your meat together at 5 mao 5 per jean. Wang Yu exclaimed with delight, really? That's wonderful. 5 mao 5 isn't cheap. Let me give you this. Wei Yong nodded, taking Wang Yu's meat and handing her 11 yuan, intending to store it in his space once home. Sister Yu, I made quite a bit of money today. Let me treat you to a meal at a restaurant. Wang Yu hesitated, De Yong. The restaurants in the village are rather expensive. A meal costs several yuan. Let us just eat at home. No worries, let us indulge a bit. It's on me. Wei Yong took Wang Yu into a local establishment, Li Ji Noodle House, a venerable restaurant renowned for its signature 3-flavor noodles. Wei Yong was eager to sample them. In other noodle shops, a bowl of noodles costs 30 fin, while one with meat is 50 fin. However, at Li Ji Noodle House, a bowl of their signature 3-flavor noodles commands 1 yuan and 50 fin. Dining at Li Ji is considered a luxurious expense in the village. Of course, the price at Li Ji Noodle House is justified by its quality. Once seated, Wei Yong generously called out, "Boss, 2 bowls of 3-flavor noodles and 2 plates of pickled vegetables." The local eateries, particularly Li Ji, are notoriously pricey. Upon glancing at the price board, Wang Yu was astonished to see that a bowl of 3-flavor noodles costs 1 yuan and 50 fin, an outrageous sum. With that amount, one could buy 3 jean of pork. It was fortunate that Wei Yong could treat her. Had it been Qin Rongmao, even with wealth, he would insist on paying for himself and would never invite Wang Yu to dine. De Yong, your wife has never been to this restaurant, has she? No. It's too far for her to walk. Wei Yong pondered bringing Qin Wei out for a meal, but once her belly grew larger, it would become increasingly difficult. He needed to prioritize buying a bicycle, which would make the journey to the restaurant only half an hour. However, acquiring a bicycle in this day and age required not just money, but also a ticket, which was hard to come by. He would need to enlist the village chief's assistance. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoling and Li Fan strolled along the village streets. After browsing several grocery stores filled with enticing goods, they found themselves unable to afford the expensive treats. Wang Xiaoling had her eye on a bag of filled biscuits priced at 50 and far too costly for her budget. Everything in this village is overpriced. We might as well head home and eat some wild vegetables, Li Fan remarked. Wang Xiaoling, feeling dejected, wore a gloomy expression. She had come to meet Shui Yan for a matchmaking session, but ended up waiting outside the grain depot for over an hour, only to be informed by someone he sent that they need not wait any longer, and it would be discussed another time. Shui Yan, being a scion of a prominent family, would certainly not be swayed by a village girl like Wang Xiaoling. Such dalliance was permissible, but when it came to marriage, she had to acknowledge her social standing. You, Wang Xiaoling, are merely a rural girl struggling to make ends meet. You possess a modicum of beauty, but that is the extent of it. To marry into the Shui family, you must adhere to their standards. He dictates the terms, hence why he left you waiting. Wang Xiaoling felt disheartened, lamenting the fact that all men were equally unyielding. Even Wei Yong, who had once been obedient, was now indifferent to her. As they approached Li Ji Noodle House, the rich aroma wafted through the window. Wang Xiaoling suggested, "Mom, let us have a bowl of noodles." In front of the entire village, they had boasted of their plans to enjoy 3-flavor noodles, yet now they found themselves unable to indulge. What would they say if asked about the taste of those noodles upon returning home? Li Fan retorted, "Have you lost your mind? A meal here would cost several yuan. Let us wait for Shui Yan to treat us next time." Wang Xiaoling pouted, feeling incredibly wronged, and stood at the entrance, unwilling to leave. At that moment, a waiter poked his head out, calling, "Miss, would you like to come in for some noodles?" Li Fan quickly forced a smile. No, we just finished eating." Anyone could tell this was a mere excuse. It was evident that the girl wanted to eat noodles, yet her mother refused to buy. Such scenes occurred multiple times daily at the entrance of Li Ji Noodle House, and the waiter had grown accustomed to it. Li Fan scolded softly, shouting, "Don't be foolish. Is this a place we should be visiting? Hurry back, or I shall lose my temper." Wang Xiaoling's eyes welled with tears as Li Fan dragged her past the noodle shop. At that very moment, Wei Yong and Wang Yu were savoring the noodles. The three-flavor noodles at Li Ji Noodle House were indeed exceptional. The three flavors comprised shredded pork, shredded chicken, and shredded bamboo shoots. In Northeast China, it is quite rare to find shredded bamboo shoots. Moreover, the dish included chives, bean sprouts, scrambled eggs, wood ear mushrooms, and cilantro, all simmered in a rich beef bone broth, complemented by the chewy noodles. One bite could enchant even the divine. Wei Yong swallowed a mouthful of noodles, wiped his mouth, and glanced towards the door upon hearing a noise. Just then, he spotted Li Fan pulling Wang Xiaoling's hand as they walked past the entrance. Wang Xiaoling, wiping her tears with her sleeve, gazed enviously at the diners within. At that instant, their eyes met, and Wang Xiaoling froze momentarily before hastily turning away, quickening her pace. Noticing Wei Yong lost in thought, Wang Yu inquired, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. I think I saw someone I know." "Sister Yu, these noodles are truly delightful. They are far superior to what I can make at home." Wang Yu nodded in agreement. She had never tasted such exquisite noodles before, and her family could never replicate this flavor. Wang Yu's satiation level, 3. Growth rate of experimental field increased by 3. The storage space has been increased to 5 cubic meters. In an instant, Wei Yong's mental capacity expanded significantly. Originally confined to a mere cubic meter, it has now quintupled, offering a far more spacious experience. Had it remained at just 1 cubic meter, accommodating the subsequent harvest of potatoes would have proven quite a challenge. Wang Yu truly is his fortunate star. "Xiao Er, please bring another bowl for my sister." Wang Yu appeared somewhat embarrassed. "Da Yong, do you really need more? That's 5 pieces for one meal. I feel quite awkward." Wei Yong flashed a mischievous grin. "Sister Yu, what is there to feel awkward about? I have money in my pocket and I still need to go to the inn later. How can I possibly manage without a full stomach?" Chapter 28, Sister. "I am quite serious." Wang Yu's face flushed a deep crimson. She had just mentioned that if Wei Yong could afford to open an inn, she would stay with him. Yet, she hadn't anticipated that Wei Yong would actually come into money. "Da Yong, I was only joking with you." "Sister, I am indeed serious." Wang Yu pouted and huffed. "Very well, if you don't return, then I shan't either. Let us see what the village will say about us tomorrow." Wei Yong felt helpless. He was merely teasing Wang Yu. With his wife at home, how could he possibly spend the night away? "Sister, you are putting me in a bind. How about this? If you agree to one condition, I want to insist on you staying at the inn with me." "What condition?" "When we cross the river on our way back, you let me carry you over." Wang Yu paused, then quickly grasped his intent. This mischievous man claimed to want to carry her, but in reality, he just wished for her grain bags to rest upon him. Men are all the same. Yet, Wang Yu could not find it in her heart to resent Wei Yong and feigned ignorance, saying, "All right then, you can carry me, but I still have energy left." "You can carry me for a while longer." "Agreed. Once we leave the village, I shall carry you." After finishing their meal, Wei Yong made a trip to the grocery store. He intended to purchase some treats for Wang Yu, but she stubbornly refused to enter, opting to wait for him outside. Wang Yu understood that if Wei Yong stepped inside, he would inevitably spend money on her. Having already spent a significant amount on pork, she felt embarrassed to accept more food. Wei Yong entered the store, purchasing 2 packs of filled biscuits and 2 packs of cigarettes. Although he didn't smoke much, he always bought some quality cigarettes when offered. He acquired 2 boxes of Peony brand, at 1 yuan each, a luxury beyond the reach of ordinary folk. He also selected a variety of snacks, knowing his wife's cravings during pregnancy would necessitate them. After exiting the grocery store, he bought some seeds before heading home with Wang Yu while there was still light. "Wang Yu, why are you buying seeds at this hour?" "I'm planting radishes and sweet potatoes." Wang Yu shook her head. "Forget it. In that wretched soil, the radishes won't even grow larger than my pinky. It would be more worthwhile to forage for wild vegetables on the mountain." Wei Yong chuckled. "This seed is extraordinary. Do you doubt that I can grow radishes that are both large and white?" "I don't believe it." "How about a wager, Sister Yu?" "I'll take your bet." "Who is afraid of you?" "What are the stakes?" Wei Yong declared, "If I grow large radishes, you will let me kiss you, no backing out." Wang Yu's cheeks flushed. "You dare speak such words?" I see now why you are so kind to me. You're merely after a kiss from your sister. Just wait until I tell my husband. Wei Yong urged, Sister Yu, don't change the subject. Do you dare take the bet? If you can't grow them. What then? If I fail, I'll let you kiss me. Get lost. They bantered playfully until they reached a small riverbank. Wei Yong said, Sister Yu, you haven't forgotten your promise, have you? I haven't forgotten. It's the perfect moment to digest. Your back will save me some energy. Though she spoke casually. Lying on a young man inevitably made her cheeks flush. Wei Yong crouched down, and after a moment of hesitation, Wang Yu climbed onto his back. Once those 2 grain bags pressed against Wei Yong's back, he felt invigorated. It was indeed as exhilarating as he had imagined. Wei Yong effortlessly hoisted Wang Yu onto his back, his robust physique making it a light burden. Sister Yu, perhaps you should consider shedding a few pounds. I can hardly tell you're so heavy. Wang Yu's face turned even hotter. Are you saying I'm fat? It's not as if you haven't been feeding me. As Wei Yong held her legs, crossing the river, his hands wandered a bit too freely. Wang Yu playfully scolded, De Yong, where are your hands going? Wei Yong replied, Sister Yu, I'm carrying you. If I don't support you, you might fall. Is that how you support someone? Just now, you weren't holding me there. Then tell me, would you prefer I hold your leg or your backside? You rascal De Yong. You're not allowed to touch me anywhere. Their playful squabbling continued, and Wei Yong felt immensely pleased to be with Sister Yu. Had he been alone, the journey would have been dreadfully lonely. As they approached the village entrance, Wang Yu quickly dismounted, adjusting her clothes to conceal any signs of their playful antics. Most importantly, she pulled her trousers up to smooth out the creases Wei Yong's mischievous hands had caused. Wei Yong, leading the large yellow ox, was still eager for a little fun. Wang Yu wiped the grease from the corner of her mouth to avoid being noticed by Chen Rongmao. Upon entering the village, they spotted Chen Rongmao waiting at the entrance, peering into the distance. Before leaving, his wife had mentioned wanting to stay with Wei Yong in the countryside. While she likely jested, Chen Rongmao couldn't help but feel anxious. If they truly stayed together, his own predicament would be dire. His wife, whom he hadn't touched in ages, had grown increasingly fair and tender. If Wei Yong took advantage of her, regret would come too late. Thankfully, they had returned. Wife, you've finally come back. Why did you take so long? Wang Yu, seeing Chen Rongmao, felt her anger bubble over. What do you mean, how long? A round trip to the countryside takes at least 3 hours. And you didn't even buy me a bicycle. I'm just using my 2 legs. And I'm exhausted. Chen Rongmao was momentarily speechless, realizing that if they had a bicycle, his wife wouldn't have been so late in returning. Wife, I promise to work hard in the fields next year and definitely buy you a bicycle. By the way, did you sell the meat? Did you buy me cigarettes? Wang Yu huffed, yes, I sold it for 11, but I didn't buy cigarettes. We couldn't even afford a meal. Wife, have some mercy and lend me 2 yuan. I can stretch a pack of cigarettes for over a month. Chen Rongmao followed Wang Yu back home eagerly. As Wei Yong arrived at his doorstep, he saw Qin Wei anxiously peering into the courtyard, a warm feeling blossoming inside him. It felt wonderful to be missed. In his previous life, Qin Wei would never wait for him at the door with such urgency. Wife, I'm back. Opening the door, Wei Yong presented his purchases to Qin Wei like a treasure, eager to show her what he had brought. Qin Wei's eyes sparkled at the sight of a heap of snacks. Oh my goodness, hawthorn slices. Da Yong, you're too good to me. I've been craving these. Carefully opening the packaging, she savored a few slices, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Qin Wei's satiety level, 5. Experimental field growth rate, 5. Reward, map of Erhuang Mountain. Wei Yong's heart leaped with joy. He hadn't anticipated that such a simple treat would significantly elevate his wife's satiety level. This assortment of snacks was indeed a wise purchase. After putting away the snacks, Qin Wei gazed at the large yellow cow, her brows furrowing in concern. Daong, why on earth did you bring home a cow? It looks sick at first glance. You weren't duped, were you? We Chapter 29, welcoming the elder sister in grand style. Wei Yong chuckled, I don't know. It cost 30 yuan in total. If I was deceived, I'll accept it, but I believe this cow has treasures within. Qin Wei sighed in relief, thankful that it was merely 30 yuan. Had he spent their pork money on this cow, she would certainly have been furious. Daong, I don't think this cow will last long. We should consult the village veterinarian tomorrow. I doubt it can be cured. Wei Yong replied, let it be. I bought it because I believed it held something valuable. This time I want to call Widow Zhang. I'll take matters into my own hands. With a swift strike from a hatchet, Wei Yong dispatched the cow, and after letting it bleed out, he carefully opened its belly, anxious not to damage whatever treasures might lie within. Ever since their return, the quest for treasure had been incessant. Therefore, the system's hints must surely pertain to what was inside. Holding a hawthorn slice, Qin Wei stood beside him, her face brimming with curiosity. Perhaps her man could indeed uncover something valuable. However, upon cutting open the belly, aside from some scraps, it was utterly empty. Qin Wei, not disheartened, remarked, "Deong, never mind. Consider it a lesson learned." Yet Wei Yong remained unconvinced, resolutely dismembering the cow. As he cut through a piece of internal organ, a glimmering yellow object caught his eye, igniting his excitement. Indeed, there was treasure. Wei Yong was certain that the system would not deceive him. A fist-sized cow bezoar. Cow bezoar, also known as cow treasure, is a gallstone from cattle, an exceedingly valuable medicinal substance, and the larger the bezoar, the higher its worth, potentially multiplying its value exponentially. A cow bezoar the size of a chicken egg could easily fetch 100 yuan. This one, larger than a fist, made Wei Yong believe it could sell for at least 1,000. Qin Wei's face lit up with delight. "Deong, you're incredible. How much do you think this cow bezoar could sell for?" "I don't know, perhaps several hundred or even 1,000. I'll inquire in the village tomorrow." "My goodness. Several hundred. In this era, very few can spare even 10 yuan, let alone hundreds." Qin Wei's eyes sparkled with admiration. "My husband is truly remarkable." After securing the bezoar and skinning the cow, they realized the sickly creature had not been afflicted by the bezoar but rather by an epidemic. Its meat was unsafe for consumption, so they discarded it without a second thought. The couple returned to their home, snuggling on the warm Kong. Suddenly, Qin Wei spoke up. "Today, I heard from Chen Matzi at the village entrance that my brother-in-law might not last much longer. He suggested my sister come stay with us. What do you think?" Wei Yong paused, images of Qin Xia's substantial grain bags and her strikingly beautiful face flashing through his mind. "Wife, my father mentioned before that I should gather a group. I said it was fine as long as my sister agreed." Qin Wei nodded, not angered. "My sister has had a tough life. She has never truly lived as a woman and is now destined to become a widow." Wei Yong, intrigued, replied, "Are you implying that your sister has not consummated her marriage with your brother-in-law?" "That seems unlikely." Qin Wei explained, "Why not? She told me last time that on the day she married, she happened to have her period, which lasted 6 days. Then, my brother-in-law went up the mountain with my father, and he was gone for 10 days. When he returned, he had a broken leg." As she recounted the tale, the timeline seemed to align, and Wei Yong felt sympathy for her brother-in-law, who had just married a beautiful bride, only to have his leg broken before he could even touch her. Such a gorgeous sister-in-law, and she's still untouched? Qin Wei sighed. "I worry about my sister not being able to find food. She is very proud, even if she had to eat tree bark. She would never come to us for help. So, you should take the initiative and visit her in Xioxitan tomorrow." Wei Yong hesitated. "Aren't you coming with me?" Qin Wei replied, "I want to go. I've been having stomach pains lately and fear I might not manage the distance." Wei Yong nodded, realizing he needed to finalize arrangements for the bicycle. "All right, I'll go see my father and sister tomorrow." That evening, as Wei Yong closed his eyes, he studied the map of Erhuang Mountain within the system. The map displayed several moving red dots, clearly indicating small prey. However, it also contained some green dots that flickered yet remained stationary, their nature unknown. Wei Yong contemplated visiting Xioxitan the following day, bringing along his father-in-law to explore Erhuang Mountain. Early the next morning, Wei Yong took some snacks and hurried to Xioxitan. Upon entering the village, many recognized him. "Oh, isn't that Wei Yong? What a rare visitor." The residents of Xioxitan regarded him with a hint of sarcasm. Wei Yong's reputation there had never been stellar. Despite his recent successes, the news had yet to reach them. In their eyes, he remained an unremarkable layabout. Wei Yong smiled and replied, "Indeed, I've come to check on my father-in-law." He then raised the items in his hand for all to see. Upon noticing the biscuits, hawthorn slices, and a few candies, the villagers could not help but swallow their saliva. "This kid doesn't he mind spending money, does he?" A few young wives quickly shielded their children's eyes, fearing the sight would provoke tears of envy. Wei Yong arrived at the Qin household, knocked on the door, and entered. Inside, he found Qin Xia wiping her tears while hanging clothes, a sight that tugged at his heartstrings. "Big sister, I'm here." Qin Xia quickly turned, wiped her tears, and feigned calmness, saying, "Brother-in-law, you've come. Please, come in. My sister is doing well, isn't she?" Though Qin Xia forced a smile. It was evident that her life had been challenging, her eyes were sunken, and her cheeks were swollen. "Big sister, you seem unwell." Qin Xia awkwardly smiled a bit. "Yes. You should go in. Father is inside." Wei Yong pushed the door and entered, finding Qin Jiangwo smoking, the smoke swirling around his furrowed brow, his face etched with worry. "Father, Daong has arrived. Take a seat." Wei Yong set down his offerings and presented a box of peonies to Qin Jiangwo. "Where's my brother-in-law?" "Inside." The father-in-law lacked the appetite for fine tobacco. Wei Yong entered the inner room, where he found his brother-in-law lying on the king, coughing incessantly, barely able to open his eyes. The sight of his broken leg was beginning to emit a foul odor. It was apparent that, even with divine intervention, he could not be saved. "Father, should we prepare for the worst? Is there anything I can assist with?" Qin Jiangwo shook his head. "You need not run back and forth. Take care of the second girl. Also, once your brother-in-law is buried, you should bring the eldest girl here." The father-in-law's house was quite small. Qin Xia, hanging clothes outside, could hear every word clearly. At that moment, her face flushed crimson. Wei Yong nodded. "Father, rest assured. I will ensure that I bring my sister home with great fanfare." Chapter 30. "Xia, I will come for you in a few days," Qin Jiangwo advised. "Don't be too extravagant. The situation is delicate right now, so be frugal." Wei Yong reassured. "Rest assured, father, my elder sister will stay with me. I will not allow her to suffer any grievances. Even if we forego a wedding ceremony, it must still be a grand affair. I can spare this little money." Qin Jiangwo sighed. "You make the arrangements. Just don't be too extravagant." The father-in-law naturally wished for his daughter to have a splendid occasion, yet in these times, the priority remains simply to have enough to eat. Qin Xia had already finished hanging her clothes, but at this moment, she felt too embarrassed to enter the house. She understood that she could not escape her fate. In these times, forming connections is not shameful. Being starved is what brings disgrace. Although she had previously harbored a strong aversion towards Wei Yong, her perspective had shifted considerably after their last encounter. Moreover, the prospect of living together with her sister offered mutual support. People nowadays are consumed by a singular desire to survive. After discussing Qin Xiao's situation, Wei Yong then broached the subject of a trip to Erhuang Mountain. "Father, I intend to visit Erhuang Mountain today. Will you accompany me?" Qin Jiangwo shook his head. "I won't go. There's nothing much there, just wild chickens and rabbits. You can go take a look. I need to prepare for your brother-in-law's funeral. He could leave us at any moment." "Very well, father, I shall go alone." Qin Jiangwo retrieved the remaining 9 bullets from the box and handed them to Wei Yong. "Take these with you. Be extremely cautious on the mountain. I entrust both my daughters to you, and you cannot afford to encounter any more trouble." In recent days, Qin Jiangwo's spirit had waned. If anything were to happen to Wei Yong, he felt he could not endure it. Wei Yong nodded. "You can rest easy, father." In his previous life, Wei Yong had faced calamity in the mountains, thus he would exercise even greater caution this time. He stored his hunting rifle directly in the system space, allowing for immediate access, and with the map clearly indicating prey, he anticipated no danger. Upon exiting, Qin Xiao's face flushed crimson, akin to an apple. "My brother-in-law is leaving," she greeted timidly, unable to meet his gaze. She was acutely aware that in just a few days, he would become her husband. Wei Yong approached her, grasping her hand and discreetly placing something within her palm. "Xia, I am off now. I will return in a few days to fetch you." With that, he strode away with purpose. Qin Xiao's cheeks felt as if they might burst from their hue. This Wei Yong had already altered his address. Previously, he had called her elder sister alongside Qin Wei. Yet now he referred to her as Xia. They both understood the implications of this shift. Their relationship was on the brink of transformation, and naturally, the forms of address would change as well, leaving Qin Xia somewhat flustered. Opening her hand, she discovered 2 large white rabbit milk candies nestled in her palm, prompting her tears to flow uncontrollably. She unwrapped the candies and placed one into her mouth. The rich, sweet flavor brought her immense comfort. "This candy is so sweet. Perhaps my life will also turn out to be quite sweet from now on." Wei Yong ascended Erhuang Mountain directly from Xiaoxi Tun, this time without any companions. Consulting the map, he noted that there were not many prey on Erhuang Mountain, thus there was no need for dahe. His primary objective was to investigate the green spots marked on the map. Erhuang Mountain was a bit farther than Beishan, and it took Wei Yong a full 2 hours to arrive at his destination. Eagerly, he approached one of the green spots, examining it closely. The area was filled with wild grass and dense trees. Being somewhat remote, it was seldom visited. Wei Yong crouched down and began to dig through the soil, his eyes lighting up with discovery. Indeed, there was something valuable. He unearthed an object roughly the size of a potato, adorned with a long, finger-like plant. This is tianma. Tianma is a highly prized medicinal herb. Although it does not rival ginseng or reishi, finding just one can lead to the discovery of a vast quantity. Furthermore, tianma is not overly expensive, making it relatively easier to sell compared to ginseng. Wei Yong was immediately elated. The items marked on the map were all tianma. If he were to harvest them all, he could easily fetch a couple of hundred. This was a stroke of fortune. He was grateful to Wang Yu for unlocking the Beishan map. It was clear he needed to feed these two women well to enhance their sustenance. This bounty was simply too great. In comparison, the few bowls of noodles he had treated Wang Yu to seemed trivial. Hastening his pace, Wei Yong diligently collected all the tianma. With the system space at his disposal, he did not need to worry about transportation. One by one, the tianma were placed into the space, and after about 3 hours, he had entirely harvested all the green spots on Beishan. Upon returning home, night had nearly fallen. Wei Yong first stopped by the village chief's house to request a bicycle ticket. The village chief readily agreed, as this was a minor favor. Upon arriving home, Qin Wei had prepared dinner, awaiting his return. "Wife, I'm back." Qin Wei quickly poured him a glass of water. "How is my sister?" Wei Yong replied. "She seems a bit agitated. Her husband is gravely ill, and it's only a matter of days. Father is also quite troubled." Qin Wei sighed in resignation. In times of famine, death is all too common. Moreover, we had already mentally prepared ourselves for the possibility of my brother-in-law's passing. What did my sister say? Will she be coming to live with us soon? Qin Wei was eager for her sister to join them, her anticipation palpable. Wei Yong replied, "She didn't say much. But father asked me to bring her over. Wife, since we are bringing my sister here, we cannot keep it too simple. I plan to organize a welcoming procession so that she doesn't feel slighted." Qin Wei concurred. "You are right, my sister is sensitive, so when she arrives, it must be a grand affair. We cannot skimp on expenses. With your words, I am reassured. Our family is not lacking in funds anymore, just look here." Wei Yong produced over 200 yuan, placing it into Qin Wei's hands. It was rare for a common family to possess even a single large denomination bill. Yet Wei Yong presented her with more than 20. Qin Wei's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with excitement. "Goodness, so much money." "Yes. I have made contact with the coal mine manager. He has agreed to purchase my pork. I will go buy some coal tomorrow so we can stay warm this winter." Qin Wei nodded, aware that even with such a sum, they needed to spend wisely. She counted the money repeatedly, her demeanor akin to that of a treasure seeker. Wei Yong smiled, planning to head to the village early the next day to see if he could sell the tianma. That would yield another sum. He was eager to buy a bicycle and bring Qinxia over in style. Just as the couple was engrossed in counting their money, an unexpected voice broke the tranquility from outside. "Wei Yong, are you home?" It was Wang Xiaoling. Upon hearing Wang Xiaoling's arrival, Qin Wei felt a wave of irritation wash over her. "What does she want now?" Wei Yong responded, "I don't know. Let me check." "Don't worry, my wife." Qin Wei had just begun to enjoy a semblance of peace in her life, and now she feared Wang Xiaoling would disrupt it once more. However, she felt a surge of confidence. Soon her sister would arrive, and surely the two of them together could overpower Wang Xiaoling alone. Wei Yong approached the courtyard gate, peering through the fence at Wang Xiaoling. "What is it?" Wang Xiaoling's expression was complex as she declared, "I am getting married." She did not mention the incident at the noodle shop. That was a moment of her greatest embarrassment. Standing outside the noodle shop, she was overwhelmed by cravings and, unfortunately, Wei Yong happened to witness her distress. Ironically, he was inside enjoying her most desired Sanxian noodles, a sight she would never forget. Why should this be? Wei Yong, a lazy and aimless individual, could indulge in Sanxian noodles while she was left outside, reduced to tears by her hunger. How could such a ludicrous situation come to pass? In the past, Wei Yong would have eagerly ordered a bowl for her to enjoy while he watched. Yet this time, not only was he feasting alone, but he was also accompanied by Wang Yu. It was one thing for him to treat Qin Wei as she was his wife. But why was Wang Yu also partaking in such indulgence? Did he truly regard her as inferior even to Wang Yu? The events at the noodle shop left Wang Xiaoling profoundly shaken. She resolved to lead a better life and ensure that men obeyed her commands. Although Shui Yan was wealthy, she did not wish to live under anyone else's scrutiny. Thus, Wang Xiaoling decided to marry someone else. Wei Yong furrowed his brow. Who was she planning to marry? He was not particularly concerned about her marital choices, but rather curious about her intended. Wang Xiaoling replied that it was El Taiching from Gongtuan, who had offered her 30 yuan as a betrothal gift. Wei Yong was taken aback. What a coincidence that Wang Xiaoling knew El Taiching. Today, the cow had been bought from him, and it seemed El Taiching was indeed a decent man, having unwittingly aided Wei Yong. However, he never anticipated that the 30 yuan from selling the cow would be used as a bride price, and for none other than Wang Xiaoling. In this day and age, 30 yuan was quite a substantial amount. Many merely offered 20 jin of fine grain and 20 jin of coarse grain, along with miscellaneous items, often not even reaching 10 yuan. It appeared that El Taiching had a genuine affection for Wang Xiaoling, and Wei Yong felt a tinge of pity for him. This woman was akin to a vampire, and marrying her would surely lead to a grim fate. That sounds splendid. When you marry, I shall gift you a red envelope, Wei Yong declared, feeling compelled to contribute a token of goodwill in light of El Taiching's involvement. Wang Xiaoling had come to inform him of this development late at night. Wei Yong, I don't know why you are upset with me. This is your last chance. Once I am married, you will never have another, she asserted. Wei Yong was at a loss for words. He wished she would refrain from offering him opportunities he did not desire. Please, just return home quickly. I don't want the villagers to gossip about our relationship. It would be quite embarrassing. With that, he turned and returned to his house. Enraged, Wang Xiaoling clenched her fists. Was it shameful to be gossiped about? Was it not equally embarrassing to see him and Wang Yu dining together in the noodle shop? Had she fallen so low that Wei Yong held her in such disdain? Furious, she returned home, initially intending to share this news with Wei Yong to provoke him and see if he would regret his indifference. Instead, she returned home with a heart full of frustration. Seeing her distressed demeanor, Li Fan inquired, "What's wrong? Is Wei Yong upset?" "No," Wang Xiaoling replied, feeling too humiliated to share the details of their conversation with her mother. It was simply too embarrassing. Li Fan scoffed, "It seems Wei Yong has given up on you. Don't dwell on it. El Taiching from Gongtuan is not a bad choice. Who can even afford 30 yuan these days? If you marry him, you want to just live comfortably, but you might also enjoy a better quality of life. That 30 yuan will be saved for you if you face difficulties later. You can always come to me." Li Fan beamed with joy, thinking that 30 yuan could help support her in her old age. Wang Xiaoling, feeling unproductive at home, was eager to see herself married off, thus she wholeheartedly supported this match. With a sigh, she felt a sense of confusion, uncertain if this was indeed the right decision. Back at home, Wei Yong recounted the earlier events, and Qin Wei sighed with relief. It's good that she is marrying. It will alleviate her fixation on our man. Wei Yong then mentioned, "Wife, I am going to visit the widow Chu to deliver some hawthorn slices and biscuits." Qin Wei, aware of the encounter with Li Ping at the coal mine, understood that bringing gifts to Widow Chu would only yield positive outcomes. "It's rather late for you to go alone. Why not take Yu Jia with you?" she suggested. Feeling unwell and not wanting to traverse the dark road alone, she thought it would be best if Wei Yong accompanied Wang Yu to avoid any gossip. Moreover, since Wang Yu's meat was sold at the coal mine, it was only reasonable to express gratitude. "All right, I shall find Yu Jia," Wei Yong agreed. Upon arriving at old Qin's house, Da He joyfully wagged his tail at the sight of Wei Yong. "Yu Jia," he called out, and both Wang Yu and Qin Rongmao emerged. Qin Rongmao frowned. "De Yong, what brings you here at this hour?" He was somewhat displeased at Wei Yong's late-night visit to his wife, but he could not voice his dissatisfaction. After all, their family's newfound access to meat was thanks to Wei Yong. If he angered him and lost that support, it would be dire. Wei Yong explained his purpose, and Wang Yu nodded. "Very well, I shall accompany you." After Wang Yu changed her clothes, they set off together. With Wang Yu joining, Qin Rongma had no objections. Though he personally wished to visit Widow Chu as well, without a valid reason, he feared his wife might get upset. As Wang Yu stepped outside, Qin Rongma returned into the house and Wei Yong seized Wang Yu's hand. Surprised, she quickly turned back to see Qin Rongma inside, and with a hint of annoyance, she exclaimed, "Are you trying to get us caught? How would I explain that to my sister? Who would see us in broad daylight?" Wei Yong chuckled. Wang Yu withdrew her hand and discovered 2 hard candies in her palm, 2 large white rabbit milk candies. Her heart warmed. "Da Yong, did you call me out here just to give me candy?" she inquired. "How did you know?" "I was hoping that if you enjoyed the candy, you might let me steal a kiss in return, and then I could savor the taste of this milk candy as well," Wei Yong teased. Wang Yu shot him a glare. "Keep dreaming. We're not far from home. If you're so bold, go ahead and kiss me in plain sight." "I dare you." Wei Yong paused. "Sister, you said it." Chapter 32. How will you repay me? With that, Wei Yong puckered his lips, ready to lean in for a kiss. Wang Yu blushed and quickly dodged. "Are you out of your mind? If you kiss me, will you take responsibility?" "Of course. You'll bear my child. And I'll take care of both of you," Wei Yong quipped. "Get lost with your nonsense. If you keep teasing me, I won't come out with you anymore." Wang Yu recognized his playful banter, but his teasing still made her heart race. Arriving at Widow Chu's house, they called out a few times. Widow Chu emerged, swaying her hips. "Da Yong, Wang Yu, what brings you here?" "Sister Chu, I bought some snacks in the village today and wanted to share some with you." "Oh, Da Yong, you are too kind. Please, come inside." With Wang Yu present, Widow Chu felt no fear of gossip. Inside, Widow Chu's home was filled with provisions. There were cured meats hanging from the stove and numerous canned goods, clearly gifts from Li Ping. Wei Yong set down the items and candidly stated, "Sister Chu, I'll be straightforward. Last time, when you Jia and I sold the wild boar meat, we happened upon Li Ge, who introduced me to the coal mine where I managed to sell the meat. I came here to express my gratitude." The Widow Chu's face blossomed with joy. Her husband was capable, and thus she too basked in his glory. Although their affair was discreet, now that both Wei Yong and Wang Yu were aware, there was no longer any need for concealment. Why bother with formalities? They were from the same village. Next time Li Ping visits, I'll be sure to mention it. The Widow Chu, being astute, understood that Wei Yong's gratitude stemmed from his regard for Li Ping. The abundance of snacks he provided surely incurred a significant expense, and such a favor must be acknowledged by Li Ping. Suddenly, Wei Yong's mind was jolted by two beeps. The treasure hunting function had activated once more. He took a few steps towards the west room, where the sound intensified with urgency. It appeared that the Widow Chu's home harbored some treasures. However, whether treasures existed or not was of little concern to Wei Yong. After all, she was Li Ping's lover, and gifting her something nice was entirely reasonable. Things that belonged to someone else were off limits for him, of course, with the exception of other men's wives. "Well then, Sister Chu, we shall not impose any longer. We'll take our leave," Wei Yong said, not lingering too long. It wasn't appropriate to remain in a widow's home at such an hour, even with Wang Yu's company. After Wei Yong and Wang Yu departed, a man emerged from the west room. It was Li Ping. The Widow Chu smiled and remarked, "This Wei Yong is quite capable, bringing me so many delightful treats." Li Ping nodded, pressing the Widow Chu onto the kang as he asked, "And how shall you repay me?" The Widow Chu blushed, retorting playfully, "You rascal, have I ever treated you poorly?" After a while, Li Ping reclined contentedly on the kang, lighting a cigarette. Meanwhile, the Widow Chu changed into fresh clothes and munched on the cream-filled biscuits that Wei Yong had brought. After having exhausted her conversation, she felt the need to replenish herself. "The next time you come, make sure to bring Wei Yong along. He can look after me as well. If you can help him out a bit, that would be great." Li Ping nodded, assuring her, "I have it under control. And now that Wei Yong is aware of our relationship, it will be easier for me to bring things to you. He can deliver them directly." This Wei Yong was quite astute, both ruthless and clever. If he wished to cultivate a friendship, Li Ping could indeed grow closer to him. Recently, the donghua coal mine was preparing to hire, and Li Ping intended to leverage his connections to secure a position for Wei Yong, with the salary and benefits channeled to the Widow Chu. The Widow Chu paused, pondering, "That sounds wonderful, but will Wei Yong agree?" If Li Ping were to arrange for the Widow Chu to be directly employed, it would surely invite gossip, especially if his wife found out. Thus, he devised a plan for Wei Yong to work there while the salary was sent to the Widow Chu. "He will agree. I'll arrange for Wei Yong to be placed in the procurement department of the coal mine. Since he hunts, he can invoice for certain goods and exchange them for cash. This position is quite lucrative, and the profits will depend on Wei Yong's skills." Upon hearing this, the Widow Chu felt reassured. This way, she wouldn't need to lift a finger yet would still receive a salary. Being a formal employee at the donghua coal mine was enviable, especially since it did not involve the arduous labor of mining. As she aged, she would even be entitled to a pension. This job was truly enviable, a guarantee bestowed by Li Ping. Leaning against Li Ping's shoulder, the Widow Chu sweetly murmured, You were so good to me, I suppose I shall serve you once more. The following morning, Zhao Long arrived early at Wei Yong's doorstep, presenting him with a bicycle ticket. When Wei Yong offered to pay, Zhao Long adamantly refused. After a protracted debate, the village head remained unmoved. Wei Yong, resigned, expressed his gratitude and resolved to procure some fine cigarettes for the village head next time. With the bicycle ticket in hand, Wei Yong first planted radishes and sweet potatoes in the soil. The experimental plot also revealed small mounds, albeit slower than the potatoes. But with the assistance of a few women, they would likely mature soon. After completing these tasks, Wei Yong headed straight for the township. Upon entering the township, he went to Beiji, hoping to encounter El Taiching to inquire about matters concerning him. Unfortunately, El Taiching was absent, and he found no noteworthy findings. Wei Yong then made his way to the donghua coal mine. Upon arrival, he coincidentally joined the shift change. The coal mine operated on a 3-shift system. Some workers were clocking in while others were finishing their shifts. Among those heading to work, Wei Yong spotted El Taiching's brother-in-law, Gao Fei. Their previous encounter had been less than pleasant. Gao Fei, imbued with arrogance as a formal employee of the donghua coal mine, looked down upon a country bumpkin like Wei Yong. Thus, he merely scoffed and ignored him. As Wei Yong approached the entrance, security personnel barred his way. But upon presenting his identification, he was promptly allowed entry. Gao Fei furrowed his brow, surprised that Wei Yong had managed to gain access. He approached the security officer, asking, "That kid isn't one of us, how did he get in?" The security officer frowned, replying, "Nonsense. He has a pass, so of course he gets in. Who do you think you are to interfere?" The security personnel were not inclined to entertain Gao Fei's inquiries. Their duties were not for a mere minor to question. Gao Fei, not daring to argue further, quickly changed into his work attire and descended into the mine, perplexed about how Wei Yong had infiltrated their ranks. Wei Yong proceeded to the mine manager's office, knocked, and entered to find Li Ping sharing tea with the mine manager. "Liga, you're here too." Li Ping smiled. "Xiao Wei has come. What delightful offerings do you bring us today?" Wei Yong produced a piece of Gastrodia alata from his pocket, stating this time, "It's not food. It's medicinal material. I lack connections, so I thought to see if Manager Zhao and you might know someone." Upon seeing the Gastrodia alata, Manager Zhao's eyes sparkled as he retrieved a pair of glasses from his coat pocket. "Xiao Wei, your luck is remarkable. This Gastrodia alata is of excellent quality, currently. It fetches around 10+ yuan per pound. The size you have is substantial, and each piece could easily sell for 2 yuan. Wei Yong's heart leaped with joy. At 2 yuan per piece, and with over 100 in his face, it seemed he could earn over 200 yuan this time. Moreover, he also possessed a large piece of cow bile, which would surely command a higher price than the Gastrodia alata. Chapter 33. The 1,000 Yuan Household. Manager Zhao displayed considerable interest in these medicinal materials. Even when Wei Yong had previously brought an abundance of pork, Manager Zhao had not been so animated. Li Ping explained. "Manager Zhao's father is a traditional Chinese medicine doctor at our County S hospital, so he is well versed in these herbs." Upon this revelation, Wei Yong understood why Manager Zhao was so captivated by the medicinal materials, not only due to his family connections, but also because he likely had channels for selling these items. If these herbs were in Wei Yong's hands, the eventual selling price could be significantly diminished after being subjected to layers of markup. He might end up with little profit. Conversely, if he handed them to Manager Zhao, the latter would take a small cut, pocketing some commission. This arrangement was acceptable to Wei Yong. Unfortunately, in this society, it was impossible for one person to monopolize the entire profit chain. Manager Zhao reined in his excitement and said, "Xiao Wei, you have truly surprised me. I will buy these Gastrodia alata from you at 2 yuan each, regardless of size. Just bring me however many you have." "Very well, I shall fetch them shortly," Wei Yong replied. Just as he was about to leave, Li Ping quickly followed him outside. "Xiao Wei, how has your family been faring lately?" Upon hearing that Li Ping was seeking him out, Wei Yong immediately sensed there must be a matter of significance at hand. Just last night, he had delivered gifts to Widow Chu's home, and Li Ping's visit today suggested that Wei Yong had been quite frequent in his visits to her. "Thanks to you, Brother Li, we received relief grain last time, and our family has been well fed and warmly clothed recently," Wei Yong remarked. Li Ping nodded, acknowledging that in recent years, the weather was unlikely to improve, and farming was not a sustainable path. He inquired if Wei Yong had considered seeking a position in the village. Upon hearing this, Wei Yong began to suspect Li Ping's intentions. Brotherly, are you suggesting you might help me find a job? If there's anything you need from me, please don't hesitate to ask. Li Ping smiled faintly. Recognizing Wei Yong as a perceptive individual, astute people grasped the nuances quickly. It was clear that Li Ping would not extend his assistance without a motive. He organized his thoughts and painted a promising picture for Wei Yong, recounting the situation regarding Widow Chu. One had to admit, even Wei Yong couldn't help but admire Li Ping's eloquence. This fellow was indeed born to be a leader. The prospects he described stirred something within Wei Yong. He felt as though even if the position came without remuneration, he would still eagerly embrace it. After Li Ping concluded his pitch, Wei Yong immediately acquiesced. Not for any other reason, but this role in the procurement department would afford him numerous opportunities. With the produce from his experimental fields, he would not have to worry about market access. Moreover, securing a formal job would elevate his standing in the eyes of others. And his wife would also bask in reflected glory. After solidifying the arrangements with Wei Yong, Li Ping returned to the office to await his arrival. Wei Yong took a stroll around, retrieving the Gastrodia alata, which he carried back in a cloth bag. Upon seeing the substantial amount of Gastrodia alata Wei Yong had collected, Director Zhao was filled with delight. Excellent. In the future, if you have more of this, bring it directly to me. And I assure you I will offer a high price. Besides the Gastrodia alata, Wei Yong also produced some bovine bile, which held considerable value. He pondered that if he sold it himself, he might struggle to find suitable buyers. Thus, it would be wiser to enlist Director Zhao's help, allowing him to earn a small profit in the process. How about this, Director Zhao? Wei Yong proposed. Zhao first appeared taken aback, but soon his face lit up with excitement. Such a large piece of bovine bile. Where did you acquire this? Wei Yong explained. A few days ago, someone was selling a sick cow and I purchased it at a low price. Upon slaughtering it at home, I discovered this. Director Zhao clapped Wei Yong on the shoulder. You've struck gold, my friend. I'm at a loss for words. This piece of bovine bile could sell for 1,000 if luck is on our side. Wei Yong replied, Director Zhao, could you assist me in selling this? Zhao contemplated. For something worth over 1,000, I can't help you for free. How about this? I'll buy it from you for 900 and whatever I make beyond that will be mine. Wei Yong nodded. Although the item could potentially fetch over 1,000, he realized that selling it himself might take time. With Zhao only deducting 100, the price remained within Wei Yong's budget. All right, I'll take it. In the future, I'll bring more good items for you, Director Zhao. Enough of this Director Zhao business. Just call me Brother Zhao. Once you start working at the coal mine, feel free to reach out to me if you need anything. Li Ping had already discussed Wei Yong's employment, and with Director Zhao personally overseeing the process, Wei Yong quickly became a formal employee of the procurement department. Zhao escorted him to the office, which, despite being within a coal mine, was one of the cleanest places around. Inside the office sat 3 men, all of whom greeted Wei Yong. After a brief introduction from Zhao, he departed. Wei Yong's responsibilities were straightforward, collecting goods from the countryside, as long as the agricultural products met market prices. Each month, he was expected to meet a quota. As a newcomer, he had to procure at least 200 yuan worth of goods. For Wei Yong, this task was exceedingly simple. With the agricultural products he produced himself, he could likely exceed that amount. This job seemed tailor-made for him. Not lingering in the office, as the procurement department's work involved much running about, Wei Yong departed without anyone batting an eye. Armed with cash and a bicycle ticket, he first purchased a Phoenix brand bicycle. Next, he visited a grocery store to stock up on food, anticipating the arrival of his sister-in-law, as the household would soon expand, necessitating ample snacks. Wei Yong surmised that his sister-in-law would likely become a binding target, and enhancing her well-being would also yield rewards from the system. Soon, his experimental fields would flourish. And before winter, he hoped to harvest a wave of potatoes, alleviating their food concerns. Of course, with the profits from the Gastrodia alata and bovine bile totaling over 1,000 yuan, he would not suffer from hunger even without the potatoes. Having spent a hefty sum of 150 yuan on the bicycle, he also invested 10 yuan in a tiger head flashlight and several batteries, which would prove useful during his excursions. Wei Yong stored all his new acquisitions in his space and then returned to the coal mine, where he found Director Zhao again and purchased 2 tons of coal for 50 yuan. Normally, a ton of coal would sell for 40 yuan, but as an employee, He enjoyed a discount, and the coal mine would deliver it directly to his home without any effort on his part. With everything settled, Wei Yong left the coal mine, riding his bicycle out of the village. This time, instead of heading directly home, he ventured to Shaoxitu. Soon, his sister-in-law would become his wife, and he felt the need to strengthen their emotional connection to avoid any future awkwardness. Additionally, he wanted to check on his brother-in-law's condition. It wasn't that he was anxious, but rather, in his brother-in-law's situation, every additional day was another day of suffering. While Wei Yong could endure hardship, he felt a pang of sympathy for his sister-in-law having to share in that suffering. Chapter 34. The second brother-in-law truly thrives. In Shaoxitu, after finishing their afternoon meal, the locals gathered at the entrance, engaging in casual conversation. Qin Jiangwo sat among them, smoking a cigarette, though his mood seemed rather bleak, resulting in fewer words from him. However, the others were undeterred by his demeanor. "Hey, old Qin, last time your second brother-in-law visited, it seemed like he brought a fair bit of goods, huh? I heard he didn't have the best reputation in Xiaodongtan. Was he just putting on a show when he came here?" When Wei Yong previously visited, he had brought hawthorn slices and cream-filled biscuits, leaving several village children in a state of yearning. The villagers couldn't help but wonder how the Wei family's young man had become so prosperous. Qin Jiangwo scoffed and pulled out a lotus flower cigarette, saying, "What show? This cigarette was bought by my second brother-in-law." "Oh really, old Qin? Don't just say it. I've heard tales that your second brother-in-law does nothing in Xiaodongtan, letting the fields lie fallow, and he often beats his wife. Are you just too shy to admit it?" Qin Jiangwo's expression darkened. "Who is slandering my second brother-in-law? Step forward so I can see you. I'll take care of you. Such rumors are unfounded. From now on, don't speak ill of my second brother-in-law, or else I won't hold back." Seeing Qin Jiangwo genuinely infuriated, the others fell silent. His temper was well known throughout the vicinity, and while they enjoyed a bit of banter, they had no intention of provoking him further. At that moment, a child came running over. "Someone's riding a bicycle into the village." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward the village entrance. In this day and age, a bicycle in the countryside is indeed a rare and prized possession. Whoever can be seen riding a bicycle in the village is guaranteed to turn heads, as everyone would be eager to see if perhaps a local dignitary has come for an inspection. From afar, one can spot a gleaming black bicycle approaching. Undoubtedly brand new and unmistakably a Phoenix model. In that era, owning a Phoenix bicycle was a symbol of status, and its pristine condition would evoke envy from all. Qin Jiangwo let out a grunt, ignoring the onlookers, preoccupied with thoughts of arranging matters for his late brother-in-law. At that moment, someone shouted, "Old Qin, your second brother-in-law is here." Qin Jiangwo lifted his head to see Wei Yong arriving on a bicycle, with a bag of food hanging from the handlebars, stopping at his doorstep. The crowd was taken aback, never expecting the rider to be the second brother-in-law of the Qin family. "Old Qin's brother-in-law. Is that a new bicycle you have? How much did it cost?" Wei Yong responded cheerfully, 150. "Goodness, that's quite a sum to spend." Qin Jiangwo hastily discarded his pipe, and upon recognizing Wei Yong, a rare smile broke through his usually solemn demeanor. "De Yong has arrived. Is that a new bicycle?" Wei Yong nodded, saying, "Father, I came to check on you and brought some things." He handed over the food, which was not only for his father-in-law but also for Qin Xia. Upon hearing Wei Yong's voice, Qin Xia emerged, standing in the courtyard, and spotted him from a distance. Wei Yong's gaze also searched for Qin Xia in the yard. Their eyes met briefly across the fence, but Qin Xia quickly ducked back inside, too shy to maintain eye contact. "Father, how is the elder brother-in-law?" Wei Yong inquired. Qin Jiangwo shook his head. "It's been a matter of just these past few days." Wei Yong retrieved 10 large bills from his pocket and placed them in Qin Jiangwo's hand. "Father, handling the funeral will require a significant amount of money. Please take this." Qin Jiangwo intended to refuse, but seeing the resolute expression on Wei Yong's face, he accepted the money. The villagers of Shaoxituan watched with gleaming eyes as they beheld the 10 large bills. Wei Yong was indeed impressive, riding a new Phoenix bicycle and generously gifting his father-in-law 100 yuan. This lad has truly made it. The second brother-in-law is so filial. We envy old Qin the most in this village. Indeed, old Qin is fortunate to have such a daughter. No wonder Qin Wei is always eager to marry you. You possess real talent. Will the second brother-in-law come over to my house for a meal? The villagers' attitude towards Wei Yong underwent a complete turnaround, having previously dismissed him. They now praised his accomplishments. Qin Jiangwo's face nearly blossomed with joy as he embraced Wei Yong and led him inside, determined to celebrate with a few drinks. Eldest daughter. Prepare some dishes. I want to share a drink with De Yong. Understood. Upon entering the house, they spotted Qin Xia clad in gray attire. Qin Xia's figure was taller and fuller than Qin Wei's, her clothes stretched tightly over her frame, perhaps a sign that her outfit was a size too small, presenting a slightly provocative appearance. Tomorrow, Wei Yong planned to go to the town to have a loose-fitting red outfit made, one that would surpass Wang Xiaoling's in beauty. As Wei Yong entered, Qin Xia felt too bashful to greet him, fearing he might, as before, call her little Xia, which would leave her utterly embarrassed. Wei Yong first glanced at his elder brother-in-law, noticing the worsening stench in the room, and the elder brother-in-law's labored breathing left it uncertain whether he would survive the night. It was quite pitiable. He had married a beautiful wife yet seemed doomed to suffer. Wei Yong's 100 yuan would certainly help in providing a proper burial, especially since he was now responsible for the man's wife. Qin Jiangwo said, De Yong, you and the eldest daughter prepare the meal. I will head to the village entrance to procure some liquor. I should be back in half an hour. With that, Qin Jiangwo took the wine gourd and stepped outside, clearly intending to create an opportunity for Wei Yong and Qin Xia. Once Qin Jiangwo departed, Qin Xia's face flushed with warmth. She kept her head down, fiddling with the large black pot, too shy to look at Wei Yong, her demeanor contrasting starkly with her former self. She recalled the time when Wei Yong had crawled into Qin Wei's bed, only to be dragged out by Qin Xia by her ear. She had been quite fierce then. But now she resembled a startled little rabbit, not daring to utter a word. Little Xia, Wei Yong called out. Qin Xia bit her lip, too timid to respond. Wei Yong approached her, just as before, taking her hand and placing something into her palm. Qin Xia was taken aback. Last time he had held her hand, it had left her feeling quite flustered, and now he was doing it again. She intended to refuse, but the words caught in her throat. Looking down, she discovered a glass jar containing 4 slices of yellow peach. Canned peaches? Upon seeing the jar, her mouth began to water uncontrollably. Such a treat would surely make any child weep with longing. Many had never tasted them, only hearing tales of their sweetness. Qin Xia bit her lip and softly suggested, Give it to the second sister, she's pregnant and must be craving something. Yet, Wei Yong insisted, pressing it into her hands. This is for you. Wei Wei has hers. And you will have yours too. Chapter 35. Your man is impressive, isn't he? Qin Xia's face flushed once again. Wei Yong's words could not be clearer. He intended to ensure that both sisters would be treated equally in their shared life together. Though Qin Xia had no desire to compete with Qin Wei, the prospect of living under one roof would be fraught with discomfort if there were any disparity in their treatment. Wei Yong's words, however, reassured her, filling her with hope for the future. Holding the jar of peaches, Qin Xia kept her head down in silence. Why not open it and eat? Wei Yong suggested. I want to eat it now. I'll save it for when I'm unwell. I've heard that eating canned peaches helps with colds. Wei Yong chuckled softly, seizing the jar and opening the lid, placing it on the table. Eat. I'll buy you more whenever you wish. Qin Xia pursed her lips, still shaking her head. You should eat. If you don't, I'll just watch you. Qin Xia fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, casting a glance at Wei Yong before, as if jolted by an electric shock, quickly lowering her head, fetching a spoon, and cautiously taking a slice of peach, careful not to spill a single drop of syrup. Binding target Qin Xia's satiation level 6. Increasing target's satiation level may yield rewards. Hearing the system's cold voice, Wei Yong felt a surge of joy indeed. The system had bound to Qin Xia. Qin Xia, delicately savoring a slice of peach, refrained from consuming more, wanting to save some for later. Little Xia, once opened. This canned fruit one tea lasts long. If we don't finish it today, it will spoil by tomorrow. Qin Xia paused, then, somewhat reluctantly, replied. Then you should eat one too. I want tea, it's all for you. I'm content just watching you eat. Qin Xia's cheeks flushed as, under Wei Yong's unwavering gaze, she ultimately consumed all the canned peaches. There was no escape, she had to finish them, for Wei Yong wouldn't allow otherwise. Qin Xia's satiety level, 5, experimental field growth rate, 5, unlock daily shop, 1 item per day, limited to 24 hours. Today's item, 5 pounds of oranges, 3 yuan. Wei Yong was instantly elated, his sister-in-law truly delivered. For the first time enhancing her satiety level, she had unlocked such an impressive feature. In this era of scarcity, Even in non-famine years, procuring goods was exceedingly challenging. It required not only money but also coupons. For instance, with pork. Each individual could only claim half a pound of meat per month through their ration coupons. Furthermore, with a severe drought in northeast China, resources had become even more limited. The prospect of being able to purchase items from the shop was a great convenience, as items there did not require coupons, only money sufficed. Moreover, the prices were nearly equivalent to market rates, prompting Wei Yong to unhesitatingly purchase 5 pounds of oranges. The system's cash decreased by 3 yuan, while he acquired a dozen oranges. Observing Qin Xia finish her canned food, Wei Yong remarked, "Xia, close your eyes. I shall perform a little magic for you." Qin Xia froze momentarily, then blushed, replying, "I don't want to." She assumed Wei Yong was making a clumsy excuse to steal a kiss. Noticing her expression, Wei Yong chuckled. "Xia, I am not trying to kiss you. I genuinely have a trick to show you. If I wish to kiss you, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future." Upon hearing this, Qin Xia's face reddened further, and she bit her lip, tempted to retort. "Who said you could kiss me?" However, upon reflection, she realized there was no fault in Wei Yong's words. Living under the same roof, he was indeed her man. Though she feigned modesty, it was only a matter of time before she would belong to him. Qin Xia closed her eyes, curious to see what trick Wei Yong would perform. Moments later, she was suddenly enveloped by a delightful fragrance. She opened her eyes in astonishment to find Wei Yong holding an unpeeled orange, exuding an enticing aroma. "Oranges? Where did you get these?" With winter approaching, fresh fruit was a rare luxury. Merely consuming canned food was already a considerable advantage, let alone fresh fruit, which was unthinkable in the countryside. How had Wei Yong managed to procure oranges? "Your man is quite impressive, isn't he? Go ahead and eat," he said with a smile. Qin Xia playfully retorted, "Stop joking. My man is right here." She carefully took the orange from him, peeling it gently as the juice splattered and released its alluring scent. Even before tasting it, her mouth watered profusely. As she peeled the first segment, she offered it to Wei Yong. "You eat first." Wei Yong chuckled, appreciating her thoughtfulness. "Ah," he said, opening his mouth without using his hands. Qin Xia's face flushed, yet she still placed the orange segment into his mouth. Her fingers inadvertently brushed against his lips, prompting Wei Yong to plant a kiss on her hand. Startled, Qin Xia withdrew her hand, lowering her gaze while munching on a few orange segments. The fresh orange segments burst with rich juice in her mouth, an exquisite delight unlike any she had ever tasted. Wei Yong had never encountered such delicious oranges. Even those shipped from the south paled in comparison to the sweetness of those from the system. Qin Xia's satiety level, 5. Experimental field growth rate, 5. Storage capacity increased to 10 cubic meters. My sister-in-law is truly remarkable. Not only is she beautiful, but her rewards are also generous. Wei Yong had intended to linger with his sister-in-law a while longer, but his father-in-law returned at that moment. He shared a few drinks with him, mindful not to indulge. As Qin Wei was still waiting at home, with her belly growing larger, it was increasingly inconvenient for her to be alone. Soon, Wei Yong would likely have to make daily trips to the village. Caring for his wife would be challenging until his sister-in-law moved in, providing mutual support for the two sisters. "Xia, I must take my leave for now. Tomorrow, I'll come by to make you a red outfit, and then take you with me." Qin Xia remained silent, her head lowered, leaving everything to Wei Yong's arrangements. He rode his bicycle away from Shaoxituan. Not long after leaving the village, he passed by a cornfield. Though the corn stalks towered over him, they bore scant ears of corn. Suddenly, 2 unfamiliar men emerged from the cornfield, blocking his bicycle. Both were of similar height to Wei Yong, yet more robust. One wielding a machete, exuding an unmistakable air of menace. Wei Yong halted his bicycle, and just then, 2 more individuals sprang forth from the cornfield, encircling him. One man, donned in a woolen cap, sneered, "Brother, nice bike. Just bought it, huh? We're a bit short on food and could use a loan." Wei Yong scoffed, realizing he had encountered highwaymen. With so many hungry souls, it was no surprise that some had turned to banditry. Spotting Wei Yong on a new bicycle, they recognized him as an easy target, assuming he would be no match for their 4-man crew. Wei Yong parked his bicycle and replied with a calm smile, "What if I refuse to lend you anything?" The cap-wearing youth's face contorted into a menacing snarl. "Then we'll have to make you bleed." The men brandished their knives, projecting a fierce demeanor. Any ordinary person would have quaked in fear at such a display, and even a martial artist would find themselves at a disadvantage. Unfortunately for them, they had crossed paths with Wei Yong. He smirked and replied, "All right, you have some guts. If you don't piss yourselves in a bit, I'll consider you men." With that, he produced a hunting rifle from his storage space as if conjured from thin air. Before the four could taunt him, Wei Yong aimed directly at the man in the cap. The latter's face drained of color, and he turned to flee. Bang! Wei Yong fired a shot at the ground beneath him. The deafening gunshot startled the man, who fell to the ground in a heap. Overwhelmed by sudden fear, he lost control and wet himself. The other three, now terrified, had no idea where this young man had acquired a gun. It was utterly terrifying. They fled in disarray. Wei Yong chuckled. With such cowardice, you dare to act as bandits? Utterly worthless. Just as he prepared to put away his gun, two more youths emerged from the cornfield, their pants around their ankles, looking utterly panicked. It was evident they were part of the same group as the previous four. Bro, we were wrong. We won't do it again. They knelt before Wei Yong, bowing their heads in repentance before bolting away. Wei Yong was taken aback, initially thinking there were only four, but now realized there were six. Had these two been urinating in the cornfield? The next moment, a woman stumbled out from the cornfield. Her hair was disheveled, her clothes torn, and her delicate waist clearly visible. The woman appeared to be around 27 or 28, strikingly beautiful with flawless skin. Not resembling a rural laborer, but rather someone from the city, fair and tender. Upon seeing Wei Yong, she rushed over, tears streaming down her face as she knelt before him. "Please help me, take me back to my village." Wei Yong was momentarily bewildered, questioning her intentions. The woman lamented. "I went to the countryside on an errand, and upon my return, I encountered a few bandits. Not only did they rob me of my money, but they also sought to take advantage of me. Woe is me." Her cries were filled with a profound sense of injustice, and she expressed her relief that you had frightened off the two miscreants with your gun. Otherwise, she feared for her very existence. Wei Yong then realized that these two ruffians had intended to assault the young woman. They had audaciously stripped her of her possessions. Had he known, he would have retaliated against them. "I must return home. Nightfall approaches, and those bandits should have fled and will not dare to return. Rest assured." She grasped Wei Yong's arm and implored, "I cannot enter the village in this state. Please, I beg you, escort me. I am the accountant for the Dave coal mine, and I assure you, I will repay your kindness." Wei Yong paused, surprised. "You, too, work for the Dave coal mine? I am a newcomer in the procurement department. My name is Wei Yong." "Really? How wonderful. My name is Xia Dan, and my husband is the head of the procurement department, your superior. You have saved me, and I promise I will not forget it." Upon hearing this connection, Wei Yong felt he could not refuse. "Very well, I shall escort you." He then removed his coat and draped it over Xia Dan. "Wear my coat to avoid drawing attention." Xia Dan's attire had been torn by those two ruffians, leaving her in a state that would surely invite unwelcome gazes. As they entered the village, the number of people visibly increased. Xia Dan clutched Wei Yong's waist, pressing her face against his back, terrified of being recognized. This proximity delighted Wei Yong. Xia Dan's figure was astonishingly soft against him. She took the opportunity to guide him, and soon they arrived at a tubular building. Once inside, Xia Dan became increasingly anxious, urging Wei Yong to secure the bicycle and quickly ascended to the second floor, wrapping herself in his coat and concealing her face. Wei Yong followed her inside. The tubular building, comprising only 4 stories, formed a square, commonly referred to as a circle building. The communal courtyard was a gathering place for residents to converse or play cards after dinner. Xia Dan resided on the second floor, and as she entered her room, which felt somewhat cramped compared to rural houses, she closed the door and exhaled with relief. "Thank you, Wei Yong. If anyone had seen me, I would have been utterly humiliated." Wei Yong smiled. "It was nothing, really. A mere act of kindness. I shall take my leave now." "Wait," Xia Dan said, removing the coat and returning it to him. She swiftly opened the cupboard and changed into her own clothes. This brief change allowed Wei Yong a fleeting glimpse of her fair skin. Once dressed, Xia Dan, with a slight blush, regarded Wei Yong and asked, "Did you just steal a glance at me?" Wei Yong replied, "No, I was merely observing openly." "Did I seem furtive?" Xia Dan chuckled. "You are quite bold. Tell me, if you were my man, what would you do?" Wei Yong was taken aback, swallowing hard as he pondered whether this young woman was attempting to entice him. After all, she was the wife of his superior in the procurement department. Should anything untoward occur, it would bring shame upon his superior. My nature is straightforward. I speak my mind. If I were your husband, I would certainly engage you 2 or 3 times a day. Xia Dan was momentarily stunned, her face flushing, yet instead of anger, she regarded him with admiration. You are quite forthright. Do you possess such capabilities? Wei Yong laughed. Look at my physique, why not test it? Enough of your bravado. I merely asked in jest. Do not let your thoughts wander. Very well, return home now and we shall meet at the coal mine tomorrow. Wei Yong nodded, feeling somewhat bewildered. However, having saved Xia Dan, he had undoubtedly secured a favor that would aid his future endeavors at the mine. In any organization, the role of an accountant is one that commands respect. He hurriedly rode his bicycle home, stowing it away upon nearing the village, intending to keep a low profile until he met Qin Xia. Upon entering the village, he spotted Wang Yu standing at his doorstep. This charming young woman appeared increasingly captivating with each passing glance. Yu Jia, are you looking for me? Chapter 37. Sister, it's my first time too. Wang Yu noticed the way Wei Yong was appraising her and shot him a playful glare. Standing at his doorstep, she refrained from behaving too brazenly. Da Yong, are you going to the countryside tomorrow? I would like to accompany you. Wang Yu found it difficult to refuse Chen Rongmao, who insisted she buy him cigarettes with the little money made from selling pork. After smoking, neither wanted to smoke the dry tobacco. Thus, Wang Yu sought Wei Yong's assistance, feeling unsafe venturing to the countryside alone amidst the rampant banditry. Very well, Wei Yong replied. I have secured a job in the countryside and will be there daily. Wait for me by the small creek outside the village, and we shall meet there. Wang Yu was taken aback, puzzled as to why Wei Yong insisted on meeting at the creek. However, she dismissed her curiosity, deciding to trust his judgment, perhaps fearing that others might notice them leaving together. After Wang Yu departed, Wei Yong returned home. Upon entering, he found Qin Wei had prepared a meal for him. A warmth spread through his heart as he opened his arms. Wife, come here and let your husband embrace you. Qin Wei's cheeks flushed slightly. But now that they were married, she felt no need for shyness. She rushed into Wei Yong's embrace, allowing him to cherish her. Wife, you should eat without me. I dined with my father. You went to your father's? How's my brother-in-law? I fear he may not last through the night. Qin Wei nodded. When will you bring my sister back? After the funeral. According to rural customs, the deceased were typically buried on the 3rd day after death. So Wei Yong would wait until after the burial to fetch her. Though some might gossip, in times of scarcity, few would concern themselves with such matters. Those who spoke ill were merely envious of Qin Xia's fortune in being able to dine sumptuously at Wei Yong's home. Had they been in her position, they would eagerly seize the opportunity. In these times, living well was paramount, and besides, the state of her brother-in-law had been precarious for some time. Qin Xia had shown considerable compassion. Wei Yong retrieved oranges, peach preserves, and various snacks, presenting them to his wife, whose eyes sparkled with delight. So many treats. My husband truly knows how to provide. As Qin Wei munched on the oranges, laughter filled the air, and her joy was palpable. Now, Qin Wei is no longer as famished as she once was. Her satiety level has risen to over 40, and it has become increasingly challenging to elevate it further. Therefore, to enhance Qin Wei's satiety, she must now supplement her nutritional deficiencies with various other foods. In any case, by diversifying the meals provided to Qin Wei, one can surely satiate her hunger. My dear wife, I have something to tell you. Wei Yong briefly shared with Qin Wei about his employment at the coal mine and his agreement with Li Ping. Qin Wei was overjoyed. Securing a position at the Date coal mine is indeed a matter of great honor, although it may not offer a salary. Having her man engaged in hunting and possessing a means to earn money is quite commendable. Da Yong, is it too exhausting for you to run back and forth? Is there no dormitory over there? There should be. Once my elder sister arrives, I will stay in the dormitory and return every 2 or 3 days. Well, when your sister comes, you need not worry about me. Although Qin Wei felt quite reluctant, she understood how hard Wei Yong's job was. The weather for next year remains uncertain. What if there is another drought? If farming fails in the countryside, they will have to rely on the mountains for sustenance. Those with stable jobs in the village need not worry about such matters. Wei Yong's position must be upheld with diligence. Feeling supported by his wife, Wei Yong was greatly reassured. Lying on the kang, memories of his encounter with Xia Dan today flooded his mind. Xia Dan had such fair skin. And it seemed she lived in the employee dormitory. Perhaps Wei Yong might also be allocated a unit, and having Xia Dan as a neighbor would not be too shabby. The following morning, Wei Yong walked to the small river gorge and, taking advantage of the solitude, retrieved his bicycle. He had arranged to meet Wang Yu here, not out of fear of village gossip, but to prevent the villagers from witnessing his new purchase. When the time came to fetch Qinxia, he would naturally let them see. Acquiring a bicycle was a significant event, and Wei Yong wanted the village to understand that he bought it specifically to welcome Qinxia, thus enhancing her dignity. Wang Yu arrived at the riverbank, her eyes immediately falling upon Wei Yong's bicycle. Heavens, De Yong, where did you acquire this bicycle? Bought it in the village. Wang Yu approached, eagerly examining it. No wonder you wanted me to meet here. You didn't want the villagers to see, did you? Learning to be low-key? Wei Yong chuckled. Indeed, you understand me well, Yu Jia. Wang Yu wasted no time climbing onto Wei Yong's bicycle, and together they sped towards the village. This time, there would be no hand-holding perks after crossing the river. However, once on the bike, Wang Yu wrapped her arms around Wei Yong's waist, with the grain sack resting against his back, creating a rather comfortable sensation. Feeling a tad bashful, Wang Yu admitted, "This is my first time on a bicycle, and I'm a bit nervous. De Yong, you won't mock me, will you?" Recalling her wedding, Wang Yu felt slightly embarrassed. The pinnacle of extravagance was indeed a bicycle. Yet, the stingy Chenrongmao family had not even provided one at her wedding, opting instead for a horse cart to bring her home. This grievance had left Wang Yu quite dissatisfied for years. Now, she finally sat on a bicycle, albeit Wei Yong's. Wei Yong smiled and replied, "Yu Jia, this is our first time. You are the only woman who has sat behind me on this bike." The man's words can often be deceptive, and only then did Wei Yong remember that he had previously ridden with Xia Dan on the back seat. Nevertheless, Wang Yu remained oblivious to this fact, and he intended to amuse her. Upon hearing his words, Wang Yu's face brightened with joy. Although the back seat could not exclusively belong to her, she took pride in being the first woman to occupy it, which brought her a sense of accomplishment. Suddenly, Wei Yong placed his left hand on her waist, gently caressing the back of Wang Yu's hand. "Da Yong, focus on riding. If you throw me off, my husband will definitely hold you accountable." Wei Yong laughed. "Fear not, sister. My skills are quite exceptional." Although Wei Yong could not see, Wang Yu shot him an exasperated glance. She did not release her grip. After all, it was not the first time this rascal had touched her hand. Peering ahead, Wang Yu suddenly noticed two figures on the road, her expression shifting slightly. "De Yong, is that Wang Xiaoling and her mother up ahead?" Chapter 38. Li Ji Noodle Shop. Exclusive booking. Wei Yong squinted and confirmed, "Indeed, it appears so." Wang Xiaoling's bright red attire was particularly striking, even though it bore several patches from years of wear. However, she took great care in her appearance, making the outfit still quite eye-catching. Wang Yu grew anxious. "De Yong, quickly let me down. If they see us, there will surely be gossip when we return to the village." Wei Yong scoffed. "It's fine. I'll ride faster. They won't be able to discern us. Hold on tight." With that, Wei Yong accelerated, and Wang Yu tightened her embrace around his waist, pressing her face against his back. At that moment, Wang Xiaoling was in relatively high spirits, for no other reason than that El Taiching had delivered the 30 yuan for their marriage. Moreover, the wedding date had been set for the day after tomorrow. Although the money had not reached Wang Xiaoling directly, but rather into Li Fan's hands, she had promised her daughter a bowl of Sanxian noodles for the day. After the last time her daughter had stood at the noodle shop's entrance and cried from hunger, Li Fan felt a pang of guilt. Now, with 30 yuan in hand, they could certainly afford a bowl of noodles. As the two excitedly discussed the impending wedding, Wei Yong's bicycle whizzed past them. Li Fan nearly lost her balance from the shock. "Curse be it, riding so fast. What are you trying to do, kill someone?" Li Fan was notorious for her sharp tongue. When she scolded, it was indeed quite unpleasant. "Who is that on the bicycle? They look somewhat familiar." Cursing, Li Fan slapped her backside. "Who knows which village they're from, lacking in manners. Just because they have a bicycle, they think they're something special." Neither of them recognized Wei Yong, and in fact, there was no one in the small Dong village who owned a bicycle. They simply did not connect the dots that Wang Yu, sitting behind, was from their own village. Watching the bicycle fade into the distance, Wang Xiaoling mused, "Mom, do you think El Taiching will come to pick me up on a bicycle?" Li Fan nodded. "Of course. This fellow is quite generous. His family conditions must be good." So a bicycle is certainly within reach. A smile of happiness graced Wang Xiaoling's face, and for some reason, she thought of Wei Yong. If he saw her being picked up on a bicycle, he wouldn't remain as composed as before. By the time he regretted it, it would be too late. Mom, my red dress is getting a bit old. Can we buy a few meters of fabric to make a new one? Li Fan frowned. Daughter, your dress is not old at all. Just look at how beautiful it is compared to everyone else's in the village. We must spend our money wisely. I'm saving for when you have children, to set aside some for my grandson. You want to eat Sanxian noodles and buy new clothes. How can that little money suffice? After marrying off the young lady, Li Fan found herself all alone. Those 30 yuan were her only means of sustenance in her later years. Every additional expenditure felt like a dagger to her heart. Thus, she resolutely refused Wang Xiaoling's request. Wang Xiaoling's expression reflected her discontent. Although her attire was relatively new, it hardly qualified as wedding attire. Which bride would be seen wearing a dress with patches? Moreover, this garment had endured prolonged washing and sun exposure. Its vibrant red hue faded to a mere blush. However, with Li Fan unwilling to purchase her a new dress, Wang Xiaoling had no recourse. At least today, she could indulge in a bowl of 3 flavor noodles, which was a considerable consolation. Upon entering the village, Wei Yu dismounted her bicycle and walked on her own. Sister Yu, I have to work at the coal mine during the day. Please wait for me at the entrance when I finish, she instructed. Understood. Earlier on the road, Wei Yong had mentioned he was now employed at the Dave coal mine, and Wei Yu felt an overwhelming envy. Look at Wei Yong. He had only visited the village a few times and had already secured a formal position. One that spared him from the grueling depths of the mine, a veritable dream job. In contrast, her own man would practically beg her just to buy him a few packs of cigarettes. Sometimes, the disparity between people seemed more pronounced than the difference between humans and pigs. Occasionally, Wei Yu mused how fortunate it would be if Wei Yong were her partner. If only her own man possessed Wei Yong's capabilities, she would ensure he was pampered daily. Alas, Chen Rongmao would never match Wei Yong's fortune. Upon entering the coal mine, Wei Yong fortuitously encountered Gao Fei. He chose to ignore him, recalling their last meeting when Gao Fei had been insufferably arrogant. Wei Yong had no intention of engaging with him. Gao Fei, noticing Wei Yong entering the office, furrowed his brow. Why does this guy keep coming to the coal mine? He pondered. I must investigate today. Gao Fei followed Wei Yong into the office, where they were immediately confronted by Director Zhao. Director Zhao scowled. What are you doing here? Do you have business? This is the procurement department. Underground workers generally do not come here. Being a state-owned enterprise, the premises were filled with public property, and many underground workers had sticky fingers, often pocketing items on their way home. Director Zhao despised such behavior. Recalling a previous underground worker who had taken coal for half a year, ultimately hoarding enough to heat his home in winter. Seeing Gao Fei wandering about, Director Zhao was far from cordial. Gao Fei's expression shifted. He dared not retort. Director Zhao, this fellow isn't one of our coal mine workers. He has infiltrated several times, and I'm concerned he might steal something. Director Zhao's face darkened. What nonsense are you spouting? Wei Yong is a new employee in our procurement department. Get out of here. Gao Fei was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Wei Yong had become a formal employee in just 2 days, and in the procurement department at that. Which underground worker wouldn't envy those working above ground? They were cleanly dressed, seated in offices, and received a salary without the perilous labor faced by those below. Why did this fellow have such good fortune? Not wishing to provoke Director Zhao, Gao Fei quickly departed. Director Zhao clapped Wei Yong on the shoulder, clearly in high spirits. Xiao Wei, that batch of Gastrodia Alata has been sold, and I've made quite a profit. Let us have lunch together. Invite everyone from your department, and I'll introduce you properly. Director Zhao was evidently quite fond of Wei Yong. The combination of ox bile and Gastrodia Alata had transformed Wei Yong into a newly affluent individual. It was certain that whatever profits Director Zhao made from these items would not be less than Wei Yong's. Hence, Director Zhao was elated, offering to treat the entire procurement department to a meal. All right, let Zhao Gu indulge, Wei Yong replied. Just let them know. I'll book the Holy's noodle house for noon. Upon entering the office, Wei Yong encountered a bespectacled, middle-aged man addressing the group. This man was their procurement department head, Wei Yong, appearing to be around 34 or 35, although he had begun to show signs of balding, giving him a somewhat greasy appearance. Wei Yong privately remarked on the irony of such an unattractive man being married to the beautiful Xia Dan. Their disparity in charm was striking. Together, they could easily be mistaken for father and daughter. Upon noticing Wei Yong, Wei Yang's eyes glinted with a frosty demeanor, and he spoke with a hint of hostility. Late on your first day? Do you even care about rules? Are you ready to forfeit your salary? Wei Yong frowned. Why was Wei Yong targeting him so aggressively? Was it possible that he had learned about the incident with his wife the previous day? Even if he had, what of it? Wei Yong had merely glanced at her. He had not acted inappropriately. In truth, he was Xie Dan's savior, yet this man showed no gratitude and instead displayed a foul attitude. However, the reality was far from Wei Yong's assumptions. After returning home the previous night, Wei Yong had not discussed the matter with Xie Dan, intending to wait until he could introduce Wei Yong to her the next day. Upon returning home to his beautiful and alluring wife, he had sought intimacy. But the crucial moment had eluded him due to his inherent condition. Such occurrences were not uncommon for him. Unbeknownst to Xie Dan, this was a chronic issue of Wei Yang's, leading her to mistakenly believe he lacked feelings for her, thus causing her to feel somewhat insecure. Hence, she had posed those inquiries to Wei Yong the previous day. With their plans thwarted, Xie Dan had grown disinterested in conversing with Wei Yong, who was now seething with frustration and had gone out to drink with his friend Shui Yan. Wei Yong and Shui Yan were close companions, and upon hearing that Wei Yong had joined the coal mines procurement department, Shui Yan was understandably displeased. It was only right that he give Wei Yong a taste of his discontent for being under his good friend's authority. Thus, the moment Wei Yong entered, Wei Yong sought to make trouble for him. The others in the office observed the scene, none daring to speak up. Wei Yong, it seemed, was indeed unfortunate. He had offended his superior on his very first day, foreshadowing a challenging path ahead. Yet Wei Yong was not one to cower. Even if he was a subordinate, he would not yield. Glancing at the clock in the office, he declared, "It's not even time to start yet. I arrived early, so how could I be late? As for my salary, feel free to withhold it. It would be impressive if you could manage to deduct it all." With that, Wei Yong settled into his chair, propped his legs up, and lit a cigarette. "Respect is reciprocal. I will not indulge anyone looking to provoke me." Wei Yang's countenance darkened, and fury surged within him as he slammed his hand on the table, pointing at Wei Yong. "What is with your attitude? Do you not wish to work here? If you don't want to, then get out." Wei Yong scoffed. "Whether I stay or go is not for you to decide. I will sit right here and watch how you intend to make me leave." Wei Yong glared. "You think you can defy me? A newcomer defying authority? You dare." Wei Yong abruptly stood up, seizing Wei Yong by the collar and forcefully pinning him against the wall. "Who the hell do you think you are? What authority do you hold? I'm here to work, not to be berated by you. If you dare utter another foul word, I swear I'll make you regret it." Wei Yong towered over Wei Yong, his youth and physical prowess allowing him to lift Wei Yang with ease. Wei Yong, typically the domineering figure in this department, was now thoroughly intimidated. He was accustomed to being treated with deference, and the audacity of this newcomer surprised him. No wonder even Shui Yan dared to confront him. As Wei Yong beheld the fierce glare of Wei Yong, he found himself rendered speechless. Just then, Director Zhao entered the room. "What is going on here?" He had just returned from arranging a private gathering at Li Ji Noodle House and was taken aback by the scene before him. Wei Yong released Wei Yong, who promptly rushed to Zhao's side to lodge a complaint. "Director Zhao, this brat disrespects authority. He shows no regard for me as his leader and even threatens to ruin me. Such a person should not remain in this department." Meanwhile, Wei Yong sat back down, continuing to smoke without offering any defense, indifferent to the unfolding drama. This job was not his, nor was the salary. Both belonged to the widow Chu, who had been placed here by Li Ping. The nature of the relationship between Li Ping and Director Zhao was beyond his knowledge. But one thing was certain. In the eyes of Li Ping, Wei Yong was nothing more than a trivial nuisance. Director Zhao, his expression darkening, confronted Wei Yong. "Wei, how many of this month's targets have you met?" Wei Yong hesitated, his expression turning awkward. "Director Zhao, we're still short by over 2,000. It's been quite difficult to collect items from the countryside." Zhao slammed his hand on the table, jabbing a finger at Wei Yang's chest as he berated him. "You worthless fool. You can't even handle your own responsibilities and yet you have time to hold meetings and dismiss others? If you fail to meet your targets next week, I swear I'll be the first to fire you." Zhao's fierce reprimand left Wei Yong utterly bewildered. It was Wei Yong who had overstepped, yet he was being scolded instead. Doubts crept into Wei Yang's mind. Did this newcomer have some connection to Director Zhao? Just then, a delightful aroma wafted through the doorway. Everyone turned to see a strikingly beautiful woman enter the office. It was Xia Dan. Xia Dan paused upon noticing Zhao. Oh, Zhao is here too? Yao's demeanor softened. Director Xia has arrived. As the accountant, Xia Dan commanded a measure of respect, even from Zhao. Moreover, her beauty and charm made her hard to ignore, prompting a more amiable attitude from the men present. I came to find Wei Yong. Wei Yong, are you busy? She inquired. Wei Yong stood up. Not at all. Dan Jia, what do you need? I need help moving some flower pots in my office. I can't lift them myself, she replied. Sure, no problem, he agreed. The others exchanged glances, astonished that Wei Yong knew Xia Dan, especially since her office was typically off-limits to men. It was particularly puzzling for Wei Yong. Who couldn't fathom how Xia Dan, with her absence from the coal mine these past few days, had come to know Wei Yong? Director Xia, your timing is perfect. I'm treating the procurement department to lunch for some 3-flavor noodles. You should join us, Zhao suggested. After a moment's thought, Xia Dan replied, all right. I must honor Director Zhao's invitation. See you at noon. With that, Xia Dan and Wei Yong exited the office. The procurement team buzzed with excitement. Xia Dan was the most beautiful woman at the coal mine, and although she was Wei's wife, many had secretly admired her. Normally, she didn't attend their gatherings, but Yao's invitation had enticed her to join. Having a woman at the table always enhanced the ambience. Once outside, Xia Dan turned to Wei Yong. What is wrong? Did you have a disagreement with old Wei? Yes, it seems Wei Yong is quite antagonistic towards me, Wei Yong confessed. Xia Dan frowned. That shouldn't be the case. He doesn't know you. I'll talk to him when I get home. Upon entering Xia Dan's office, which was immaculate and filled with numerous plants, Wei Yong remarked, Sister, your office is beautifully organized. She smiled. I never allow men in here. You're the first. Then I must take a good look and enjoy the fragrance, he teased, leaning closer to inhale the scent, though it was not the flowers he was drawn to. Xia Dan's cheeks flushed as she playfully admonished him. Are you smelling the flowers or your sister? Wei Yong replied, I wondered why you smelled so delightful. It turns out it's the fragrance of the flowers. Xia Dan continued, Little Wei, you saved my life yesterday. I wanted to express my gratitude, so I brought you a gift. She retrieved a small box from her drawer and handed it to him. Inside was a watch, a significant gift, especially in these times when a watch signified status. Sister, this gift is too extravagant. Wei Yong exclaimed, recognizing its value. You saved my life. This is a mere token. But you must keep this between us. I don't want Wei Yong to know. Wei Yong donned the watch, admiring it from all angles. Did you buy this with your own funds? You're not developing feelings for me, are you? He joked. Xia Dan feigned annoyance. What if I do? Are you going to reject me for being older? Her tone was teasing, reminiscent of a wife playfully chiding her husband. How could I? You're stunning. If I didn't know your age, I'd think you were my sister. If you had feelings for me, I'd be overjoyed, he replied. Xia Dan's cheeks reddened, and she shot him a playful glare. You smooth talker. How many young girls have you deceived? I never deceive young girls. I only tease young wives, he retorted as they shared laughter while he assisted her in rearranging the flower pots. Eventually, they reluctantly exited the office as time slipped away. As Wei Yong stepped out, he encountered Wei Yong, who he ignored, strolling past him without acknowledgement. Infuriated, Wei Yong entered the office, his face a mask of fury. Upon entering, Xia Dan immediately frowned. Who allowed you in here? Get out. Wei Yong clenched his fists, anger mounting. You're my wife. If that guy can enter your office, why can't I? Xia Dan replied sternly, that's irrelevant. I let him in to help. While you reek of smoke and could harm my plants. Wei Yong demanded, tell me the truth. Are you involved with that guy? Xia Dan paused for a moment. Then her expression darkened as she said, indeed, just now, we were right here at this table, conspiring to place a green hat upon you. Are you satisfied now? Tomorrow, we shall divorce. Those from the countryside tend to take such matters more lightly. Divorce is hardly a grave affair. Wei Yang's face fell, and with immense embarrassment, he replied, Wife, I was wrong. I was a bit overwhelmed just now. Please do not be angry. I should not have doubted you, and I sincerely apologize. No matter how Wei Yong pleaded, Xia Dan refused to acknowledge him. At that moment, Wei Yong felt a twinge of regret. His performance in their intimate life had always been lacking, and despite his prolonged efforts to remedy it, he had not succeeded. With Xia Den being in the prime of her desires, if she were to entertain notions of another man, he would be left utterly humiliated. Unable to satisfy her in that regard, he sought to compensate in other ways. Fortunately, as the head of the procurement department, he ensured that their household was never wanting for food or drink, and he was quite obedient to Xia Dan, which helped maintain their marriage. Otherwise, if Xia Dan truly divorced him, where would he find another wife as beautiful and spirited as she? Xia Dan recounted yesterday. While I was in the village handling some matters, I was nearly accosted by 2 bandits in a cornfield, but thankfully, Wei Yong appeared just in time to save me. She spoke calmly of the previous day's events, while Wei Yong listened in terror. The village had become exceedingly perilous, with some people so desperate that they might resort to any madness. If something had happened to Xia Dan, he would never be able to hold his head high again. Xia Dan insisted, Wei Yong is my savior, so please treat him with respect. Wei Yong replied, one thing at a time, Shui Yan is my brother. And there is significant discord between them. Xia Dan slammed her hand on the table. Are you implying that I am less important than your brother? Wei Yong forced an awkward smile. Wife, that is not my intention. I have simply promised Shui Yan. Xia Dan coldly scoffed. You may agree to whomever you wish. In any case, Wei Yong will henceforth be my friend. At the coal mine, anyone who dares to bully him will find it unwise. Now, get out of here quickly, you reek of smoke. Wei Yong, feeling helpless, exited the office. He had not anticipated that this Wei Yong would cause such discord between him and his wife. Wei Yong did not necessarily wish to oppose Xia Dan, rather. He was currently in need of Shui Yan's support. Soon, Li Ping's father would likely be transferred, and Shui Yan's father would become the head. If he could secure Shui Yan's favor, his future would surely be bright. Being the director of procurement at the coal mine, while somewhat lucrative, had its limits. However, if he could enter the grain depot, the situation would be entirely different. Thus, even though his wife was upset, he felt he had no choice but to keep a close watch on Wei Yong. At noon, Wei Yong arrived at Li's noodle shop. A waiter recognized him and said, Sir, I apologize, but our establishment is fully booked today. Wei Yong replied, I am aware, it is for the Date coal mine. I am here for a gathering. The waiter immediately stood in awe, realizing that he was a leader from the Date coal mine, and quickly ushered him inside. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoling and Li Fin were approaching from a distance. Chapter 41. Director Zhao lit a cigarette. Wang Xiaoling and Li Fin had walked a considerable distance to reach Li's noodle shop. From afar, they could already smell the enticing aroma of the 3 flavor noodles, making Wang Xiaoling's mouth water. Yesterday, when she returned home, Su Xiaohui had asked her how the noodles tasted, but she had felt too shy to answer. Now, she finally had the chance to savor them and could boast to the village upon her return. The most crucial aspect was that Wei Yong had eaten the 3 flavor noodles. So why shouldn't she? She had to ensure that she lived better than Wei Yong. As Wang Xiaoling and Li Fin approached the entrance, they suddenly noticed Wei Yong walking in as well. Li Fin exclaimed, Daughter, is that Wei Yong? Wang Xiaoling nodded, yes. Li Fin's brows furrowed. That scoundrel is dining out again? What a prodigal. The wild boars he sold barely fetched a couple of 100 yuan, yet here he is, enjoying dumplings one meal and noodles the next, treating everyone to dinner as if he were made of money. Li Fin and her daughter were quite displeased with Wei Yong's ostentatious displays in the village. After all, he had once been the poorest among them, and now he was living so lavishly, it was enough to make Li Fin envious. Wang Xiaoling huffed in irritation. The last time she had secretly wiped her tears outside, Wei Yong had seen her, leaving her utterly humiliated. She had dreaded the thought of him witnessing her in such a disheveled state, yet fate had conspired against her. This time, she vowed to hold her head high in front of Wei Yong. Mom, let's go have some noodles. All right. The two walked in with an air of arrogance, determined to enjoy their meal. Though 2 bowls of noodles cost 3 yuan, for the sake of her daughter's pride, Li Fin felt it worth the expense. Upon entering the noodle shop, the waiter immediately approached them and blocked their path. I'm sorry, but we have a full reservation today. Li Fin was taken aback. What do you mean? We arrived to eat, and there's a reservation? The waiter replied, Unfortunately, today the manager of the Date coal mine has reserved the entire place. Please come back another time. Wang Xiaoling's expression shifted. She was well aware of the status of the Date coal mine's manager. It was the largest enterprise in the countryside, and the manager could easily drink with the town mayor. If the venue was reserved, what could they do? However, She was puzzled as to why Wei Yong had been allowed in earlier. Li Fan protested, "Why can't we enter?" Yet that scoundrel was allowed in. The waiter responded, "He is an employee of the coal mine, and he is here just to eat." Li Fan shouted, "Nonsense. He is from our village. What coal mine employee? You're lying. If he could go in, why can't we?" Li Fan could never have imagined that Wei Yong was indeed an employee of the Dave coal mine. Moreover, how could an ordinary worker possibly dine with the mine manager? There were thousands of workers underground. How many could actually share a meal with the manager? The waiter, losing patience, recognized them as the two women who had visited a few days prior. The daughter wanted noodles, yet the mother refused to buy, instead crying outside. The waiter scoffed, "I have told you, he is an employee. Stop making a scene, or when the manager arrives, you'll regret it." He had no reason to treat them kindly. After all, they were merely transient customers who would likely never return. Li Fan began to argue, "What do you mean? Do you look down on us? If they can eat here, why can't we? I'm not refusing to pay." She reached out and grabbed the waiter, pulling him into a tussle. In response, the waiter angrily shoved Li Fan outside. "You old hag, daring to act up here? Do you want to die?" Li Fan fell to the ground with a thud, crying out in pain. Wang Xiaoling, alarmed, shouted, "We came for noodles. Why did you push my mother?" As she rushed towards the waiter to defend her mother, several other waiters surged forward, pushing Wang Xiaoling back. She too fell, her red shirt ripping, leaving her covered in dust and looking utterly disheveled. The waiter stood at the entrance, hands on hips, exuding an air of arrogance. "What kind of scum dares to cause a ruckus in our establishment? Get out of here immediately. If you don't leave now, I swear I'll strike you the next time I see you." Wang Xiaoling's eyes reddened with fury. They were merely here to shop, after all. It wasn't as if they were refusing to pay. Why were they being denied entry? At that moment, Director Zhao strode in with a large entourage from the procurement department. The waiter, upon seeing him, rushed forward to greet him, his face beaming with a sycophantic smile. Shortly thereafter, another waiter kicked Wang Xiaoling, urging her to move aside. "When Director Zhao arrives, you'll regret it." Just then, Wei Yong descended from the upper floor, having heard the commotion. Upon his arrival, he spotted Director Zhao, who was surrounded by admirers. A single glance revealed who held the highest status in this gathering. Wei Yong approached and produced a box of cigarettes, offering one to Director Zhao. "Brother Zhao has arrived." Director Zhao received it with a beaming smile, then retrieved a silver lighter from his pocket. In these times, most people used matches to light their cigarettes. Such a luxurious lighter was a rarity, reserved for individuals of Zhao's stature. Wei Yong distributed cigarettes to the other gentlemen present. Director Zhao lit his cigarette and extended the lighter towards Wei Yong. Wei Yong leaned in, shielding the flame with his hand. This act of lighting a cigarette for Wei Yong was a mark of respect. Who among those present was afforded such a privilege? Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoling sat on the ground, watching Wei Yong, now chummy with Director Zhao, her mind in a daze. She felt as if she had been frozen in place. Just days ago, Wei Yong was merely a poor villager, unable to afford food and contemplating selling his wife for grain. Now, he had ascended to such heights that even Director Zhao would light a cigarette for him. Wang Xiaoling could hardly believe the scene unfolding before her. The shock left her mind blank. At that moment, Wei Yong noticed Wang Xiaoling and her mother lying on the ground, and he frowned. "What is going on?" The waiter replied, "Director, I told you, today the Dahu coal mine has reserved the entire place. These two women insisted on causing a scene. Rest assured, I'll have them escorted away immediately." The waiter, quite perceptive, had recognized that Wei Yong was not an ordinary employee, given his close association with the director, and thus addressed him with deference. Wei Yong furrowed his brow and said, "Enough, I know these two. Don't make things difficult for them." Director Zhao was taken aback. "You know them, De Yong?" "Yes, we're from the same village." Director Zhao replied, "Then let them join us. There's space downstairs as well. Waiter, serve each of them a bowl of 3 delicacies noodles and put it on my tab. We'll be upstairs, it won't be a bother." With that, Director Zhao and his entourage ascended the stairs. Upon hearing this, Li Fan was instantly filled with excitement, disregarding the dirt on her clothes, and pulled Wang Xiaoling inside. "Xiaoling, did you hear? Someone's treating us today. We won't have to spend a dime." Chapter 42, The Layers Between Men and Women. Wang Xiaoling felt like a mere shell of her former self, being dragged into the restaurant by Li Fan. Aware that they were friends of Wei Yong, the waiter dared not treat them with the same disdain as before, though his demeanor improved only slightly. The waiter quickly served them 2 bowls of 3 delicacies noodles, which would be charged to Director Zhao's account. Li Fin eagerly grabbed her chopsticks and dug in, savoring the delightful flavors. The noodles were delicious, and knowing they wouldn't have to pay made them even more so. Come on, daughter, eat up. What are you thinking about? Wang Xiaoling stared at the bowl of noodles she had longed for, yet found herself unable to summon an appetite. Mom, I don't want to eat. Although she had craved this bowl of noodles for ages, she knew in her heart that her desires extended far beyond mere sustenance. She yearned for a life where such luxuries were commonplace. Those who lived that life were upstairs. Previously, she had always kept Wei Yong at arm's length, unwilling to accept his affections despite his unwavering loyalty. Now, she was struck by the realization that Wei Yong had achieved the very life she had dreamt of. Yet he had turned his back on her. The disparity left her feeling despondent. Li Fin exclaimed, "What? You want to eat something free? If you don't, I will." She pulled the bowl closer and began to devour the noodles. It was a rare opportunity to enjoy a meal courtesy of Wei Yong. How could she pass it up? Wang Xiaoling stood up and walked slowly towards the exit. She didn't want to linger here. Each passing second felt like torment, a humiliation she could hardly bear. After a mere 2 bites, Li Fin called out, "Daughter, where are you going?" Sensing her daughter's distress, Li Fin grew anxious, but was reluctant to abandon the bowl of noodles. She hastily finished her meal, nearly gulping it down, then rushed out of the restaurant to catch up with Wang Xiaoling. "Stupid girl, why are you leaving? It's such a waste to forego a free meal. I still have half a bowl of soup left." Just as she spoke, Li Fin suddenly crouched down and vomited all over the ground. Having eaten too quickly and sprinted a few steps, she had lost it all. Afterward, Li Fin felt a pang of regret. "Look at what you've done. You silly girl. I barely ate anything and now it's all gone." Those 2 bowls of noodles had cost 3 yuan, an extravagant sum for her, and now, in her pursuit of Wang Xiaoling, they had all been wasted. Seeing Li Fin's distressed expression only deepened Wang Xiaoling's despair. In times of ignorance, she had thought her life was quite satisfactory. After all, in their village, she alone possessed a beautiful red dress. But now, as Wei Yong gradually flourished, she realized she had remained a frog at the bottom of a well. Regret and frustration filled her heart. Looking at her current state, the one possession she had once taken pride in, the tattered red dress, was now a source of shame. The mere thought of relying on Wei Yong's charity to enjoy a bowl of noodles was unbearable. Li Fin, noticing her daughter's somber mood, inquired, "Daughter, do you still have feelings for Wei Yong?" Wang Xiaoling remained silent. In the past, if Wei Yong had ceased to pursue her, she might have accepted it. But now that he had succeeded, it would be a lie to claim she felt nothing. She fantasized about sharing a bowl of 3 delicacies noodles with Wei Yong, enjoying dumplings he had prepared, and greeting him with pride as he returned from the mountains. How wonderful that would be. Li Fin, sensing her daughter's thoughts, said, "Dear, if you truly care, you should try talking to Wei Yong again. Men pursue women through mountains, while women pursue men through veils. You were too demanding of him before. Now that he has succeeded, you need not hold on to such high expectations. Once you marry him, how could he possibly treat you poorly?" Wang Xiaoling bit her lip. It wasn't that she was unwilling to humble herself, but she had approached Wei Yong several times before, only to be met with harsh rebuffs. With her thin skin, how could she bring herself to face him again after being scorned? Li Fin encouraged, "Daughter, this time, set aside your pride and speak to Wei Yong earnestly. And don't forget, that wife of his, Qin Wei, was pregnant when she married him. Wei Yong is currently enjoying a prosperous life, surely. He does not feel obliged to support others' children, does he? Regardless of any drawbacks, you remain the original, and for this reason alone, Wei Yong should not dismiss you." Li Fin's words sparked a thought in Wang Xiaoling. Recently, whenever Qin Wei goes out, her slightly protruding belly becomes quite visible, indicating her pregnancy. They have only been married for a little over 2 months, and this matter serves as a sore spot for Wei Yong. If she can hold on to this piece of information, there may still be a chance for her to win back Wei Yong's affections. After a brief discussion, the 2 women decided to wait at the entrance of the noodle shop for them. Meanwhile, upstairs, the atmosphere was vibrant with laughter and merriment. The 2 individuals downstairs were merely a minor distraction, and no one paid them any heed. Upon reaching the upper floor, each person was served a bowl of 3 flavor noodles, and Director Zhao generously ordered some side dishes as well. Director Zhao's generosity was evident, causing the procurement department members to beam with delight. When they settled at the table, Director Zhao naturally took the seat of honor, while Wei Yong comfortably sat beside him. The attendees were all employees of the procurement department, and as the department head, Wei Yong held a prominent position, second only to Director Zhao, so no one objected to sitting next to him. Just as Wei Yong was about to take a seat by the door, Director Zhao called out to him. Wei Yong, come sit here. Wei Yong accepted without hesitation and sat on the opposite side of Director Zhao. This meal primarily served to introduce the new Wei Yong to the procurement department. And given Director Zhao's courtesy, he was obliged to follow suit. After the older gentlemen had taken their seats, a striking figure suddenly appeared at the doorway. Director Xia had arrived. The delightful fragrance wafted in before she even stepped inside, whether from her perfume or the scent of the flowers she tended to. It was alluring enough to provoke the imagination. As Director Xia entered, Wei Yang promptly vacated a seat for her. After all, she was his wife. And it was perfectly natural for them to sit together. However, Director Xia barely acknowledged him, directly plopping down beside Wei Yong instead. With a cheerful demeanor, she remarked, Director Zhao is treating us. I had to arrive early. Director Zhao is so generous. I must host to Brother Zhao a few more times today. Her seating arrangement beside Wei Yong surprised everyone, yet she appeared completely nonchalant, as if her presence was merely a gesture of respect towards Director Zhao. Director Zhao, beaming with joy, replied, Oh, you're too kind. I welcome all who come to drink. I shall ensure you have a splendid time. Now, let us dig in. At that moment, Wei Yong suddenly felt a soft hand resting on his thigh. Startled, he didn't need to look down to know whose hand it was. It could not be Director Zhao's, so it had to belong to Director Xia. In a swift motion, Director Xia withdrew her hand, her cheeks flushing slightly. The incident was not intentional. She had simply miscalculated her position. As she busied herself with serving dishes, she leaned over to Wei Yong and whispered, I didn't mean it. Please don't misunderstand. If Wei Yong were to misconstrue her intentions, he might think she was flirting with him. Though Wei Yong may lack prowess in certain areas, Director Xia had always been virtuous, never crossing any lines, maintaining an air of indifference. Wei Yong subtly lowered his hand onto Director Xia's thigh. Even though they were separated by fabric, the firmness and elasticity of her thigh provided him with an exhilarating thrill. Director Xia's face flushed deeply, and she bit her lip, glancing at Wei Yong, who was also looking her way. She dared not exhibit any signs of guilt, acting as though nothing had occurred as she placed a piece of spicy beef lung into Wei Yong's bowl. De Yong, you must be tired from helping me move the flowers. Eat more meat. While she served him, she discreetly maneuvered his hand off her thigh. Thank you, Sister Dan. Wei Yong replied politely. Externally, their actions appeared innocuous, merely showcasing Director Xia's attentiveness to the newcomer. Yet, beneath the table, their subtle interactions remained shrouded in secrecy. After a few bites of food, Wei Yong quietly remarked, Sister Dan, I was intentional just now. Director Xia shot him a fierce glare, a look brimming with allure. How dare he utter such words? Did he think no one could see through his intentions? His audacity was remarkable. Considering they were at a table with her husband and Director Zhao, if anyone caught on, she would be unable to explain herself. Nonetheless, this rogue dared to engage in covert antics beneath the table. After a few bites of noodles to ease their hunger, Director Zhao raised his glass and proclaimed, Today's meal is primarily to introduce my dear brother, Wei Yong. He will be working in the procurement department, so please extend your support to him. Wei Yong raised his glass in acknowledgement. Wei Yong smirked coldly and said, Working in procurement isn't as easy as it seems. Recently, the countryside has yielded little. Even if hunters venture into the mountains to catch a few wild chickens or rabbits, they tend to keep them for themselves rather than sell them. Thus, what we receive mostly consists of wild vegetables or dried herbs. We cannot expect our workers to consume such fare. Given that Director Zhao holds you in such high regard, how about you take on a quota of 500 from the remaining 2,000 this month? Wei Yang's words prompted everyone to pause and look at Wei Yong. They had all witnessed Wei Yong's attempts to make things difficult for him in the office, and it seemed there was an underlying tension between the two, despite it being their first meeting. Although Wei Yong maintained a good relationship with Director Zhao, such connections did not guarantee stability within the organization. Ultimately, each individual's performance dictated their standing. If one failed to meet expectations, even if they were the director's beloved child, they would have to answer to their superiors. A leader cannot simply provide for someone who does not contribute. As a new employee, it was reasonable for him to be assigned tasks. So Director Zhao did not intervene but instead awaited Wei Yong's response. Wei Yong furrowed his brow, perplexed by Director Wei's apparent animosity towards him. They had no prior interactions, yet it seemed as if Wei Yong was determined to undermine him. Known for his fiery temperament, Wei Yong was not one to shy away from confrontation. Even in this new life, he retained his fierce spirit. For Wei Yong to target him so openly, it would be out of character for Wei Yong to remain passive. With a cold smile playing on his lips, Wei Yong replied, "Director Wei, is this a challenge you're presenting to me? With so many people around, if the 2,000 quota cannot be met, how do you expect me to accomplish 500 on my own? Isn't that a bit unreasonable?" Wei Yong responded with a chilling smile. "Only through challenges can your capabilities be proven. With Director Zhao placing such importance on you, you cannot afford to tarnish his reputation." Wei Yong effectively pushed Wei Yong into a corner. If he failed to accomplish this task, it would not only reflect poorly on him but also on Director Zhao. Wei Yong inquired, "Then may I ask, Director Wei, how much of the quota has been completed this month?" Wei Yong was evidently taken aback, not expecting Wei Yong to dare to retort. However, he felt somewhat emboldened when discussing this matter. As he had held the position of the purchasing department director for many years, if he lacked even this modicum of skill, he would hardly have survived in his role. "I suppose I can manage this month. I've achieved a target of 1,500. I single-handedly accomplished this, so asking you to procure 500 isn't exactly unreasonable, is it?" Wei Yong scoffed coldly. If it were anyone else, it would indeed be a challenge. After all, how could a newcomer possibly gather 500 worth of goods? Yet for Wei Yong, this was merely child's play. If Director Wei can procure 1,500, then should I also manage 1,500? Doesn't that mean you ought to relinquish your position to me? As soon as he uttered these words, an oppressive silence enveloped the table, with everyone staring at Wei Yong in disbelief. The name Wei Yong was not without merit. This young man truly exhibited a degree of audacity. Was he not openly challenging Director Wei? Wei Yang's expression darkened abruptly. He squinted at Wei Yong, struggling to restrain his anger. "You, Wei, are you provoking me? And what if I am?" The air between them crackled with tension. Wei Yong, known for his fiery temperament, decided to retaliate fiercely, aiming to ensure that Wei Yong would think twice before crossing him again. Observing the escalating confrontation, Xia Dan's expression grew complex. She reached out to Wei Yong, subtly signaling him to cease his remarks. Regardless of the circumstances, Wei Yong remained her direct superior. Even with mine manager Zhao backing him, offending Wei Yong would surely lead to troublesome days ahead. At that moment, Wei Yong unexpectedly grasped Xia Dan's small hand, holding it firmly. Xia Dan's face flushed crimson. Was this young man out of his mind? Chapter 44. I will take the director's position. The attention of everyone at the dining table was now fixated on the standoff between Wei Yong and Wei Yong, an unexpected clash indeed. Meanwhile, mine manager Zhao sat quietly with his arms crossed, lighting a cigarette, as though he were merely a spectator in this unfolding drama. His favorable treatment of Wei Yong was primarily due to the profits Wei Yong had brought him. Just from those gastrodia, he had earned over 1,000. And with another leader already having reserved the cow bile, selling it would surely net him even more than Wei Yong. Although Wei Yong had helped him earn quite a bit, Zhao knew that continuously supporting him within the workplace would draw scrutiny. He needed a justification for his support of Wei Yong. If Wei Yong's capabilities were truly exceptional, then Wow's backing would be understandable. Thus, he was eager to witness Wei Yong's abilities today. If this young man could indeed persuade Wei Yong, his merit would be undeniable. Wei Yong narrowed his eyes, clearly unperturbed by Wei Yong's provocations. "Wei, if you think you can take my position so easily, you're sorely mistaken. You believe that merely achieving 1,500 qualifies you for the role of director? You must be dreaming. When I ascended to this position, I accomplished 1,800 in a month." Wei Yong replied with a sardonic smile. "So, your implication is that achieving 1,800 qualifies one to replace you, correct?" Wei Yong frowned, irritated by this persistent challenge. Having consumed a bit of alcohol, he slammed the table and declared, "Wei, let me make this clear. You covet my position, don't you? Fine. If you can single-handedly meet the purchasing department's monthly target, I shall hand over my position to you." Upon hearing Wei Yang's concession, a smile finally graced Wei Yong's lips. This was precisely the affirmation he sought. If he dared to make such a statement, not only could Wei Yong meet the 2,000 target, but he could do so with ease. "Very well, Director Wei. With all these witnesses present, you won't be able to backtrack later." Wei Yong snorted. Rest assured, a gentleman's word is his bond. However, he quickly added, "But let us consider the possibility. What if you fail to meet the 2,000 target?" Wei Yong intended to take this opportunity to unsettle him in these times. Even 500 worth of goods was a formidable challenge to procure, and Wei Yong was bound to fail. If he could thoroughly defeat him, it would also fulfill Shui Yan's directives. Wei Yong promptly produced a stack of cash from his pocket and slapped it onto the table. "If I fail, this 500 is yours." Gasps of astonishment echoed around the room as everyone's eyes gleamed at the sight of the 50 bills. Who would have anticipated that Wei Yong possessed such wealth? In this day and age, even coal mine workers would struggle to produce 100, yet here was Wei Yong, capable of pulling out 500, a feat surpassing 99% of ordinary workers. Even Wei Yang's expression betrayed a hint of greed. Despite being a director and a minor leader in the coal mine, times were tough and finances were tight. While he was not worried about food, his entire savings amounted to just around 1,800. This young man truly had a bold spirit. This was a gamble of grand proportions. Wei Yong stood up and warned Wei, "Do not go back on your word. With mine manager Zhao here as a witness, should you fail, there'll be no room for retraction." Mine manager Zhao furrowed his brow, surprised at the magnitude of Wei Yong's gamble. If this were a private bet, regardless of the outcome, Zhao would merely let it slide. But now, with the wager made before him, he could not mediate. If Wei Yong lost, he would have no choice but to hand over the 500. With a resigned sigh, Zhao acknowledged Wei Yong's youthful exuberance. The last time he had earned over 1,000 from Zhao, purchasing a bicycle and other items must have depleted a significant portion of his funds. If he lost another 500 to Wei Yong, it would risk emptying his coffers entirely. Once affluent, he would be reduced to financial hardship. However, with the wager now established, even Zhao could not show favoritism. "All right, I will bear witness to this agreement. Young Wei, you must strive to succeed." Zhao's words were spoken with earnestness. This time, he could not lean in favor of Wei Yong. If he lost, he would have to honor the wager and surrender the 500. Yet, should Wei Yong prevail, Zhao would undoubtedly support him. Xia Dan's eyes widened, utterly bewildered by the unfolding wager, forgetting that her small hand was still clasped in Wei Yong's. Regaining her senses, her face flushed with embarrassment as she shot Wei Yong an indignant glare, silently withdrawing her hand. This fellow was exceedingly audacious, daring to flirt with her even as he clashed with Wei Yong. The meal progressed merrily for everyone, including Wei Yong, who savored the delicious 3-flavor noodles while discreetly holding his leader's wife's hand beneath the table, relishing the delightful experience. Meanwhile, a smirk of triumph played upon Wei Yong's lips, with less than 10 days remaining to meet the monthly target of 2,000. He was eager to see how Wei Yong intended to fulfill it. While the others enjoyed their meal, Wei Yong cast a glance at the marketplace. Apples 10 pounds, 5 yuan. Wei Yong's face betrayed a hint of joy. Without a doubt, the potatoes he cultivated would yield him a handsome profit, and the items sold in the system's marketplace alone could easily fetch several hundred yuan. Currently, apples command a steep price, set by the system at 50 cents per gene, now on par with pork. However, in reality, acquiring them for that price is quite a challenge. In the harsh winters of northeast China, fresh fruit is a rare luxury, and such out-of-season produce is certainly not meant for the coal miners. Yet, there are many leaders within the mines who must be afforded certain privileges. Thus, even if these fruits are procured at a premium, the leaders would harbor no complaints and would instead commend Wei Yong for his acumen. At this pace, Wei Yong's potatoes would soon be ripe, and he would easily fulfill his task quota of 2,000 yuan. At that point, Director Wei Yong would undoubtedly be compelled to step down. After indulging in a hearty meal, the group exited Li Ji Noodle House. The moment Wei Yong stepped outside, he spotted Li Fun and Wang Xiaoling waiting for him at the entrance. Wang Xiaoling appeared somewhat reluctant, but Li Fun, with her thick skin, cheerfully beckoned, "De Yong, come here, Xiaoling has something to discuss with you." Wei Yong frowned slightly and glanced at Director Zhao, who remained silent, so he patiently approached. He wished to avoid letting his colleagues witness whatever antics this mother-daughter duo had in store. "Speak your mind," Wei Yong said nonchalantly, his tone laced with a hint of detachment. Chapter 45, Sister will compensate you, without hesitation. The trio found a secluded spot away from prying eyes. Li Fun tugged at Wang Xiaoling, urging her, "Xiaoling, say something. You had something to discuss with Wei Yong, didn't you?" Wang Xiaoling nervously fiddled with her clothing, hesitating for a moment before summoning her courage to speak. De Yong, do you still have any feelings for me? Upon hearing Wang Xiaoling's question, Wei Yong was momentarily speechless, even feeling a twinge of amusement. Wang Xiaoling, what are you thinking? Aren't you about to get married? Why are you bringing this up with me? Besides, I thought I made it clear before I am a married man and have no feelings for you. Haven't you understood that yet? Wang Xiaoling's face flushed crimson once more. She clenched her fists, biting her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. It was mortifying for a young lady to be spoken to in such a manner by Wei Yong. Seeing that Wang Xiaoling had fallen silent again, Li Fan became anxious and quickly interjected, Wei Yong, you should reconsider. Weren't you quite taken with my Xiaoling before? Besides, she's a genuine young lady. That Qin Wei from Xioxitan might be beautiful, but she came to the marriage with someone else's child. With your current standing, do you really intend to spend your life raising another man's offspring? Wei Yong narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening. No wonder this mother-daughter pair still harbored such thoughts. It was precisely because of this. His demeanor turned icy as he declared, the child in my wife's womb is mine. I will only say this once, make sure you comprehend it well. If I hear any more gossip concerning my wife, do not blame me for being ungracious. With that, he turned to leave. Wang Xiaoling, in a panic, grasped Wei Yong's arm, exclaiming, Wei Yong, would you rather wear a green hat than marry me? I used to ignore you as a test, but now I believe you've passed. Why do you seem to have grown distant? Qin Wei is just a loose woman. Am I, a proper young lady, not worth more than her? Wang Xiaoling was desperate. She sensed that if she didn't clarify her feelings with Wei Yong now, there might not be another opportunity. However, after Wang Xiaoling uttered those words, Wei Yong's expression shifted entirely. He swung his arm and struck Wang Xiaoling across the face with a resounding slap. She staggered back and collapsed onto the ground, her face numb and her vision filled with stars, feeling dazed from the blow. Wang Xiaoling, utter another word against my wife, and I will ruin that pretty face of yours. Witnessing her daughter being struck, Li Fan erupted into a frenzy. Oh, this is outrageous. Wei Yong, you scoundrel. How dare you hit my daughter? Someone come quick. He married a loose woman and won't let others speak. Wei Yong furrowed his brow and stepped forward, delivering a kick to Li Fan's face. He had no qualms about striking a woman. After all, he was no saint. Moreover, some women can be more despicable than men. Old hag, I have refrained from disciplining you out of respect, but if I hear any more slander about my wife in the village, I will not hesitate to visit your home and slap you senseless. Li Laodai, I mean what I say. If you're not afraid of a beating, go ahead and spread your rumors. After being kicked, Li Fan's nose began to bleed. The sight of Wei Yong's menacing demeanor terrified her to the point of nearly soiling her trousers. If someone else had threatened her, it might have just been idle talk. But she knew Wei Yong's reputation well. He had left Qin Wei battered and bruised, and the villagers were all aware of it. If he could strike his own wife, what was she, an old woman, to him? Just then, a cool, delicate hand unexpectedly clasped Wei Yong's arm. What's the matter, De Yong? Who are they? He turned to see that the one holding on to him was Xia Dan. She winked at him, clearly misunderstanding the situation. However, Wei Yong chose not to explain, merely stating, just two shrews, let's ignore them and go. Wang Xiaoling lay on the ground, witnessing the sudden appearance of Xia Dan. Her expression darkened. She had always prided herself as the village beauty, believing she was the most attractive and well-dressed in Xiaodongtan. Yet, in the presence of Xia Dan, she felt overshadowed. Xia Dan's skin was as fair as snow, impeccably clean, adorned in a long dress and small leather shoes, with beautiful necklaces and bracelets adorning her neck and wrists. In terms of both grace and appearance, she completely eclipsed Wang Xiaoling. It was as if one was a majestic phoenix soaring above, while the other was merely a chicken scurrying from a dirt pit. How could such a beautiful city woman be with Wei Yong? No wonder he looked down on Wang Xiaoling. Any man witnessing this comparison would hardly spare her a second glance. Xia Dan walked alongside Wei Yong for quite a distance before releasing his arm, remarking, did I give you enough face this time? Tell me, how will you thank me? Wei Yong could only smile wryly. Sister, this time I've made it even harder to explain back in the village. He briefly recounted the feud between him, Wang Xiaoling, and Li Fan. Xia Dan's mouth fell open in shock, unable to find her voice for a moment. You're married already? Yes. If they return to the village spreading rumors and my wife finds out, sister, how do you suppose I explain that? Xia Dan's face flushed with guilt as she replied. De Yong, considering how this turned out, I had no idea you were married. Otherwise, I would have accompanied you back to the village to explain things to your wife in person. Upon witnessing Xia Dan's visibly flustered demeanor, Wei Yong chuckled and remarked, "Never mind, sister. When I return, the most I will have to endure is kneeling on a washboard for a few days. However, given the considerable trouble you've caused me this time, don't you think you ought to compensate me?" With a serious expression, Xia Dan responded, "All right, speak up. What sort of compensation do you desire? I assure you, sister will not be evasive." Wei Yong pondered for a moment and then extended his arm once more. "Sister, I found it quite comfortable when you were on my arm earlier. Could you indulge me and do so a while longer?" Xia Dan paused, then pinched his arm firmly. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she exclaimed, "You mischievous rascal. You hardly seem like one who fears his wife." Noting Wei Yong's playful grin, Xia Dan continued, "You were rather audacious at the dinner table, weren't you? Bold enough to touch my hand in front of my man and even my leg. What do you take me for?" Chapter 46. De Yong, are you getting married? Xia Dan's expression turned serious, devoid of jest. She was a woman of integrity. Although she had previously shared some flirtation with Wei Yong, those were exceptional circumstances. If today's events led Wei Yong to perceive her as a promiscuous woman, one who could be handled frivolously, she would never acquiesce. Thus, it was imperative to clarify matters with Wei Yong today. With a smile, Wei Yong replied, "Sister, don't be so grave. It's making me quite anxious. Wasn't it you who first touched my leg, prompting my response? Besides, you initiated the hand-holding. So how can it be deemed inappropriate if I reciprocate? Is it not unjust that men face such bias in this world?" Upon hearing Wei Yong's reasoning, Xia Dan was simultaneously exasperated and amused. "You are quite the master of rationalization. What do you mean by you touched me? I was merely reminding you. You, with your promising future in the procurement department, why must you engage with Director Wei?" Wei Yong sighed in resignation. "Sister, you must see it from my perspective. I'm not looking to challenge your Director Wei. He has been targeting me at every turn. If I don't confront him now, he will continue to trample over me." Xia Dan sighed, fully aware of Wei Yang's intentions, which were merely to curry favor with Shui Yan. This was a situation even she could not prevent, so she resolved to assist Wei Yong to the best of her ability, though this might stir some marital discord. Her conflict with Wei Yong was long-standing. A cold war was the worst that could come of it. As they passed by a tailor shop, Wei Yong suddenly stopped Xia Dan. "Sister, could you do me a favor?" "What sort of favor?" Wei Yong led Xia Dan into the tailor shop, requesting her assistance in selecting a fine piece of red fabric to craft a beautiful garment. Xia Dan's fashion sense was far removed from that of rural women, and with Qin Xia soon to join him, he was determined to present her splendidly. Even without a bridal veil, a beautiful red dress was a necessity. Xia Dan inquired, "Are you purchasing clothes for your wife?" "Indeed," Wei Yong replied without further elaboration. Xia Dan nodded, recognizing him as a decent man. "You've come to the right person. Sister guarantees your satisfaction, but you must be willing to spend." Wei Yong smiled. "Rest assured, sister, budget is no concern. Feel free to spend as you wish." "Very well. This allows me ample creative freedom." Xia Dan meticulously selected fabrics and buttons, discussing styles and sizes with the tailor. As a regular customer, she was quite familiar with Tailor Zhao. "Director Xia has a keen eye for clothing. I assure you the outfit will be ready by tomorrow morning," Tailor Zhao remarked. And Wei Yong felt a sense of satisfaction with Xia Dan's selections. Grateful for her presence, he realized that had he ventured alone, he would likely have chosen attire resembling what Wang Shaoling would wear. "Sister, there's one more thing. I need to borrow or purchase some tickets for a sewing machine, a watch, and a radio. Ideally, 2 tickets for the watches." Xia Dan furrowed her brow upon hearing Wei Yong's request. "De Yong, are you indeed preparing for another wedding?" In this era, the grandest display for a wedding included the 3 turns and 1 ring, a bicycle, a watch, and a sewing machine, with the 1 ring being a radio. In rural weddings, achieving this standard was a mark of affluence, granting a woman lifelong pride. Wei Yong's endeavors with red clothing and the 3 turns and 1 ring clearly indicated his intentions to marry, yet hadn't he been married before? Wei Yong fabricated a lie. "I was too poor during my first wedding. I had nothing. Now, I wish to make amends for my wife." Xia Dan regarded him with a hint of approval. "I didn't realize you had such affection for your wife. You've certainly gained my respect." "I don't have those tickets on hand. I already used one for your watch. However, if you wish to purchase, I can assist in making arrangements, though the price might be steep." Just these tickets alone could total several dozen yuan. Wei Yong replied, "No problem, as long as I can obtain the tickets. Money is no object." Xia Dan cast a curious glance at Wei Yong. "I previously thought of you as a penniless lad. It seems you are a hidden wealthy gentleman instead? Just be careful not to spend it all. What if you lose to Wei Yong and find yourself unable to pay?" Wei Yong chuckled, "Sister, worry not. I assure you I will not lose. Moreover, should I need to pay, you wouldn't expect me to ask you for it. Would you?" Xia Dan quickly asserted, "Do not harbor such thoughts. Wei Yong's and my finances are separate, we each manage our own. If you lose to him, don't expect me to recover the funds for you. If you feel uncertain, concede early, and I'll accompany you to soften the blow. I can speak on your behalf, he wouldn't dare to treat you poorly." Wei Yong laughed heartily. "Sister, I appreciate your kind offer, but rest assured, I, Wei Yong, have never yielded in my life. I am quite resilient." A slight blush crept onto Xia Dan's cheeks. It was unclear whether his words were intentional or not, but they inevitably led her mind to less wholesome associations. This cheeky lad, with such robust health, was unlikely to be as feeble as Wei Yong. Had they engaged in a tussle, he would surely leave her bedridden for several days. As this thought crossed her mind, Xia Dan felt an involuntary warmth rise to her face. Why was she indulging in such frivolous thoughts? It was utterly absurd. Upon returning to the coal mine with Xia Dan, Wei Yong settled into his office chair, closing his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, his colleagues wore expressions of schadenfreude as the end of the month approached, leaving less than 10 days for settlement. Wei Yong boldly claimed he would meet a target of 2,000 yuan, a statement that seemed utterly ludicrous. Yet, he remained leisurely in his office, as if he believed mine manager Zhao would always support him. Curiosity filled the air as they awaited his inevitable failure to meet the month's target, eager to witness the outcome. Meanwhile, Wei Yong, seated comfortably, meticulously observed the growth progress of his experimental potato field. With the contributions of Qin Wei and his charming wife Wang Yu, the potatoes were thriving at an impressive rate. With the addition of his sister-in-law, the maturation of the potatoes had accelerated exponentially. If all went well, they should be ready for harvest in the coming days. In favorable weather, a single acre could yield over 5,000 pounds of potatoes. However, at that time, Wei Yong did not possess an abundance of potatoes. Hence an acre of land was not fully sown. Besides potatoes, there were also some radishes and sweet potatoes. Altogether, though it did not amount to 5,000 pounds, it was certainly over 3,000 pounds. With such a substantial quantity of grain, along with various sundries, 2,000 yuan was easily within reach. If he had quickly ascended to the position of Deputy Director of Procurement at the coal mine, the residents of Shaodong would surely be left agape. Chapter 47. Sister, everything is yours. Moreover, Wei Yong was not only able to present this grain. During this period, he also ventured into the mountains to hunt. On the map of Dehuang Mountain, several red dots were constantly flickering, occasionally appearing in Dehuang Mountain or Bay Mountain, presumably indicating deer or wild boar. If he could procure a few hundred pounds of meat, he would undoubtedly exceed his quotas. Wei Yong lingered in the office until the end of the workday, preparing to leave when Xia Dan delivered the tickets. In front of everyone, she did not shy away, directly handing the tickets to Wei Yong. "De Yong. These tickets total 70 yuan. Though the watch she gifted him was worth at least 100 yuan, one must keep matters distinct." That watch was a token of her gratitude for Wei Yong's life-saving deed, and the tickets he sought could not be taken from her personal funds. Everyone witnessed as Wei Yong produced 70 yuan to hand over, which was merely a small favor from Xia Dan, and no one speculated further on their relationship. With the tickets in hand, Wei Yong promptly proceeded to the supply and marketing cooperative, spending 180 yuan on a butterfly brand sewing machine. This was the finest sewing machine available at the time. As for the radio, there were multiple models, and he chose the most expensive Panda brand. Spending 150 yuan, he purchased 2 watches, totaling 240 yuan. After all, a sewing machine and a radio could be used together, whereas a watch was a solitary possession. When he married Qin Wei, he had given her nothing, leaving him feeling quite indebted. Now that Qin Wei was heavily pregnant, it was impossible to arrange a second wedding for her. Thus, bringing Qin Xia to the occasion could be seen as a form of compensation for Qin Wei. Wei Yong settled the payment and placed the order, agreeing to return the next day to collect the items. He then rode his bicycle, awaiting Wang Yu on the road back to the village. As dusk approached, Wang Yu finally sauntered over, swaying her ample hips. De Yong, have you been waiting long? I had something to attend to today, and I truly apologize. Wei Yong replied, yes, sister, I've been waiting for over an hour. How do you intend to compensate me? Wang Yu teased, what do you desire? Whatever you wish for, I shall fulfill. Her expression brimmed with allure, and her words seemed to hint at something more. If Wei Yong were to suggest sneaking into a cornfield with her at that moment, she might very well agree. Noticing Wang Yu's eyes slightly redden, Wei Yong furrowed his brow and asked, sister, have you been crying? Wang Yu quickly lowered her head, her gaze evasive. No. You must be mistaken. Why would I cry? Wei Yong frowned as he stepped closer, gently lifting her chin with his hand to meet his gaze. Wang Yu's cheeks flushed, taken aback by his boldness. However, upon raising her head, she found no trace of mischief in Wei Yong's eyes, only deep concern. Sister, do you consider me a stranger? Who has wronged you? I will stand up for you. Wang Yu's eyes brimmed with tears once more, glistening on the verge of spilling over. She suddenly smiled and said, you think too much. No one has wronged me. I simply feared that if I spoke of it, you would mock me. Wei Yong reassured her, sister. How could I ever mock you? Seeing you cry pains my heart. Wang Yu's face grew warm. His words were rather audacious, yet thankfully no one was around to overhear. And he had not crossed any lines, or she would have found it unbearable. She bit her lip and confessed, today, I visited my best friend's house. And she asked me a question that left me speechless for a long time. What did she ask you? She wanted to know why I always wear the same outfit when I visit her. Wang Yu's expression was filled with distress. I was too embarrassed to admit that this is the only decent piece of clothing I own. The others are tattered from work and too shameful to showcase. I felt so wronged that I couldn't help shedding a few tears when I left, not realizing you would notice. After speaking, Wang Yu looked up at Wei Yong, feeling quite shy. You must be laughing at me in your heart for being so unambitious, right? Yet, Wei Yong did not laugh at her. He simply calmly replied, let us get on the bike, sister. Wang Yu nodded and took a seat on the back of Wei Yong's bicycle, her spirits somewhat dampened. Sometimes, within her small village, she felt life was satisfactory, but upon truly witnessing the lives of others, she realized how harsh her own existence was. Wei Yong hopped on the bike, turning back towards the town. Wang Yu, noticing the change in direction, inquired, De Yong, where are we headed? Sister, don't ask. You will know when we arrive. Wei Yong brought Wang Yu to the tailor shop, and fortunately, it had not yet closed for the day. Tailor Zhao was busy inside crafting new garments for Qin Xia. Upon recognizing the place, Wang Yu's expression shifted. De Yong, why have you brought me here? She hesitated at the door, aware that Wei Yong intended to have clothes made for her. She had not meant for him to spend money on her but merely wished to express her feelings. To her surprise, Wei Yong had taken her directly to the tailor shop, leaving her no room to refuse. However, Wei Yong did not allow her the chance to decline. Grasping her hand and pulling her inside, Wang Yu, unable to match Wei Yong's strength, was drawn through the doorway. Though her small hand was held firmly by Wei Yong, she did not resist. Upon entering the tailor's shop and seeing the vibrant array of beautiful fabrics, her eyes widened in wonder. Women are inherently drawn to beauty, regardless of the era. Especially since Wang Yu had recently enjoyed ample food, she yearned for a new dress. Relying on Chen Rongma to buy clothes was out of the question. He squandered any money he had on cigarettes or alcohol. Yet, the thought of Wei Yong purchasing clothes for her made her feel somewhat guilty. Upon seeing Wei Yong arrive with a girl, Tailor Zhao's eyes crinkled with delight. Wei Yong had spent quite a bit with him earlier, and now that he was bringing someone else, it was evident they were there to shop again. Master Zhao, please make her 2 lovely outfits. Can they be ready for tomorrow? Tailor Zhao quickly removed his glasses, smiling broadly as he replied, rest assured. I'll work through the night to get them done for you. Very well then, sister, choose your styles. Wang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. De Yong, 2 outfits might be excessive, just 1 will suffice. Consider this money a loan from me. I'll repay you when I have the funds. Wei Yong chuckled. What do you mean by borrowing? Buying sister a dress doesn't require repayment. Let us get 2 sets, 1 for regular wear and 1 padded for warmth. As winter is approaching, sister, you must dress warmly. Wang Yu gazed at Wei Yong, a complex expression flickering in her eyes. De Yong, with you treating me so well, how can I ever repay you? Chapter 48, Wang Yu's Kiss. Wei Yong replied, sister, my intention in buying you clothes is not for repayment. Wang Yu bit her lip, neither refusing nor resisting, and began to browse through the shop. As she was not getting married, she opted against the traditional red, instead selecting a floral dress and a patterned cotton jacket. In an era where everyone donned black and gray, her vibrant attire stood out strikingly. After the tailor Zhao took her measurements, Wei Yong paid a total of 15 yuan. While a single piece of clothing wouldn't typically be so costly, Wei Yong had insisted that the tailor stuff the cotton jacket with ample filling. Winter was fast approaching, and without a wind-resistant garment, one would find the season quite unbearable. Wei Yong felt no remorse in spending on Wang Yu, particularly as it was with her support that he had upgraded the system significantly. Just as Wang Yu finished selecting her clothes, Wei Yong suddenly heard a familiar notification. Wang Yu's satiety level, 5, experimental field growth rate, 5. Wei Yong was intrigued. Logically, satiety should relate solely to food. Feeding Wang Yu nutritious meals would naturally elevate her satiety, but the fact that purchasing clothing could also enhance it was a delightful surprise. Typically, as time progressed, it became increasingly challenging to raise satiety levels. Both Wang Yu and his wife had satiety levels hovering around 50. And advancing beyond that was no easy feat, yet he now realized that perhaps a different approach could yield results. As long as their needs were met, it need not be solely through food to increase satiety. Those two outfits were indeed a worthwhile investment. Upon exiting the tailor's shop, Wang Yu settled onto Wei Yong's bicycle, and they began pedaling towards home. Once they left the village, Wang Yu wrapped her arms around Wei Yong's waist, pressing her entire body against his back. The intimacy felt akin to a young bride embracing her husband. Wei Yong sensed that Wang Yu was particularly forward this evening, and since it was to his advantage, he made no attempt to stop her. She was free to hold him as she wished. Just as they approached the village and were about to cross a small river, Wang Yu suddenly spoke up. "All right, De Yong, just drop me off here. I'll walk back in a bit." They had not arrived together, and returning side by side might raise eyebrows and invite gossip. "All right, Yujia, you can head back first. I'll wait a bit before going back," Wang Yu then said. "De Yong, close your eyes. I have something to give you." Wei Yong was taken aback. "Sister, why are you being so courteous?" Nevertheless, he obediently closed his eyes. After a few moments, a faint fragrance wafted towards him. Suddenly, a cool pair of lips gently pressed against his face. With a soft sound, they parted almost instantly. The delicate kiss startled Wei Yong into opening his eyes, only to find Wang Yu had already turned and dashed away, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Wang Yu was astonished by her own boldness. She had never expected to kiss Wei Yong so daringly, so close to the village. If anyone had witnessed it, their relationship would become indefensible. Today, Wei Yong had bought her clothes, filling her heart with a mix of gratitude and guilt, leaving her uncertain as to how to repay him. Thus, she had chosen this means of expression. Surely, Wei Yong wouldn't overthink it, right? Besides, they were both married. Even if he did ponder it, nothing would come of it. As she walked into the village, her heart swelled with sweetness at the thought of the two outfits. Though her own husband was quite lacking, there was still a man in this world who cherished her. The more she thought about it, the happier she felt. Her face still flushed as she entered the village. Upon her arrival, she spotted Qin Rongmao waiting for her at the village entrance. Without uttering a word, she hurried over. As soon as Qin Rongmao saw his wife returning, he impatiently exclaimed, "Wife, where's my cigarette?" Initially, Wang Yu had been in good spirits. Qin Rongmao had come to the village entrance to fetch her late at night, which showed he cared. However, upon hearing his words, she realized that he was preoccupied not with her, but rather with his cigarettes. Her temper flared, and she pulled out 2 packs of cigarettes from her pocket, hurling them at Qin Rongmao. "Here's your damn cigarettes. Don't talk to me anymore. You're driving me insane." Qin Rongmao quickly picked up the cigarettes from the ground, ignoring Wang Yu as he lit one up and began to smoke, exhaling clouds of smoke. He understood she was upset but could not fathom the reason behind her anger. The craving for a smoke was overwhelming, and he figured he'd deal with his wife's displeasure later. After all, he could always soothe her. As he neared the end of the cigarette, Wei Yong rode into the village. With his craving satisfied, Qin Rongmao felt quite pleased. He greeted Wei Yong cheerfully. "De Yong is back. If I had known you were going to the countryside, I would have had my wife wait a bit longer. I could have hitched a ride." Wei Yong chuckled, thinking to himself that Qin Rongmao's wife had not only hitched a ride, but had also given him a sweet kiss just moments ago. Is that so? In the future, if something like this happens, just let Yu Jia come to me. No need to be polite. Wei Yong observed Qin Rongmao puffing away, sneering internally as he rode back home. Upon entering his house, Qin Wei eagerly rushed out to greet him. Her face lit up with a smile. "Da Yong, you're back." Wei Yong wasted no time and opened his arms wide. "Come here, let your man cherish you." Blushing, Qin Wei leaped into his embrace. And Wei Yong took the opportunity to lift her chin and kiss her fervently. Feeling a bit shy, Qin Wei playfully punched his chest a few times, exclaiming, "You're so annoying." Judging by her husband's demeanor, it seemed likely that he would be quite demanding of her that night. Having enjoyed the feel of Xia Dan's small hand and thigh during the day, and now having received a kiss from Wang Yu, Wei Yong's desires were stirred. He was ready to take Qin Wei to bed. However, Qin Wei quickly interjected, "Wait a moment, I need to discuss something important first." Wei Yong chuckled and slipped his hand under her clothing to check on the child's well-being. What could possibly be more important than this? Qin Wei felt a tingling sensation from his touch. "My elder sister-in-law passed away yesterday." Wei Yong was taken aback. "She died yesterday?" "Yes. She passed away in the middle of the night, and the funeral was this morning." Wei Yong nodded. "Then I'll go to fetch my elder sister tomorrow." Qin Wei affirmed, "Father asked someone to tell me. He thinks the same. We need to get her here quickly to avoid any further complications. It seems life has been quite tough for her at home as well. Once she is settled, Father plans to return to his hometown." Wei Yong promptly sat up, stating, "All right, we'll postpone our plans for now. I need to speak with the village head and arrange the wedding procession for tomorrow." Chapter 49, Xia. "I'm here to pick you up." Though he was eager to be with his wife, the matter of fetching his sister-in-law took precedence. Wei Yong hurried over to the village head's house, where Zhao Long and Zhao Fifan were preparing to retire for the night. Upon seeing Wei Yong, they quickly rose to greet him. "Da Yong has arrived. Quick, his mother, prepare a cup of sweet water for him." Such treatment was reserved for Wei Yong alone. Sugar was a precious commodity, and the village head would not so readily offer it to others. Zhao Fifan handed Wei Yong a cigarette. "Da Yong, what brings you here at such a late hour?" "Don't bother with the sweet water, it's not necessary." Wei Yong accepted the cigarette from Zhao Fifan, lit it, and straightforwardly stated, "My sister-in-law's husband has passed away, and my father-in-law wishes for me to rally support and bring my sister-in-law over. I am contemplating organizing a wedding procession tomorrow. Although it is not a formal wedding, I wish to ensure she is honored and celebrated. Hence, I have come to seek your assistance, Uncle Zhao." Upon hearing this, Zhao Long and his son both chuckled and remarked, "Well, that sounds like a joyous occasion." "Very well. I shall take charge of the arrangements." In these times, it is exceedingly common to rally support, especially during famine years. It is a misconception to think that some families are fortunate to marry multiple wives. Not every household possesses such means. Each additional mouth to feed, particularly a woman, does not contribute to the labor force. Moreover, with the severe drought over the past few years, no one can afford to sustain an extra person. Thus, upon hearing about the support rally, everyone could only envy Wei Yong's fortunate circumstances. Wei Yong took out 20 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the village head. "Uncle Zhao, this journey cannot be without compensation. Please use this money to buy some cigarettes and wedding candies to distribute among everyone." Zhao Long initially intended to refuse, but reconsidered, realizing that Wei Yong was not lacking in funds and merely desired to create a spectacle. "Rest assured. Shall I arrange a horse cart for you tomorrow?" Wei Yong shook his head. "No need, uncle. I have purchased a bicycle. You all just wait for me at Xioxitan while I fetch the items from the countryside." "Very well, leave the rest to me," the village head assured him. His influence in the village was considerable, and the wedding procession was sure to be lively. With Wei Yong's generosity, providing 20 yuan meant that candies, cigarettes, and firecrackers would be arranged without fail. As for a banquet, it was unnecessary since it was not a wedding, and in these times, who could afford such a luxury? Even if Wei Yong wished to host one, the village head would dissuade him. After all, it had not been easy for Wei Yong to hunt those wild boars, and he should save some resources rather than expend them all at once. Returning home, Wei Yong felt a sense of relief and embraced his wife as they settled onto the bed. Qin Wei, nestled under the blankets, remarked, "Daong, today the Dave coal mine sent someone to deliver coal. When my sister arrives tomorrow, we shall make the west room warm and cozy, and you two will stay there." Wei Yong smiled wryly, questioning whether his sister would agree so readily. Qin Wei responded, "Isn't it only a matter of time? Trust me, I will persuade her." Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoling and Li Fin lay awake at home, unable to find rest. Li Fin had been berating Wei Yong since her return, nearly cursing his ancestors in her ire. Wang Xiaoling's face was swollen and painful. She had cried for quite some time upon arriving home. She never imagined Wei Yong would strike her. She had merely scolded Qin Wei a few times. How could he have the heart to lay hands on her? Li Fin, exhausted from her tirade, continued to scold while mending Wang Xiaoling's torn red dress. The garment was already rather old, and with the patches, it appeared even more worn. "Daughter, make do with this dress. Your groom will be here soon. You must get some rest." Once the wedding procession arrives in the morning, with all the noise and commotion, you won't be able to sleep at all. Wang Xiaoling nodded, feeling utterly disheartened by today's events. She resolved to cut ties with Wei Yong entirely. They would now walk separate paths, never to interact again. Though Wei Yong seemed to be thriving compared to El Taiching, who had offered her family 30 yuan as a betrothal gift, a sum not easily come by. Wang Xiaoling lay under the covers, imagining her grand wedding the next day. Few knew of her impending marriage. Li Fin had never been particularly well-liked in their village, and since they were from the bride's side, all they needed to do was wait at home while the groom's party came to fetch her. Despite this, the next morning, the commotion outside roused Li Fin from her slumber. Pulling back the curtains, she observed the bustling crowd and grumbled, "It's not their daughter getting married. Why all the excitement?" Nevertheless, she quickly got up to wash and dressed in her finest attire, meticulously preparing herself. Today was her daughter's wedding day, and she could not afford to bring shame upon her family. Wang Xiaoling rose early, donning her red dress. Gazing at the patches, she felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. The dress was already outdated, and after yesterday's fall, it now bore patches far from suitable for a bride. With a sigh, she reassured herself that at least she had a red dress, better than what others in the village had. Meanwhile, Wei Yong had reached the countryside and collected all the necessary items. He had hired a horse cart, making his way to Xiaoxitan. Upon entering the village, he spotted Zhao Long and the others at the entrance. All were young men from Xiaodongtan, their faces beaming with smiles and vibrant energy. With Wei Yong's money, Zhao Long distributed a box of cigarettes and 2 pieces of candy to each of them, prompting jubilant reactions. Typically, they could only smoke dry tobacco in the village. This purchased cigarette, though not of high quality, was infinitely more enjoyable. This was all courtesy of Wei Yong's generosity, and they were determined to put in their best effort today. Pushing his bicycle ahead, followed by the horse cart laden with a sewing machine and radio, a lively procession entered the village. Qin Jiangwo had been waiting at the door and was taken aback by the size of the gathering. "This lad has certainly made quite the spectacle. Eldest brother, Deong has come to fetch you." At that moment, Qin Xia sat in her room, her face as red as an apple, uncertain whether she was anxious or excited. All she knew was that her heart raced, as if a fawn were bounding within her chest. Wei Yong parked the bicycle at the entrance and greeted his father-in-law, then called out loudly while holding the red dress, "Xia, I have come to take you home." Chapter 50, Fetching Qin Xia. Inside the room, Qin Xia dared not speak, busying herself with some trivial needlework. Wei Yong entered the house, walked into the room, and found Qin Xia sitting poised on the kang, yet she did not dare to meet his gaze. Although she feigned calmness, Wei Yong could discern that she had made an effort to present herself attractively today. Her hair was freshly washed, and her complexion was astonishingly fair. "Xia, I have come to take you home. Please change into this dress and join me." He laid the attire on the kang. Qin Xia bit her lip and replied, "Why buy this red dress? What a waste of money." Wei Yong chuckled. "How can spending money on you be considered wasteful? Please change, I will wait for you outside." Since they had yet to consummate their marriage, it would be awkward for Wei Yong to watch as Qin Xia changed, so he tactfully exited the room. Clutching the red dress, Qin Xia gently caressed the soft fabric. Wei Yong had thoughtfully patted the garment, making it suitable for wear now. Once winter arrived, she could add another layer for continued use. As she stroked the new outfit, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Meanwhile, Wei Yong and the others stood outside, smoking celebratory cigarettes and engaging in light-hearted conversation as they awaited her. A considerable number of individuals from Xiaoxitan had gathered to observe the unfolding events. Wei Yong, displaying remarkable generosity, distributed cigarettes to the men and offered sweet candies to the women. When they noticed Qin Xia attempting to form connections, some among the crowd felt a twinge of jealousy, eager to make sardonic remarks. However, the gifts bestowed by Wei Yong silenced their tongues, and they greeted her with beaming smiles and words of blessing. Qin Jiangwo patted Wei Yong on the shoulder and remarked, "De Yong, after you escort Xiaoxia, do return tomorrow. I have a matter to discuss with you." His expression bore a hint of seriousness. Wei Yong nodded, suspecting it pertained to his father-in-law's impending return to his hometown and some instructions to relay. Just as he finished a cigarette, Qin Xia emerged from the room, having donned a striking new crimson outfit that instantly captivated the attention of all present. Qin Xia, already remarkably beautiful, transformed into an enchanting vision with just a touch of adornment. Clad in red, she left the onlooking men nearly salivating. Wei Yong was indeed fortunate. While Qin Wei was already quite lovely, Qin Xia's radiance was exceptional. Moreover, Wei Yong was filled with excitement, although Qin Xia had been married before, unbeknownst to them. She remained a genuine maiden. Such a stunning bride, and yet her elder brother-in-law had never truly appreciated her beauty, allowing Wei Yong to reap the benefits. As soon as Qin Xia stepped outside, Zhao Fifan ignited firecrackers. Their crackling sounds, combined with the cheers from the crowd, caused Qin Xia's cheeks to flush as she took her place on the back seat of Wei Yong's bicycle. Zhao the tailor had kindly prepared a cushion for Wei Yong's bike seat, making it far more comfortable. Sitting on the soft cushion, Qin Xia's rosy face radiated beauty. Although the occasion was quite festive, it was not an actual wedding, so the crowd kept their exuberance in check. Wei Yong pedaled his bicycle, followed by a throng of people, departing Xioxitan in grand fashion. The sight of a sewing machine and a radio atop a cart, along with Wei Yong's bicycle, evoked envy among the villagers. "Old Qin, your son-in-law truly excels. With 3 essentials and a sound, he has gathered them all, hasn't he?" "Indeed. Did you not notice the watch on Wei Yong's wrist? Xiaoxia surely has one as well. Old Qin is exceptionally fortunate. I have never heard of anyone in our vicinity gathering such a collection. Old Qin's daughters are truly enjoying their fortune." Listening to the chatter, Qin Jiangwo's face broke into a broad smile. On the day of Qin Wei's wedding, he had worn a brooding expression, his gaze filled with disdain for Wei Yong. Yet today was a stark contrast. This son-in-law had truly brought him pride. In Xiaodongtan, villagers stood at the courtyard entrance, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. They were well aware that Wei Yong was on his way to fetch Qin Xia, hoping for a chance to receive some celebratory candies or cigarettes. Particularly, the village children were eagerly awaiting their share of sweets. At that moment, Wang Yu was tidying up the house when Qin Rongmao entered, grinning mischievously. "Wife, Wei Yong has gone to fetch his sister-in-law. Why not step outside for a moment? You might get some candies." Wang Yu, wearing a sullen expression, remained silent, as if she had not heard. Since his return the previous evening, she had not uttered a word to him. Qin Rongmao had spent the night smoking several cigarettes, leaving him dazed before finally returning home. He had intended to soothe her, hoping it would ease her anger, but regardless of what he said, Wang Yu would not acknowledge him. Feeling utterly helpless, Qin Rongmao had risen early that morning to prepare breakfast, thinking it might help him mend things with Wang Yu. It had been some time since they had been intimate. Previously, he had been too preoccupied with hunger to engage. Now that he was well-fed and warm, with cigarettes to smoke, and with Wang Yu becoming increasingly fair and plump, he yearned for a chance to rekindle their intimacy. However, Wang Yu's temper had been particularly foul, and he found himself at a loss. Surely, the previous night's incident had been trivial. He had merely been eager for a cigarette upon seeing her, and had neglected to inquire about her well-being. "Wife, are you still upset? I recognize my mistake. From now on, I promise to ask after you first when you return. Is that acceptable?" Wang Yu scoffed, finally acknowledging his words, but only to point out his realization of his error. In truth, Wang Yu was not as angry as she appeared. She simply wished to disregard Qin Rongmao. She was well aware of his character by now. Moreover, she was in a good mood, anticipating the arrival of her new dress. However, her good spirits were not brought about by Qin Rongmao but rather by Wei Yong. "Stop wasting your breath. When you receive candies and cigarettes later, accept them graciously. If they don't offer anything, don't embarrass me." Upon hearing Wang Yu speak to him, Qin Rongmao felt a wave of relief. "Rest assured, dear. I will not bring you shame." He leaned closer, wrapping his arms around her waist, and said, "It's been a while since we've had some fun together. How about tonight? Get lost." Wang Yu pushed him away, feeling irritated by his touch. "Your smoke stinks. You won't lay a finger on me until you quit smoking." While both indulged in smoking, the scent of Qin Rongmao's smoke repulsed her. Yet she found the faint aroma of Wei Yong's tobacco quite pleasant. Chapter 51. Who is actually getting married? Qin Rongmao's face turned awkward for a moment. Asking him to quit smoking felt akin to sentencing him to death. It seemed his wife still harbored resentment. He resolved to find an opportunity to buy her something nice to placate her. With limited funds, he could manage a scarf at most. His wife had been clamoring for new clothes several times, and while he could not afford a dress, a scarf would suffice. Perhaps with a new scarf, their relationship could thaw. At the very least, they could find some amusement together in the evenings, as rural life offered little entertainment. Furthermore, his wife was exceptionally beautiful. And all the men in the village eyed her with envy. Could he not feel the same? In recent days, she had been well-nourished, visibly fairer and fuller. And he found himself increasingly drawn to her. Yet, possessing such a stunning wife was a bittersweet predicament. Who would believe him if he claimed she was untouchable? Wei Yong adjusted her hair and stepped outside to join the gathering crowd. She felt a pang of envy for Qin Xia. Although Qin Xia's husband had met an unfortunate fate, she was fortunate enough to find herself at Wei Yong's home, assuming the role of mistress. Wei Yong had once fantasized about moving into Wei Yong's household and becoming his bride. However, under the present circumstances, such a dream seemed unattainable. Nevertheless, Wei Yong treated her kindly, showering her with gifts even though she belonged to another. Recalling the kiss she had given him by the river the previous night, Wang Yu felt her cheeks warm. Soon, the sound of firecrackers resonated at the village entrance. The villagers stood on tiptoe, peering into the distance, knowing that Wei Yong and his entourage were returning. The children were especially excited, eagerly awaiting the chance to scavenge any unexploded firecrackers once Wei Yong arrived. At that moment, Li Fin descended from the kang and called out, "Daughter, El Taiching is here. Hurry and go outside to wait." Wang Xiaoling pouted, "Why should I go out and wait?" Li Fin replied, "Just look at our family's conditions. There's not even a scrap of cloth on the roof. It's quite embarrassing. If the in-laws come in and see this, they might look down on us." Wang Xiaoling furrowed her brow, glancing at the dilapidated state of their home, and indeed, it was a valid concern. Li Fin was often lazy, rarely tidying up, and allowing anyone to enter the house would certainly be a source of shame. Fine, I'll wait outside then. If her in-laws saw this, once she was married, they would undoubtedly hold her in contempt. Wang Xiaoling adjusted her attire and smoothed her two long braids, approaching the door. She pushed open the gate and stood outside, waiting. Upon seeing Wang Xiaoling, the widow Zhang across the street inquired, "Xiaoling, why are you dressed so beautifully today?" Wang Xiaoling smiled shyly. "My man is coming to pick me up, of course I want to look nice." The widow Zhang was taken aback. "Your man is coming to get you? Who is it?" Wang Xiaoling replied, "It's El Taiching from Gongtuan." The widow Zhang then realized, "Oh Xiaoling, you're getting married today. Aren't you? I completely forgot about that." Li Fin had mentioned Wang Xiaoling's marriage to the villagers, but since they didn't think much of Li Fin, no one really remembered. It was only after the widow Zhang's remark that others recalled. "But the firecrackers just now must have been for Wei Yong, right? How could El Taiching from Gongtuan have such a grand display?" Noticing the villagers fall silent, Wang Xiaoling felt a surge of defiance. It seemed as though they looked down on her. Soon they would realize just how well she was marrying. El Taiching had brought a bride price of 30 yuan. Could he possibly be short on money? After the firecrackers, Wei Yong appeared, pushing his bicycle, followed by a horse cart and a procession of groomsmen, entering in a grand manner. From a distance, everyone spotted the bicycle and excitement surged through the crowd. Xia Dongtan had also acquired a bicycle, and many children, seeing one up close for the first time, were thrilled. As the bicycle approached, a flicker of excitement crossed Wang Xiaoling's face, and disregarding her modesty, she waved her hand toward the distance, as if greeting someone. The villagers cast her strange looks. Wasn't Wei Yong coming to fetch Qin Xia? Why was Wang Xiaoling waving? Was El Taiching truly coming to pick her up? For a moment, no one understood the situation, and silence fell as they watched intently. Moments later, the bicycle drew nearer. Alongside it, the most prominent sight on the horse cart was a sewing machine. "Is that a Butterfly brand sewing machine?" someone exclaimed. "And there's a radio too. This is quite the spectacle." They never expected to see such a display in their village, and envy filled the air. "Why didn't I have such treatment when I married you? Look at them, people can be so infuriating." As the sewing machine and radio caught the attention of some, others began to lament their own husbands. The men of the village could only wear awkward smiles, regretting coming out to witness such a spectacle, fearing it would upset their wives. As the crowd grew closer, The widow Zhang suddenly shouted, "It's Wei Yong." Only then did the onlookers realize that it was indeed Wei Yong pushing the bicycle, with a beautiful woman dressed in red, Qinxia, sitting on the back seat. The horse cart carried a brand new sewing machine and radio. A closer look revealed a lovely watch on Qinxia's wrist. Zhao Long and his son walked beside the cart, holding bags of wedding candy to distribute to everyone. Witnessing the scene, Wang Xiaoling's expression froze. Her arm, which had been waving, fell limply to her side, her face twisting into an expression of utter dismay. Li Fin emerged from the yard, beaming with pride. "I told you. Taiching is a remarkable lad, putting together such a grand affair. My daughter, you're in for a treat." As the mother of the bride, Li Fin should have remained indoors, but the house was too shabby, and the lively atmosphere outside drew her out. With a loud voice, she wanted everyone to know how impressive her son-in-law was. The widow Zhang retorted with a sneer, "Aunt Li, do take a good look. Is your son-in-law the one pushing the bicycle?" Li Fin replied sharply, "Of course, if it's not my son-in-law, could it be your deceased husband?" Their banter was a common occurrence, as they lived across from each other. However, as Li Fin turned to look, her expression soured as well. How could it be Wei Yong? Wei Yong, pushing the bicycle with Qin Xia perched atop, exuded an air of triumph. Upon entering the village, Zhao Fifan began tossing wedding candies to either side, creating a delightful commotion as children and adults alike scrambled for them. Meanwhile, Qin Xia kept her head down, shyly avoiding eye contact, yet a faint smile graced her lips. What woman doesn't wish for a grand send-off on her wedding day? Although it wasn't a wedding yet, Wei Yong's attentiveness filled her with genuine joy. As the bicycle passed by Wang Xiaoling's home, Wei Yong did not glance her way, continuing on past her while Qin Xia sat sideways, directly facing Wang Xiaoling. When Qin Xia lifted her head, her exquisite features, radiant eyes, and the stunning new red dress captured Wang Xiaoling's full attention. In that instant, they formed a striking contrast. Without Qin Xia for comparison, Wang Xiaoling appeared quite charming. However, standing next to Qin Xia diminished her allure entirely. Qin Xia stood nearly 1.7 meters tall, possessing a tall, graceful figure, fair skin, and beauty that rivaled even Qin Wei. Coupled with her brand new red dress adorned with blue glass buttons and a stylish collar, she looked absolutely stunning. The villagers had never seen such beautiful attire. Even a piece of red cloth could only yield a dress akin to Wang Xiaoling's. Wang Xiaoling's dress, with its few black buttons and straight-cut design resembling a man's shirt, paled in comparison to Qin Xia's elegant ensemble, which featured a sophisticated collar, decorative buttons, and a waist-cinching design, resembling something worn by city dwellers. In light of Qin Xia, Wang Xiaoling appeared utterly out of place. As Qin Xia sat on the bicycle, she raised her head, locking eyes with Wang Xiaoling. A faint, disdainful smile played on her lips as she recognized Wang Xiaoling from her sister's tales. Did Wang Xiaoling dare to covet Wei Yong? What a delusion! Wang Xiaoling stood there, watching the bicycle and the cart with the sewing machine and radio pass by. Just then, Zhao Fifan tossed a handful of wedding candies that struck her head. Before she could react, several children rushed in to snatch them. Caught off guard by the little ones, Wang Xiaoling stumbled and fell to the ground, her embarrassment palpable. Li Fin's face turned ashen, resembling that of a liver, as she realized the grand affair was not for Taiching, but for the detestable Wei Yong. Little did they know, Wei Yong was there to fetch his sister-in-law today. Had they known it was all happening today, they would have surely avoided him. Now, they faced great humiliation. Widow Zhang chuckled, "Aunt Li, I told you that your fine son-in-law is not what you think. You didn't believe me, did you? It seems your son-in-law will be delayed for a while longer. You might as well wait patiently." At that moment, Widow Zhang couldn't help but mock her, relishing the irony of Li Fin's earlier arrogance. Was she not embarrassed now? Li Fin's weathered face indeed bore a hint of shame, hastily lifting her daughter to return inside. Wang Xiaoling appeared utterly disoriented, akin to a mere shell of a person. As Li Fin ushered her into the house, she offered comfort. "Daughter, do not be upset. Taiching will be here soon. And surely, he will make a grander entrance than this one. Let us not rush." Wei Yong pushed Qin Xia into the house, where Qin Wei had been waiting. She felt too shy to step outside, fearing the judgment of the villagers, so she watched from the window. Upon seeing her elder sister enter, her heart brimmed with joy. Zhao Fifan and the others discreetly moved the sewing machine inside before retreating, showing their awareness of the social dynamics. Qin Xia settled down on the Kong, while Qin Wei glanced around, her gaze making her sister feel somewhat self-conscious. What are you staring at, second sister? Never seen me before? Qin Wei laughed lightly. I was just admiring how stunning you look in that red dress. Wei Yong produced several beautiful outfits, placing them on the king. Wife, these are for you as well. I had the tailor make them in larger sizes, fearing your belly might grow. Qin Wei retorted, look at you. Buying for my sister is enough, why buy for me? After I give birth, how will I wear them? She complained while caressing the new garments, a smile betraying her annoyance. Wei Yong chuckled, once you've given birth. I will have the tailor make adjustments, otherwise, if your belly grows too large, you won't fit into them at all. He also presented Qin Wei with her watch, making sure his wife did not feel neglected despite bringing Qin Xia home. Qin Wei's eyes sparkled with delight, resembling crescent moons, utterly charming. Qin Wei's satiation level, 5. Experimental field growth rate, 5. Qin Xia's satiation level, 10. Experimental field growth rate, 10. Daily market items, 1. Wei Yong's heart swelled with joy. It seemed that purchasing clothes for them might enhance their satiation levels, much like his previous experiences with Wang Yu. Today, his sister-in-law appeared quite pleased, her satiation level rising by 10 points, and the daily market items expanded to 2, a significant improvement. Originally, Wei Yong had made a wager with Wei Yong, and now was a crucial time for resources. This reward was most fortuitous. He glanced at the 2 items available in the market today: rice, 3 yuan per jean, rock candy, 5 yuan per jean. Staring at these items, Wei Yong was taken aback. The offerings in the market had changed significantly. It was not merely the addition of a single product. Previously, when he purchased oranges, he had noted the strict purchasing limits, only 5 jean or less each time, but this time, the system only indicated the unit price without any quantity restrictions. Did this mean he could buy as much as he desired? Wei Yong decided to test this theory, possessing over 300 yuan. He intended to purchase all the rock candy and rice. After conducting a series of experiments, he confirmed that spending in the market was capped at 100 yuan per day. He had tried to buy large quantities of both items, but once his expenditure reached 100 yuan, he could no longer make additional purchases. Though limited in quantity, it was still ample for Wei Yong. In the coming days, if he procured everything from the market, fulfilling the procurement department's target of 2,000 yuan would be a breeze. The potatoes in the experimental field were due for harvest today. He couldn't wait to see how Wei Yong would react. While Wei Yong was absorbed in the system, from Qin Wei and Qin Xia's perspective, he was merely gazing at Qin Xia with an infatuated smile, causing her to blush fiercely with embarrassment. Qin Wei, on the other hand, stifled her laughter, genuinely pleased that her partner held affection for her elder sister. After all, they would soon share the same roof. If he did not like her, what kind of life would that be? Qin Xia bit her lip, her face reddening as if it might drip with blush. Sister, you two continue your conversation. I shall tidy up in the west room. Qin Wei excused herself, providing them a moment alone. Qin Xia lifted her head and admonished, stop staring. Only then did Wei Yong come to his senses, noticing Qin Xia's flushed cheeks. He understood her misunderstanding, but it mattered little, after all. Qin Xia was undeniably beautiful, and he could not help but admire her. Hey Xia, you are truly lovely. I can never seem to gaze upon you enough. Wei Yong teased. Qin Xia playfully scolded, you silver-tongued flatterer. Having already brought her home, Qin Xia fully accepted him as her man. Wei Yong grasped Qin Xia's hand firmly, declaring, Xia, rest assured, I will ensure you and your sister live a good life. Startled, Qin Xia felt a thrill coursing through her, despite their privacy. She quickly pulled her hand away. I need to help the second brother with dinner, she stammered, hastily making her way to the outer kitchen. Qin Wei whispered, sister, you should sleep with De Yong in the west room tonight. I will stoke the fire to keep it warm for you too. At this, Qin Xia's face flushed even deeper. That won't do. Let him sleep with you instead. I will manage on my own, she protested. Qin Wei replied, sister, this is your wedding night, why should I be involved? Besides, I am a heavily pregnant woman. It would be uncomfortable for me to share a bed with De Yong. I fear he might jostle me, and it might not be good for the baby. You can consider it a favor for me. Having already become pregnant, Qin Wei was far more open about such matters than her sister, who remained an untouched maiden. Qin Xia blushed furiously at her words. You cheeky girl. What kind of talk is that? What do you mean favor? I'm not here to work, she retorted. Qin Wei insisted, sister, isn't this an inevitable matter? Qin Xia bit her lip, we'll discuss it later. She knew she would eventually belong to Wei Yong, but her lack of experience left her unsure of how to proceed. While the two sisters busied themselves, Wei Yong stepped outside. "I'll be back shortly. I asked the village head to help me procure some items. I intend to prepare a few more dishes today." Wei Yong planned to bring out the rice and rock candy from his space to enhance their meals. However, he needed an excuse to step out to avoid raising suspicion. Arriving at the village head's home, Wei Yong discreetly retrieved a bag of rice and 10 jean of rock candy, items that were exceedingly rare. Even with wealth, they were hard to come by. Typically, each household received only half a jean of white sugar per month, and rock candy was even less accessible. If he sold this 10 jean of rock candy, it would fetch a handsome price. Fortunately, with his current position, even if he paid a premium for the rock candy, no one would object. Just as Wei Yong reached his home, he encountered Wang Yu. She had been waiting at home for quite some time. Knowing he had gone to the town to retrieve Qin Xiao's clothes, which surely included her own. However, Wei Yong had not delivered them, and she felt awkward asking, as they were gifts from him. "De Yong, what have you brought? Let me help you carry it," she offered. "No need, Sister Yu, just some rice and rock candy. I'll bring you some soon. You haven't eaten lunch, have you? Come eat at my place." Wei Yong was not being polite. Providing Wang Yu with delectable food would certainly enhance her satisfaction. Since he had to cook anyway, it was more efficient to have these three women prepare the meal together. Wang Yu felt a bit embarrassed. "You just brought Qin Xia over. Is it appropriate for me to come over and mooch off your hospitality?" Wei Yong replied. "There's nothing inappropriate about it. Besides, I happen to have some hawthorn at home, and I heard you can make candied hawthorn. If you could prepare some for my wife. She has quite the craving for it." Upon hearing this, Wang Yu ceased her objections. "All right then, I can make candied hawthorn. And I assure you it will be to your satisfaction." Wang Yu entered the house with Wei Yong. "Wife, Xiao Xia, I've bought some rock candy. I've invited Yu Jia over to make us some candied hawthorn." Upon hearing candied hawthorn, Qin Wei's eyes sparkled with delight. "That sounds wonderful. Thank you, Yu Jia. We can have lunch here, and you can prepare it afterward." Qin Wei harbored no suspicions regarding Wang Yu and Wei Yong's relationship. Rather, she felt a sense of gratitude toward Wang Yu for her assistance. Wei Yong made a trip to the West Room, feigning a search for something, before bringing out Wang Yu's new clothes. "Yu Jia, these are gifts from your friends in the countryside." Wang Yu received the garments, her face glowing with joy, making sure to conceal any unusual reactions to avoid arousing the sisters' suspicions. "Thank you, De Yong." She carefully tucked the clothes away and began preparing the candied hawthorn. Wang Yu's skills were quite commendable. The precious rock candy was not to be wasted, and she was determined to uphold her craft. After boiling a pot of syrup, she dipped the skewered hawthorn into it, thickly coating them before placing them on a steel plate to cool outside, though they were not yet frozen. The weather was sufficiently cool, and soon enough, the candied hawthorn would be ready to enjoy. Qin Wei, watching hungrily, couldn't help but swallow. Being pregnant, she had a craving for sour foods, but too much hawthorn would lead to acid reflux. The sight of the rock candy hawthorn was enticing, even more so than dumplings. Qin Xia prepared a pot of rice, sought edza meat, and stewed cabbage and potatoes. In no time, the four of them were seated at the dining table. Qin Xia's cooking was exceptionally good, rivaling Wang Yu's, and they all savored the meal with delight. Their diet had been quite good lately, with meat at almost every meal. But it had been ages since they had enjoyed plain rice. The steaming bowl of white rice was irresistibly fragrant. Each grain seemed to burst with flavor in their mouths. Qin Wei inquired, "De Yong, where did you get this rice and rock candy?" Such items were rare, often hard to come by due to limited finances. So it was suspicious for Wei Yong to have brought back such a large quantity. Wei Yong replied, "This is from the coal mine as a welfare benefit. Our unit is generous with food." A smile crept onto Qin Wei and Qin Xia's faces, pride swelling within them for Wei Yong. Their men were indeed remarkable. While families in the village struggled with coarse grains and relied on charity, Wei Yong's unit provided him with rice and rock candy. Qin Wei said, "De Yong, shouldn't we give some to Sister Chu? Can we keep all of this for ourselves?" She remembered that this job belonged to the widow Chu, and whatever was given should rightfully go to her. Wei Yong paused, surprised that his casual lie had prompted Qin Wei to consider this aspect. "We don't have to give it all to her. I'll take some over later." Delivering some goods to Widow Chu was reasonable. It could be seen as a gift to Li Ping as well. Wang Yu added, "Then I'll accompany you." It seemed inappropriate for Qin Xia to enter a widow's home, and since she was unfamiliar with Widow Chu, it was better for Wang Yu to join. After they finished their meal, The candied hawthorn was nearly ready. Wei Yong quickly fetched one for Qin Wei to satisfy her craving. Biting into the candied hawthorn, the sweet and sour flavor brought an immense smile to Qin Wei's face. Qin Wei's satisfaction level, 3. Experimental field growth rate, 3. Suddenly, a notification sound rang out in Wei Yong's system. Experimental field crops have matured. Would you like to harvest? Without hesitation, Wei Yong mentally commanded, harvest. In an instant, the system space was filled with an abundance of potatoes, radishes, and sweet potatoes, with potatoes being the most plentiful. Seeing the large and round potatoes lying in the space, Wei Yong was astounded. Having been a farmer all his life, he had never seen such sizable and well-shaped potatoes. Their quality was exceptional. Moreover, he had previously underestimated the yield. The harvest from the experimental field was far greater than anything from outside. The total weight of potatoes, radishes, and sweet potatoes exceeded 6,000 jin. Wei Yong's heart leaped with joy. This experimental field was simply extraordinary. He was on the verge of a windfall. 6,000 jin of grain, sold to the coal mine, would yield at least 1,800. It seemed there was no need to wait until the end of the month. He could easily exceed his quota in the coming days. Soon, Wei Yong would no longer be just Wei Yong. He would be Director Wei. Chapter 54, Wang Yu. I could gather a gang better than being with you. The potatoes, radishes, and sweet potatoes were all of excellent quality. If they had planted them themselves, even on an acre of land, they would be lucky to harvest 10 or 8 of such premium potatoes. It could be said that Wei Yong's grains were the Ciarmi de la Ciarmi. They might even fetch a higher price. Qin Wei remarked, De Yong, why are you staring at my sister with that silly smile again? There are outsiders present. Can't you be a bit more discreet? Qin Wei found it amusing. Recently, De Yong had been grinning foolishly, both this morning and now. Wei Yong awkwardly chuckled. Oh, I was just admiring Xiaoxia's beauty. He offered no further explanation, letting the misunderstanding persist. After all, he sometimes found it hard to tear his gaze away from Qinxia as well. Qinxia kept her head down, focused on her food, too shy to meet Wei Yong's gaze. If it was like this during the day, what would happen at night? The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. She had heard from Air that it was excruciatingly painful, a piercing agony. With Wei Yong's robust physique, it would surely be even more painful. Wang Yu commented. Xiaoxia truly shone today. Everyone in the village came to see. Qin Wei added, only one family didn't come out, the one across from us. Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback before laughing. It's quite normal for that family to stay inside. Curiosity piqued. Qin Wei noted that she had been there for 3 months without ever seeing anyone from that house. She had assumed it was unoccupied, yet there was always smoke rising at mealtimes. It was only upon seeing the smoke that she realized someone lived there, but the family never emerged, which was quite peculiar. Wang Yu continued, speaking of which, the family across from us works at the same unit as De Yong. Wei Yong's interest was piqued. Is their family also from the donghua coal mine? In this day and age, securing a job at a coal mine was a significant accomplishment. One would expect them to show off a bit, yet the family remained so low-key, never appearing outside, which was indeed strange. Wang Yu explained. I've seen the man from across the street once. He looks quite fierce, and he has a leg injury, limping when he walks. He works underground at the donghua coal mine and usually takes night shifts. I've seen his wife twice. She's stunningly beautiful but never speaks. I heard from a few of the village aunties that this wife was either bought with money or is a mute. Possibly a foreigner who escaped and doesn't speak Chinese. Wei Yong and the others nodded, realizing that the situation across the street was quite complex. Originally, Wei Yong had intended to get acquainted, considering they belonged to the same organization and hailed from the same village, which might foster mutual support in the future. However, upon learning the intricate circumstances surrounding their family, he relinquished that notion. If it were indeed a bride bought from elsewhere, it would be quite natural for her to shy away from public view. After all, should she strike up a conversation with someone and inadvertently flee, the repercussions would be significant for him. Having satisfied her hunger, Wang Yu emerged from Wei Yong's residence, clutching her new garments, and made her way home. Upon reaching the entrance of the courtyard, she meticulously wiped the grease from her lips with her sleeve before stepping inside. At that moment, Jin Rongma stood at the door, wiping his mouth with a piece of pigskin, his lips glistening with fat, while puffing on a cigarette as he sauntered out. Darling, why have you returned so late? I've been waiting for you forever. Mother and I have finished our meal. I saved half a steamed bun for you in the pot. If that's not enough, I can whip up something else. Seeing Chen Rongmao in such a state filled Wang Yu with disdain. I'm not hungry. It is indeed amusing how this couple contrasts. While Wang Yu indulged in a feast outside, she feared her family would catch on, hence the cleanup before returning home. Meanwhile, Chen Rongmao, having consumed his meal at home, chose to smear his mouth with a piece of foul pigskin before stepping out. Noticing the new clothes in Wang Yu's arms, Chen Rongmao inquired, "When did you buy those garments? Where did you get the money?" Wang Yu had already prepared her response. "These were gifts from my best friend. She noticed I always wore the same clothes when visiting her, so she bought me 2 new sets." Chen Rongmao expressed surprise. He was aware that Wang Yu's friend was well off, but he didn't expect her to be so generous, providing 2 new pieces of clothing, one of which appeared to be cotton. "Your friend is quite considerate. Next time, take me along. Perhaps she would make me a suit as well. Have you no shame? Why don't you think of working hard to buy me new clothes instead of relying on others' generosity? She only made me these clothes out of pity for my situation. You truly lack any sense of decency. Perhaps I should simply go live with someone else, even if I have to pull in favors for others. It would be better than continuing to endure life with you." Chen Rongmao, receiving her tirade without retort, sighed, "Dear, the fields have been dry these past 2 years. Otherwise, I would have bought you new clothes every year. And what of the drought? Can't you find some work in the village?" Wang Yu countered. "Look at Wei Yong across the street. He works in the coal mine and earns good wages each month. Why can't you do the same?" Chen Rongmao shook his head vigorously. "Dear, that work is perilous. Accidents happen frequently. What if I were to perish in there? What would you and my mother do?" Wang Yu scoffed. "You're not dead now, but my life isn't exactly splendid." With that, she stormed home in a huff. Chen Rongmao sighed helplessly, recognizing that his wife's temper had grown increasingly fiery. Yet, he remained undeterred. He understood her character and believed that after a few days of gentle coaxing, all would be well again. Though they were not as affluent as before, thanks to Wei Yong's assistance, they were managing to meet their needs. With both Wei Yong and Wang Yu's friend lending a hand, he considered himself fortunate. Lost in these thoughts, Chen Rongmao ambled contentedly through the village, cigarette in mouth, when suddenly, El Taiching's wedding procession arrived in Shaodong village. Leading the parade, El Taiching donned a large red flower and a black zhongshan suit, followed by a horse-drawn cart adorned with another bright red flower. The cart was laden with several sets of pristine bedding and a few bags of grain, nothing more. Accompanied by a dozen groomsmen, this spectacle was typical for rural weddings. However, after witnessing Wei Yong's extravagant procession, El Taiching's lacked luster. Moreover, they neither distributed sweets nor cigarettes, nor did they set off firecrackers, which left the onlookers disinterested. Many soon dispersed. Standing at Wang Xiaoling's doorstep, El Taiching, brimming with excitement, shouted, "Darling, I've come to bring you home." Chapter 55. Is this Wei Yong's bicycle? Upon witnessing the scene before her, Wang Xiaoling's countenance soured. She had assumed El Taiching's wedding entourage would at least rival Wei Yong's in grandeur, yet she was astounded by the stark contrast. Wei Yong had not even wed yet, and his display was already so splendid. In contrast, she was genuinely getting married, yet her circumstance appeared so meager. What would the villagers think of her? Where could she hide her face? A woman's lifetime is often defined by such moments. This was her moment of glory, and she could not settle for anything less. Wang Xiaoling remained seated within, resolutely refusing to step outside despite his calls. Li Fan furrowed her brow and remarked, "Daughter, life is for you to live, not to be compared with others. Perhaps you should go take a look?" Wang Xiaoling shook her head defiantly. "If El Taiching's procession is like this, then I refuse to marry. What nonsense is this? The bride price has already been paid. Do you think he'll let you walk away?" Li Fan, growing anxious, pushed the door open and stepped outside. Noticing that his bride had yet to appear, El Taichung felt an ominous foreboding. "Mother, why hasn't Xiaoling come out yet?" Li Fan smiled reassuringly. "Xiaoling is feeling a bit down today." "Taiching, your family isn't doing poorly, yet why is there not even a bicycle for the procession?" Although a horse-drawn cart was acceptable, it seemed a step down from a bicycle. Had it not been for Wei Yong's earlier flamboyant display, perhaps Wang Xiaoling would have been more forgiving. However, with the entire village watching, it felt humiliating for her to be married off in such a haphazard manner while Wei Yong had made such a grand entrance. El Taiching's expression grew awkward. "Mother, in this day and age, I must save wherever possible. Besides, it's difficult to borrow a bicycle. No one in our village has one." Li Fin glanced at the scamp bedding atop the cart and sighed. Xiaoling is sensitive about her image. You don't even have anything to show for it. Taiching's face fell further. The traditional wedding procession was costly, with each item costing at least 100 yuan. His entire wealth consisted of an old yellow cow, which he had sold to provide the funds for Li Fin. Where could he possibly find money for a proper procession? Mother, those things are merely superficial. Times are tough. It's a blessing we have food at home. Please, let us get Xiaoling out quickly, or we'll miss the auspicious hour. Li Fin reluctantly nodded. At this juncture, they could only hope to marry off their daughter. The extravagance of the wedding mattered little. What counted was the long road ahead. And being able to live well was paramount. Most importantly, Li Fin had already received the money. She simply wished to see her daughter wed and fulfill a long-held wish. Returning to the room, Li Fin began to persuade Wang Xiaoling, yet no matter how she implored, Wang Xiaoling steadfastly refused to emerge. Meanwhile, the wedding procession outside grew increasingly impatient. The auspicious hour was slipping away, and delaying any further would bring bad luck. Moreover, the groom standing at the door waiting for his bride was becoming a source of embarrassment. Li Fin's frustration mounted, and she slammed the table, declaring, Wang Xiaoling, I must tell you, a daughter married off is like water poured out. You need to hurry and leave now, or I shall let them in. You'd better not complain about the state of the house later. Wang Xiaoling sat silently on the con, not uttering a word. Li Fin, seething with anger, turned on her heel and stormed out, opening the door to let Taiching and the others in. Taiching, you go in and speak with Xiaoling, she instructed. Taiching nodded and quickly stepped inside. Upon entering, he found Wang Xiaoling seated on the cane, her expression somewhat unfriendly. With a forced smile, Taiching said, Wife, let us go. The auspicious time has arrived. If you find anything unsatisfactory or lacking, I promise to make it up to you later. Wang Xiaoling replied, I want nothing else but a bicycle to come and fetch me. Without a bicycle, I will not go under any circumstances. Taiching was flustered. Akin to an ant on a hot pan, Xiaoling, aren't you making this difficult for me? At that moment, Taiching's sister, Fong, emerged and said, Xiaoling, please stop this nonsense. Everyone is waiting for you. If you insist on causing a scene, it will only delay both of you, and that is not good. Wang Xiaoling shot a glance at her sister-in-law and huffed. I have made my position clear. If there is no bicycle, you may as well leave. Fong clenched her fists, wanting to unleash her frustration, but remembering that it was her brother's wedding, she ultimately restrained herself. She pulled Taiching aside to whisper, Look at the bride you have chosen. Her demands are so high. You gave her 30 yuan and she is still not satisfied. What more does she want? Taiching, with furrowed brows, appeared anxious. Forget it, sister. Discussing this now is futile. I have a friend in Xiaodong village. I'll go ask him. Taiching stepped out and soon encountered Chen Rongmao, who was leisurely strolling through the village with a mouthful of pork fat and a cigarette. Brother, do you know where Wei Yong lives? Chen Rongmao pointed behind him. Sure, I know. I'm good friends with Wei Yong. His house is right over there. With Wei Yong's newfound success, Chen Rongmao felt a sense of pride in their camaraderie. Upon hearing this, Taiching quickened his pace and called out a few times at Wei Yong's door until he finally emerged, surprised to see Taiching. Taiching, what brings you here? Taiching, feeling anxious, explained, De Yong, I came to fetch Xiaoling, but she refuses to come unless I provide a bicycle. Can I borrow yours? Wei Yong, taken aback, opened the door wider and pushed his bicycle out. Here you go, Taiching. Thank you so much, De Yong. When I return to the village, I must treat you to a drink. No problem, Wei Yong replied casually, not minding the small favor. Ecstatic, Taiching wheeled the bicycle back to Wang Xiaoling's home and burst in, shouting, Xiaoling, I've brought a bicycle to fetch you. Wang Xiaoling glanced out the window and, upon seeing the bicycle, her expression softened slightly. After some coaxing, Taiching finally managed to escort Wang Xiaoling outside. As she took a seat on the rear of the bicycle, he felt a wave of relief wash over him as they exited the courtyard. Li Fin, overjoyed, saw her daughter off. However, just as they reached the door, Widow Zhang, arms crossed, interjected, Oh, isn't that Wei Yong's bicycle? It's quite the busy little thing, picking up one person after another. Wang Xiaoling's expression darkened instantly. This is Wei Yong's bicycle? She felt as though she had been pricked by a needle and jumped off the bicycle. Upon closer inspection, She realized it was indeed the very bicycle Wei Yong had pushed earlier, brand new, a phoenix model, unmatched in their village. Li Fin shot a fierce glare at Widow Zhang, thinking, why must she speak so carelessly? LV Taiching attempted to explain, Xiaoling, this is a bicycle I borrowed from Wei Yong. Wang Xiaoling's face darkened further. I can ride anyone's bicycle, but not Wei Yong's. I cannot enter your home on his bicycle. I would feel as if I were forever overshadowed by him. Frustrated, LV Taiching exclaimed, Xiaoling, what do you mean? Is it not a bicycle, regardless of whose it is? Moreover, it's quite new. I couldn't find another one to borrow. Wang Xiaoling stood resolutely at the door, refusing to budge. I've said it before, I will not ride Wei Yong's bicycle. LV Taiching, now irritated, demanded, Xiaoling, are you getting married or not? I've given you 30 yuan for the bride price. What more do you want? Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoling grit her teeth and replied, yes, you gave me 30 yuan, which is indeed a substantial amount. But, if you can afford that, how can you present such a meager wedding? Are you trying to humiliate me? LV Taiching, losing his patience, retorted, Xiaoling, let me be frank with you. My entire fortune amounts to just 30 yuan, and that was obtained by selling our ailing old ox to Wei Yong. I am not from a wealthy family. If you expect luxurious displays, I simply cannot provide that. Today, give me a clear answer, will you marry me or not? If not, return the 30 yuan. And I will leave. LV Taiching was a straightforward young man. 30 yuan was a sum that could afford any family a happy marriage. Yet, after several instances of her stubbornness, he felt increasingly exasperated. If this were how she behaved before marriage, how would it be after? Wang Xiaoling's eyes widened in disbelief at his words. What did you say? That 30 yuan was given to you by Wei Yong? Yes. I sold my family's old ox to him, LV Taiching replied candidly, unaware of the tension between Wang Xiaoling and Wei Yong. Wang Xiaoling felt on the verge of collapse. In every aspect of her impending marriage, Wei Yong's shadow loomed large. Grateful she had clarified this, she realized that if she left with LV Taiching now, she would never hold her head high again. LV Taiching, I will not marry you. You may leave. LV Taiching, equally frustrated, shot back, fine, if you don't want to marry, then I don't care. I don't need you. Aunt Li, return the 30 yuan to me. Li Fin was horrified at this demand. That 30 yuan was her pension, her lifeline. If it were taken back, she would be left with nothing. Xiaoling, stop this nonsense and go with Taiching. I will not go. Wang Xiaoling declared, turning her back and locking the door tightly. No matter how Li Fin pleaded, Wang Xiaoling seemed deaf to her cries. As for LV Taiching, his interest in her had completely waned. LV Fong remarked, with such a disposition. She dares to think she can marry into our LV family? How laughable. Madam Li, kindly hand over the money, otherwise, don't blame us for being ungracious. Do you think our family as young men are just idling about? The group of suitors from the LV family surrounded Li Fin, pressing for the return of the bride price. According to reason, when a conflict arose between the people of the neighboring village and those from Xiaodongtan, one would expect that everyone would come to their aid. However, the elderly Li Fin was notoriously disliked, and given that the situation was inherently her fault, the villagers, even upon hearing the commotion, refrained from offering assistance. Not even the village chief intervened, and the others were even less inclined to do so. Terrified by the threats of Lu Fong and her companions, Li Fin hastily covered the pocket of her garment, which still bore 2 safety pins, clearly indicating that she had concealed money within. Lu Fong, known for her irritable temperament, had come today to escort the bride, but was seething with frustration. Since the wedding was now off, she was determined to vent her anger. Stop hiding, old lady. Hurry and produce the money. The men from the groom's side forcibly pinned Li Fin to the ground, ruthlessly extracting the 30 yuan from her pocket, tearing the fabric in the process. With the money snatched away, Li Fin collapsed onto the ground, wailing and lamenting, "You are leaving me no choice but to die." Alas, her tantrum held no sway over them. This money was the bride price, and now that the bride refused to leave with them, it was only right that it should be returned. In truth, Li Fin had no ground to stand on. Let us go, Lu Taiching said as he rode his bicycle back to Wei Yong's home. Wei Yong, standing in the courtyard, had witnessed the unfolding events. Taiching, what happened? Lu Taiching sighed. Oh, don't even mention it, the wedding is off. Wei Yong responded, if it's off, then so be it, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Besides, I believe she is not worthy of you. This was something Wei Yong had long wished to express, but given their previous affection for one another, He had hesitated to strike such a blow to Lu Taicheng. Now that their affair had come to a definitive end, Wei Yong finally felt free to voice his thoughts. Lu Taicheng offered a wry smile. Thanks for your consolation, brother. Regardless, I owe you for lending me your bicycle today. I shall treat you to drinks soon. Deal, he replied. Lu Taicheng's family, in a grand procession, made their way back home. Qin Wei emerged, frowning. Daong, what is going on with Wang Shaoling? Wasn't she supposed to get married? The one who most desired Wang Shaoling to wed was none other than Qin Wei herself. The majority of her grievances against Wei Yong stemmed from his past treatment of Wang Shaoling. At times, she would even dream of Wei Yong reverting to his old ways, threatening to sell her off to marry Wang Shaoling. If Wang Shaoling were to marry, Qin Wei could finally set her heart at ease. Yet now, it seemed that yet another complication had arisen. Could it be that Wang Shaoling still harbored feelings for Wei Yong? Wei Yong shrugged. Who knows what she is thinking? Forget her, let us just go back and enjoy some candied hawthorn. Qin Wei nodded, though a sense of unease still lingered within her. Fortunately, she was no longer fighting this battle alone. With her elder sister by her side, they would surely prove stronger than Wang Shaoling. Her sister, donned in red, was exponentially more beautiful than Wang Shaoling. After tidying up the stove, the dusk began to settle. Qin Wei yawned and said, I'm tired. I'll go to bed now. Daong, I've taken your pillow and blanket to the west room. I'm locking the door now. With that, Qin Wei entered her room and securely locked the door behind her, leaving Wei Yong and the blushing Qin Xia standing outside. Chapter 57. The Wedding Night. Qin Xia was well aware of her sister's intentions. Earlier that day, Qin Wei had mentioned creating an opportunity for her and Wei Yong. However, she hadn't anticipated Qin Wei would be so direct. With the door now locked, Wei Yong could not return, and in this frigid weather, it was unthinkable to leave him outside. Blushing, Qin Xia retreated to her room, closing the door behind her, though it remained unlocked. Hearing the door unlatched, Wei Yong chuckled and entered. Meanwhile, Li Fin continued her lamentations within her home, having lost the 30 yuan once more, which felt like a death sentence. Yet, regardless of her cries and pleas, Wang Shaoling remained resolute, having firmly decided she would not marry Lu Taicheng. Exhausted from her tears, Li Fin gazed at her daughter with a mix of desperation and confusion. My girl, what do you truly want? Wang Shaoling suddenly began packing her belongings, managing to complete the task in under half an hour. Mother, I am going to the city. What? Li Fin exclaimed. What do you intend to do in the city? I want to work in the county. Li Fin was immediately displeased. Daughter, you haven't even figured out life in our village. How can you dare venture to the county? There are all sorts of people there, and you could easily be sold off without even realizing it. However, Wang Shaoling's gaze was imbued with an unprecedented determination. I will go to the county. I want to make something of myself and live a good life. Li Fin retorted, Daughter, many aspire to a better life. But merely going to the county won't guarantee it. Let us face it, even Lu Taicheng looked down on you for this. Do you think the big bosses in the county will take notice of you? Wang Shaoling, undeterred by her mother's words, felt her resolve strengthen. I'm not saying I must marry a city dweller to live well. I can succeed on my own. Li Fin exclaimed, My daughter, you are dreaming too grandly. Your fate is not one of great wealth and fortune. Isn't it better to live a stable life? Infuriated by her mother's insistence, Wang Shaoling stormed out of the house, not looking back. Left behind, Li Fin burst into tears once more. Without the bride price, and now her daughter determined to work in the county, how would she manage on her own? As Wang Shaoling stepped out, night had already fallen. With winter approaching and temperatures nearing freezing, the biting wind soaked through her red garment, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. Nevertheless, she pressed on with unwavering resolve toward the village, determined to leave this place and forge a life better than any of her neighbors to surpass Wei Yong. At this moment, Wei Yong lay comfortably on the heated kong. The stove was fueled by coal, providing a warmth and longevity far superior to that of firewood. Qin Xia lay atop the kong, despite the warmth. She cocooned herself tightly in her blanket, eyes firmly shut and motionless. Wei Yong quietly inched closer, attempting to slip his hand beneath her blankets. As if jolted by electricity, Qin Xia's body tensed, rendering her rigid. Xia, are you all right? Wei Yong inquired. She shook her head but refused to open her eyes. Wei Yong once again reached under the covers, his hand brushing against hers. What are you doing? Qin Xia asked nervously. Nothing, just a little nudge, I'm not intruding. Wei Yong replied before burrowing beneath her blankets. You're lying. When Wei Yong finally opened his eyes, Qin Xia had already prepared breakfast. With the weather growing increasingly cold, Wei Yong reluctantly crawled out of the warm bed to wash up. Meanwhile, Qin Wei and Qin Xia whispered in the outer room. Sister, you were quite noisy last night. Did it hurt? Qin Xia blushed. What do you think? It hurt like hell. Deong was lying, saying he wouldn't come in, yet Qin Wei chuckled. Well, that's good. With you around, Deong won't bother me. If I had to deal with him, it would cost me half my life. For the next few days, Deong is all yours. Don't turn him away. I'm afraid my stomach might have a mishap. Can you bear the consequences? Qin Xia bit her lip. But you must allow me some time to adjust. If this continues daily, how will I be able to work? Qin Wei replied helplessly. Then you better adapt quickly. For now, I can still have some fun with Deong. Once my belly grows bigger, I will have to sleep alone. She added, besides, the pain is only intense during the first couple of times. After that, it will subside. Qin Xia nodded, her cheeks flushed, lost in her thoughts. All right, I understand. I'll give it a try tonight. After preparing breakfast, Wei Yong devoured his meal ravenously. Wife, Xiaoxia, I must head to the coal mine early today. After I return from the mine, I will take Xiaoxia to see her father. Previously, Qin Jiangwo had instructed him not to return home, as he could not forget about his father-in-law's affairs. However, today he intended to confront Wei Yong at the coal mine first, planning to visit his father-in-law afterward. Both sisters nodded obediently. With Qin Xia at home taking care of Qin Wei, he felt greatly relieved. Wei Yong quickly arrived at Date Coal Mine on his bicycle. Brother Yong, you're here so early, greeted Xiaoli from the security department, who had previously barred him from entering. Now, seeing Wei Yong coming and going with Director Zhao, and on friendly terms, his attitude toward Wei Yong had naturally transformed significantly. People are often swayed by circumstances. With Wei Yong's close association with Director Zhao, Xiaoli sought to ingratiate himself with him. Wei Yong offered Xiaoli a cigarette and chatted for a bit at the entrance. The more friends, the more avenues. You never know when you might need them. After their brief conversation, Wei Yong first visited the warehouse before returning to the office. Upon entering, he noticed the procurement department personnel casting him knowing glances. Whenever Wei Yong arrived at the office, he either slept or smoked, showing no respect for leadership. If Director Wei did not hold him accountable, who else would he hold responsible? They were all eagerly awaiting Director Wei's arrival, anticipating a spectacle. Yesterday, a minor issue arose in the coal mine's cafeteria, resulting in a few employees arguing over insufficient portions served by the cafeteria staff. These underground workers exert considerable energy. If they do not eat enough, how can they work? Yet, the cafeteria chefs faced difficulties as well. With limited food supplies, serving larger portions to some would leave others without. Consequently, tensions could arise again. The mine's leadership took this matter seriously, applying pressure to the procurement department to ensure they met this month's targets promptly. When Director Wei arrives, he will undoubtedly use Wei Yong as an example. After all, Wei Yong had boasted that he would single-handedly fulfill the entire procurement department's quota, making it understandable that others in the office were not pulling their weight. Who told you, Wei Yong, to brag so boldly? Chapter 58. The performance of Wei Yong begins. However, they had to thank Wei Yong. His earlier incident at Li Ji Noodle House had made him the scapegoat for this situation. If the mine's leadership laid blame, it would certainly fall upon Wei Yong. If the targets for this month were not met, all responsibility would rest on him. Yet, at this moment, Wei Yong seemed blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama. He lounged with his legs crossed, smoking, and poured himself a cup of tea while idly passing the time with his eyes closed. A few minutes later, a fragrant breeze wafted in from behind. Wei Yong didn't need to open his eyes to know it was Xia Dan. He quickly lowered his legs and stood, greeting her with a smile. Sister Dan is here. Xia Dan frowned slightly, looking anxious. Why are you still here? Don't you know several top leaders are here for a meeting today? If you don't complete this month's targets, the leadership will surely hold you accountable. Wei Yong shrugged. I wasn't aware. With an exasperated sigh, Xia Dan said, Fine, just come with me. Let us hide in my office. Without waiting for Wei Yong's consent, she took his hand and pulled him outside. Although Wei Yong wanted to protest, he found himself following her, enchanted by her soft grip. Upon entering Xia Dan's office, he reluctantly released her hand. Xia Dan admonished, What were you thinking? Betting with Wei Yong? If it were a casual matter, you might only lose 500 yuan. But now that the higher-ups are paying attention, If you fail to meet your targets, it could cost you more than just 500 yuan, you might even lose your job. Even Director Zhao won't be able to save you. Wei Yong responded with a faint smile, Sister Dan, rest assured. Since I dared to make such a boast, I undoubtedly have the confidence to back it up. Xia Dan shook her head in disbelief. It was utterly preposterous for him to think he could complete a 2,000 yuan target alone. With winter approaching, most farmers were hoarding grain. Those with surplus had long traded their grain for other necessities, preparing for the cold season. Even if Wei Yong ran himself ragged, he wouldn't be able to procure 1,000 yuan's worth, let alone 2,000. However, yesterday, Wei Yong had boasted in front of the higher-ups that Wei Yong from their department had taken on a 2,000 yuan task and guaranteed its completion, threatening to resign if he failed. This boast had reached the ears of the higher-ups, and if anything went awry, not even Director Zhao would be able to intervene. Wei Yong's job would certainly be at stake. Xia Dan sighed, if you lose this job, I'll help you find another. If nothing else, you can do some manual labor. I won't let you starve. Wei Yong chuckled, thank you, Sister Dan. If I lose my job, I'll become your chauffeur, cycling you to and from work every day. You won't even need to pay me. Just let me enjoy your delightful scent. Xia Dan's face flushed as she shot him an annoyed glare. You cheeky rascal. Even now, you have the nerve to joke around? Focus on your own predicament. Just then, the door to Xia Dan's office swung open, revealing Wei Yang's sullen face, accompanied by several members of the procurement department. Wei Yong wore a smirk, knowing that even without Wei Yong, they would likely fail to meet their targets this month. However, with Wei Yong's grandstanding, he could easily shift the blame onto him. As Wei Yong entered and spotted Wei Yong, he coldly remarked, you think hiding here will spare you? Let me tell you, you're in deep trouble today. Wei Yong, still lounging with his legs crossed, did not stand up, responding casually, what's the trouble? What trouble? You're young, yet your memory is quite poor. Need I remind you of our wager? Wei Yong absent-mindedly scratched his ear, feigning ignorance. What wager? Wei Yong sneered, playing dumb won't help you, Wei Yong. The people in the procurement department can bear witness, and so can Director Zhao. He gestured to those behind him, you all, go fetch Director Zhao. The procurement personnel were eager for Wei Yong to face consequences, as he was the least popular among them, daring to offend leadership, a sure way to invite trouble. They rushed off to summon Director Zhao, each one eager to share the news, and soon, a crowd gathered at the office door. Xia Dan furrowed her brows, sensing that today's events were taking a turn for the worse. Wei Yong intended to escalate matters significantly. As Xia Dan anticipated, Wei Yong was indeed determined to amplify the situation, believing that the more people who were aware of it, the better, ideally. He wanted the news to reach the ears of the higher-ups. This way, the leadership would recognize that the procurement department's failure to meet its targets was not attributable to him, Wei Yong, but rather to the newly arrived Wei Yong. Amidst the crowd, Director Zhao strode in with great urgency, his expression equally grim. Initially, he had thought that the wager between Wei Yong and Wei Yong was merely a trivial dispute that would culminate in Wei Yong losing a mere 500 yuan. Although a substantial sum, it could be earned back. However, losing one's job would prove far more challenging to recover from. Now that the matter had reached the higher-ups, with demands for accountability, even his own position was becoming precarious. If the miners were to strike due to inadequate provisions, the losses to the coal mine would far exceed a few hundred yuan. Thus, it was imperative to resolve this issue today. And stern measures would likely lead to Wei Yong's dismissal. Regrettably, Li Ping had not been around lately, and he had no time to seek her counsel beforehand, leaving him with no choice but to act unilaterally. If Wei Yong truly failed to meet the targets, he would be dismissed without hesitation. As Director Zhao entered, the stage was set for Wei Yang's performance. A smirk crept onto Wei Yang's face as he surveyed the numerous onlookers, clearing his throat before addressing the assembly. Today, we have Director Zhao here to witness the situation in our procurement department. Allow me to introduce our new staff member, Wei Yong. This individual is quite remarkable. Upon his arrival, he audaciously proclaimed that he would usurp my position. He boldly claimed he would single-handedly achieve our department's performance metrics for the entire month. As a result, we refrained from competing with him, yet now he hasn't even managed to secure a single grain of millet. With the higher-ups poised to assign blame, how do you intend to bear this responsibility? All eyes turned to Wei Yong, who was seen lounging in the office, casually smoking, exuding an air of nonchalance that hardly suggested he was a reliable employee. Many did not recognize Wei Yong, but upon hearing Wei Yang's words, They began to whisper and point, astonished at his audacity to confront a superior so brazenly so soon after starting work, and to make such grandiose claims. In a time of food scarcity, how could he presume to shoulder the burdens of the procurement department alone? As the crowd's agitation swelled, a sense of triumph flickered across Wei Yang's face, his gaze filled with a cunning glint directed at Wei Yong. Wei, this situation must yield a resolution today. The higher-ups are demanding accountability, and someone must take responsibility. All I ask is for you to deliver 1,000 yuan worth of grain today, and I shall consider you in the clear. Otherwise, pack your things and leave. Director Zhao, is this demand unreasonable? Though Wei Yong had planned to deal with Wei Yong harshly, he understood the significance of his relationship with Director Zhao. Thus, he lowered his demands, allowing Wei Yong the chance to meet only half of the requirement to be deemed satisfactory. Yet, this apparent concession was merely a guise for further complicating the situation. In just a few days, let alone 1,000 yuan worth of grain, even 500 would be unattainable. It was clear to all that Wei Yong was determined to make an example of Wei Yong. The members of the procurement department were keenly observing the unfolding drama, relishing the prospect of Wei Yong's downfall. Did he truly believe that having Director Zhao's backing would allow him to act with impunity within the coal mine? Today would reveal the outcome. Xia Dan, deeply troubled, had not anticipated Wei Yong would escalate matters to this extent. If she were to step forward to defend Wei Yong now, she feared that the miners might turn against her, jeopardizing her position as an accountant. Her anxious gaze remained fixed on Wei Yong, silently urging him to acquiesce. However, Wei Yong maintained an air of unruffled composure, as if the matter bore no consequence for him. Hey Wei, are you even listening? Wei Yong extinguished his cigarette on the ground, rising to confront Wei Yong, gripping his collar firmly. Didn't I tell you to back off? Are you incapable of learning? Despite being surrounded by the procurement department's personnel, Wei Yong stood tall and unyielding. He lifted Wei Yong off the ground by the collar, showcasing his sheer strength. Wei Yang's face paled in surprise. He had not anticipated Wei Yong to be so formidable, and in this moment of confrontation, he quickly called out, Director Zhao, you must intervene. Director Zhao furrowed his brow. While he was inclined to favor Wei Yong, the latter's behavior was evidently not the solution to the problem. Wei Yong, cease this immediately. Today is meant for resolving issues, not for fighting. As Zhao spoke, a hush fell over the crowd. Among them, Gao Fei squeezed his way forward, invigorated by the sight of Wei Yong chastising Wei Yong. Gao Fei harbored resentment towards Wei Yong, having previously sought to profit at his expense. However, Wei Yong's lack of cooperation had thwarted his plans. Thus, Gao Fei was not merely a spectator today, he was eager to align himself with Wei Yong, fanning the flames of the situation. You all may not know this, but this fellow, Wei Yong, hails from Xiaodongtan and is notorious for being a ne'er-do-well. I have no idea how he managed to secure a position at our coal mine, but it's clear he is lazy and unproductive. While we toil underground extracting coal, he lounges in the office, sipping tea and smoking, showing no concern for whether we have enough to eat. Such a person is nothing but a parasite within our coal mine, don't you all agree? Gao Fei's words incited the crowd's discontent. Complaints about the poor food quality in the cafeteria had already been simmering, and their jealousy towards the seemingly carefree procurement staff was palpable. Upon hearing that Wei Yong was living in such comfort, their frustrations boiled over. They demanded accountability from Wei Yong, their agitation evident. Wei Yong shot a cold glance at Gao Fei, surprised that this clown had seized the opportunity to speak. Lu Taiching, a man of integrity, was unfortunate to have such a brother-in-law. Director Zhao, growing impatient, commanded silence. Then, turning his attention to Wei Yong, he spoke, albeit reluctantly, Wei Yong, I witnessed the wager between you and Director Wei. You claimed you would meet the month's targets. How have you progressed thus far? Wei Yong replied, Director Zhao, I had a wager with Director Wei, stating we would assess by the end of the month, correct? We still have a few days until then. Wei Yong interjected, indeed. There are still a few days, but the cafeteria's stock is critically low, and we must expedite matters. You must have made some progress by now. You can't expect to receive 2,000 yuan worth of grain on the final day and think we're all fools. The crowd chimed in unison, with Gao Fei vociferously declaring, indeed, we must procure the grain today. You shan't evade this. Director Zhao interjected, Wei Yong, just how much have you gathered? Please enlighten us. In these times, it is indeed challenging to collect grain, and as long as one makes an effort, it is understandable. Director Zhao appeared to favor Wei Yong, acknowledging the difficulty everyone faced in grain collection. Hence, as long as Wei Yong exerted himself, failure would be forgiven. Wei Yong smiled faintly, replying, "Director Wei, as previously agreed. If I meet the quota of 2,000 units, you will relinquish your position to me. Is that still valid?" Wei Yong sneered, "Of course it is. But you can't even produce 1,000. How can you mention 2,000? Are you still half asleep? If you manage to complete your task ahead of time, I'll gladly call you grandfather." Wei Yong retorted, "Very well. Everyone heard that. If I finish ahead of schedule, you must call me grandfather." Wei Yong narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening. "Wei, stop stalling. If you cannot deliver the grain, pack your bags and leave." The prospect of losing one's job in these times was terrifying, especially with winter approaching. As such a blow was beyond what most could bear. Xia Dan clenched her fists, wishing to speak up for Wei Yong, but at that moment, he had become the target of collective ire. There was no saving him now. If all else failed, perhaps she would have to shamelessly seek help to secure him another job. Wei Yong, however, merely laughed coldly. "Very well, Wei. Today, I shall clarify everything for you. Follow me to the warehouse." Chapter 60. Open your eyes and see clearly. With that, Wei Yong swiftly exited the crowd, making his way to the coal mine's warehouse. The onlookers began to murmur, questioning the purpose of such a trip to the warehouse. Wei Yong scoffed, feigning indifference. "Oh, you enjoy making a scene? Very well. I shall indulge you. A trip to the warehouse is fine. But let us also pay a visit to the office of the higher-ups and see who will be left empty-handed today." Director Zhao furrowed his brow and cast a questioning glance at Xia Dan, eager to understand the situation. He wondered what Wei Yong intended to do in the warehouse. However, Xia Dan appeared equally bewildered and shot Zhao a look, as if to say, "What does Wei Yong's matter have to do with me?" The crowd followed Wei Yong with growing numbers, as those finishing and starting their shifts gathered to witness the spectacle. Upon reaching the warehouse, Wei Yong stood at the entrance, a playful expression gracing his face, and proclaimed, "Wei, open your eyes and take a good look." With that, he swung open the warehouse doors. Instantly, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Before them lay an immense pile of potatoes. And these were not just any potatoes, they were larger than fists, round and plump. Furthermore, there were sweet potatoes and radishes, each hefty and mouth-watering. In addition to these staples, there was rice, cornmeal, millet, white sugar, rock sugar, and even some fruits. The sight of such an abundance of quality grain was nothing short of eye-opening. In this era, to witness such exquisite provisions was simply astounding. Director Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. "How much does this weigh?" "Just the potatoes, radishes, and sweet potatoes alone must be 6,000 pounds. "Goodness gracious!" he exclaimed. He stepped into the warehouse, picked up a potato, examining it from all angles. He had never seen such a beautiful specimen in his lifetime. Zhao bit into the raw potato, revealing its golden interior. Everyone swallowed hard. While raw potatoes may not be particularly palatable, the golden hue was enticing. And the thought of them being cooked was utterly tantalizing. Wei Yong entered the warehouse, producing an orange and offering it to Director Zhao. "Brother Zhao, I procured these oranges at 60 cents a pound. Not too expensive, right?" Zhao peeled the orange and savored a segment, the rich aroma bursting forth. "Not expensive at all. What a bargain." At that moment, fruit was more precious than meat, and obtaining such high-quality oranges was worth even $1 per pound. Such premium fruits would surely be reserved for the leaders, as laborers would typically not have access to them. However, the special provisions for leaders needed to be of the highest quality, while workers were merely expected to be satiated. With these exquisite fruits, Zhao could already envision the praise from his superiors. Wei Yang's countenance darkened, resembling someone who had just consumed something foul. "This cannot be," he exclaimed, hastily entering the warehouse. Seizing a potato and breaking it open, followed by a radish, taking a bite. The sweetness of the radish left him pallid. Wei Yong coldly remarked, "Wei, open your eyes and see clearly. All of this cost me a total of 2,003. Now let me hear you call me grandfather." The atmosphere fell into a hushed silence. All eyes turned toward Wei Yong, who had intended to reprimand Wei Yong, only to find himself humiliated instead. In front of so many witnesses, if Wei Yong were to call out grandfather, how could he ever maintain his standing in the organization? Hadn't he claimed Wei Yong was lazy and accomplished nothing? Yet, when had the warehouse become so well-stocked? Through clenched teeth, Wei Yong retorted, "Impossible. Did you truly gather all of this? Where did you procure it? I refuse to believe it." Wei Yong sneered. Why would I disclose where I sourced it? After all these years in procurement, haven't you learned to use your brain? Wei Yong froze, his face contorting with displeasure. The crowd cast him scornful glances. It was ludicrous that Wei Yong, the head of procurement, would question Wei Yong's ability to gather such provisions. How could he possibly reveal the source? If he did, wouldn't Wei Yong simply seize the opportunity to claim the credit next month? What a foolish inquiry to pose. Wei Yong felt the heat rise to his face, realizing he had embarrassed himself, yet he still could not fathom how Wei Yong managed to gather such a bounty. When did you move all this in? How could we have not noticed? Wei Yong coldly chuckled, thinking, isn't that a silly question? This morning, he had simply come to the warehouse and retrieved the items from the system space. If he were seen doing that, it would be absurd. However, he could not disclose this in front of everyone. I arrive at the coal mine before dawn each day and promptly store the items collected the previous day in the warehouse. Over time, it naturally accumulates. The reason you haven't seen it is that you haven't visited the warehouse in quite a while, Wei Yong. And you haven't gathered anything in ages. Have you? It's no wonder you don't come to the warehouse. Wei Yong's words caused the members of the procurement department to lower their heads, their faces reflecting their discomfort. They had indeed failed to achieve any results recently. While they accused Wei Yong of idleness in the office, they were the ones truly loafing around. Even Wei Yong was no exception. Wei Yong's consistent early mornings and late nights had led to a well-stocked warehouse, which they were oblivious to, indicating how long it had been since they last checked. As the head of the procurement department, Wei Yong was utterly unqualified. At that moment, Wei Yong felt the heat of shame on his face as the gazes of the crowd pierced him like needles. Wei Yong gritted his teeth, struggling to believe the reality before him, yet the undeniable truth compelled him to accept it. With all eyes upon him, he felt a sense of humiliation creeping across his face as he spoke. Since the task is completed, let us quickly deliver some supplies to the canteen, lest we delay the workers' lunch. He hoisted a sack of potatoes, feigning eagerness to contribute, only to have Wei Yong stride forward and seize him by the collar. Where do you think you're going? Were you not just calling me grandfather? And now you wish to leave without finishing your greeting? The sack of potatoes tumbled from Wei Yang's shoulder, and in that moment, he felt as fragile as a chick being lifted by its scruff. Wei Yong, do not go too far. One must leave room for future encounters. Wei Yong muttered softly. Wei Yong unceremoniously tossed him to the ground, retorting, did you consider leaving room for future encounters when you were making things difficult for me? Everyone heard your words, Wei Yong. If you utter even a single syllable less today, I shall knock out a tooth. Let us see if I can make good on that threat. Chapter 61. An Incident at the Coal Mine. Wei Yong could scarcely comprehend Wei Yong's audacity. In the presence of so many colleagues, he was prepared to resort to violence. The unwavering determination in Wei Yong's gaze left no doubt in Wei Yang's mind. If he did not submit today, Wei Yong might indeed follow through. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Wei Yong reluctantly conceded. He clenched his fists tightly, grinding out 2 words through gritted teeth. Grandfather, is that sufficient? Wei Yong released his grip and turned to address the gathered workers. Ladies and gentlemen, as a member of the procurement department, I have been diligently managing our food supply. I am a rather humble individual, preferring to work quietly without drawing attention. Given the abundance of provisions you have witnessed today, I trust there are no objections to my efforts? The crowd responded in unison, no objections. Their understanding of Wei Yong was superficial. Their primary concern was the assurance of their next meal. Once they realized that Wei Yong was the sole representative of the procurement department who frequently visited the warehouse, any lingering resentment towards him evaporated. What was it to them if Wei Yong took a moment to rest or smoke in the office? His impressive performance warranted such indulgence. Previously, when the canteen faced shortages, complaints had echoed loudly. Yet, seeing the bountiful supplies today, they were assured of a satisfying meal at noon. Wei Yong's satisfaction was palpable. Thank you all for your understanding. Now, I have one more matter to address. With that, Wei Yong stepped into the throng and forcibly pulled Gao Fei from the crowd. A flicker of anxiety crossed Gao Fei's features. Though he was of considerable stature, he paled in comparison to Wei Yong. A gentle tug sent him stumbling, nearly crashing to the ground. What do you want from me? Before he could finish his sentence, Wei Yong swung his arm, delivering a resounding slap to Gao Fei's face. The sharp crack echoed, leaving a vivid 5-finger imprint on one side of Gao Fei's visage, causing him to feel disoriented, collapsing onto the ground. Did you just dare to insult me? Wei Yong declared. Let me make this clear. I have a short temper, and if you provoke me, You best be aware of your own limitations. The room fell silent. No one dared to speak. The human instinct to avoid confrontation was in full force. And under Wei Yong's fierce demeanor, no one would risk incurring his wrath. The most critical factor was that Wei Yong had exceeded expectations in his duties today. It was certain that management would stand behind him, including mine manager Zhao, who would likely view Wei Yong with newfound respect. Despite Wei Yong's actions, there was no intent from Zhao to intervene. Instead, he lauded Wei Yong for his impressive handling of the situation. The other workers harbored no resentment towards Wei Yong, instead considering Gao Fei's predicament to be well-deserved. Why provoke Wei Yong at all? Zhao remarked. You procurement department members ought to learn from him. Securing resources isn't accomplished by merely sitting in an office. Get out there and engage with the workers so we never face food shortages again. Today, due to Wei Yong's exemplary performance, I have decided to increase the lunch offering. Everyone shall receive an additional meat dish. Let us applaud Wei Yong. With Zhao's command, the workers erupted into cheers. Thanks to Wei Yong, they would enjoy a hearty meal at noon. Meanwhile, Wei Yong attempted to quietly blend into the crowd and slip away. However, Wei Yong had been watching him closely and called out, Wei Yang, you lost our bet. When will you relinquish the position of director? Wei Yang's face instantly contorted with tension. He could bear the humiliation of calling Wei Yong grandfather, even accepting a slap. But he could not part with the title of procurement director. This position was his lifeline. It came with substantial benefits, as many farmers offered him a kickback for their goods. Though these kickbacks were not always monetary, in this day and age, food was far more precious than gold. Should he lose this position, would Xie Den not leave him? His inadequacies in other areas had already made him feel like a failure in her eyes. Losing this role would only deepen his humiliation at home. Wei Yong stood frozen, his expression a mask of embarrassment, casting a pleading glance at mine manager Zhao. Zhao, however, wore a mocking smile. Wei Yong, you made this bet yourself. What do you propose we do? Given Wei Yang's significant loss of face today and his recent lack of diligence at work, Zhao saw a prime opportunity to adjust his position. Elevating Wei Yong to the role was a natural progression. Wei Yong stammered, refusing to relinquish the director position. As Wei Yong approached him step by step, panic surged within Wei Yong. Fearing another assault, he was on the brink of losing composure. At that moment, a thunderous crash reverberated, causing every face to drain of color. Zhao was the first to react. Oh no, something's amiss. With that, he sprinted towards the entrance of the mine. The other workers quickly followed suit, realizing that such a loud noise could only indicate a collapse underground. Such incidents were not uncommon in coal mining. As long as no lives were lost, the situation could be managed. However, if casualties occurred, it would spell disaster for Zhao. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Yong hastily made his way towards the entrance, understanding that if things continued as they were, he might lose his chance to retain his position. He would not surrender the director role, not even if Wei Yong struck him. Wei Yong furrowed his brows, but chose not to pursue further. Instead, he hurried to assess the situation for injuries. The crowd gathered near the entrance, and after a tense half-hour, 5 individuals were brought to the surface. Manager Zhao, they're alive. Just a bit injured. Zhao exhaled in relief. Quickly, get them to the infirmary. Wei Yong, come with me. The rest can attend to their tasks. Wei Yong nodded and accompanied Zhao to escort the injured to the infirmary. Upon entering, a doctor emerged to provide assistance. At present, none of them are in immediate danger to life, with only one case being particularly severe. Both of his legs have been crushed and amputation is unavoidable. They mentioned that this individual is named Zhang Jiao and resides in Shaodong Tun. Does anyone know him? Wei Yong was momentarily taken aback, for he himself is from Shaodong Tun, yet he did not recognize the name. Suddenly, he recalled what Wang Yu had said. Wasn't the person living directly across from him also from Day Coal Mine? Wei Yong knew every inhabitant of Shaodong Tun by heart, except for the family across the street, which led him to believe that Zhang Jiao must indeed be their neighbor. I know where he lives, he exclaimed. Very well. After we finish the amputation, you may deliver him home, came the response. Wei Yong nodded in agreement. Although they were strangers, they shared the same community. And given the circumstances, he felt compelled to lend a hand. It was rumored that Zhang Jiao had purchased a remarkably beautiful wife, yet he had never seen her. What a pity, Zhang Jiao's fortunes were tragically limited. Chapter 62, The Charming Wife, Su Su. In light of such a significant incident, Mine Director Zhao had little inclination to attend to Wei Yong's matters, prioritizing the care of the affected employees instead. Wei Yong and Director Zhao stood outside, smoking. When several hours later, the doctor brought Zhang Jiao out. The man's life was preserved, yet his legs had been amputated. They instructed, "Please take him home." Director Zhao nodded and promptly arranged for a horse-drawn cart. De Yong, ride your bicycle back to the village and inform his family, lest they suffer undue grief upon seeing him. Wei Yong nodded. Director Zhao's concerns were valid. The shock of seeing their loved one, the pillar of their household, missing both legs, would likely overwhelm anyone. Wei Yong pedaled swiftly back to his home. Upon arrival, instead of heading to his own house, he approached the one across the street and knocked vigorously on the door. "Open up, I am your neighbor from across the street." There has been an incident involving Zhang Jiao at the coal mine. After knocking for some time without a response, he resorted to shouting. Moments later, he heard footsteps approaching. The door opened slightly, revealing a pair of strikingly beautiful eyes. Zhang Jiao's wife peered through the gap. Wei Yong was uncertain whether she could not understand or was simply unable to speak, so he hurriedly explained. Zhang Jiao had an accident at the coal mine. His legs were crushed. The coal mine personnel will be bringing him here shortly, so I came to inform you in advance. What? What has happened to my son? A voice emerged from behind her, belonging to an elderly woman. Zhang Jiao's wife opened the door wide, allowing Wei Yong to enter. He saw an elderly lady, frail and supported by a cane, standing unsteadily in the yard. Zhang Jiao's wife hastened to assist her. "Mother, take it slow." It turned out that Zhang Jiao's wife could speak, albeit with a slightly unrefined Mandarin, lending credence to the rumors that she had indeed been brought from afar. The elderly woman's hands trembled as she regarded Wei Yong. "What has happened to my Zhang Jiao? Please tell me again." Wei Yong gestured to his own legs. There was a collapse at the coal mine. Zhang Jiao's legs were crushed, and they had to amputate everything below here. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman's eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Zhang Jiao's wife quickly supported her, guiding her to sit down and rest. After catching her breath, Zhang Jiao's mother began to wail, "My son, how shall I live now?" The commotion attracted neighbors, who gathered at the entrance of Zhang Jiao's home. Aside from a few older villagers, no one had previously encountered Zhang Jiao's family. During planting season, one might catch a glimpse of Zhang Jiao, but the elderly lady rarely ventured outside due to her disabilities. As for Zhang Jiao's wife, she remained cloistered within their home, leaving the villagers curious about her beauty. Today, they finally beheld her true visage, and indeed, she was stunning. Her skin was as white as snow, her long, lustrous black hair cascading down her back, and she wore a somewhat faded gray dress that seemed ill-fitted, her ample bosom strained against the fabric, as though the buttons might burst open at any moment. The village men were utterly captivated. Xiaodong Tun boasted only a handful of enchanting wives: Widow Chu, Widow Zhang, Wang Yu, and the Qin sisters. With the exception of Widow Zhang, the rest were already spoken for, rendering the villagers' admiration futile. They could only steal glances, indulging in visual pleasures. However, compared to those other beauties, Zhang Jiao's wife was the most intriguing, for she had never stepped outside, leading everyone to speculate that she was a foreign bride. Today, they finally had the opportunity to see her, and she was indeed breathtaking. Zhang Jiao was quite fortunate in this regard. Yet upon hearing of the news Wei Yong delivered, they all lamented, such a beautiful wife, and now he would be deprived of enjoying her company. Zhang Jiao's wife, acutely aware of the many village eyes upon her, felt increasingly uncomfortable, especially as some men unabashedly displayed their lecherous gazes. At that moment, the village chief approached. "De Yong, what is the situation?" Wei Yong recounted the events. Zhao Long sighed. "Zhang Jiao's mother, do not be too distraught. The man is alive, and that is what matters. Your wailing will only cause him further anguish when he returns." The village chief's words brought a measure of solace, and Zhang Jiao's mother ceased her cries. Su, quickly help me to the door. I wish to see when my son will return." It was then that the villagers learned that Zhang Jiao's wife was named Su. Zhao Long continued, "Enough of this. Everyone disperse and attend to your own affairs." Initially, the villagers had intended to linger and admire Zhang Jiao's wife further. But with the chief's directive, they had no choice but to return home. Qin Rongmao and Wang Yu had also come to witness the spectacle. But upon hearing the chief's words, they made their way back. Wang Yu shot him a glare. "Isn't Zhang Jiao's wife beautiful? Her bosom is even larger than mine." I could see your eyes nearly pop out. Chen Rongmao defended himself. I am innocent. I dared not look at her. I was merely reflecting on how you suggested I work at the coal mine that night. Thankfully, I did not go, for had I suffered a leg injury. How would you and mother manage? Wang Yu huffed. Did I ever say you should go underground? I meant for you to seek work in the countryside. There are other opportunities beyond Dave coal mine. You are just lazy. With that, she stormed home, for a day without quarreling was unbearable for the couple. Meanwhile, Qin Wei and Qin Xia emerged, standing beside their respective husbands. Before long, Director Zhao personally arrived with a cart to bring Zhang Jiao home. Upon seeing Zhang Jiao, now legless, both Qin Wei and Qin Xia gasped and shut their eyes. Qin Wei instinctively hid in Wei Yong's embrace, exclaiming, "De Yong. The coal mine is far too perilous. You must not return to work there." Wei Yong could only manage a wry smile. I work on the surface, not underground. What is there to fear? Though Qin Xia said nothing, her face paled, and her eyes reflected deep concern. Wei Yong grasped Qin Xia's hand firmly, assuring her, "Xia, do not worry, my work at the mine is quite safe." After comforting the two sisters, he instructed them to return home and followed Mine Director Zhao into Zhang Jiao's room. Su Su and Zhang Jiao's mother were both weeping inconsolably, while Zhang Jiao appeared to be in a deep slumber, likely not waking up anytime soon. Director Zhao reassured them, "Rest assured, the coal mine will provide compensation." He then turned to Wei Yong and said, "De Yong, as the representative of the mine, please take good care of this family." Chapter 63. Binding the little wife. Wei Yong nodded. "Rest assured, Zhao Go, being from the same village, I will certainly offer my support." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Su Su, who also lifted her head and met his gaze for a fleeting moment. However, it was just a brief encounter. Su Su quickly averted her eyes, lowering her head in silence. Zhang Jiao lay on the kang, not overly sorrowful, but her eyes betrayed her concern. After all, Zhang Jiao was the pillar of the family. With both legs lost, he could no longer work at the coal mine or tend to the fields. Zhang Jiao's mother was disabled as well, unable to carry or lift, leaving the weight of the family's responsibilities squarely on Su Su's shoulders. Just as Wei Yong finished his statement, a notification chimed from the system. Binding target Chen Su Su's satiety level is 0. Increasing the satiety level of the target can yield rewards. Wei Yong was taken aback. This binding had come rather abruptly. Previously, it was only natural for the system to bind with Qin Wei, as she was his wife. Later, there was the binding with Wang Yu, due to a hint of intimacy between them. The same went for Qin Xia. There had been a momentary emotional entanglement. However, this time, it was merely a shared glance with Chen Su Su that led to the binding. Moreover, what astonished Wei Yong was that Chen Su Su's satiety level was a mere 0. Qin Wei had suffered domestic violence and endured prolonged hunger. Yet, even she had a satiety level of 2. Could it be that Chen Su Su had not eaten a single morsel at home? Director Zhao offered further words of comfort before calling Wei Yong aside to the courtyard, speaking in hushed tones. "Please assist them in the coming days. The mine will provide compensation." Wei Yong inquired, "Zhao Ge, how much can they receive?" Zhao sighed. Under normal circumstances, the mine compensates around 1,000 for fatalities. However, since Zhang Jiao is merely disabled, the maximum compensation will be 200. This decision is beyond my authority. There are several others injured, and if Zhang Jiao receives more, the others will undoubtedly come to claim the same. Zhao handed Wei Yong a cigarette, lighting one for himself as he exhaled clouds of smoke. No one wishes for such incidents, but the risks are inherent in coal mining. Furthermore, the compensation for injuries is rather meager. Zhang Jiao was the backbone of this family. Losing his legs renders him almost as good as dead. 200 yuan, how long can that sustain this family? All right, I leave this matter in your hands. Please cover any expenses, and I will reimburse you personally later, Zhao concluded before hastily departing. Although Zhang Jiao was the most severely injured, there were others who also required attention. As the overseer of production and safety, Director Zhao had considerable responsibilities to attend to following this incident. After Zhao's departure, Wei Yong retrieved 10 pounds of potatoes from the system and re-entered the room. At that moment, Chen Su Su had begun to prepare a meal, mixing cornmeal with a variety of wild vegetables to make some large pancakes. She then used the remaining cornmeal to prepare a few bowls of porridge. Setting a small dining table atop the kang, she served Zhang Jiao's mother and Su Su the pancakes and porridge. Subsequently, Chinsusu took a small stool and sat at the stove, ladling the remaining porridge into a bowl. The contents of her bowl, while termed porridge, resembled little more than rice water. Aside from being slightly thicker than water, it bore no resemblance to proper porridge. No wonder her satiety level was 0. She was consuming so little, it was even more pitiful than Qin Wei's previous situation. In these times, it was common for many families to allocate better meals for the menfolk, often splitting the family into 2 tables for meals. The laborers would feast on finer grains, enjoying 2 dishes at every meal and occasionally, even meat. Meanwhile, women and children would be relegated to a separate table, consuming coarse grains and porridge, merely aiming to fill their stomachs. In an era of widespread hunger, such practices were commonplace. After all, the men needed to be well-fed to earn a living. Sharing meals as a whole family would lead to excessive consumption, thus necessitating the division. However, for Zhang Jio's mother and Zhang Jio to partake in better meals while leaving Chinsusu to subsist on broth alone felt rather unjust. Previously, this would have been deemed a family matter, one that Wei Yong would have preferred to overlook. But now, as Chinsusu was his binding target and with her satiety level at 0, he was determined to find a way to increase her satiety. Upon seeing Wei Yong return with the potatoes, Chinsusu glanced at him momentarily before lowering her head once more. Wei Yong said, "These potatoes are for you." Chinsusu remained silent, offering no response, her gaze fixed on her bowl of rice water. "Will this suffice to fill your stomach?" Wei Yong inquired. Chinsusu continued to refuse to speak, even turning slightly away, clearly reluctant to engage with him. Growing somewhat frustrated, Wei Yong pressed, "Are you unable to understand me? Or do you simply wish to ignore me?" Chinsusu trembled in fear, turning to face Wei Yong with a terrified expression. "Please, don't hit me." Wei Yong was at a loss for words. "Why would I hit you?" Chinsusu looked as though she had seen a ghost, her eyes wide with fear. "I've seen you hit others before. I'm scared." At last, Chinsusu managed to respond. She had often heard the sounds of Wei Yong's violence towards Qin Wei and, on one occasion, had peeked through a crack in the door, witnessing him strike his wife, which had terrified her greatly. Wei Yong now understood that his past actions had left a lasting impression on her. He retrieved a piece of candy from his pocket and offered it to her. "Fear not, I will not harm you. Please take this." Chinsusu shook her head repeatedly, cradling her chipped bowl as she cautiously sipped her rice water, as if reluctant to consume it. Wei Yong suddenly felt a headache coming on, while Wang Yu, though not his wife, would eagerly accept anything he offered. Chinsusu's reluctance was proving to be quite vexing. How could he increase her satiety if she refused to eat his offerings? Without an increase in satiety, there would be no rewards. Determined, Wei Yong resolved to employ a different strategy with Chinsusu. "Come with me," he commanded, his tone serious as he beckoned her outside. Chinsusu, visibly pale with fear, hesitated for a moment before placing her bowl down and following him outdoors. In the backyard, she kept her head bowed, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her clothing, unable to utter a word. Wei Yong produced 2 pieces of candy from his pocket, extending his hand as he declared, "Eat this, or I will have to resort to force." Chapter 64, Intimidating the Little Wife. Chinsusu was indeed startled, her entire body trembling as she glanced at Wei Yong, who was staring at her with a ferocious glare that sent shivers down her spine. In a flurry, she seized the milk candy from his palm, swiftly unwrapped it, and popped it into her mouth. Raising her head once more, she gazed at Wei Yong with her glistening eyes, tears almost spilling over. Wei Yong let out a sigh of relief. Although this tactic was somewhat excessive, it was a necessary means to ensure she consumed enough food. Moreover, his intention was never to harm her. He merely sought to frighten her into eating. After devouring the 2 pieces of milk candy, Chinsusu tentatively inquired, "Am I allowed to go home now?" She resembled a frightened little rabbit, exuding an irresistible charm. Wei Yong shook his head and replied sternly, "Of course not." He then produced an apple from his pocket and handed it to her. "And this as well." Chinsusu's eyes widened in astonishment upon receiving the apple. She never expected Wei Yong to possess such a treasure at this moment. In the past, during bountiful harvests, it was conceivable that someone might still procure apples as winter approached. However, at present, apples had become a rare commodity, almost unattainable, with even coarse grains becoming a luxury. Fruits were far beyond her reach. As she swallowed hard, the aroma of the fruit tantalized her senses before she even took a bite. Chinsusu looked up at Wei Yong, incredulous that he would offer her such a delightful gift. Wei Yong urged her. I can't finish it and despise waste. Hurry and eat it. If you don't, I'll give you a good thrashing. Still intimidated, she quickly took a bite. The rich fragrance of the apple ignited her appetite. Starved to the point of her stomach pressing against her back, she devoured the apple in mere moments, leaving not even the core behind, which was sweeter than any grass or tree bark she had ever tasted. Chinsusu's satiation level, 5. Experimental field growth rate, 5. Shopping mall item column, 1. Wei Yong was elated. Indeed, newcomers provided greater rewards. Moreover, the increase in her satiation level was rapid. It seemed that Chinsusu, as a useful tool, should be effectively utilized. He then took out 5 pieces of white rabbit milk candy from his pocket and placed them in her hands. I can't finish this either. But you don't need to eat it now. Save it for when you're hungry during the day, and don't give any to others, or else I will thrash you. Chinsusu nodded vigorously and, upon receiving Wei Yong's permission, hurried back into the house. As Wei Yong stepped out, a wave of guilt washed over him. It was rather inappropriate to frighten his little wife so severely. However, there was no alternative, as this straightforward and harsh approach was the only way to ensure she would accept food. Upon entering the house, Chinsusu was immediately met with Zhang Jiao's mother scolding. You little brat, where have you been? Hurry up and clean the table. Upon entering, Chinsusu noticed half-eaten corn cakes and half a bowl of porridge on the table. Zhang Jiao's mother continued, leave those for my son. Don't you dare steal a bite, or I'll break your legs. Chinsusu remained silent, quietly tidying up the table. Once finished, she returned to her room, sat on the kang, and picked up an old piece of clothing to mend. Zhang Jiao's mother coldly stated, Chinsusu, let me make this clear. My son is in trouble now, and you must take good care of him for the rest of his life. He used to support you. Now, it's your turn to support him, do you understand? Don't even think about the compensation from the coal mine. That's all for my son. This winter, just live frugally. You won't need to do anything. Come spring, you must work diligently in the fields, understood? Chinsusu bit her lip, tears brimming in her eyes. Previously, she and Zhang Jio shared the burden of agricultural work, but as a woman, she lacked the strength he possessed. Now that Zhang Jio was disabled, all the labor fell upon her shoulders. She could hardly manage it alone, and with her mother-in-law withholding food from her, how would she survive? Tears streamed down her cheeks as she remained silent. Zhang Jio's mother picked up a feather duster and struck Chinsusu's leg harshly. The sudden pain made her curl up. Cry? What for? Your husband isn't dead yet. Look at you, crying like a funeral. His current state is all your fault. Do you still have the face to weep? Let me tell you, if there's no food at home, go out and forage. If you can't find anything, don't bother coming back. Chinsusu's sobs intensified at the thought of being sent to forage. Wasn't he that pushing her towards her doom? How could she possibly manage that? If she went into the mountains, she would surely be devoured by wild bears. Why was her fate so cruel? Zhang Jio's mother scolded her several more times until her anger had somewhat subsided. Quickly go chop some firewood, we're running low. And do you want to freeze to death when there's none left? Chinsusu exited the house silently, picking up the cold axe in the yard and beginning to chop wood, each swing becoming increasingly laborious. After a while, her hands grew sore, and she discreetly retrieved a piece of candy, popping it into her mouth. So sweet. Chinsusu's satiation level, 1. Experimental field growth rate, 1. Back at home. Wei Yong received a notification and realized that Chinsusu must have eaten the candy. To be honest, managing this tool was somewhat challenging. When he was with Wang Yu, it was easier because of Dehe. He could take her along whenever he went to forage. Furthermore, his relationship with Wang Yu had grown closer, allowing for more opportunities to share food with her. However, Chinsusu was different. She had always been confined to her home, and now that her husband was in trouble, she would be even less likely to venture out. Fortunately, Mine Director Zhao had instructed Wei Yong to take good care of them on behalf of the coal mine, giving him a legitimate reason to look after her. At worst, he could simply say it was from the coal mine, and they wouldn't question it. Wife, Xiaoxia, I need to head back to the coal mine shortly. There are several matters I must attend to, and I'll also need to visit my father-in-law's home tonight. So don't wait up for me. It was already afternoon, and making a round trip could take quite some time. If necessary, he could spend the night at his father-in-law's place. The main issue was the procurement department. He needed to solidify that matter. He couldn't simply let the bet he made in front of so many people go unresolved. Meanwhile, in the accounting office, Wei Yong sat across from Xie Dan. his face ashen, while Xia Dan's expression was similarly frosty. Wife, you must speak to Wei Yong about this. You have a rapport with him, right? Convince him to let me off the hook. I can't afford to lose my position as director. Xia Dan sneered. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have acted so hastily before. Why did you insist on making things difficult for Wei Yong? You want me to plead with him? How should I do that? Use my charms? Chapter 65. Sister Dan, perhaps you should offer yourself. Upon hearing his wife's suggestion, Wei Yang's face turned awkward. Dear, that's not what I meant. You and Wei Yong have some history. Your words might carry more weight than mine. Xia Dan retorted with a cold laugh. Don't overestimate my influence. My connection with Wei Yong exists because he once saved me, not because I owe him any favors. So if you think I can beg him, you're mistaken. He won't show me any leniency. Indeed. Xia Dan was well aware that as soon as she made her request, Wei Yong would undoubtedly grant her this favor. Yet, for reasons unknown, she was reluctant to assist Wei Yang with this task. Primarily, it was due to the utter embarrassment caused by her partner's actions. His incessant harassment of Wei Yong was one matter, but today's incident had utterly shattered his own dignity. As the head of the procurement department, he held a minor leadership role in the coal mine. It was one thing to impose difficulties on subordinates, but it was utterly disgraceful for him to criticize Wei Yong while failing to fulfill his own responsibilities, having neglected to procure supplies for such a considerable time. Xia Dan, however, found herself unable to withstand his relentless pleading and ultimately acquiesced. All right, stop your nagging. I will speak with Wei Yong. Whether it succeeds is beyond my concern. Wei Yong finally breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming, Thank you, my dear wife. This matter now rests upon your shoulders. Wei Yang had indeed put his pride on the line. Typically, appointments within the coal mine were not subject to personal whims. It would be inconceivable for them to simply replace the head of the procurement department with Wei Yong based on a wager between the two. Nevertheless, the crux of the issue lay in the fact that Director Zhao was inclined to promote Wei Yong. And today's remarkable performance had already garnered him the support of his peers. Should Director Zhao advocate for such a move, it was likely that no one would dissent. If Director Zhao were to propose this, Wei Yong would find himself in a rather passive position, with no opportunity to negotiate thereafter. However, if Xia Dan could persuade Wei Yong, and if Wei Yong himself did not aspire to the promotion, then even Director Zhao's intentions would be rendered moot. At that moment, an elderly man from the procurement department pushed open the office door and announced, Director Wei Yong has returned. Upon hearing this, Wei Yong promptly stood and hurried out of the office, turning back momentarily to say, Wife, I'm counting on you. Xia Dan shot him a withering glance, completely ignoring his remark. Less than a minute after Wei Yong left, Wei Yong passed by Xia Dan's office. Just as he was about to enter the procurement office, Xia Dan suddenly opened the door and called out, Wei Yong, come in for a moment, I need to speak with you. Wei Yong paused, but followed her into the office. Sister Dan, what do you need? Xia Dan smiled, abruptly locking the office door and drawing the curtains. This series of actions left Wei Yong somewhat bewildered. Sister Dan, why are you locking the door and drawing the curtains? Xia Dan shot him a flirtatious glance and replied, What, are you afraid I might have ulterior motives? Wei Yong chuckled, Not at all. If you had any designs on me, I'd be overjoyed. He continued, I recall you asked me a question the last time I visited your home. You inquired what I would do if I were your man. I spoke from the heart. If I were your man, I'd make sure to torment you at least twice a day, ensuring you could barely walk. His words caused Xia Dan's face to flush from her forehead to the nape of her neck. Indeed, she had asked Wei Yong that question in the past, but her intention had not been to seduce him. Rather, she had been feeling insecure about her own allure and sought his perspective. After asking, she had felt a twinge of regret, as it seemed rather ambiguous for a married woman to pose such questions to a younger man. However, upon learning that Wei Yong was also married, she felt somewhat reassured. Little did she expect that today, in the office, Wei Yong would bring up this matter again. And with even more boldness than before. His gaze roamed over her, as if he could see beneath her clothing. Xia Dan bit her lip, steeling herself as she said, Sister Dan has actually come to you on someone else's behalf. Wei Yong smiled knowingly. I had a hunch. It's Director Wei who sent you to me. Isn't it? Xia Dan nodded, a touch of embarrassment creeping in as she confessed, Truth be told, you could have guessed it without my prompting. He wishes to retain his position as director, but lacks the courage to approach you himself, so he asked me to speak on his behalf. I told him I don't have that kind of influence, but he wouldn't believe me. After speaking, Siat Dan lowered her gaze, feeling shy about facing Wei Yong. After all, this situation arose from Wei Yong's initial provocation, and now he was asking Wei Yong for leniency after losing a bet, which was undeniably humiliating. Wei Yong reassured her, "Who said that? Sister Dan holds considerable sway with me. As long as you speak up, this matter will be settled. And Director Wei will remain as he is." Hearing Wei Yong's words, Siat Dan looked up at him, her face heating up further. "You're so quick to agree without any conditions?" Wei Yong pondered briefly before replying, "Very well, I do have a condition. Sister Dan, I request your hand in marriage." "Get out of here." Siat Dan playfully punched him in the chest, exasperated by his audacity. Wei Yong, quick on his feet, seized her small hand. Siat Dan's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly glanced toward the door. Noticing no unusual activity outside and the curtains tightly drawn, she finally withdrew her hand. "What with your unseemly behavior? Do you take me for someone easy?" Wei Yong feigned seriousness. "You are my dear sister. What else would I regard you as?" Siat Dan shot him a look, her expression laced with a hint of flirtation. "Da Yong, consider this a favor I owe you. I want to let you suffer for it. The financial workload at our coal mine has significantly increased, and I cannot manage it alone. The leadership has granted me a position for an employee. If your spouse wishes to join me, she can assist. The salary and benefits will be the same as yours. And consider it a repayment for this favor. What do you think?" Wei Yong was taken aback. This was indeed a substantial favor. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of seriousness as he replied, "Sister Dan, doesn't that condition seem a bit lacking?" In truth, the offer was already quite tempting. But he sought to extract a bit more advantage. Siat Dan encouraged him, "What other conditions do you have? Speak freely, I assure you, I will comply." Wei Yong proposed, "How about you invite me over for dinner at your home and you'll cook?" "Sure, that's no problem." This was an opportunity for Wei Yong to gain an advantage. A position at Donghua coal mine was incredibly valuable, especially one that involved office work, with monthly pay. Various benefits and meals provided. Where else could he find such a job? With Qin Wei expecting, he certainly could not allow his wife to work. And with Qin Xia needing to care for her sister, who was on the verge of giving birth, she too could not join the workforce. The best option was undoubtedly to have Wang Yu come on board. However, such a desirable position could not simply be given to Wang Yu. He would certainly require some form of compensation. Moreover, once Wang Yu was employed, he could legitimately escort her to and from work daily, providing ample opportunity for interaction. Chapter 66, Director Wei. Seeing Wei Yong agree, Siat Dan finally exhaled in relief. Just then, a knock resounded from outside the door, causing Siat Dan to panic momentarily, unsure of how to react. However, Wei Yong remained composed and confidently stated, "Sister Dan, I'll get the door. What is there to fear? We are not engaging in an affair." Taking a deep breath, Siat Dan regained her composure. Wei Yong was right, they were not involved in any illicit affair. Although they were behind a closed door with the curtains drawn, they had not engaged in anything inappropriate. At most, Wei Yong had merely held her hand. However, Siat Dan felt a tinge of embarrassment as she straightened her clothes and stood up in a flustered manner. As she opened the door, Director Zhao entered the room. "Brother Zhao has arrived," she thought. Upon seeing Wei Yong present, Director Zhao appeared unfazed. He had come specifically to seek him out. "Da Yong, how do you plan to handle the situation with Wei Yong? If you've made up your mind, I shall inform the higher-ups that the head of the procurement department should be appointed to you." Siat Dan immediately felt a surge of anxiety. Had it not been in her office, she would have undoubtedly avoided the matter altogether. She hastily took a seat, picked up a pen and some documents, pretending to be engrossed in her accounts. Wei Yong replied, "Let it go, Brother Zhao. Just give him a lesson. I have only just arrived at the coal mine, and being appointed as the head of procurement would hardly garner respect. Everyone assumes I am your protégé. It's best to remain low-key to avoid causing you trouble." Wei Yong spoke candidly, acknowledging that Director Zhao had treated him well. Primarily due to Li Ping's prior introduction and the profits Zhao had made from the herbs Wei Yong had sold him. However, Director Zhao's regard for Wei Yong transcended mere gratitude. It stemmed from admiration and shared aspirations. Even without Li Ping and the herbal dealings, he would still extend his support to Wei Yong. Thus, Wei Yong felt compelled to consider Zhao's position carefully. Given the recent collapse at the coal mine, he did not wish to embroil Zhao in further controversy. Director Zhao paused momentarily at Wei Yong's words, then patted him on the shoulder, saying, "All right, You're destined for greatness. Just focus on your work here, and you will undoubtedly be rewarded in due course. With that, Director Zhao exited the room. Xia Dan let out a long sigh of relief. Regardless, Wei Yong's position was secure for the time being. After all, he was her partner. And losing the directorship would complicate their lives significantly. Hearing that Wei Yong had indeed rejected Director Zhao's offer, Xia Dan felt a wave of relief wash over her, accompanied by a glimmer of gratitude as she gazed at him. Wei Yong turned back and said, "Sister Dan, don't forget about our dinner together." Xia Dan's face flushed as she retorted, "Dinner is dinner. Why must you insist on staying alone?" Wei Yong let out a hearty laugh before pushing the door open and leaving. Just those few words made Xia Dan's heart race. She had intended to discuss the matter with Wei Yong seriously, yet in the end, he had managed to stir her emotions. No sooner had Wei Yong left than Wei Yong entered, pushing the door open with an air of mystery. "Wife, what happened?" Upon seeing him, Xia Dan immediately donned a different expression, as if someone owed her money. "Wei Yong has already agreed. He said he would relinquish the directorship to you." Wei Yong's face lit up with surprise. "Really, my wife? How did you convince him?" Xia Dan scoffed. "I promised him I would stay at a hotel with him. That's the only reason he agreed." "What?" Wei Yong's voice rose an octave, but he quickly realized that Xia Dan was not the type to engage in frivolities. Her irritated demeanor clearly indicated that she was merely venting her frustrations. He quickly donned a smile, saying, "Wife, don't tease me. What exactly did you say? Wei Yong wouldn't be deceiving you, would he? If the upper management's orders come through, it would be irreversible." Xia Dan huffed, "Rest assured. Wei Yong is not the sort to go back on his word. Besides, Director Zhao inquired about him earlier, and he outright refused Zhao in my presence." "Excellent. Did that lad ask you for any favors?" Xia Dan replied, "The higher-ups granted me a position for an employee, to have him as my subordinate. I had to offer him some incentive. Would he have agreed otherwise?" Wei Yong paused for a moment before nodding. Although the position was indeed precious, it was not something that could be monetized, and none of his relatives were suited for such a role. Therefore, it would be a waste otherwise. The key was that if Wei Yong's wife joined the coal mine, there would be no room for complications between Wei Yong and Xia Dan. Wei Yong, feeling insecure in that regard, had always been suspicious. Xia Dan's life had previously been rather monotonous, with no suitable men around. However, the arrival of someone like Wei Yong had stirred a sense of pressure within him. In the afternoon, Director Zhao convened a formal meeting for the procurement department. He harshly reprimanded them in the office, stating that had it not been for Wei Yong exceeding expectations, the higher-ups would have surely laid blame. After the scolding, Director Zhao announced, "Following discussions with the higher-ups, I hereby declare that, in light of Comrade Wei Yong's outstanding performance, he is to be exceptionally promoted to Deputy Director of the Procurement Department. This will be posted on our announcement wall and will take effect officially in 1 week." The gazes of the attendees toward Wei Yong shifted, and even he was taken aback by the news. This was something Director Zhao had not mentioned to him beforehand. Initially, he had declined the offer, preferring to quietly serve as an ordinary employee. However, given the significant impact of the day's events and his exceptional performance in helping the coal mine navigate its difficulties, it would be remiss not to offer some form of reward. While the procurement department had not previously had a deputy director, they had made an exception for Wei Yong. Although the position bore little authority, it did come with an enhanced salary. This was essentially a reward from the coal mine to Wei Yong. Once he grasped the implications of the situation, he couldn't help but chuckle. Despite the salary increase, it would not end up in his hands. As it all belonged to the widow Chu, Wei Yong merely bore the title of deputy director without any accompanying benefits. Nonetheless, he had achieved a certain status. In the village, both Qin Wei and Qin Xia would undoubtedly take pride in this development. Moreover, given Wei Yong's current popularity, Wei Yong would likely have to consider his sentiments in the procurement department. Thus, following this incident, Wei Yong's position as the head of the procurement department was firmly established. Apart from maintaining his salary, Wei Yong was little different from an ordinary employee. After completing his tasks at the coal mine, Wei Yong hurriedly rode his bicycle to Shaoxituan, as he had promised his father-in-law that he would visit. He was curious about what his father-in-law wanted to discuss. Upon arriving at Shaoxituan, the villagers greeted Wei Yong with warmth and enthusiasm. As soon as he entered the village, someone eagerly inquired, "Old Qin's son-in-law, we heard you've become the director at Dave Coal Mine?" "That's incredible. Wei Yong was taken aback by how rapidly the news had spread. Chapter 67, Is My Wife a Wealthy Heiress? When Director Zhao held the meeting, the news of Wei Yong's appointment as deputy director was already posted on the announcement wall. The entire Dave Coal Mine workforce would have seen it by the end of the day. Naturally, there were workers from Dave Coal Mine in Shaoxituan. So the news traveled swiftly. Even before Wei Yong arrived, it had already circulated. During his previous visit to pick up Qin Xia, Wei Yong had already made quite an impression, enhancing the reputation of the Qin family. Now that he had risen to a leadership position at Dave Coal Mine, the villagers' admiration for him had only intensified. They were unaware of the specifics of the deputy director's role, but to them, it signified leadership. In their minds, the leaders of such national units were individuals who rode bicycles, smoked lotus flowers, and sipped maodai, living lives that seemed worlds apart from the common folk who subsisted on wild vegetables and coarse corn buns. Moreover, Wei Yong was still quite young, with a future brimming with potential. Upon hearing the villagers' chatter, Qin Jiangwo emerged, and upon spotting Wei Yong, a rare smile graced his face. Da Yong has arrived. Come inside. He beckoned, ushering Wei Yong into the home where a large piece of pork knuckle had long been steamed, awaiting Wei Yong's arrival for a toast. Qin Jiangwo sliced the pork into delicate pieces, prepared a bowl of garlic and soy sauce, laid out a plate of peanuts, and procured 2 jin of liquor, determined to indulge in a hearty drink with Wei Yong. Father, you summoned me. Is there something you wish to discuss? Wei Yong inquired after they had shared a couple of drinks. Qin Jiangwo sighed. There are 2 matters. The first is that I will be returning to my hometown tomorrow, and I entrust both my daughters to your care. Please look after them well. Wei Yong nodded, then produced 500 yuan from his pocket. Father, rest assured about them. Here's 500 yuan for you to take. A poor family must help its kin. You will need funds to support our relatives back home. Having just collected 2,300 yuan from Xie Dan, Wei Yong was now a man of considerable means. With his father-in-law preparing to leave for an uncertain duration, Wei Yong opted to provide him with extra money for the journey. Seeing such a hefty sum, Qin Jiangwo opened his mouth to refuse. But upon contemplating his siblings back home, he sighed and accepted the money. All right, you've done well for yourself. Consider this a loan. I will repay you once the famine has passed. Wei Yong smiled, saying nothing in response. He felt no remorse in gifting his father-in-law some money. For with both daughters married to him, what was a little cash? And what about the second matter? Wei Yong asked. Qin Jiangwo lit a cigarette for Wei Yong, and as they exhaled smoke, their conversation resumed. The second matter is that before I leave, I must tell you a truth. These 2 girls are not actually my biological daughters. Wei Yong paused, then chuckled. Father, I had already suspected as much. My 2 wives are so strikingly beautiful, they bear no resemblance to you at all. Qin Jiangwo burst into laughter. You cheeky rascal. Your candor knows no bounds. Though Wei Yong jested, the reality stood. Qin Wei and Qin Xia were indeed stunning, while Qin Jiangwo bore a fearsome countenance. It was said that daughters took after their fathers, yet there was no evident connection between them. Father, did you adopt them? Qin Jiangwo shook his head. I had an old comrade named Ding Sihai. His wife was killed by the Japanese, and while he was on the front lines, he could not care for these 2 children, so he entrusted them to me. Years have passed, and I know not how he fares. If he has passed, so be it. If he lives, he must be doing well. He once told me that if he prospered, he would come to reclaim his daughters. If not, then he would let it be. I have had no news of him all these years, so I felt it necessary to inform you of this. Upon hearing this, Wei Yong's brow furrowed as he recalled the name Ding Sihai. After marrying Wang Xiaoling, although he had not lived long, he had heard of a formidable enterprise in the northeast known as Sihai Group, owned by none other than Ding Sihai. To think that his 2 wives were the daughters of Ding Sihai. In his previous life, Ding Sihai had yet to rise to prominence, and Qin Wei had already passed, while Qin Xia had returned home with Qin Jiangwo, disappearing without a trace. Thus, Wei Yong was unaware if Ding Sihai had ever located Qin Xia. However, in this life, with his rebirth, many things had changed. Perhaps one day, Ding Sihai would indeed reclaim his daughters. Initially, Wei Yong had considered living a stable life, but it now appeared he must strive harder. A man of Ding Sihai's caliber, whose company had become a leading enterprise in the northeast, would never permit his daughters to marry a brash young man like Wei Yong. Though Wei Yong had thought that becoming an assistant director at the coal mine was a commendable achievement, It now seemed that even attaining the position of mine director might still render him inadequate in Ding Sihai's eyes. Fortunately, he had several years ahead of him. Surely he could grow to a stature that even Ding Sihai would not dare to underestimate. This matter weighed heavily on Wei Yong's heart. Despite having the system to ensure his sustenance, he could not afford to languish as he had in his previous life. He was determined to make these sisters the happiest women in the world. After a hearty meal with his father-in-law, Wei Yong drunkenly rode his bicycle home. Upon entering, he found Qin Wei and Qin Xia waiting for him, as news of the coal mine's recent troubles had left them somewhat anxious, despite knowing he merely worked on the ground. As soon as Wei Yong arrived, he embraced Qin Wei, showering her with fervent kisses, rendering her cheeks crimson while she playfully thumped his chest with her tiny fists. "What are you doing? The elder sister is watching." Chuckling, Wei Yong, emboldened by the alcohol, released Qin Wei only to seize Qin Xia in his arms. Flushed and seeking help with her eyes, Qin Xia glanced at Qin Wei, who averted her gaze to the ceiling, feigning ignorance. Qin Xia's face was so red it seemed it might drip with color. Yet she had no choice but to remain in Wei Yong's embrace for a while. Once released, she hurriedly retreated to her room, locking the door behind her. This time, she had been the first to lock the door, leaving Qin Wei without the opportunity to do so herself. She could hardly let Wei Yong sleep outside, could she? Seeing Qin Xia's flustered state amused Qin Wei. "Da Yong, look at how you've startled my sister." Wei Yong laughed, wrapping his arms around Qin Wei as they returned to the room, whispering in her ear, "Your sister has gone on strike. You must take the lead today." Chapter 68. Yujia, how will you express your gratitude? Qin Wei's face turned as red as an apple, yet she nodded in agreement to Wei Yong's request. Though her elder sister was present, she was, after all, Wei Yong's wife, and a wife had certain duties to fulfill, albeit with a request for gentleness from Da Yong. The following morning, Wei Yong did not rush to work. He had kept Qin Jiangwo's words from the sisters. They likely knew their origins, however. Having been raised by Qin Jiangwo since childhood, he had become no different from their biological father. With Wei Yong in the picture, they had no other thoughts and would not even consider the possibility of being reclaimed by their biological father. After enjoying a leisurely sleep, Wei Yong rose to have breakfast with the sisters. He brought out potatoes, sweet potatoes, and radishes, claiming they were distributed by the unit. Both sisters were delighted, particularly upon hearing that Wei Yong had been appointed as the director. Qin Wei's eyes sparkled with joy, realizing why Da Yong had been so exuberant last night. It was indeed a cause for celebration. "Xia, when you have the time today, go check on the fields. No need to work, just see how the crops are growing." Qin Wei instructed, to which Qin Xia obediently nodded. Qin Wei remarked, "Da Yong, perhaps we should refrain from toiling over those crops in the fields. The ground is exceedingly parched at present. Although there are shoots above, the potatoes and carrots below are pitifully small. Look at the villagers. They scarcely pay any attention to the crops. Wei Yong has now become the director, and with so much grain at home, he surely has no worries regarding food and clothing. There seems to be little need to fuss over those unproductive items." Wei Yong chuckled, "That simply won't do. Those crops were sown by my own hands. While others may struggle to cultivate large potatoes, that may not apply to your husband." Qin Wei shrugged. "In any case, my sister and I have little to do at home, so we might as well take a stroll to the fields when we have some free time. By the way, I plan to visit Sister Yu's house soon. Our finance department at the coal mine is short-staffed, and I thought I might inquire whether Sister Yu would be interested." "All right then," her sister replied. Neither of them thought much of it, as their current circumstances allowed for little else. Although this job opportunity was appealing, it was best to reserve it for someone else for now. After finishing breakfast, Wei Yong made his way to Wang Yu's home. As he stepped into the courtyard, Da He barked joyfully at the entrance. Wang Yu, having just finished washing clothes and hanging them out to dry, greeted him with a cheerful smile. "Da Yong, is there something you need from me?" Wei Yong replied, "Sister Yu, would it be all right if I came over for lunch?" Wang Yu paused for a moment, somewhat surprised. "Of course. If you're coming over, I must treat you well. I'll invite the Qin sisters as well." "No need for that. I'll just be coming alone." "Very well. Then I shall prepare." Wang Yu hurried back into the house, beginning her preparations. She first retrieved a piece of cured meat from the cellar, then proceeded to wash some cabbage and potatoes. Observing his wife taking out the cured meat, Jin Rongmao inquired, "What is the occasion, dear? Are we having a feast today?" Wang Yu replied, "Wei Yong is coming over for lunch, and I want to prepare some dishes to properly host him." Jin Rongmao frowned. "Why is he coming here to eat? Doesn't his family eat better than ours? Wang Yu shot him a disapproving glance. Just because someone eats well doesn't mean they can't come over for a meal. He has helped us so much. Is it too much to ask to treat him to a meal? Jin Rongma pondered. If he is coming to our house for lunch, he can't arrive empty-handed, can he? Wang Yu responded, and what if he does? When I go to eat at his place, I also go empty-handed. Jin Rongma contemplated this, but chose not to argue further, fearing it might provoke his wife. Hearing this exchange, Shin Gofang emerged, asking, why does Wei Yong suddenly want to come to our house for lunch? Is there something going on? Wang Yu replied, he hasn't mentioned anything, but regardless of his reasons, Wei Yong has assisted us so much, we should definitely host him. Noticing her daughter-in-law pulling out a hefty piece of cured meat, Shin Guifang remarked, that's excessive. He eats well at home, and doesn't he need our little offering? Just put in a modest amount. Wang Yu's face flushed with irritation. Her mother-in-law and husband were both being miserly. It was one thing to be stingy with others, but Wei Yong had always been generous to them. Did they not understand gratitude? If Wei Yong came and was only served cabbage and potatoes, what would he think? Wang Yu had enjoyed ribs and dumplings when she visited his home. Even if she didn't prepare a feast, it shouldn't be too meager, either. Ignoring her mother-in-law's comments, Wang Yu proceeded to slice the entire piece of cured meat, causing Shin Guifang to feel a pang of regret. However, she knew the meat was earned through her daughter-in-law's own efforts and had no grounds to complain. Still, she would undoubtedly discuss this with Jin Rongma later, lamenting how her daughter-in-law was becoming increasingly generous with her spending. As noon approached, Wang Yu had finished preparing the meal, and Wei Yong arrived at the doorstep with a bag of goods. Brother Chin, Sister Yu, I've come to join you for lunch. He brought 5 pounds of rice and 2 pounds of oranges. Ever since he had bonded with Chen Susu, his little wife, Wei Yong could purchase 3 items daily from the market. Recently, he had been acquiring rice and fruit, so he had plenty to spare. And he thought to share some with Wang Yu to enhance her culinary experience. Seeing Wei Yong with such an abundance of goods, Jin Rongmao's face broke into a wide grin. Knowing Wei Yong as he did, he was certain he wouldn't arrive empty-handed. The items he brought were undoubtedly worth far more than the meal they were about to share. You're too polite, Daong. Bringing so much just for a meal? Although he said this, Jin Rongmao hurriedly accepted the items from Wei Yong, fearing he might change his mind. Wang Yu felt embarrassed at her husband's lack of dignity. Shin Guifang also feigned politeness, inviting Wei Yong into the house for the meal. As they sat at the dining table, Wang Yu felt a bit awkward. Daong, our family isn't as well off as yours. We don't have much good food to offer, so please bear with us. Wei Yong smiled, Sister Yu, you're too kind. Every household isn't filled with lavish meals every day. I can see there's plenty of cured meat here, which looks quite appetizing. After a few bites, Jin Rongmao couldn't contain himself any longer and asked, Daong, did you come here for a specific reason? Wei Yong chuckled, you guessed correctly. I didn't come merely for a free meal. I have some good news to discuss with you. He leaned in closer to Wang Yu, whispering, Sister Yu, if I were to find you a job at the coal mine, how would you express your gratitude? As soon as Wei Yong's hand rested on Wang Yu's leg, she felt a jolt of electricity coursing through her body trembling slightly. She quickly glanced at Jin Rongmao and her mother-in-law, relieved to see they were oblivious to what had just transpired, before lowering her gaze to continue eating. Her face flushed a noticeable shade of red, her hands trembling with nervousness. That audacious Daong, she thought. While a private moment might have been acceptable, his boldness at the dining table was alarming. If her mother-in-law and Jin Rongmao caught wind of this, what would become of her? Wang Yu set down her chopsticks and subtly pushed his hand away, feigning calmness as she asked, Daong, are you really looking to help me find a job? I'm not sure I could manage work at the coal mine. Wei Yong found her reaction amusing. She was quick on her feet, showing no signs of awkwardness. Jin Rongmao also furrowed his brow, saying, Daong, we've seen the situation at your place. We can't manage the work down in the mines. Wei Yong chuckled, Sister Yu, I would never suggest that a woman like you go underground. Our finance department is headed by a woman named Xie Dan. She has been overwhelmed with the accounts lately and is seeking an assistant. Sister Yu, you've completed junior high, haven't you? Wang Yu nodded, yes. I graduated from junior high. Are you suggesting I help with accounting? Work in an office? Precisely. You would assist Director Xia in the office, and the salary would be 37 yuan a month. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu and Jin Rongmao were elated. That sounds splendid. 37 yuan a month, guaranteed income. It's certainly better than farming. Chen Rongmao inquired, Daong, I heard you've become a director at the coal mine. Is that true? News traveled slowly here. And only Wei Yong and Zheng Jiao worked at the Dave coal mine, so updates came from neighboring villages, often delayed. Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Da Yong, is this for real? Have you really been appointed as the director? It's only been less than a month since you started working, and you've achieved so much already? Wei Yong replied, it's not as extraordinary as everyone claims. I'm merely the deputy director of the procurement department, just a nominal position really. Nonetheless, that's impressive. After all, you are in a leadership role. With such good fortune, I'm at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Wang Yu felt genuinely touched. A position at the Dave coal mine was indeed quite valuable. The opportunity Wei Yong had received was undoubtedly due to his recent promotion, and he could have easily leveraged this position for personal gain. Yet, he asked for nothing in return and instead offered this chance to Wang Yu, which filled her heart with gratitude towards him. Wei Yong, half-jokingly, said, so, I was just wondering, how do you intend to repay me? As he spoke, he once again reached beneath the table, clasping Wang Yu's small hand in his. Wang Yu tightened her grip around his, yet outwardly remained composed. Go ahead. Tell me how you'd like me to repay you. I certainly won't refuse. In the presence of her husband and mother-in-law, Wang Yu displayed no signs of discomfort. Chen Rongma did not suspect anything amiss. He would never think that the two were engaging in clandestine antics beneath the table. Da Yong, such a significant favor will never be forgotten. If you ever need anything from us, the Chen family will be the first to respond, Chen Rongmao declared. Wei Yong dismissed this as mere words. Meanwhile, Wang Yu held Wei Yong's hand firmly, her gaze resolute. No matter what conditions Wei Yong proposed, she would comply. Wei Yong smiled, knowing it was not the right moment to tease Wang Yu. I've been quite busy at the coal mine lately. Please do help take care of things at home. Chen Rongma patted his chest, assuring him, you can count on me. If there's anything you need, just send your sister-in-law over to summon me. Yes, echoed Chen Guifang, if your wife goes into labor or encounters any women's issues, I can assist. All right, thank you. Brother Chen and Sister Guifang. Yu Jia, after lunch, I'll take you to the coal mine to report for work. I'll introduce you to Sister Xia Dan, who will be your supervisor. Sounds good. I'll quickly change into something suitable. Since she would be working in the countryside, Wang Yu couldn't dress shabbily, as she would when doing farm work at home. Wei Yong had just bought her 2 sets of floral attire, and the thought of going to work in her new clothes filled Wang Yu with joy. However, Chen Rongmao frowned slightly. Seizing the opportunity to slip into the room while his wife was changing, he whispered, Dear, are you really going to ride Wei Yong's bicycle to work? Wang Yu replied, Of course. Otherwise, how would I get there? Walking to the countryside would exhaust me. Chen Rongmao hesitated, but didn't he walk there before? Hearing this, Wang Yu's expression darkened. What do you mean by that, Chen Rongmao? Are you worried I'll have something going on with Wei Yong if I ride his bicycle? Why deny me the ride when I could walk to work? I'm not going there for leisure. I'm going to work. After a long day. You expect me to walk several hours back and forth? If you're concerned about me being with someone else, then buy me a bicycle so I can ride myself. Chen Rongma quickly gestured for her to lower her voice. Dear, that's not what I meant. I'm just worried you might get taken advantage of riding with Wei Yong. Taken advantage of? Do you think Wei Yong would want to carry an extra person? Wang Yu retorted. If you don't want me to go, then I want to take this job. She tossed her clothes onto the bed, sitting on the edge with her arms crossed, sulking. Chen Rongma was alarmed. This was a job that paid 37 yuan a month. And it was in an office. Where could Wang Yu, with her junior high education, find such an excellent opportunity again? Wife, I was wrong. Please don't be angry. Just go with Wei Yong, and when you receive your salary, don't forget to buy me 2 packs of cigarettes. Smoke, 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 that's all you think about. Wang Yu put on her clothes, not bothering to argue further, and after finishing her meal without tidying up the table, she headed out with Wei Yong. Sitting on the back of Wei Yong's bicycle, they departed the village. Watching his wife perched on another man's bicycle, Chen Rongmao felt a twinge of discomfort. Although nothing untoward would happen, Wang Yu inevitably would have some physical contact with him. With that thought, Chen Rongmao sighed. After all, who could blame him for not having a bicycle? He silently vowed that once Wang Yu received her salary, he would save up for a bicycle. No. First, he needed a few packs of good cigarettes. As Wei Yong pedaled with Wang Yu aboard, they crossed a small creek. Wang Yu's arms wrapped around Wei Yong's waist, while he effortlessly switched to a one-handed riding style, his left hand resting on his waist, holding Wang Yu's small hand. "Sister, why don't you come live with me?" Wang Yu did not react, seemingly having anticipated this, and retorted, "De Yong, can you manage to ride well with one hand? Please don't let me fall." "It doesn't matter if you fall, but if this new outfit gets ruined, that would be a real shame." Wei Yong chuckled, "You've misunderstood, sister. If your clothes get damaged, I'll buy you new ones. But if you get hurt, that would truly break my heart." Wang Yu felt a warmth in her heart, but still playfully pinched his waist. "You're so slick with your words. You dare to flirt with me at my place. What will we do if my husband sees us?" Wei Yong chuckled, "You Jia, if you can't manage with him anymore, just come live with me. I already have 2 women at home. Adding one more wouldn't make a difference." "You wish. You're really bold to think that way." They bantered back and forth. And time flew by. Before Wei Yong had his fill of playful touches, they arrived at the coal mine. Upon reaching, he became more reserved, and Wang Yu released her hold on his waist, sitting properly on the back. They approached Xia Dan's office. "Dan Jia, this is my fellow villager Wang Yu. She completed junior high and is quite clever. She'll surely be of assistance to you. My wife is pregnant, so I couldn't bring her along." Xia Dan appeared somewhat surprised, not expecting Wei Yong to introduce a fellow villager rather than his wife. This position was quite rare, and it seemed their relationship was more than ordinary. Wang Yu was polite, "Hello, Director Xia." Xia Dan smiled, "No need for such formality, just call me Dan Jia. Come over here and I'll teach you. The work is quite simple, you just need to be meticulous. I have an abacus for calculations." Despite Wang Yu's limited education, she was sharp enough to grasp the basics quickly, and Xia Dan was quite satisfied with her performance. After all, this favor was for Wei Yong, and whom he chose to bring in was of no concern to her. They both became engrossed in their tasks, and Wei Yong didn't linger. After all, he would have ample time to interact with them in the future. Returning to his office, he sat back in his chair, propping his legs up and smoking. Although Wei Yong maintained his carefree demeanor, the personnel in the procurement department were no longer inclined to voice any objections. "Yongge, the leadership has increased our targets for next month. It now stands at 4,000 yuan. How do you propose we allocate these tasks?" This was Wang, the veteran from the procurement department, who, despite being older than Wei Yong, unabashedly addressed him as Yongge. Such sycophancy has become all too common in these times. Wei Yong had merely ascended to the position of deputy director, and immediately, the attitudes of those around him shifted dramatically. Wei Yong replied, "You may proceed according to your usual workload. I shall take on the remainder." Currently, the growth rate in Wei Yong's experimental fields was remarkably swift. If he sowed crops that matured quickly, he could expect a harvest within a month, particularly with the ample supplies available in the market. Thus, he was entirely capable of fulfilling the 4,000 yuan target independently. However, should he undertake all the tasks himself, the procurement team would undoubtedly become increasingly complacent. Wei Yong decided it prudent to encourage their efforts first, and he would intervene at the last moment if necessary. Wang nodded in agreement, recognizing Wei Yong's magnanimity. The 4,000 yuan target presented a significantly greater challenge than the previous month. Based on past experience, with the autumn harvest imminent, farmers would surely have more grain on hand, leading to an increase in their targets compared to the preceding months, making completion not overly arduous. Yet this year, drought prevailed and most of the corn had perished. The fields were primarily planted with potatoes and radishes, and given the current soil conditions, yielding over 1,000 pounds of potatoes per acre would be considered quite satisfactory. Furthermore, a portion of the harvest must be submitted as state grain, with the remainder typically reserved by the populace for winter sustenance, leaving few willing to sell. At that moment, Wei Yong entered the office and the atmosphere shifted awkwardly. After all, just yesterday, he had made a spectacle of himself by addressing Wei Yong as grandpa in front of the entire mine. Though he retained his position as director, the ascension of Wei Yong to deputy director was a painful reminder of his own diminishing stature. Wei Yong, adopting an unusually cordial tone, remarked, "Wei Yong, the target has risen to 4,000 this month. Please take charge of the arrangements." He acted as if nothing had transpired, displaying an extraordinary thickness of skin. Wei Yong responded coolly, "I have already made the arrangements." "Very well," Wei Yong replied, his expression slightly awkward. Despite still holding the title of director, the procurement staff had already come to regard Wei Yong as the primary authority. This was a result of his wife's intervention on his behalf. Otherwise, he would merely be an ordinary employee. Given the current circumstances, he had no better course of action than to adopt a more subdued demeanor. As Wei Yong rose to prominence, he could not afford to antagonize Shui Yan further. Wei Yong allocated the tasks among the procurement team and then began to stroll through the coal mine. He found himself once more drawn to a pile of coal gang, where the treasure-seeking function of his system emitted a faint beeping sound. Upon his initial visit, he had sensed something amiss within that pile, but at the time, he had merely come to sell items and had not dared to investigate closely. Now, however, as the deputy director, it seemed reasonable to explore. He began to pace around the coal gang, searching for the location of the treasure. Just then, a figure rushed past him, but he paid it no mind. The individual was Gao Fei, who had been humiliated by Wei Yong's slap in front of their colleagues. The animosity he felt towards Wei Yong was palpable. But he dared not confront him, knowing Wei Yong's elevated status and favor with mine director Zhao. As a mere ordinary worker, he could only avoid him. After finishing his night shift, Gao Fei returned home to find his wife had prepared 2 dishes and warmed a pot of liquor. Although life was decent, he still felt a lingering resentment. "What's wrong, Lao Gao? Are you feeling down?" His wife, El Fong, asked, noticing his unusual mood. "My brother will be here soon. Let him keep you company over a drink." Gao Fei nodded. It was certainly better to drink with someone than to wallow alone in misery. Before long, El Taiching arrived, and they each poured themselves a glass of liquor. Gao Fei recounted the events surrounding Wei Yong. "That guy, Wei, must have stumbled upon some extraordinary luck. I've heard from others at the mine that he somehow acquired a piece of bezoar and sold it to Director Zhao, which is why he is so well connected now." El Taiching paused. "Bezoar? You don't mean the one from the old yellow cow I sold him, do you?" Gao Fei's excitement surged. "What? You sold that old yellow cow to Wei Yong?" Chapter 71. Gao Fei causes a scene. El Taiching recounted how he had met Wei Yong recently. His own mood had soured. He had been preparing for marriage, and the entire village knew he was to fetch his bride. Some offered him horse-drawn carriages, others provided clothing, while friends and relatives gifted him money. Yet, the wedding had fallen through, and upon returning home that day, he felt utterly humiliated. He had come over to vent his frustrations with his brother-in-law. However, Gao Fei, upon hearing this, suddenly perked up. "So, you're telling me that you sold your sickly old yellow cow for 30 yuan to Wei Yong, and then he turned around and sold the bezoar to Director Zhao? I've heard that Zhao's father works at the county hospital, so he must have made quite a profit from that bezoar, which is why he treats Wei Yong so well." Gao Fei had a drink, and his mind cleared considerably, piecing together the situation. El Taiching was taken aback and remarked, "If that is the case, then Wei Yong's luck is quite remarkable." Gao Fei put down his chopsticks, excitedly exclaiming, "Are you foolish? His luck is irrelevant. That yellow cow was yours. If he made a profit from the bezoar, it should belong to you. If we hadn't known, it would be one thing. But now that we do, we need to demand our money back." El Taiching frowned. "Brother-in-law, this doesn't seem right. I've already sold the cow to him. Even if he got a bezoar, that's just good fortune on his part. What does that have to do with me? If I had known there was a bezoar, I wouldn't have sold it." El Taiching was inherently good-natured and sensible. After all, Wei Yong had helped him out by buying the ailing old yellow cow for 30 yuan when no one else would, as it was unfit for eating or plowing. Had it not been for Wei Yong, he doubted anyone would have purchased it, as even 10 yuan would seem excessive for a sick cow. Thus, he felt grateful for Wei Yong's assistance. Moreover, when El Taiching had faced difficulties with Wang Shaoling, it was Wei Yong who unhesitatingly lent him a bicycle. Wei Yong had been quite generous towards him, so how could he possibly demand money from him? Gao Fei remarked, "Taichung, your naivety is astonishing. What merit does Wei Yong possess that warrants such kindness towards you? It is merely because he fears you might demand your share of the profits from the cow's gallbladder that he treats you with any semblance of generosity. He seeks to silence you. Why did he spend 30 yuan on that cow? It is evident he recognized the treasure hidden within its belly long before you did. He is clearly out to deceive you. Yet you still regard him as a brother. How foolish can you be? Hurry, gather your things and summon some friends. We are going to Shaodong Tun to reclaim our money." Lu Taichung set down his cup, frowning as he replied, "Brother-in-law, I cannot accept this money. If I were to go, would I not become a petty ingrate? Moreover, this money is not rightfully mine." Gao Fei, in a fit of anger, slammed his chopsticks down, clearly displeased. "Are you out of your mind? You refuse what is rightfully yours? That gallbladder could fetch at least several hundred yuan. We should be demanding at least 300. Just think, if you had 300 yuan, would you still struggle to find a wife? Ridiculous. Who says I can't find a wife? It's merely that I haven't found the right one yet. I could marry in any village for a dowry of 30 yuan. Let me be clear, Wei Yong is my brother. The money from that gallbladder does not belong to me, and I will not take it. If you go, do not blame me for severing ties. Lu Taichang, in a fit of rage, threw down his chopsticks and stormed out. Gao Fei, equally incensed, pounded the table, exclaiming, I am only looking out for him, and he dares to get angry. Seeing the tension, Lu Fang quickly intervened. Old Gao, do not let this get to you. Taiching has always been stubborn. Perhaps it is best to let it go. He does have a point. Gao Fei glared. What point? 30 yuan for our family's gallbladder is nothing short of extortion. I will summon a few relatives from the village, and we will reclaim our money. With that, Gao Fei changed his clothes and stormed out. His audacity stemmed from the knowledge that Wei Yong was away at the coal mine, leaving only his wife at home. He felt emboldened, believing that should they reclaim the money, it wouldn't matter if Wei Yong returned, he would still be owed compensation for the slap he received at the mine. Soon, Gao Fei rounded up 5 or 6 young men from the village, marching towards Xiaodong Tun with fervor. These youths, emboldened by their inexperience, had no knowledge of who Wei Yong was. To them, Gao Fei, being an employee of the Dave coal mine, was a figure of considerable importance. Following him would surely yield benefits. He had promised them that if they retrieved the money, he would treat them to a bowl of 3 flavor noodles at Li Ji's noodle shop. With a fierce determination, Gao Fei and his companions arrived at Wei Yong's home, immediately inquiring about his whereabouts. Where does that scoundrel Wei Yong live? Widow Zhang furrowed her brows and unleashed a torrent of insults. You filthy rogue. Who do you dare to call a woman? Are you looking for a fight? Widow Zhang was known for her fiery temperament and did not hesitate to voice her displeasure, regardless of the number of men accompanying Gao Fei. Unfazed, he pressed on, I ask you again, where is Wei Yong's house? I don't know. Widow Zhang splashed a bucket of water onto the road and shot them a fierce glare before retreating into her home. Damn it. Gao Fei cursed, continuing deeper into the village. Just then, a shifty-eyed young man appeared. Are you looking for Wei Yong's house? It's just up ahead. This young man was Qin Shizi, an older bachelor from Xiaodong Tun who had spent nearly 30 years without a wife. Jealous of the 2 beautiful daughters of Wei Yong, he was eager to witness the commotion. Understood, Gao Fei replied, leading his group to Wei Yong's doorstep. He kicked open the wooden door and shouted, Wei, come out here. Startled, Qin Wei and Qin Xia rushed out, their eyes wide with fear upon seeing the strangers. Who are you looking for? Gao Fei responded. I am looking for Wei Yong. He owes me money. Tell him to come out immediately. Qin Wei, trembling, struggled to find her voice, while Qin Xia instinctively shielded her sister. Wei Yong isn't home. When has he owed you money? Gao Fei replied, a few days ago, you purchased an old yellow cow. Did you not? Was there not a gallbladder inside? That cow belonged to my brother-in-law, and you took it for a mere 30 yuan. Do you think that is fair? Enough of this prattle. Hand over 300 yuan, and we shall consider this matter settled. What? The Qin sisters were taken aback by Gao Fei's audacity. This was nothing short of extortion. Qin Wei, aware of the gallbladder's provenance, retorted, this is unreasonable. You sold us a sick cow. You had no idea it contained a gallbladder when you sold it. We extracted it ourselves. Why should we owe you anything? Gao Fei's patience waned. Stop wasting my time. You deceived my brother-in-law into parting with that gallbladder for 30 yuan. It's absurd to think you have any grounds to stand on. Will you pay or not? If not, we shall take what we are owed. As the tension escalated, Qin Xia picked up a hoe, brandishing it defensively. What do you intend to do? Are you planning to rob us? Is there no law left? With a sneer, Gao Fei retorted, Law? You defrauded my brother-in-law of that gallbladder. Demanding 300 yuan is entirely justified. If you refuse to pay, we will take whatever we can. The group surged forward, rifling through Wei Yong's belongings. Qin Xia, clutching the hoe, dared not confront them but steadfastly protected her sister. At that moment, a large black dog charged into the scene, the loyal guardian of Qin Rongmo. Responding to the ruckus at Wei Yong's home, this dog, well fed by Wei Yong, had taken it upon itself to watch over his house as well. The sudden appearance of the dog startled Gao Fei and his companions. What the hell is this mutt doing here? Meanwhile, Qin Rongmao, witnessing the chaos from the doorway, recalled his promise to assist Wei Yong in times of trouble. However, seeing the 7 or 8 young men gathered in the yard, he hesitated to intervene, instead calling out, Help! There are people causing trouble at Wei Yong's house. His shout proved effective, as Zhao Fifan was the first to respond. rushing out with a hoe in hand upon learning of the disturbance at Wei Yong's home. Several other young men from the village armed themselves and followed him to the scene. Zhao Fifan pointed his hoe at Gao Fei, demanding, "Which village are you from? How dare you cause trouble in Xiaodongtan? You're asking for a beating." Gao Fei scowled, surprised by the solidarity of the villagers. It seemed that whenever Wei Yong faced trouble, the community rallied to his side. "Wei Yong owes me money. It is only right that debts are settled." At that moment, the village chief, Zhao Long, stepped forward. "You lot are from Shanggongtan, correct? How much does Wei Yong owe you?" Qin Wei interjected, village chief. "Wei Yong does not owe them anything." She recounted the earlier events, igniting a wave of indignation among the young men from the village, who pointed accusatory fingers at Gao Fei, berating him without restraint. "Wei Yong acquired a precious treasure through his own merits. Why should he share it with you?" Zhao Fifan pointed at Gao Fei and declared, "You all should leave at once." Zhao Long also snorted coldly, "If you seek money from Wei Yong, why not wait for him to be home? Bullying 2 women is hardly an accomplishment. Depart at once." Witnessing this, Gao Fei and his companions realized that lingering would yield no benefit. Turning to Qin Wei and Qin Xia, he taunted, "You two wait here. Wei Yong must be away quite often, right? I shall return the next time he is not at home." With that, Gao Fei and his group strutted out with an air of arrogance. Qin Wei's eyes reddened, and she wiped away her tears. Although Qin Xia maintained her composure, her pallor suggested she had been frightened. Zhao Long approached to comfort them, saying, "Do not fear. If they dare return, the villagers will surely come to your aid." At that moment, Chen Rongma stepped forward, affirming, "Indeed, sisters-in-law, rest assured that with us around, no one can bully you too." Though Chen Rongma had hesitated to intervene earlier, he felt compelled to make a good impression, ensuring the Qin sisters remembered his kindness. Moreover, even though he did not act, Dehe did step in, which could be seen as a contribution from the Qin family. The sisters nodded in gratitude to their fellow villagers before starting to tidy up their disarrayed home. Zhao Long furrowed his brow in concern as he instructed his son, "When Wei Yong returns this afternoon, make sure to restrain him. Do not let him act impulsively." Zhao Long was well aware of Wei Yong's fiery temperament and his propensity for violence. If he discovered this incident, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. Zhao Long feared Wei Yong's recklessness would lead to a confrontation. Zhao Fifan nodded in agreement, acknowledging that if Wei Yong were to act impulsively, he would indeed try to intervene. However, given Wei Yong's nature, he doubted he could successfully dissuade him. Later that evening, as Wei Yong departed the coal mine with Wang Yu, he inquired, "How was work today?" Wang Yu replied cheerfully, "It was great. Everything Dan Jia taught me, I have learned. This job is far easier than farming, and the cafeteria at the coal mine serves delicious food." Wei Yong chuckled, recognizing that the coal mine's cafeteria was certainly superior to the meals prepared in their village. Moreover, after his recent procurement of ample provisions, every worker could now enjoy a satisfying meal. Not long after leaving the coal mine, Wang Yu wrapped her arms around Wei Yong's waist once more, a gesture that had become habitual. Since Wei Yong often took advantage of her, she found it more comfortable to embrace him openly. Wei Yong, riding with one hand, reveled in the sensation of her soft, delicate hand against his. As they approached the village entrance, Wei Yong suddenly halted the bike. Disembarking, he ventured into a nearby cornfield, beckoning Wang Yu, "Come here for a moment." Initially, Wang Yu presumed he needed to relieve himself. However, when he invited her to join him, her face flushed crimson. What could a man and a woman do in a cornfield? The implications were all too clear. Wang Yu felt torn. She had previously promised Wei Yong that she would acquiesce to any request he made. He had secured her this job, a monumental favor which prompted her earlier statement. Yet, she never anticipated he would actually make such a request. Her cheeks burned with embarrassment as she fidgeted with her clothing, feeling utterly unprepared. Although not a naive girl, she had never ventured into a cornfield with a man before. Having already entered, Wei Yong waited as Wang Yu hesitated at the edge of the field, glancing left and right. Finally, steeling herself, she followed him inside. Upon entering the cornfield, Wang Yu's heart raced. Thanks to Wei Yong's care, her life had improved significantly. Without him, she would struggle even to afford coarse grains, let alone new clothing. If Wei Yong truly desired something from her, what reason did she have to refuse? If she were to decline, he might sever their ties or rescind her job, leaving her in dire straits. Most importantly, The thought of Wei Yong wanting her did not repulse her. Rather, it stirred a sense of anticipation and excitement within her. After walking several meters into the cornfield, she was suddenly startled as Wei Yong emerged from behind the stalks and grasped her hand. Immediately, she tensed, biting her lip. "De Yong, this isn't right. I'm not that kind of person. I know you care for me, but please give me a little more time." Her words stumbled out in a flurry, her nerves preventing her from meeting his gaze, fearing he might overpower her. Wei Yong paused, perplexed. "Sister, what are you saying? I called you over to share some food." He promptly knocked down some corn stalks, creating a spot for them to sit, and presented her with an apple, an orange, and a pear. In truth, he had no ulterior motives. He merely wished to offer her a snack to boost her energy. The last time he had brought her food, her satisfaction level had barely increased, likely due to Chen Rongmao and Shin Guifang consuming it all. Thus, he intended to invite Wang Yu to enjoy a meal privately, away from prying eyes. Upon seeing the fruits, Wang Yu realized her misunderstanding. Wei Yong had called her to the cornfield for a snack, not for any inappropriate intentions. The more she thought about it, the more flustered she became. She quickly sat down and stuffed an apple into her mouth to mask her embarrassment. Noticing her reaction, Wei Yong chuckled. "Sister Yu, did you misunderstand? Did you think I called you into the cornfield to take advantage of you?" Wang Yu's cheeks burned with shame. Indeed, she had misinterpreted his intentions. Wei Yong continued, "Since you've misunderstood, are you still willing to join me here?" Wang Yu hastily clarified, "I came in here to avoid upsetting you." A playful smirk danced on Wei Yong's face. "But I heard you say you needed more time. What does that mean? If you need more time, does that mean you'll be willing to do something else in the cornfield later?" Wang Yu's face turned as red as the apple in her hand as she shot him a fierce glare. "If you keep talking nonsense, I won't pay you any mind." Seeing Wang Yu's flustered demeanor, Wei Yong refrained from teasing her further, patiently waiting for her to finish her fruits. Fruit was indeed a delightful treat. Despite not being particularly hungry, Wang Yu relished every bite. After tasting a pear, her face lit up with joy. "De Yong, this pear is incredibly sweet. I've never had one this delightful before. Where did you get it?" Wei Yong replied, "These are special supplies for the leaders. I got them from Director Zhao." Wang Yu nodded, not questioning his words, and continued to praise Wei Yong's capabilities. "De Yong, aren't you going to eat? You're just watching me enjoy this. Go ahead and eat, sister. I've already had my fill," he encouraged, and Wang Yu, no longer feeling shy, eagerly indulged in the fruits. Observing Wang Yu recently becoming increasingly radiant, with her grain sack growing ever more ample, Wei Yong felt a sense of accomplishment, though she belonged to another. Seeing her flourish under his care and occasionally indulging in the delight of her touch was indeed gratifying. However, it was unfortunate for Chen Rongmao who, while doing nothing at home, enjoyed the privilege of having such a beautiful wife to caress. Little did Wei Yong know, Chen Rongma had not laid a finger on Wang Yu for quite some time, while others presumed he was reveling in nightly festivities. He too was confined to an empty abode. With Wang Yu's newfound capabilities, Chen Rongmao's standing at home had diminished even further. Any slight misstep in their interactions could lead to her ignoring him for an entire day. Moreover, he relied on Wang Yu to procure cigarettes from the village, which made him even more reluctant to provoke her. Wang Yu's satiation level, 5, experimental field growth speed, 5, reward, a map of the Donghua coal mine. Wei Yong was instantly filled with surprise. Previously, Wang Yu and Qin Wei had nearly reached the same level of satiation. Surpassing 50 was quite challenging. Significant increases only occurred with the consumption of rare items. This time, having consumed 3 fruits at once, her satiation rose by 5, and naturally, a map reward followed. However, the Donghua coal mine map was of little use to him. Although he had not been working there long, he was already quite familiar with the entire mine. Quickly closing his eyes to examine the map, he was overjoyed. This map did not depict the surface of the Donghua coal mine, but rather its underground. He could distinctly see a swath of red, contrasting sharply with the adjacent black areas. If he were not mistaken, that red zone indicated the location of coal. The entire underground map was vividly clear, with white dots moving back and forth, undoubtedly representing the miners below. This map would be immensely beneficial for coal extraction. Unfortunately, Wei Yong was neither the owner nor a high-ranking official. He was merely the director of the procurement department. The quantity of coal produced had no bearing on him, unless one day he were to ascend to the position of mine manager, armed with this map, which would undoubtedly enhance his performance. Wei Yong mused that such a day seemed distant. Mine manager Zhao was a scion of wealth, his father a leader in the traditional Chinese medicine community, and Zhao himself exceptionally competent, having risen to his current status. It remained uncertain how long it would take Wei Yong to climb that ladder. Nevertheless, the map was indeed a precious asset. As long as he worked at the coal mine, he would eventually find it useful. As Wei Yong prepared to withdraw his thoughts, he suddenly noticed a golden dot shimmering on the coal mine map. This golden point was entirely distinct from the red and black areas, and there were no personnel movements nearby. An idea struck him. Could this golden point indicate something even more valuable than coal? It was not unusual for antiquities or gold to be unearthed in a coal mine, and should he discover such treasures, their worth could be astronomical, potentially making him a wealthy man overnight. Clearly, he needed to seek an opportunity to explore the mine further. Ecstatic, Wei Yong swept Wang Yu into his arms. Startled, she exclaimed, "Da Yong, what are you doing?" With a chuckle, Wei Yong replied, "I'm just gauging your weight. I need to ensure you're well fed." Wang Yu, blushing, pushed him away. "Sister has already gained much weight. If you continue to feed me, I'll become a little pig." She straightened her clothes, casting a resentful glance at Wei Yong. "I've finished eating, shall we go?" Not wanting to confront him directly, she continued to feign ignorance. All right. The two exited the cornfield, with Wang Yu first peeking out, ensuring no one was around before stepping out. If anyone were to see them emerge together, it would be difficult to explain away. Once on Wei Yong's bicycle, Wang Yu clung to him once more, and he switched to a one-handed mode. In mere minutes, they reached the village, and this time, Wang Yu did not dismount, as the villagers had seen her riding with Wei Yong. Moreover, Jin Rongmao's big mouth had likely informed everyone that she was working at the Donghua coal mine, so it was unnecessary for her to avoid suspicion. The more she tried, the more it would raise eyebrows. As anticipated, Jin Rongmao was waiting for them at the village entrance. The two maintained a respectable distance on the bike, so even if Jin Rongmao noticed, he could hardly make a fuss. However, once Wang Yu dismounted, Jin Rongmao hurriedly approached Wei Yong. "Da Yong, you're finally back. Something has happened at your home." Wei Yong was taken aback. "Chen Ge, what is going on?" Jin Rongmao recounted the day's events, emphasizing his contributions to ensure Wei Yong remembered his favor. Upon hearing this, Wei Yong breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the sisters were unharmed. "Chen Ge, thank you so much. I'm glad you were there today." Knowing Jin Rongmao's character, Wei Yong pulled out 2 packs of cigarettes from his pocket and handed them to him. After all, he had spent much of the journey enjoying the gentle touch of Jin Rongmao's wife, so a couple of packs of cigarettes felt like a small price to pay. With that, Wei Yong hurriedly rode home. Upon entering, he was greeted by a scene of utter disarray. Although the sisters had tidied up, the damaged door and the broken cellar lid were in shambles. Repairs were beyond their capabilities. Qin Wei emerged, her lips pouting, and upon seeing Wei Yong, her eyes turned red, her expression pitiful. Though she did not wish to cry, the sight of Wei Yong made her feel overwhelmed with emotion. Wei Yong quickly embraced Qin Wei to comfort her, while Qin Xia, standing nearby, appeared somewhat stronger, her cheeks flushed, as if awaiting something. Yesterday, Wei Yong had been intoxicated, and holding her had made her heart race uncontrollably. Naturally, he did not overlook her today, embracing Qin Xia after comforting Qin Wei, providing her with solace as well. With Wei Yong's return, the sisters appeared to gain a sense of security. Qin Wei spoke. "You've heard about the situation at home today, right? The village chief helped resolve it. Please avoid causing any trouble." She understood Wei Yong's temperament and feared he might stir up conflict. Wei Yong smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, my dear wife. Our lives are flourishing. How could I possibly invite trouble? Xia, please inform Zhao Ge that we're heading to the market tonight to see if we can catch any game." "All right, got it." Qin Xia exited the house, heading straight for the village chief's residence. Meanwhile, Wei Yong retrieved 2 machetes from the house and began sharpening them. Noticing Wei Yong's calmer demeanor compared to before, Qin Wei finally relaxed. "Wife, there's no need to worry about the door. Tomorrow, I'll go to the town and find some people to properly repair our home. Building a higher brick wall. The privacy of the fence is inadequate, allowing anyone to wander in. So it's essential we replace it with a sturdier brick wall and iron gate." Qin Wei nodded, content in the knowledge that such matters could be managed by her own man. Her sole responsibility now was to care for the child growing within her. After Qin Xia informed the village chief's son, she returned home to prepare dinner. Once dinner was finished, Zhao Fei Fan and the others gathered at the doorstep, awaiting Wei Yong. At that moment, Jin Rong Mao and Wang Yu were also in the yard, and upon observing the scene, Jin Rong Mao remarked that Wei Yong was surely going to pick a fight and he intended to accompany him. Wang Yu frowned, questioning his ability to engage in such a confrontation given his disposition. Why not? Jin Rong Mao countered, with Wei Yong there, we may not need to lift a finger. Besides, this venture will not be in vain. Wei Yong will at least ensure we each receive a box of cigarettes. Wang Yu rolled his eyes in exasperation. Fully aware of his companion's ulterior motives, can you aspire to something greater? Jin Rong Mao, wary of his wife's opinion of him, defended himself. I'm not just going to mooch off of him. I'm taking Dahe along. If anything goes awry, Dahe can step in. Wang Yu scoffed. You think Dahe will listen to you? Jin Rong Mao called out to Dahe, but the dog ignored him completely, as if he were invisible. Disregarding his wife's potential judgment, Jin Rong Mao resolved to acquire that box of cigarettes, changed his clothes, and joined Zhao Fei Fan and the others outside. Wei Yong retrieved his shotgun from the space and slung it over his shoulder. Wife, Xiao Xia, I'm off to the mountains, he declared before stepping outside. Upon seeing Zhao Fei Fan, the two exchanged a knowing glance, both understanding that Wei Yong was not heading to the mountains, but rather to confront trouble at Shanggang. Previously, Wei Yong had saved Zhao Fei Fan's life on the mountain and had often provided him with resources, thus when Wei Yong was in need, Zhao Fei Fan was always the first to rush to his aid. Alongside Zhao Fei Fan were 6 other young men. Previously, Wei Yong had not been well liked, but since he began hunting in the mountains, his reputation had flourished. The last time these men helped him carry 2 wild boars, each returned home with 2 pounds of meat, savoring the feast. Hence, when Wei Yong required assistance, they could not simply stand by. Wei Yong nodded and signaled to them, and the group made their way towards Shanggang, with Jin Rong Mao hastily trailing behind. Brothers, you've all seen what transpired today. If we don't address this, they might think we from Xiaodong are easy prey, he rallied. When we arrive, you needn't intervene. I can handle it alone. The others nodded in agreement, confident that Wei Yong's formidable presence alone would intimidate their adversaries. Wei Yong strode into Shanggang with an imposing demeanor. Upon entering the village, he spotted a child playing outside and retrieved a piece of milk candy from his pocket to offer. Child, where does Gao Fei live? Though Jin Rong Mao and the others did not know Gao Fei, they were aware that Wei Yong had purchased cattle from his uncle, leaving no doubt that the troublemaker was indeed Gao Fei. Furthermore, based on his understanding of Lu Taicheng, he knew that Taicheng would never stoop to such behavior. If he sought money, he would do so in person rather than take advantage of Wei Yong's absence to bully his wife. The child, thrilled by the candy, eagerly pointed the way to Gao Fei's home. Arriving at Gao Fei's doorstep, Wei Yong raised his shotgun and fired a shot at the door lock. The loud bang startled the entire village. Gao Fei, in particular, was so frightened that he fell from his bed. What is happening? He wondered, scrambling back onto the bed to peek through the window. By then, Wei Yong had already burst into his yard, shotgun in hand, aiming through the window at him. My God! Gao Fei was instantly petrified. Chapter 75. How can one possess such audacity? At that moment, Wei Yong stood in the yard, separated from Gao Fei by merely a window. With his shotgun aimed squarely at Gao Fei, the dark muzzle loomed ominously. Gao Fei, nearly wetting himself, hastily ducked down. With another shot, Wei Yong shattered the glass, having already blasted through the door moments before. Had Gao Fei not reacted swiftly, he would have certainly met a grim fate. Gao Fei's legs turned to jelly, and a warm stream trickled down his pants. As an ordinary miner, he had never encountered such a situation. Who could have anticipated that Wei Yong would be so bold as to fire a gun? Wei Yong kicked open the door and stormed inside, flanked by Zhao Fei Fan and the others. He reloaded his gun, aiming it directly at Gao Fei's head. Lu Fang, trembling beside him, was pale and speechless. Wei Yong pressed the icy barrel against Gao Fei's forehead. You think I'm being too lenient, huh? How dare you come to my home and bully my wife? Gao Fei's knees buckled, and he sank to the ground, stammering, I was wrong. He dared not hesitate. Any delay might provoke Wei Yong to pull the trigger. The intensity of Wei Yong's presence was overwhelming. From the moment he entered, Gao Fei felt his legs quiver uncontrollably, his body bristling with fear, akin to a mouse in the presence of a cat. Though they were both men, Gao Fei experienced an undeniable sense of primal intimidation. Coupled with Wei Yong's authority, Armed with a weapon, who would not tremble? Lu Fang, too, dropped to her knees, her face drained of color, unable to utter a single plea for mercy. Wei Yong holstered his gun, crouched down, and gazed at Gao Fei. Last time, I slapped you at the coal mine, and you were dissatisfied, weren't you? Here's your chance to retaliate. He leaned in, offering his cheek for Gao Fei to strike. However, at this moment, Gao Fei was utterly paralyzed by fear. Too terrified to retaliate. His lips turned pale, and he trembled uncontrollably. After a few tense seconds, Wei Yong withdrew his face and delivered a resounding slap to Gao Fei's face. I give you a chance, and you're still useless. Dazed and reeling from the blow, Gao Fei felt the sting radiate through his face, but dared not voice any complaints, consumed only by fear. Lu Fang finally found her voice. Wei Yong, Tai Chung said you two are good brothers. Could you spare him for Tai Chung's sake? Wei Yong cast a glance at Lu Fang and replied coolly, Tai Chung is Tai Chung, and you are you. When he came to my house to bully my wife, did he think of Tai Chung and me as brothers? At that moment, a crowd armed with hoes approached, encircling Gao Fei's home. Which village dares to cause trouble in Shanggangtun? Do they think we are pushovers? Despite Gao Fei's jealousy, he was the only formally employed worker in his village and thus enjoyed a certain level of popularity. Upon hearing that Gao Fei was being bullied, many from the village rushed out to his aid. Qin Rongma observed the scene with a grim expression. He had initially believed that their group was destined for victory. Yet he was taken aback by the remarkable unity displayed by the villagers. Daong, what shall we do? Perhaps we should retreat for now? Wei Yong slung his gun behind him, drawing two long-handled machetes from his waist, and stepped out of Gao Fei's house. Zhao Fifan and the others hurriedly followed, realizing that if a confrontation erupted, it could escalate significantly. Confronted by the villagers wielding hoes, Wei Yong was unperturbed. He raised his two machetes and pointed them at the crowd. I am Wei Yong from Xiaodong village. Who among you has visited my home today? The blades of his freshly sharpened machetes glinted menacingly in the night, radiating a fierce light that could instill pain merely by gaze. A strike from those blades could easily sever bones with considerable force. Given Wei Yong's imposing stature and his grip on the formidable weapons, his presence alone intimidated the assembled villagers. He directed his gaze towards a young man at the forefront. Were you among those who came to my house? The youth stammered, unable to respond. In a swift motion, Wei Yong advanced and delivered a kick to the young man's chest, sending him crashing several meters away, leaving the onlookers in shock at his strength. Is there anyone else? Wei Yong stood amidst the throng, one machete in each hand, and not a single villager dared to step forward, clutching their hoes and picks. At Wei Yong's words, they collectively retreated a couple of steps, fearful that he might deliver a similar fate to them. Qin Rongmao, hiding behind Zhao Fifan, was struck dumb by the sight. He mused to himself about the audacity of such a man. If he were surrounded by so many with hoes, he would have surely succumbed to terror. Just as the tension reached its peak, a figure rushed forward, shouting, Wei Yong, brother. Everyone stand down. El Taiching emerged from the crowd, his expression equally grim. Wei Yong, I've heard about today's incident. It was my brother-in-law's fault. El Taiching looked at the villagers, brow furrowed. Put down your tools. My brother-in-law sought to act like a bandit. Do you all wish to follow suit? I willingly sold my yellow cattle to Wei Yong. In front of the villagers, El Taiching recounted the entire sequence of events. The villagers of Shanggangtun exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a flicker of anger. They realized they had been duped by Gao Fei. Gao Fei had claimed that Wei Yong had swindled him out of his cattle, but now they understood that Wei Yong was both capable and discerning, while Gao Fei had no justification for demanding money. Wei Yong, I also accompanied Gao Fei to your home, but I was unaware of the situation, and I apologize. A villager confessed. I too was misled by Gao Fei. I thought you truly owed him money. Wei Yong, I am truly sorry. The sensible villagers quickly grasped the truth upon hearing El Taiching's account. It was evident that Gao Fei had acted shamelessly. Furthermore, since Gao Fei and Wei Yong worked at the same establishment, he was fully aware that Wei Yong was not at home yet still pretended to demand money, clearly attempting to bully Wei Yong's wife. Had Wei Yong been present, Gao Fei would have never dared to act so brazenly. The villagers felt a sense of disgrace for having rallied behind Gao Fei. Witnessing the shift in attitude, Wei Yong finally sheathed his machetes. El Taiching, filled with remorse, said, Wei Yong, I sincerely apologize. My brother has wronged you. Wei Yong patted his shoulder, reassuring him, Don't mention it, Taiching. This matter has nothing to do with you. If Gao Fei is dissatisfied, tell him to meet me at the coal mine tomorrow. With that declaration, Wei Yong and his companions strode away confidently. El Taiching, his face darkened, entered Gao Fei's home. Inside, his sister El Fong and brother-in-law were still in shock, as it was apparent that Gao Fei's trousers were heavily dampened, indicating he had been frightened to the point of losing control. El Taiching, with a stern countenance, addressed Gao Fei. Did I not warn you against demanding money? Are you seeking to provoke me? El Fong interjected, enough, Taiching. Do not berate your brother-in-law too harshly. Just look at the state he is in. How will he return to work tomorrow? Old Gao, did you not say that Wei Yong has become the deputy director of the procurement department? I never imagined him to be so formidable. How will you manage at work now? El Fong's anxiety was palpable. Filled with regret for not advising Gao Fei against his reckless pursuit of money, it was clear that the villagers were now displeased with Gao Fei, and upon returning to their workplace, Wei Yong might very well make his life difficult. Gao Fei, disheartened, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He recalled the first time he encountered Wei Yong. The man had seemed like a rustic, holding several hundred pounds of wild boar meat with no means to exchange it. At that time, Gao Fei, proud of his status as a worker at Dahu coal mine, had looked down on Wei Yong, intent on extorting him. Yet now, their fortunes had diverged drastically. Wei Yong had ascended to the position of deputy director at the coal mine, while Gao Fei remained stagnant, and his reputation in the village had suffered. With Wei Yong around, how would he manage to navigate his work environment? El Taiching scoffed. Gao Fei had brought this upon himself. He had been warned repeatedly, yet he still chose to provoke Wei Yong. Now he was left with no options. To be honest, you might as well resign from your job at the coal mine, El Taiching said coldly. Gao Fei's face turned ashen at the thought of losing his job. How would he provide for his family then? El Fong shot her brother an admonishing glare. Enough with the sarcasm. Before you head to work tomorrow, think of something nice to bring Wei Yong as an apology. After all, we were in the wrong. Offering him a gesture of goodwill is not beneath us. If Wei Yong is magnanimous, he may not hold this incident against you. Gao Fei considered her words rationally. These two incidents had indeed been provoked by him, and Wei Yong had not borne a grudge. Given El Taiching's connection, it was likely that Wei Yong would not make his life unbearable. Wife, you make a valid point. See if there's anything good in the house. Quickly gather something for me to take to him tomorrow. After departing from Shanggangtan, Wei Yong distributed a box of cigarettes to each of his companions. Zhao Fifan and the others initially declined, but ultimately accepted with cheerful smiles. Wei Yong's generosity was evident. They had merely come to bolster morale, yet each received a box of fine cigarettes, a privilege of leadership. Thank you for your hard work today, brothers. Please refrain from mentioning this to my wife. I wouldn't want her to worry. Rest assured, Yongga, we know what to do. Upon returning home, Wei Yong found Qin Wei and Qin Xia still awake, their concern for him evident. Wei Yong chuckled. Today was unfortunate. I returned empty-handed. Qin Wei reassured him. It's all right. Coming back empty-handed from a hunt is common. What matters is your safe return. Rest early. As long as Wei Yong returned safely, they felt at ease. Given their current prosperity, there was no need for him to take unnecessary risks. The following morning, as Qin Xia prepared breakfast, she was startled to see two figures standing at the door and promptly woke Wei Yong. Daong, that person from yesterday has returned. Qin Xia brandished a hoe. Ready for confrontation. Wei Yong chuckled softly and said, Don't be anxious, I'll go take a look. Gao Fei was so frightened yesterday that he nearly wet himself. He surely isn't here to cause trouble today. If he truly had the audacity, he wouldn't have been so cowardly yesterday. Stepping outside, Wei Yong stood in the courtyard and inquired of Gao Fei, What brings you here? Gao Fei, accompanied by Lu Fang, came bearing an assortment of goods. With a smile plastered on his face, he said, Brother Wei Yong, I'm truly sorry for yesterday's excesses with the drink. Please don't hold it against me. I'm here today to express my sincerest apologies, and I've brought these items for your sister-in-law to ease her worries. Noticing that Wei Yong showed no intent of inviting them in, Gao Fei and Lu Fang dared not linger, hastily placing the items down before departing. He believed that as long as Wei Yong accepted the gifts, he wouldn't be overly difficult with him at the coal mine. Watching the duo retreat, Qin Wei and Qin Xia exchanged astonished glances. De Yong, what is happening? Why is he here apologizing? Wei Yong shrugged. I have no idea. Perhaps his conscience has finally caught up with him. The sisters appeared puzzled. Just yesterday, Gao Fei had been brimming with arrogance. almost as if he were a predator ready to devour them. Yet today he had come bearing gifts to apologize. What a curious turn of events. Qin Xia opened the items Gao Fei had brought, exclaiming, "De Yong, there are walnuts and peanuts in here." Gao Fei had not brought the more mundane rice or millet. After all, if one is to present a gift, it should be of worthy substance. Otherwise, Wei Yong might be dissatisfied and could make things difficult for him later. Thankfully, Gao Fei had generously contributed his household stock, and considering the rarity of peanuts and walnuts, they were indeed thoughtful gifts. With Qin Wei's child growing larger by the day, all forms of nourishment were essential, making this gift quite fortuitous. Wei Yong nodded, "Accept them. Make sure you both eat well and don't skimp." "Understood," the sisters replied. Though they sensed something peculiar about the situation, they were relieved that their man had managed to resolve it. The once arrogant Gao Fei had come to apologize, an occurrence they found hard to believe without Wei Yong's influence. Regardless, they felt grateful that their man had the capability to address the issue. With the matter settled, the sisters finally regained their smiles. At the Laochen household, Wang Yu was busy preparing breakfast. Meanwhile, Qin Rongma stood in the kitchen, wielding a hatchet in his left hand and a kitchen knife in his right, directing one at his wife and the other at his mother. Wang Yu scolded, "Are you trying to kill me this early? Instead of playing with knives, why not go chop some firewood outside? I work every day. Are these household chores all waiting for me to do?" Qin Rongmo maintained his stance and asked, "Wife, do you think I look impressive holding these two knives?" Wang Yu scoffed, "Impressive? You look like a pig slaughterer." Shen Guifang, puzzled, remarked, "Son, what are you trying to accomplish?" Qin Rongmao glanced at his reflection and found his appearance lacking. Why is it that when Wei Yong holds two knives, he looks so imposing? He animatedly recounted the events of the previous day. Upon grasping the situation, Wang Yu was taken aback, her eyes wide with disbelief. "You mean to say that Wei Yong bought that old yellow cow for 30 yuan and extracted several hundred yuan worth of cow bile?" "Indeed," Qin Rongma said, enviously. He didn't just envy Wei Yong's financial gain, but also his commanding presence yesterday. With 2 hatchets and a gun, he had intimidated the entire gang at the logging yard. The sound of gunfire had frightened Gao Fei into submission. Even if he were given a gun, Qin Rongmao lacked the courage to wield it. He brandished his 2 knives for a while, feeling they still paled in comparison to Wei Yong's formidable aura. Wang Yu was utterly astonished. She had accompanied Wei Yong when he purchased the yellow cow. She had thought he was wasting money on a sickly animal, believing it would only be useful for its hide. That was 30 yuan. Lu Taiching could marry a wife with that amount. Yet, she never anticipated that Wei Yong would discover something valuable within the cow's belly. Given Wang Yu's understanding of Wei Yong, he was not the type to rely on sheer luck. He must have noticed something before buying the cow. Reflecting on Wei Yong's fortune, she marveled at his genuine skill. In contrast, her husband, wielding 2 shabby knives in a futile attempt to emulate Wei Yong's grandeur, appeared utterly ridiculous. Having finished breakfast, Wei Yong grabbed a damp cloth to wipe his bicycle, preparing to head to work. Just then, the door across the way opened, and Chen Susu emerged. The moment this charming young woman stepped out, Wei Yong's attention was immediately captured. Chen Susu possessed an exquisite beauty, and her figure was even more pronounced than Wang Yu's. Wherever she went, heads turned in her direction. Thus, as she approached, even Wei Yong couldn't help but steal a few glances. Chen Susu headed straight for Wei Yong's home, standing at the doorway, her toes barely touching the ground as she peered curiously into the courtyard. Wei Yong quickly approached and asked, "What brings you here?" Noticing that Chen Susu was looking for him, he surmised that this rare outing must be for something significant. He opened the door to behold the lovely Chen Susu, who hesitated to meet his gaze and, with a shifty expression, said, "I have something I would like you to discuss with Director Zhao." "What is it?" Wei Yong inquired, intrigued. Why would Chen Susu need to speak to Director Zhao? Could it be about compensation? Chen Susu lowered her head. "Could you please tell Director Zhao that I would like to take over Zhang Jiao's position? I want to work in his stead." Wei Yong was taken aback. "What? You wish to take Zhang Jiao's job? He's working underground mining coal. Do you think you can handle it?" Chen Susu nodded. "I can do it." After Zhang Jiao awoke, he faced considerable challenges and had lost hope in life, even contemplating suicide. Ultimately, he was persuaded by his mother and Chen Susu to accept reality. Now, the family was struggling as Zhang Jiao could no longer provide for them, placing the burden squarely on Chen Susu's shoulders. She could not bear the thought of doing farm work. The tasks in the fields were far too arduous for her. Consequently, last night, Her mother-in-law presented her with a choice, either toil in the fields or take over Zhang Jiao's job underground. After much deliberation, she resolved to replace Zhang Jiao in the mines. After all, both options required physical labor, so why not choose the one with better pay? Moreover, with the fields currently parched, even working tirelessly might yield no crops. In truth, Chen Susu's reasoning was quite simple, regardless of the labor involved in supporting the family. Working in the coal mine would at least guarantee a full meal. The employee meals at Donghua coal mine were quite decent, while they might not be gourmet. They certainly ensured one would not go hungry. At home, she barely managed to have anything to eat, often surviving on thin broths. Not having starved to death was a blessing. Thus, her greatest wish was simply to have enough to eat. Wei Yong gazed at Chen Susu, still somewhat puzzled. Yet he recognized that this was her choice and deemed it unnecessary to pry further. Moreover, Chen Susu's employment at the coal mine actually worked to his advantage. If she were at home, his visits next door would inevitably attract gossip. However, at the coal mine, he could often see Chen Susu. "All right, I shall convey your message. Please, step inside for a moment. Director Zhao has asked me to bring you something from inside." Chen Susu hesitated, reluctant to enter the room. But upon noticing Qin Xia and Qin Wei bustling around in the outer room, she mustered her courage and stepped inside. Once in the room, Wei Yong announced, "Wife Xiao Xia, our neighbor Chen Susu has come to visit." Qin Wei and Qin Xia hurried over to greet Chen Susu. "Susu, please have a seat. I'll prepare you a cup of sweet water." Qin Xia fetched a cup and poured her some sweetened water. As neighbors from the same village, this was Chen Susu's first visit to their home. She expressed her gratitude and took a few sips of the warm sweet water, its sugary flavor warming her heart. White sugar was a precious commodity, and although her own household possessed some, her mother-in-law never permitted her to make sweet water. To her surprise, receiving such comforting sweetness in Wei Yong's home marked her first encounter with the kindness of a neighbor. Wei Yong went to the cellar to fetch some potatoes and flour to give to Chen Susu. While he was occupied, Chen Susu took the opportunity to observe Qin Wei closely. She noticed that Qin Wei appeared not only fairer than before, but also had gained considerable weight. Previously frail, Qin Wei now looked remarkably plump and radiant. "Sister Susu, having lived across from each other for so long, this is your first visit to my home. If you need anything, feel free to come find me. Let us keep in touch more often." Qin Wei had developed a fondness for this woman, particularly after feeling a surge of sympathy for her during their last encounter. Chen Susu nodded, glancing outside to see that Wei Yong had not yet returned. She lowered her voice and inquired, "Does he still hit you?" Qin Wei paused, recalling the time Wei Yong struck her in the courtyard when she had seen Chen Susu peeking out. It seemed her impression of Wei Yong was still tainted by that memory. Qin Wei smiled gently. "He doesn't tea anymore. My husband has changed for the better." Chen Susu sighed in relief. She had once felt quite pitiful herself, but hearing about Qin Wei's previous plight shifted her perspective, making her feel that perhaps Qin Wei was the most unfortunate one after all. Yet upon visiting Qin Wei's home, her assumptions were challenged. Not only did Qin Wei appear more robust, but Chen Susu also noticed fruit peels and pits in their trash bin. The apple Wei Yong had given her, she had devoured to the core, whereas Qin Wei's household clearly enjoyed a more abundant lifestyle. Wei Yong emerged from the cellar, addressing Chen Susu. "Susu, this is what the coal mine asked me to bring you. Shall I take it back for you?" Chen Susu nodded obediently, finishing her cup of sweet water before accompanying Wei Yong back to her own home. As she closed the door, she was about to retreat to her room when Wei Yong suddenly called out to her from behind. "Wait a moment. Come to the backyard with me." Chapter 78. You don't seem like a bad person. Chen Susu's expression shifted slightly. She peeked into the house, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed Wei Yong to the backyard. With two occupants resting on the kang, it was unlikely they would suddenly appear. And conversing with Wei Yong in the backyard would not pose any significant issue. Standing there, Chen Susu lowered her head, fidgeting with her clothes, appearing quite flustered. At that moment, Wei Yong produced a package of cream-filled biscuits, which were considered among the most delectable snacks of that era. Even Wei Yong would occasionally indulge in a pack or two. "Eat this." Upon seeing the biscuits, Chen Susu involuntarily swallowed, yet instinctively shook her head. She was unaccustomed to accepting such generous offerings, and accepting them would create an obligation she was unsure how to repay. Wei Yong, clearly attuned to her nature, bluntly urged, "Hurry up and eat. If you don't, I'll really hit you." Chen Susu pouted, gazing at Wei Yong. "You wouldn't hit me." Wei Yong furrowed his brow, raised his fist and swung it slightly. Who says? If you dare not eat, let us see if I want to hit you. Seeing Wei Yong raise his fist, Qin Susu nervously accepted the biscuits and began to eat cautiously. She had already inquired of Qin Wei, who assured her that Wei Yong no longer struck her. However, witnessing Wei Yong's fierce demeanor still left her uncertain. If that fist landed on her face, it would undoubtedly hurt terribly. As she savored the sweet, cream-filled biscuits, a profound sense of happiness washed over her. She had never tasted anything so delightful. One hand clutched the biscuit while the other hovered beneath her mouth. Catching any crumbs, she could not bear to waste a single morsel of such deliciousness. After finishing a small bag of biscuits, she looked up, her big eyes shimmering with moisture. Is that enough? Wei Yong inquired. Are you full? Qin Susu nodded, confirming her satisfaction. Liar. If you lie to me again, I'll hit you. Wei Yong, as if performing magic, produced 2 hawthorn rolls from his pocket, forcefully offering them to Qin Susu while fixing her with a stern gaze. Qin Susu regarded the hawthorn rolls with a complex expression, and after a few seconds, she lifted her gaze to Wei Yong and said, Actually, you don't seem like a bad person. Upon hearing her words, Wei Yong's eyes widened in surprise, his expression transforming into one of mock ferocity. Who said that? I am a bad person. Qin Susu bit her lip, replying, Bad people wouldn't offer me so much to eat. While Qin Susu appeared somewhat naive, she was far from foolish. Wei Yong's threats, though intimidating, were clearly meant to encourage her to eat. In this village, Qin Susu had never felt any kindness. She held no status in her own home, and Wei Yong was the only person who treated her with any semblance of care. Despite her previous poor impression of him, her encounters revealed a stark contrast to his outwardly fearsome demeanor. Thank you, Qin Susu said bashfully, causing even Wei Yong to momentarily pause. Regardless, as long as this young woman was willing to accept his offerings, he considered his goal achieved. When you return to the coal mine, if you encounter any trouble, come to the procurement office and find me, understood? Qin Susu nodded. After Wei Yong finished speaking, he prepared to leave, but just as he opened the door, he came face to face with Qin Shizi. Wei Yong had minimal interactions with Qin Shizi's family. He knew that Qin Shizi had a brother named Qin Bin, and the 2 siblings were notorious for their idleness, occasionally pilfering from others' fields. Their reputation in the village was rather unsavory, akin to Wei Yong's former standing. Upon encountering him, Wei Yong offered no greeting, merely curious as to why Qin Shizi was visiting Qin Susu. What brings you here? Hearing Wei Yong's question, Qin Shizi frowned. I need to speak with Susu. Have you finished your business? Once you're done, you can leave. Qin Shizi, in his 30s, had yet to find a wife, harboring a deep-seated envy towards Wei Yong. The last time Gao Fei visited, Shizi had even taken the trouble to guide him. However, to his astonishment, the useless Gao Fei had not done anything significant to Wei Yong's family. Instead, he had come early in the morning with his wife to offer apologies, revealing his cowardice. Wei Yong glanced back at Qin Susu and inquired, Do you wish for me to leave first? Susu promptly shook her head, her brow furrowed, clearly irritated by Qin Shizi. Wei Yong, with his arms crossed, stood nearby and remarked, If you have something to say, just say it. Qin Shizi frowned, retorting, My matters with Susu are none of your concern. What are you doing here? Wei Yong scoffed, I am here to listen. What can you do about it? If Wei Yong were to act recklessly, he would disregard even the village chief. What was Qin Shizi? A mere good-for-nothing. At present, Qin Susu was his tool, and he was eager to see what intentions Shizi harbored. Susu, her expression tense, said, Do you have something to discuss? If not, I shall return inside. I do. Qin Shizi, having waited several days for a chance to speak with Susu, seized the moment. He declared, Susu, your man is in trouble, and your mother-in-law has issues with her leg. How will your family manage moving forward? Upon hearing this, Wei Yong had already surmised Shizi's intentions, but remained silent, observing Susu's reaction. Susu, evidently astute, grasped the underlying implications and replied with a furrowed brow, What are you trying to say? Qin Shizi continued, Susu, my prolonged bachelorhood is not due to an inability to marry. Rather, I have always had you in mind. Discuss with Zhang Jiao about the possibility of me assisting your family. Zhang Jiao's leg is broken, and he cannot work in the mine. Why not let him pass that job to me, and I could stay with your family? I would provide for all of you. What do you think? Upon finishing, Wei Yong burst into laughter, thinking how this seemingly unremarkable fellow harbored such grandiose dreams. Shizi had long coveted Zhang Jiao's wife, wishing to claim her for himself. and now he had devised a seemingly legitimate rationale. Moreover, he not only coveted the lovely spouse, but also coveted Zhang Jiao's job, which many envied. Should Qin Shizi successfully forge such a connection, he would hit two birds with one stone, gaining a beautiful wife and a respectable position, thus ascending to the pinnacle of life. However, given Shizi's slothful demeanor, even if he truly aimed to assist, it was implausible that he would genuinely care for Zhang Jiao and his wife. Susu's face instantly turned frosty upon hearing his words as she declared, "We do not require your help. Do not come seeking me again." Observing Susu turn to leave, Qin Shizi hurriedly approached her. "Susu, please do not go. Let us discuss this further." Suddenly, Wei Yong extended his arm to block Shizi's path, coldly stating, "Did you not hear Susu ask you to leave?" Qin Shizi's expression darkened as he glared at Wei Yong. "What does this have to do with you?" Wei Yong retorted with a smirk, "Qin Susu is now an employee of our date coal mine, and I am the deputy director. I am her superior. So, you tell me, does it concern me?" Taken aback, Qin Shizi stammered, "What did you just say? Susu works for your coal mine now? She is taking Zhang Jiao's place? That is none of your concern. Go about your business and leave quickly." Wei Yong saw no reason to treat Shizi kindly. Biting his teeth in frustration, Qin Shizi, though begrudging, had no choice but to retreat in humiliation. Upon returning home, Susu was immediately met with her mother-in-law's accusatory voice. "Susu, why have you been gone for so long? I am parched. Bring me a glass of water." Susu felt a deep sense of injustice. With Zhang Jiao incapacitated, it was her duty as his wife to care for him. Yet, her mother-in-law, despite her disability, could still manage to walk with crutches. It was clear she could care for herself, yet she insisted on making Susu tend to her, which felt like blatant bullying. Susu poured 2 glasses of water, one for Zhang Jiao and one for her mother-in-law. Zhang Jiao asked, "Why were you gone for so long?" Susu explained, "I went to Wei Yong's house briefly, but I ran into Qin Shizi at the door. He insisted on trying to help our family and talked for quite a while, which delayed me." "What?" Zhang Jiao slammed his hand on the bed, furious. "I am not dead yet, and that scoundrel dares to covet my wife? If he speaks of such things in front of me, I swear I will kill him." Despite his disability, Zhang Jiao's temper remained as fiery as ever, even bedridden. He would never allow anyone to encroach upon his wife. Susu reassured him. "I made it clear to him that he should not entertain such thoughts in the future. Also, Wei Yong has agreed to speak with Director Zhao, and I will visit the coal mine tonight. If all goes well, I will start working." Zhang Jiao nodded and then closed his eyes. His mother-in-law remarked, "My son has supported you for so many years. Now it is time for you to care for us. The work at the coal mine is arduous, but do not complain. Once you marry into the Zhang family, you are one of us. That is only right, understood?" Susu bit her lip, feeling a swell of frustration, yet she merely nodded and affirmed she understood. She did not believe that supporting this mother-son duo was her obligation. When Zhang Jiao was employed at the coal mine, she had done her fair share of household chores. She had not allowed him to support her without effort. Now that Zhang Jiao was incapacitated, laying on the bed, all household responsibilities fell upon her. Having lost her husband as support, Susu considered herself unfortunate. But her mother-in-law was capable enough to cook and tend to the fire, yet she now acted like a sovereign, expecting Susu to serve her, which was profoundly vexing. Comparatively, she looked forward to working at the coal mine, as it would free her from servitude. Moreover, the prospect of having enough food was her greatest anticipation of this job. After attending to her husband and mother-in-law, Susu lay on the bed to conserve her energy, preparing for her shift at the coal mine that evening. After leaving Susu's home, Wei Yong brought Qinxia to the widow Chu's residence. He had intended to deliver some goods to her earlier, but had been delayed by various matters. Carrying a selection of delicacies from a grocery store, Wei Yong and Qinxia arrived at the doorstep of the widow Chu's home. "Is Sister Chu at home?" At that moment, widow Chu was nestled on the bed with Li Ping, enjoying each other's company. Hearing the voice, she quickly sat up. "What should we do?" "It seems Wei Yong has come." Li Ping, unhurriedly dressing, lit a cigarette and said, "No worries, let him in. Wei Yong is already aware of our relationship. There's no need to hide." Widow Chu, even less concerned, was eager for the villagers to know she was Li Ping's woman, hoping it would garner them more respect. She opened the door, and as Wei Yong and Qinxia entered, they greeted her. Upon stepping inside, Wei Yong was momentarily taken aback to see Li Ping seated in a chair. "Brother Li is also here." Li Ping smiled and offered Wei Yong a cigarette. The fact that Wei Yong still came to bring gifts for Widow Chu indicated that he was not an ungrateful person. I have heard about your endeavors in the coal mine. It's quite surprising to see you thriving so well. Wei Yong chuckled, attributing his success to the introductions made by Brother Li and Brother Zhao, who have shown him considerable care. In a few days, when the salary is dispersed, I intend to deliver a portion to Sister Chu. However, Li Ping shook his head and remarked, there's no need for that. You are now the deputy director, and your salary has significantly increased. You are no longer an ordinary worker. Henceforth, these wages should rightfully be yours. Upon hearing Li Ping's words, Wei Yong paused momentarily, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied, Brother Li, that simply won't do. We had agreed that once I secured this position, the salary would still go to Sister Chu. For Wei Yong, merely holding this title was sufficient. Although he had harvested potatoes and carrots from his system space, there still remained a batch in his family's fields. With the identity of a procurement officer at the Donghua coal mine, he no longer needed to worry about being accused of hoarding, and thus he felt quite content. The notion of sending a portion of his salary to the Widow Chu did not trouble him at all. Li Ping insisted, take the money, there's no need for formality. Initially, I intended for you to simply pass the time and send your wages to her, but now that you are performing so admirably and are valued by the leadership, if we were to pursue any schemes of drawing a salary without work, it would likely come to light. Wei Yong cast a glance at the Widow Chu and noticed that her expression bore no sign of discontent. It seemed that Li Ping had already discussed this matter with her. Thank you, Brother Li, he replied. When I receive my salary, I will purchase some necessities for Sister Chu, which would serve as a form of gratitude towards Li Ping. Wei Yong, relying solely on farming is not a sustainable plan. Do you have any future aspirations? In this day and age, agriculture still heavily depended on human labor, with only animals providing some assistance, leading to limited yields for an individual. Unlike in later times, where mechanization of farming could lead to wealth with ample land. Achieving prosperity through agriculture alone seems quite implausible now, especially with the recent natural disasters rendering many unable to secure even basic sustenance. Numerous farmers await relief grain to survive. But a person like Wei Yong, with a keen mind, would certainly not resign himself to the status quo. Upon hearing Li Ping's inquiry, Wei Yong pondered for a moment. Brother Li, are you inquiring whether I would consider moving to the countryside? Chapter 80, What exactly is the treasure? Li Ping responded. It is indeed a pleasure to converse with an astute individual. You grasp my meaning immediately. You are now a minor leader at the Donghua coal mine. And who knows how far you might advance in the future. Therefore, it is time to shed the identity of a farmer. I have already spoken to old Zhao. Today when you report for work, a set of staff accommodations will be allocated to you. Thank you, Brother Li. Wei Yong refrained from hastily accepting the offer. He was aware that Li Ping's intentions in arranging county housing for him must be for a particular purpose. Li Ping, without any circumlocution, stated directly. The staff dormitory is a corridor-style building. I have arranged one room for you and another for Sister Chu, so that you may look after her. When I visit her, I will say I am coming to see you for work discussions, providing me with a valid reason. Wei Yong immediately grasped the implication. When the Widow Chu was in the village, Li Ping could easily find an excuse to visit her. However, since his job might soon be reassigned, he needed to arrange for her to be in the countryside, essentially keeping her as a canary. This arrangement posed no issues for Wei Yong. He was reluctant to have the Qin sisters toil in the fields. Although it ensured their meals, the labor was far too grueling. Brother Li, that sounds perfectly fine. Once my wife has given birth, our entire family will move to the countryside. For now, I will transition over occasionally and manage both ends. Currently, his career was still in a state of flux, and the Qin sisters would surely be more comfortable residing in the village. Moving to the countryside would mean a smaller house without a yard, which would undoubtedly feel stifling. Wei Yong planned to save up for a larger home and then bring the sisters over. He cast a glance at the Widow Chu, feeling a measure of admiration. After all, Li Ping was considered part of the elite, and it was surprising to see him so captivated by the Widow Chu, treating her as a treasured pet and going to such lengths to see her. It was likely that her exceptional skills in intimate matters had utterly won over Li Ping. After a few exchanges, Wei Yong and Qin Xia returned home. Once outside, Qin Xia inquired, "Are we moving to the countryside to live?" Wei Yong nodded, "Possibly. But we'll wait until Wei Wei gives birth before making any decisions." "Oh," Qin Xia replied, her tone suggesting she had something on her mind. When Wei Yong asked her, she was reluctant to share, so he chose to let it be. Upon returning home, Wang Yu was already waiting for him at the door. Wei Yong rode his bicycle, taking his lovely wife straight to the donghua coal mine. Upon arrival, he continued to examine the heap of coal gang. The last time he was here, the system's treasure-seeking function had begun to beep, and this time, as he approached the coal gang, he noticed the prompt still active. Although the sound was not as intense as when he purchased the beef gallstone, it was nonetheless a sign that he could not overlook. Equipped with a hook, Wei Yong began to dig through the coal gang. After about 10 minutes, a glimmer of gold caught his eye. His eyes instantly sparkled as he hurriedly unearthed the golden object. Gold? It was a chunk the size of an egg. Wei Yong found it peculiar that such a sizable piece of gold could go unnoticed among the coal gang. Just then, mine manager Zhao approached from a distance. Brother Zhao, look what I found in the coal gang, a piece of gold. Zhao glanced at it and burst into laughter. That is not gold, it's fool's gold. Also known as pyrite. Its appearance may resemble gold, but it holds no value. You might as well let a child play with it. Wei Yong nodded, realizing that was why he felt there was a slight discrepancy between this object and genuine gold. Upon closer inspection, it might be difficult to discern if one were not careful. However, a comparison with real gold would certainly reveal the truth. According to mine manager Zhao, this pyrite was practically worthless, perhaps fetching the same price as coal. But if that were the case, why did the system continue to prompt him? Zhao remarked. Within this heap of coal gang, you might unearth dozens of fool's gold pieces. However, we usually treat it as waste. Wei Yong said, Brother Zhao, I happen to need some coal gang to repair my wall. I'll take a ton of it. How much will that cost? Zhao replied, since we're acquaintances, there's no charge. Just speak to Xie Dan about the transportation fee, and I'll arrange for someone to deliver it to your home. Very well, thank you, Brother Zhao. Wei Yong had managed to navigate his way through the system with remarkable success, and he believed that the system would not offer such prompts without reason. Either this pyrite had some significance, or there was something else hidden within the coal gang. While in the mine, he could not afford to search too ostentatiously. Once he returned home, he could examine it in the privacy of his own yard without attracting unwanted attention. Wei Yong arrived at Xie Dan's office and pulled out 5 yuan. Dan Jia, I'd like a ton of the coal gang from outside. Here's the transportation fee. Xie Dan was momentarily taken aback, stating that the transportation fee would not require such an amount, and suggested giving 2 yuan instead. Use the remaining for the workers to buy cigarettes and ensure they unload the coal gang in my yard. Xie Dan nodded, recognizing Wei Yong's impressive decisiveness, which surpassed that of Wei Yong by a considerable margin. Wang Yu paused momentarily and inquired, De Yong, what do you intend to do with that pile of coal gang? I plan to renovate the wall of my home and could use some stones, Wei Yong replied. Oh, Wang Yu mused after Wei Yong departed, her mind racing with thoughts. Something about this situation struck her as peculiar. If it were merely for repairing a wall, there would be no need for such an excessive quantity of coal gang. Why would Wei Yong purchase so much without cause? Over the past period, she had interacted with Wei Yong quite frequently and had garnered a certain understanding of him. She was certain that he would not undertake any action without reason, nor would he squander money frivolously. Just as in the previous instance when he was advised against buying that ailing yellow cattle, only for him to ultimately procure it and subsequently extract a significant profit from its gallbladder. Wang Yu remarked, Dan Jia, my wall also requires some repairs. Would you allow me to contribute a sum of money to procure some stones? Xie Dan responded, certainly, I shall instruct the workers to deliver half a ton to you shortly. Coinciding with Wei Yong's order, Wang Yu produced a sum of 1 yuan and handed it to Xie Dan, feeling compelled to validate her suspicions. As the workday drew to a close, Wei Yong was preparing to head home when suddenly, Shaoli from the security department approached him in haste. Brother Yong, there's someone named Chinsusu at the entrance seeking you. Wei Yong was taken aback, not expecting Chinsusu to arrive so promptly.